Koan Won, let's break up. With your current achievements, you can't even afford to support me. You'd better stop pestering me, have some dignity, will you? A crisp slap echoed in the air. Koan Won, standing at the base of his company's building, not only suffered a humiliating breakup but was also slapped in the face by his girlfriend, Yao Zhang, in front of everyone. The scene drew the attention of passers-by. During the evening rush hour, people stopped and began whispering and gossiping. Koan Won felt utterly humiliated. The burning pain on his face made it impossible for him to lift his head. Yao Zhang, carrying her brand-new handbag, looked at him with disdain, her expression full of contempt. She spoke self-righteously, Koan Won, this is the end for us. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. If we meet at the company, let's just pretend we're strangers. After saying this, Yao Zhang turned and walked into the crowd, without hesitation stepping into a black Mercedes-Benz. This scene was like a melodramatic plot straight out of a TV drama, but it was happening to Koan Won in real life. When he saw the man sitting inside the Mercedes-Benz, his heart felt as though it had been stabbed with a knife. He wished he could disappear into the ground and never show his face again. Because that man was no other than the company's vice president, Feng Chen. After graduating, Koan Won had been working at this company diligently for 2 years. To ensure a better future for his girlfriend, Yao Zhang, he had even recommended her for the position of Feng Chen's secretary. But not long after, Yao Zhang had gotten involved with Feng Chen and ended up in his car. It was obvious to anyone what was really going on. This outcome was unbearable for Koan Won, as if a massive green hat of betrayal had been placed on his head. What made him even more furious and humiliated was the fact that he had been dumped and slapped in public at the company's entrance, only to watch Yao Zhang shamelessly get into Feng Chen's car. This made him the laughingstock of the company, leaving him unable to continue working there. However, Koan Won couldn't afford to resign. He had a sick younger sister at home who desperately needed treatment, and he really needed this job. But just thinking about the ridicule and mockery he would face in the company from now on filled him with humiliation. Hey, so Yao Zhang, the vice president's secretary, actually had something to do with Koan Won? I always thought they were just friends. Ha, the vice president is young and rich, who wouldn't like that? What does Koan Won even have? He can only blame himself for being so incapable. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. He recommended his girlfriend to be a secretary, and she ended up getting stolen by someone else. Tomorrow, this will definitely be the hottest gossip in the entire company. Koan Won's green hat is massive. Hearing the laughter around him and looking at the Mercedes-Benz and Feng Chen's smug expression inside, a strong determination suddenly surged in Koan Won's heart. He had to become a rich man. At that moment, a cold and detached voice suddenly echoed in Koan Won's mind. Do you want to become rich? Do you want to trample on everyone who looks down on you? As long as you agree to sign a sole contract with this system and bind yourself as its host, it can be done. Koan Won froze, stunned, suspecting that his anger had driven him to hallucinate. This is not an illusion. Do you wish to become the host of this system? The voice asked again. System? Host? What kind of nonsense was this? Once you become the host, you will gain abilities beyond ordinary humans, the system explained further. Koan Won quickly understood that an unseen entity was speaking directly into his mind. After being shocked for a dozen seconds, he forced himself to calm down. He knew how dire the current situation was. His future at the company was bound to be affected. He had to make something of himself, cure his critically ill sister, and make Yao Zhang, along with Feng Chen, regret their actions. No matter what this system was, Koan Won decided to agree to it first and figure out the details later. The system seemed to sense Koan Won's thoughts. The moment he made up his mind, the binding process began instantly. Host successfully bound. The host is currently at the primitive level. The system's app has been automatically installed on the host's phone. The host can use various system functions through the app, such as the item shop, inventory, and boasting points. Upon initial binding, the host is granted one opportunity to randomly modify their background settings and is awarded 100,000 boasting points. Additionally, the host can communicate with the system through their thoughts. This sudden transformation left Koan Won in disbelief. However, Feng Chen's car remained parked there, seemingly on purpose, as if to prolong Koan Won's humiliation. Koan Won thought to himself that he must reclaim his dignity today. Ignoring the system app on his phone, Koan Won anxiously communicated with the system in his mind. A free random background modification? Is that for real? You're not lying to me, are you? What if I change it and my family and friends all disappear? That will absolutely not happen. After the modification, the background will be entirely real, and your original connections will remain intact, the system replied, its tone firm and reliable. Background modification? This sounded utterly unbelievable. But with a sense of urgency weighing on him, Cohen Wang decided to give it a try. After all, things couldn't get any worse. He would still have to face the company tomorrow, no matter what. Quick, use it now. Don't let Feng Chen leave, he urged anxiously. Within 2 seconds, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The host's background has been successfully modified. Cohen Wang furrowed his brows. He didn't feel any different. He was still standing there, surrounded by gawking onlookers, with Yao Zheng sitting inside Feng Chen's car, seemingly mocking him from afar. System, are you messing with me? My background hasn't changed at all. Cohen Wang felt disheartened. He thought he must have been foolish to believe such a thing, it had to be a hallucination. His head sank lower and lower in despair. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Yao Zhang, how could you have been with such a loser? Feng Chen sneered from inside the car, holding Yao Zhang close. He reveled in the joy of humiliating Cohen Wang, though he also felt a bit disappointed. Cohen Wang didn't seem worthy of his time. Feng Chen glanced at Yao Zhang, whose beauty was dazzling. His heart stirred, and he couldn't help but squeeze her thigh, teasing her. Later, I'll make sure to discipline you properly. Stop it. There are so many people here. Let's leave quickly, I don't want to see him anymore. Yao Zhang blushed, lightly pushing Feng Chen's hand away, though she didn't truly resist. Feng Chen, feeling a surge of heat, signaled to the driver to leave with Yao Zhang. Just then, a white Maserati sped toward them like a lightning bolt. Feng Chen's eyes narrowed as he recognized the car. It belonged to the company's CEO, Lan Su. The Maserati drove straight to the company's entrance and, to everyone's astonishment, stopped right in front of Cohen Wang. Feng Chen's heart tightened. Ignoring Yao Zhang beside him, he hurriedly got out of the car to greet Lan Su, thinking she had come for a surprise inspection. President Su, what brings you here all of a sudden? Feng Chen forced a smile, moving to the car door. As he did, he intentionally bumped into Cohen Wang, feeling smug about his dominance. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing Lan Su's stunningly beautiful face. Her star-like eyes locked onto Feng Chen as she asked, I'll come whenever I want. Besides, it's after work hours. Feng Chen, why do you look so nervous? Is there something you feel guilty about? No, you're the president of the company. Of course, I have to show respect. Your sudden visit is... Chen Feng nodded and bowed, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. On the surface, Su Lan was the president, but her connections were unfathomable. As the vice president, he didn't dare to offend her in the slightest. Wang Kuen's face turned ashen, thinking that not even the heavens could save him this time. He sighed and turned, planning to sneak away while everyone's attention was diverted. The car window rolled down completely, and Su Lan extended her slender, jade-like hand, suddenly pointing in a direction. Everyone's gaze followed her finger in unison. The direction she pointed to was Wang Kuen. Chen Feng's face changed slightly. Inwardly, he wondered what was going on. Wang Kuen felt the shift in the surrounding gazes and instinctively stopped in his tracks, turning around to look at Su Lan. His eyes met with the beautiful president, Su Lan, and for a moment, Wang Kuen was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected to attract such attention. However, the words Su Lan spoke next were like a thunderclap, instantly exploding the atmosphere in front of the company building. I'm here to pick up my husband. Husband, have you had enough fun? Can you come home with me now? Husband? You're saying I'm your husband? Wang Kuen was stunned on the spot, his mind going blank. President Su, when did you get married? How come I didn't know? Chen Feng's expression became utterly shocked. He froze in place, completely unable to believe it. Su Lan retracted her hand, gripping the steering wheel, and calmly said, ignoring Chen Feng's astonishment, Wang Kuen, you don't need to find other women to provoke me. If you think you can force me into a divorce, it's absolutely impossible. I'm sticking with you for life. Chen Feng was utterly dumbfounded, stammering and unable to form a coherent sentence. Zhang Yao, who had gotten out of the car at some point, stood not far away. Her face was full of shock and self-reproach. In her heart, she thought, so I was the mistress all along? Wang Kuen's mouth formed an O, filled with disbelief. The beautiful president had suddenly become his wife and even declared she wouldn't divorce him? Could it be, the system just modified his identity, making the cold and distant Su Lan his wife directly? Holy crap, this is real, not a hallucination. This system is insane. Wang Kuen was overjoyed, eager to see what other powerful functions the system had. This sudden system was entirely unexpected. Upon first binding, it directly modified his identity and background settings, seamlessly integrating into his life while granting him 100,000 pretentious points. What on earth were Pretentious points? Faced with the dramatic twists in this absurd plot, Wang Kuan didn't have time to dwell on it. Since Zhang Yao was so greedy and insisted on staying with Chen Feng, he thought it best to let it go and embrace the situation. Wang Kuan scanned the crowd, forcefully gathering his composure. Under everyone's gaze, he walked to Su Lan's car, gently opened the door, and took a lingering glance at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao's face was full of regret, her head hung low in shame, like a clown under a spotlight. Her heart was filled with unwillingness and shock. Chen Feng was utterly shocked, unable to comprehend that Wang Kuan was actually Su Lan's husband. Who was Su Lan? Being the president was just one of her identities. Her true background was far more complex than it seemed. For Su Lan to marry Wang Kuan and even say she was sticking with him, who exactly was Wang Kuan? Could he be some powerful figure from a prominent family, disguising himself as an ordinary employee to experience life? Su Lan's earlier behavior seemed like she was determined not to divorce. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel shaken, shattering his understanding of Wang Kuan. This seemingly ordinary employee had suddenly turned into the husband of the beautiful president? Not only were Zhang Yao and Chen Feng shocked, but the onlookers around them were equally stunned. Everyone knew that Su Lan, as the president, was busy with work and rarely seen. Her beauty and figure were renowned across the company. She was undoubtedly the #1 goddess. Especially her attitude towards Wang Kuan, her icy demeanor had instantly softened, as if she intended to cling to Wang Kuan for life. This left everyone stunned. The sound of gasps echoed continuously as the onlookers felt overwhelmed. Wang Kuan isn't just an ordinary employee? He's the president's husband? Damn! This is way too complicated. Zhang Yao is actually the mistress, and President Su is the legitimate wife. This is insane. President Su isn't even mad. Instead, she's eager to get Wang Kuan back in the car to go home. Am I dreaming? Does a woman like this even exist? The amount of information here is too much to handle. So Wang Kuan is the real big shot. Feeling the change in everyone's reactions, Wang Kuan felt a surge of satisfaction. He hadn't done anything, yet all the humiliation from earlier had been completely reversed, thanks entirely to that mysterious system. Perhaps, with this system, he could truly rise to greatness in the future. Without hesitation, Wang Kuan sat in the passenger seat, closed the car door, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes, though his mind was in utter turmoil. Su Lan seamlessly shifted gears, gently pressed the accelerator, and drove away from the company building. The envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of the onlookers surged like waves. Before leaving, Wang Kuan pretended to be calm, opening his eyes just a sliver to sneak a glance at Zhang Yao and Chen Feng. Seeing their stunned expressions, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With this new identity and background, how could he not rise above? Turning his head, Wang Kuan secretly studied Su Lan. His heart pounded uncontrollably. He had never imagined being so close to Su Lan, let alone becoming her husband. At this moment, Su Lan was dressed in a formal yet luxurious business outfit. Beneath her black skirt were long, slender legs wrapped in stockings. Her hair was tied high, complemented by intellectual black-framed glasses. The curve of her side profile was flawless, making her the epitome of a brilliant and divine goddess. Her poise and beauty coexisted, leaving people breathless. Wang Kuan was dumbstruck, his emotions surging so wildly that even his breathing became erratic. This was really his wife. However, as the car drove further away, the fragrant aura of Su Lan beside him suddenly turned icy and distant, as if her earlier warmth had been an act. This coldness carried an untouchable nobility, like an ice queen, making people revere her from afar. Su Lan looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "What I did earlier was merely to cooperate with you. After all, you are my husband in name. I couldn't let you lose face. If word got out and people knew you were humiliated, it would reflect poorly on me as well." "What do you mean? Are we not a real couple? Just in name?" Wang Kuan was stunned, completely bewildered. Su Lan's expression remained unchanged as she replied coldly, "Don't play dumb. You know very well why I married you 2 years ago. Anyway, this is the only time I'll help you. From now on, we'll live our separate lives. You can find any woman you want, and I'll have my own life. I was never willing to marry you in the first place." Wang Kuan suddenly came to a realization everything that had just happened downstairs at the company was all an act put on by Su Lan. The relationship between him and Su Lan wasn't a genuine marriage, it was in name only. Moreover, Su Lan didn't even like him. Married 2 years ago? The system-modified identity background was just too bizarre. System, what exactly did you modify about my identity background? You need to make it clear to me. This is just one part of the background, right? There must be more, isn't there? Wang Kuan muttered to himself internally. The system replied coldly, "The modified identity background is for the host to explore and understand on their own. This system will not provide any hints." Damn, this system was such a scam. It changed someone's identity background but didn't fully inform them about it. However, Wang Kuan still felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. Who knew what else the system had altered? Could there be hidden identities as well? "So, where are we going now?" Wang Kuan asked awkwardly. Su Lan responded coldly, "If we're not going home, where else would we go?" Wang Kuan didn't dare say anything more. He thought to himself that Su Lan was too aloof. Quickly, he pretended to agree, and while there was some time, he pulled out his phone from his pocket. Unlocking the screen, Wang Kuan was astonished to find a new app that he had never downloaded himself. It wasn't something he had ever seen on the App Store either. Driven by intense curiosity, Wang Kuan tapped on the app. The system's main interface popped up immediately, displaying several basic functions. Item shop, special items can be purchased with show-off points. Host interface, allows the host to view their various attributes. Backpack, can store any items. Quest log, view all tasks. Completing system-assigned tasks will earn corresponding rewards, while failure will result in penalties. At the bottom of the main interface, there was a special experience bar. It showed 0 experience points, and the host's level was the lowest, the primitive level. Wang Kuan instantly understood. This was like an online game where you could level up by completing missions. You could even buy items from the shop to boost your abilities. This was practically a cheat code for life. "What are you looking at? So absorbed?" Su Lan gave him a disdainful glance, her tone full of contempt. Wang Kuan instinctively tilted his phone away and flashed a cheeky smile. "Just downloaded a game, that's all. Don't worry, darling wife, focus on your driving and don't look at me." Darling wife? Su Lan's brows furrowed slightly at the term, feeling immensely repulsed yet helpless. 2 years ago, Wang Kuan had suddenly appeared in the Su family of Bailing. At the insistence of old Master Su, Su Lan had no choice but to marry him. To this day, she still couldn't figure out why this seemingly ordinary loser was able to compel her grandfather to push through their marriage despite the family's opposition. Over the past 2 years, Wang Kuan had been nothing more than an ordinary employee at the company. Su Lan had never seen any redeeming qualities in him and even wished to divorce him as soon as possible. After all, her performance downstairs at the company earlier had all been staged. For her to develop feelings for Wang Kuan was utterly impossible. This was also why she had always refused to acknowledge their relationship at the company. If it weren't for Wang Kuan embarrassing himself to the extreme earlier and potentially implicating her, she wouldn't have bothered to step in. Unconsciously, Su Lan glanced at Wang Kuan again and noticed that he was smiling foolishly at his phone. Her disdain for him deepened. At this moment, Wang Kuan was completely unaware of Su Lan's gaze. He was staring intently at his phone screen, practically bursting with joy. Invisibility potion, costs 10,000 show-off points, grants 2 minutes of invisibility, usable once per day. Transformation potion, costs 10,000 show-off points, same duration as the invisibility potion, can be used simultaneously, allows transformation into any form. Beauty pill, costs 50,000 show-off points, significantly improves skin quality upon use. Misfortune talisman, costs 30,000 show-off points, causes the target to experience 24 hours of bad luck when tagged. Due to the host's low level, the item shop currently offers only 4 items. To unlock more items, the host must gain experience points and level up by completing missions. The host currently has 100,000 show-off points, the system's voice echoed in his ear. Missions? Wang Kuan was instantly thrilled. Just these 4 items were already game changers. And he happened to have 100,000 show-off points right now, which was enough to purchase them. However, since there wasn't an immediate use for them, Wang Kuan decided to check out the quest log instead. In an instant, a task was triggered, and a voice announced, "The main quest has been automatically accepted. The host must reach the highest level within 10 years. Failure to complete the quest will result in the host's soul being taken as punishment." The host's levels are divided into 7 stages: primitive, low, mid, high, peak, perfection, and ultimate. Hidden features will gradually unlock as levels progress. This is the ultimate test for the host. Wang Kuan was dumbfounded, and soon a wave of despair washed over him. If he didn't complete the main quest within 10 years, his soul would be taken. He'd be dead, completely and utterly dead. However, on second thought, the main quest might not be impossible. The system had already altered his identity background upon binding with him. With such an incredible power, akin to that of a god, and a built-in cheat like this, how could he not give it a shot? More importantly, Wang Kuan was desperate to know just how much of his identity background the system had modified. He had a hunch that the changes to his identity might be extraordinary, he just didn't know it yet. Thinking about Zhang Yao's disgusted face earlier and Chen Feng's smug expression, Wang Kuan silently vowed to rise above them and prove himself. The thought of having such a CEO wife while Zhang Yao was reduced to a shameful mistress made Wang Kuan secretly delighted. The future path ahead was undoubtedly his time to shine. He couldn't help but wonder how his colleagues would look at him tomorrow at work. Would Zhang Yao have the nerve to approach him? Would Chen Feng apologize to him in person? I'm taking on this quest, Wang Kuan declared in his heart, his eyes shining with determination. But for now, of course, the priority was to go home with his stunning CEO wife, Sulan, and relish the pleasures of their luxurious life. Bailing Estate. This is the most prestigious villa estate in Bailing, with an exceptional environment, far away from the bustling city, a dreamland for the wealthy. To live in Bailing Estate, who wouldn't be a multi-millionaire tycoon? Good grief! Wang Kuan stood below a two-story seaside villa, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets in shock, looking like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. As the garage door automatically closed, Sulan, carrying her handbag, walked over with a frosty expression. She unlocked the door with no hesitation, her imposing figure wrapped in a professional suit. Her almond-shaped eyes, framed by black-rimmed glasses, glared coldly at Wang Kuan with a hint of disdain. You live here every day, don't you? Haven't you seen it before? What's there to be so surprised about? Living with a beautiful CEO wife every day, who would still find it novel? Wang Kuan swallowed nervously, his hands trembling slightly as he pulled a wrinkled pack of Hontishan cigarettes from his pocket. He lit one, took a deep drag, and suppressed his excitement, forcing himself to act nonchalant as he casually waved his hand. It's not the house that shocked me. It's that I just realized today how stunningly beautiful you are, wife. Sulan adjusted her black-framed glasses with a cold expression. Sweet talker. I really don't understand what the old man saw in you, making me responsible for taking care of you every single day. I'm going to cook now. With that, Sulan entered the villa. Wang Kuan's face lit up with joy, his heart bursting with happiness. Even his breathing trembled with exhilaration. He struck gold. Not only did he get a stunning wife, but she also had to take care of his daily needs. This was incredible luck. Wait, the old man saw something in me? Does this mean there's some deeper connection here? Questions flashed through Wang Kuan's mind as he thought to himself, something's not right. This new identity is way too strange. I need to figure out what exactly my role here is. But for now, he glanced toward the garage. He had seen everything when they parked the car earlier. There wasn't just one car in the garage. There was also a Bentley and a sports car. Since he and Sulan were married, didn't that mean these luxury cars belonged to him as well? Without hesitation, Wang Kuan ran to the garage, pressed the lift switch, and immediately saw the three cars inside. A black Bentley, a white Maserati Quattroporte, and a red Ferrari. Holy crap! Wang Kuan excitedly rushed to the sports car, leaning his entire body onto the hood. He felt the cold surface, trembling all over as if he were in a dream. Touching the Ferrari emblem, a trace of determination appeared on Wang Kuan's face. He muttered to himself, tomorrow morning, I'll drive this car to work. Let's see if Zhang Yao regrets it and whether Chen Feng, that useless deputy manager, will personally come to apologize to me. After spending over 10 minutes in the garage, exploring every corner of the three cars, Wang Kuan finally walked out, satisfied and brimming with fantasies. He entered the villa, his mind racing with excitement. Since his identity had been altered, even though he wasn't sure of the specifics, one thing was certain, the old man Sulan mentioned must know the truth. The sky was darkening, and between husband and wife, sharing a bed was inevitable. Thinking of this, Wang Kuan felt a surge of excitement. Ever since Zhang Yao got into Chen Feng's car, he had lost all interest in her. He never imagined he'd have a day like this. And all this had happened within just 2 hours of acquiring the system. Standing in the living room, Wang Kuan glanced around. The villa was furnished in a minimalist style, with a modern black and white theme, exuding sophistication without being ostentatious. Surprisingly, there seemed to be no housekeeper in the two-story villa. It was just him and Sulan, making the place eerily quiet, as if hiding countless secrets. At this moment, Sulan walked out of the kitchen, carrying dishes and utensils with an expressionless face. She deliberately placed them heavily on the table, creating a loud clatter, as if silently reminding Wang Kuan to pay attention. However, Wang Kuan continued to stand in the living room, grinning foolishly with a somewhat sleazy expression, seemingly oblivious to Sulan's silent reminder. Su Lan's emotions churned beneath her calm exterior as she slowly brought out the rest of the food. 2 years ago, she had reluctantly married this mysterious man, Wang Kuan. To make matters worse, her grandfather had arranged for them to live under the same roof without a housekeeper, forcing them to live together. What was even more absurd was that, as the eldest daughter of the Su family's third generation, she was required by her grandfather to take care of Wang Kuan's daily needs. This left Su Lan feeling deeply unbalanced but utterly helpless. The Su family of Bailing wielded immense power and influence, practically a noble lineage. By the age of 23, Su Lan had become the CEO of a major cosmetics company under the Su family's umbrella due to her talent. It was no exaggeration to say that the Su family's foundation in Bailing was as deep as the ocean. But Su Lan could never figure out what role Wang Kuan played or why her grandfather insisted on their marriage despite opposition. To this day, she still couldn't untangle the mystery, only feeling that Wang Kuan was utterly useless, a complete waste. Even Wang Kuan's position in the company's marketing department had been arranged in secret by Su Lan. Yet this man achieved nothing there, embodying the epitome of idleness. Su Lan always looked down on such people. If not for the marital bond between them, she wouldn't have bothered with him at all. "Dinner's ready. Did you hear me? Sit down, I have something to discuss with you," Su Lan said coldly. Wang Kuan finally snapped out of his daydreams, eagerly running to the dining room with an ingratiating smile. He leaned closer to Su Lan, grinning slyly. "Your orders, my dear wife?" Su Lan frowned, suppressing the anger rising within her. She spoke icily, "After what happened at the company today, you'd better not go to work anymore. If you're bored, go find grandfather. After all, your current job was arranged by me. I don't want you staying at the company because by tomorrow, everyone will know about our relationship." Wang Kuan paused briefly, mulling it over. Internally, he marveled at how his background had been altered so seamlessly. He clearly remembered being hired through an interview, yet now it seemed Su Lan had orchestrated it all. Wait, could his past have also been rewritten? "I can't do that. I have to go to work. I'm not going to be a kept man. Besides, I need to drive that Ferrari tomorrow. I'm going to work. No matter what. I'm your husband, you can't fire me. Otherwise, people will think you're hiding something," Wang Kuan said meaningfully. "What do I have to hide?" Su Lan said irritably, her face stern as ever, seemingly incapable of smiling. Wang Kuan rested his chin on his hand lazily and replied with an air of indifference, "If you fire me, people will think you're no match for Zhang Yao, that you're afraid of leaving me in the company because she might steal me away. Even though you were pretending this afternoon in front of the company, others might not see it that way. The great CEO Su, less charming than Zhang Yao? That would make you look pretty insecure. You." Su Lan was momentarily at a loss for words, rendered speechless by Wang Kuan's brazen defense. Wang Kuan picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of braised pork that Su Lan had personally cooked, and, while chewing, said, "My dear wife, driving me out of the company like that is definitely not right. In fact, we should show off our love more often at the company, maybe even pick each other up every day." "You're dreaming. The only reason I picked you up today is because I have something to tell you. Don't get any ideas, I have no special feelings for you. We're just married in name, nothing more. What I want to talk about is your sister, Wang Xiaoqian," Su Lan declared righteously. "His sister, Wang Xiaoqian? Go on, what's wrong with Xiaoqian?" Wang Kuan instantly had a rough idea of the situation. It must have something to do with the changes in his identity, which had also affected his sister, Wang Xiaoqian. Su Lan removed her black-rimmed glasses, her breathtaking face made even more stunning under the light. She spoke firmly, "Your sister has been recuperating at the Su family estate. The old master sought out many renowned doctors for her, but her illness, late-stage leukemia, is beyond saving. The old master asked me to tell you that your sister, Wang Xiaoqian, has at most 3 months to live. This is also why I want you to leave the company, to spend more time with her while you can." Wang Kuan's heart shattered upon hearing this news, as if his entire world had collapsed in that instant. He had originally been an ordinary office worker, with a 9-year-old sister, Wang Xiaoqian, who had long been gravely ill and required exorbitant medical expenses for her prolonged hospitalization. Wang Kuan had been an orphan since childhood, unaware of his biological parents. He was later adopted by a kind-hearted couple, which barely gave him a semblance of family. However, fate was cruel. When Wang Kuan was 16, his adoptive parents tragically died in a car accident, leaving him to care for his young sister. From that moment on, Wang Kuan bore the heavy responsibility of taking care of Xiaoqian, acting as both her brother and her father. Xiaoqian's health had always been poor, eventually being diagnosed with leukemia. If not for the compensation from the car accident, Wang Kuan would have never been able to afford her treatment. Now, despite his altered identity and background, the news that his sister had only 3 months left to live pushed Wang Kuan to the brink of despair. You should listen to me and spend more time with your sister. The old master has done everything he could, even finding so many renowned doctors, but there's really nothing more that can be done. You need to prepare yourself mentally. The chances of recovering from such an illness are almost non-existent, Su Lan said softly, her expression tight, revealing her sympathy for Wang Kuan's sister. Just as Wang Kuan was drowning in despair, the system's task notification suddenly sounded. Upgrade task automatically accepted. Task requirements: the host must raise their level from primitive to lower grade within 3 months, and they are not allowed to leave their current company position during this time. Upon task completion, the host will be rewarded with a pill capable of curing all diseases. Experience points required for the upgrade can only be obtained through accepting system bounty tasks, as the host's current level is too low. Detailed tasks can be checked in the task panel. Task star ratings can be refreshed using pretentiousness points. Hearing the system's notification, Wang Kuan immediately shifted away from Su Lan, quickly pulled out his phone, opened the system app, and navigated to the task panel. Previously, he had only skimmed through it. Now, upon closer inspection, he discovered an additional bounty task feature. However, the specifics of the tasks were unknown until they were accepted. To increase the star rating of a task, he had to spend pretentiousness points, with the maximum being a 9-star task. What are you doing? Su Lan asked, noticing Wang Kuan's strange behavior. Wang Kuan quickly shook his head and communicated with the system in his mind. That upgrade task, if I really manage to level up within 3 months, I'll get that pill to cure my sister's illness? Yes, please trust in the system's capabilities. You have already witnessed its power, the system replied solemnly. A glimmer of hope ignited in Wang Kuan's heart. 3 months wasn't too long or too short. As long as he kept accepting bounty tasks, there was a chance he could complete the upgrade. Bounty task, primitive level host, 1-star task. Task details will only be revealed upon acceptance. To increase the star rewards, consuming 10,000 pretentiousness points is required. Without hesitation, Wang Kuan clicked to refresh the star rating, silently cursing the exorbitant cost. The screen flashed, and the task star rating increased from 1 star to 3 stars. Gritting his teeth, Wang Kuan decided to accept the task immediately. He couldn't waste the 10,000 pretentiousness points. However, the requirements of the 3-star bounty task that popped up nearly gave him a heart attack. Chain pretentiousness task accepted. The host must complete 2 consecutive pretentious acts within 24 hours. Until this task is completed, no additional bounty tasks can be accepted. Failing to complete the task within the allotted time will result in penalties. Task rewards include 10% base experience points and an additional unknown reward. What the hell is a chain pretentiousness task? Wang Kuan cursed internally. Did this mean he had to act pretentious while drowning in despair to save his sister? This was an insane challenge. Wang Kuan wore a bitter expression, muttering to himself, fine, for the sake of leveling up, I'll play alone. With the 3-star bounty task accepted, his pretentiousness points were now down to 90,000. There was no other choice, this was currently his only chance. However, the task's requirements were truly bizarre. Chain pretentious acts. What exactly did that entail? After calculating the time, Wang Kuan realized it wasn't too tight yet. Since only he and Su Lan were in the villa, the chances of completing the task tonight were slim. He would have to wait until work tomorrow. After all, the upgrade task required the host to remain at their company position. Suppressing his anxiety, Wang Kuan sat back down and resolutely said, "My dear wife, of course I have to work. It's not like I can just leave whenever I want. As for the rest, Before Wang Kuan could finish, Su Lan interrupted him with disdain on her face. Xiaoqian is so young, yet she has a brother as irresponsible as you. I truly pity her. You've never been a conscientious person. Don't look at me, I don't want to hear you talk." These words left Wang Kuan speechless, his heart filled with bitterness. After some thought, Wang Kuan decided it wasn't worth explaining. No matter what he said, Su Lan wouldn't believe him. Over time, he had come to understand her impression of him, an irresponsible, unaccomplished loser, wrapped in the guise of a CEO husband. After dinner, Su Lan washed dishes in the kitchen. Her graceful figure, adorned with an apron, was like that of a domestic goddess. Wang Kuan couldn't help but feel a bit captivated, mischievously rubbing his hands together before heading upstairs to the master bedroom. Since they were married, it was only natural to sleep in the same room. The master bedroom was spacious and bright, styled in a modern black and white design. As soon as Wang Kuan entered, he caught a whiff of a fragrant scent, identical to the subtle perfume Su Lan wore. On the wall hung a wedding photo of Wang Kuan and Su Lan embracing, exuding a sweetness that anyone would envy. The wardrobe wasn't completely closed, and Wang Kuan couldn't help but step forward to pull it open. Inside were mostly women's clothes, along with several pairs of stockings. On the other side, there were just a few men's outfits. Wang Kuan immediately realized that these were his clothes. He scanned the master bedroom, and even a fool could tell if their clothes were stored in the same wardrobe. Didn't that mean they were sharing the same room? System, I freaking love you. Even though I'm not sure what else has been altered, just from what I see now, this is the life of my dreams. Wang Kuan grinned mischievously, grabbed his set of pajamas, and decisively headed into the bathroom to take a shower. While showering, Wang Kuan couldn't stop himself from grinning foolishly, just like a loser who had finally turned his life around. After his shower, dressed in his pajamas, Wang Kuan flopped onto the soft bed with a thud, spread his arms out, and gazed at the ceiling, feeling deeply emotional. The phone on the bedside table suddenly buzzed with a WeChat message. Wang Kuan picked up his phone and smiled while lying on his side because the message was from Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao wrote, "Wang Kuan, are you there? Can we talk?" Wang Kuan arrogantly replied, "Sorry, I'm really busy right now. I'm in my wife's room, waiting for her to finish washing the dishes and come upstairs. Don't you have Chen Feng? He's doing pretty well as a deputy director under my wife." Wang Kuan, cut the act. "You haven't actually married Su Lan, have you? Otherwise, I've known you for so long, how could I not know you got married? I think you're just a friend of Su Lan's, and she's just playing along with you. Someone who could marry Su Lan wouldn't be as shabby as you." "It's obvious it would take a rich person," Zhang Yao replied with a tone full of skepticism. Wang Kuan was so enraged he nearly burst into flames. He thought to himself that Zhang Yao was just testing him. If he and Su Lan really were husband and wife, based on what he knew about Zhang Yao, she would definitely try to latch onto him again. He had seen right through Zhang Yao, she was nothing but a shameless gold digger. Wang Kuan coldly replied, "Whether it's true or not, you'll know tomorrow. I'm too lazy to explain." "Ha, keep pretending. Go on, keep acting. I don't believe it for a second. You don't look like someone wealthy, how could you possibly be with Su Lan?" Zhang Yao's response came almost instantly. Wang Kuan felt a surge of anger and decided not to respond anymore. A few seconds later, Zhang Yao unexpectedly initiated a video call. On the phone screen, Zhang Yao's face appeared, her makeup flawless, looking as enchanting as ever. Wang Kuan felt a dark satisfaction welling up inside him. He decided not to hold back anymore and decisively accepted the call. "Fine, Zhang Yao. If you want to test me, then I'll let you see for yourself," he thought to himself. The video call began, but Wang Kuan didn't aim the camera at himself. Instead, he deliberately pointed it at the TV in the master bedroom, keeping the view blurry to leave room for Zhang Yao's imagination. "Wang Kuan, where are you? Why won't you show me your face?" Zhang Yao sneered. "Not with that Chen Feng of yours?" Wang Kuan asked nonchalantly. Zhang Yao shook her head. "Chen Feng just dropped me home. Didn't you say Su Lan is your wife? Where is she?" Wang Kuan smirked coldly before turning the camera towards his legs, showing himself lounging casually in pajama pants. He then panned the camera around the room and taunted, "Do I really need to say it? Isn't it obvious where I am? Stop pretending." "At most, you're in a hotel suite," Zhang Yao replied, still disbelieving, her tone dripping with superiority. Seeing this, Wang Kuan's last shred of sentiment for her evaporated. All these years of feelings had been wasted on her. Since she was so blind, he decided to launch a grand counterattack. Wang Kuan got out of bed and steadily aimed the camera at the wedding photo hanging on the wall. In an instant, Zhang Yao froze, her face changing dramatically as she asked in disbelief, "How is this even possible? Did Su Lan actually marry you? Does this mean I've been playing the role of a mistress all along, completely fooled by you?" Her voice trembled with shock and unwillingness. "You're an orphan, how could someone like Su Lan ever marry you? This must be a lie." Zhang Yao's words were filled with disbelief. Wang Kuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction and deliberately mimicked Zhang Yao's superior tone, "You think you're so clever? Don't judge a book by its cover. Seems like you didn't get that lesson. You passed on a good guy like me and chose to hang out with someone like Chen Feng. We're simply from two different worlds." Zhang Yao panicked and bit her lip. "Wang Kuan, listen to me, Wang Kuan cut her off dismissively, "I don't want to hear it, and there's nothing to explain. After all, I'm a married man now, and I just want to focus on my family and treat Su Lan well. At that moment, the bedroom door opened, and Su Lan walked in after finishing the dishes. Wang Kuan felt triumphant, turning the camera towards her as he walked over, wrapping an arm around her neck. Smiling at Zhang Yao, he said, "Zhang Yao, stop pestering me. My wife and I are very happy together, and I'm going to cherish her." Su Lan instinctively tried to pull away but realized that Wang Kuan was pointing the camera at her to show off their love to Zhang Yao. She had only gone along with it earlier to avoid exposing Wang Kuan's embarrassing situation, but now it had backfired terribly. "Dear wife, you've worked so hard. Look at how sincere I am," Wang Kuan said with a playful glint in his eye. Su Lan's heart sank. It was clear that he expected her to keep playing along, or else the awkwardness from earlier in the day would be impossible to smooth over. Reluctantly, Su Lan forced a smile and played along with Wang Kuan, silently cursing his shamelessness. She turned to Zhang Yao on the screen and said, "My husband loves me very much. Thank you for your concern. It's because of you that he's realized his mistakes and decided to come back to his family." Zhang Yao was utterly stunned, her face frozen in disbelief. She could never have imagined that Wang Kuan, a seemingly insignificant employee in the company's marketing department, was actually married to the beautiful CEO, Su Lan. What humiliated her the most was that from start to finish, she had played the role of a fool, thinking she had hit the jackpot with Chen Feng, only to face this mind-blowing reversal. Wang Kuan didn't care in the slightest. He casually ended the video call, still holding Su Lan by the neck, his face full of smug satisfaction. Inside, he felt a rush of triumph, thinking, finally, that felt amazing. As soon as the call ended, Su Lan immediately broke free from Wang Kuan's grip. Her expression turned even colder, now tinged with disgust. She said icily, "Wang Kuan, this is the last time I'll cooperate with you. Remember that. I have to put on this act, it's part of my mission. And I have to keep it going with a chain of stunts for 24 hours. I'll have to pull something else tomorrow." Wang Kuan accidentally let slip, his face still brimming with joy. "You idiot. Don't you dare bother me at work anymore," Su Lan snapped, frowning. She thought to herself, did Wang Kuan get hit on the head? Why would he say something so absurd? "Oh, you've reminded me. From now on, I'm totally going to cling to you at work, my dear wife," Wang Kuan said with a mischievous grin. I'm done arguing with someone like you. Starting now, we're sleeping in separate rooms," Su Lan declared angrily before storming out of the master bedroom, leaving Wang Kuan looking regretful but still secretly pleased. Damn it, that act backfired. 2 mornings later, Wang Kuan woke up in the master bedroom of the villa. After washing up, he changed into a casual suit from the wardrobe. However, it felt extremely awkward on him, like an imposter emperor wearing a dragon robe, exuding an unmistakable vibe of mediocrity. Wang Kuan felt frustrated. Last night, in order to complete a task, he had deliberately video-called Zhang Yao, but ended up overdoing it, which resulted in Su Lan giving him the cold shoulder and sleeping in a separate room. He had even secretly tried to open Su Lan's door, but it was locked from the inside. What a miserable loss for him. Still, there were gains amidst the losses. Although he and Su Lan were now sleeping in separate rooms, he had at least completed half of the task, vented some frustration, and indirectly humiliated Zhang Yao. System, I've completed half of this 3-star task of consecutive boasting, haven't I? I gave it my all last night. If I remember correctly, the base reward for this task is a 10% experience boost and some unknown special item, right? Wang Kuan adjusted his shirt collar, feeling somewhat helpless about last night's losses. The system's voice immediately rang in his mind, sounding serious. Based on your performance last night, it can only be considered forced boasting. The effect was subpar, but barely acceptable. After all, the host has just started and isn't yet skilled at managing tasks, which is understandable. For this 3-star task, if the host completes it within the stipulated time, you will not only receive the base reward of 10% experience but also an unknown special item. Consecutive boasting requires the host to boast successfully twice in a row within a single event or in front of a single target. If you switch targets midway, you'll need to start over and successfully boast twice to completely finish the task. Please avoid changing targets casually. Wang Kuan finally understood the mechanics of consecutive boasting. In other words, his current target was Zhang Yao, and he had already succeeded once. If he switched targets now, he'd have to start over and boast twice in front of the new target to fully complete the task. What the hell is this weird system? The task requirements are so bizarre. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the host be tasked with doing something productive? Why does it have to involve boasting? Calculating in his mind, Wang Kuan realized that an entire night had already passed. The remaining task time was only until this afternoon. If he didn't complete it, he'd face an unknown penalty. Picking up his phone, he saw that since the video call ended last night, Zhang Yao had sent him hundreds of WeChat messages. Wang Kuan couldn't even be bothered to look at them, let alone respond. This was exactly the kind of status reversal he wanted, making this gold digger regret her actions. And not just regret, but deeply regret. After tidying up his appearance, Wang Kuan headed downstairs, only to find that Su Lan had left at some point, leaving behind a still warm breakfast on the table. This wife of mine, cold and distant on the outside, but she's actually quite considerate. She even prepared breakfast for me before leaving. Truly a capable and virtuous woman. Looks like I need to be a good husband in return, Wang Kuan thought to himself, a smile forming on his lips as he fantasized about a better future. After eating a bit of breakfast, he grew excited and began searching the house for the car keys. There was still an hour before work. Today, he had to drive the sports car to give his colleagues a surprise. But after searching for a long time, Wang Kuan, unfamiliar with the villa layout, couldn't find the car keys. Instead, he found a note stuck to the fridge with a message from Su Lan. Don't bother looking for the car keys. You amount to nothing. Driving to the office in that car would only highlight your incompetence. Besides, that's my car, you're not worthy of driving it. Ripping off the note, Wang Kuan felt a pang of frustration. So Su Lan had deliberately hidden the keys. As time ticked away, Wang Kuan had no choice but to give up on the idea of driving the sports car. Reluctantly, he left Dongling Manor and took the bus, silently cursing his bad luck. From Dongling Manor to the company downtown, the bus ride took over an hour. By the time Wang Kuan finally arrived at the company building, it was already 9:30 a.m., half an hour late. He worked as an ordinary employee in the marketing department of Su Lan's company, a position that was nearly unnoticeable. The marketing department, as the name suggests, was responsible for promotions, planning campaigns, and attracting clients. As Wang Kuan stepped into the elevator, he wondered what would happen today when he reached the 6th floor marketing department. Normally, he'd be scolded by his boss and have his pay docked for being late. However, the scene on the 6th floor was completely unexpected, a major commotion. 6 or 7 marketing department executives, including the general manager, were anxiously gathered near the elevator doors. Leading the group was the company's vice president, Chen Feng, dressed sharply in a suit, exuding an air of authority. Everyone stay here and wait. Nobody is allowed to leave until Wang Kuan arrives, Chen Feng ordered, trying to maintain a serious demeanor. Though he was internally nervous. He had never imagined that the marketing department was hiding such a big shot, Su Lan's actual husband. Vice President Chen, this is your business. Why drag the rest of us into it? We're already swamped with work. How are we supposed to know that someone like Wang Kuan even existed in the marketing department? One of the executives protested. Yeah, Vice President, don't involve us in this mess. Su Lan herself admitted it. Now the whole company knows that Wang Kuan is the real big boss, another executive chimed in. Exactly. I just looked into his records and discovered he's been with the company for 2 years. Could it be that Su Lan deliberately arranged this? Has Wang Kuan already secured dirt on all of us? The marketing department executives began murmuring anxiously, their faces pale. Chen Feng cursed inwardly. Of all the women to pursue, why did it have to be Zhang Yao? Regardless of Wang Kuan and Su Lan's marital dynamics, anyone capable of marrying the eldest daughter of the Su family from Bailing was not to be underestimated. If Wang Kuan so much as whispered a word to Su Lan, Chen Feng's career could be utterly ruined. To handle this sudden crisis, Chen Feng had spent the entire night without sleep, finally deciding to offer his allegiance as a show of loyalty. Shut up, all of you. Wang Kuan's here. Chen Feng's gaze locked on the elevator doors, his heart pounding. The marketing department executives, regardless of their height or build, turned ashen-faced. With each floor the elevator ascended, their hearts raced faster. The tense atmosphere on the 6th floor was palpable, and even the ordinary employees felt the pressure, trembling in fear. The vice president waiting personally, with the department heads looking guilty as if they'd been caught stealing. Who else in the company could create such tension? With a soft ding, the elevator reached the 6th floor. The doors slowly opened, revealing Wang Kuan's figure. He was dressed in a luxurious casual suit, polished leather shoes on his feet, and a Vacheron Constantin watch gleaming on his wrist. Although his overall demeanor didn't quite match the attire, he seemed like a completely different person compared to yesterday. Seeing the scene outside the elevator, Wang Kuan had anticipated it, but his heart still churned with emotion. Today, he would prove his worth and shatter all doubts and prejudices. System, if I start boasting now, the progress I made with Zhang Yao won't count anymore, right? I'd have to start over? Wang Kuan hesitated, unwilling to abandon the half-completed task. A faint smile played on his lips, hinting at something. The system responded calmly, correct. If you switch targets, you'll need to start over. This is your final reminder. Wang Kuan paused in the elevator, holding down the open door button. His brows furrowed as he weighed the pros and cons silently. But with just that frown, the senior executives of the marketing department instantly felt a tight knot in their chests. They exchanged uneasy glances, silently sighing to themselves. Wang Kuan hadn't said a single word since stepping out of the elevator, yet his mere presence imposed an invisible pressure that made everyone feel a sense of dread. This kind of man, could it really be true that he had been working as an ordinary employee in the company for 2 years, quietly and inconspicuously? 2 years of patience and mediocrity? They simply couldn't believe it. The more they thought about it, the more it sent shivers down their spines, making them feel a deep sense of inadequacy. This man, his mind was terrifyingly deep. Chen Feng broke out in a cold sweat, utterly shaken by Wang Kuan's aura. He couldn't find the words to speak and thought to himself that the situation was going south quickly. Swallowing nervously, he stepped forward, forcing a smile and adopting a completely different attitude from the coldness he had shown yesterday. With deference, he said, Mr. Wang, you're arriving so late, we've all been waiting for you for quite some time. Mr. Wang? Waiting for a long time? I'm clearly late, why don't you seem to care at all? Wang Kuan questioned, his heart caught in turmoil. The marketing department's general manager, Xiao Ming, a man with a round belly, stammered in response, Mr. Wang, you're different. This is Ms. Su's company, isn't it also your company? It's joint property between you and Ms. Su. So what if it's joint property? I come to work, I separate private matters from public ones. Who told you that special treatment was permissible? Wang Kuan continued to hesitate internally. He'd rather the other party simply berate him than mess up this task and have to start all over again. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming was left speechless on the spot, his oily face scrunching up in distress as he looked like he was about to cry from guilt. The other executives were even more on edge, collectively frozen in fear. Chen Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead, his teeth clenched, and said, Mr. Wang, that Zhang Yao is nothing but a gold digger. She deliberately tried to seduce me, ruining the company's reputation. Before you arrived, I already fired her. From now on, there will be no Zhang Yao in this company. What? Zhang Yao's been fired? How am I supposed to pull this off now? No wonder I received hundreds of WeChat messages, it turns out she got fired. Wang Kuan released the elevator door button with a helpless sigh and stepped out. He thought to himself, it looks like I'll have to start this task over. Perhaps, the moment the elevator doors had opened, the show had already begun. Did I give you permission to fire Zhang Yao? Who gave you, Chen Feng, the authority to decide? Mentioning Zhang Yao and Chen Feng, the former was clearly a materialistic woman, while the latter was someone Wang Kuan utterly despised. He had stolen Zhang Yao from Wang Kuan, humiliated him openly in front of the company, and now, sensing a shift in the winds, he immediately changed his attitude, using Zhang Yao's dismissal to express loyalty? Did he really think everything that had happened could just be erased? If it weren't for the system's intervention, Wang Kuan knew that he himself would still be the one trampled underfoot. For someone like Chen Feng, Wang Kuan had no desire to show any goodwill. He knew full well that Chen Feng had never truly liked Zhang Yao, it was all just a game to him. Otherwise, how could he have been so quick to fire her? Now that Zhang Yao was gone, the only way forward was to target Chen Feng and complete his mission. To earn the system's upgrade rewards and cure his sister Wang Xiaoqian's illness, Wang Kuan had to see this through to the end. I asked you a question, Wang Kuan said leisurely, striding directly toward Chen Feng without any intention of stopping. His aura instantly grew stronger. Chen Feng was so terrified that his face turned pale, and he involuntarily stepped backward, trying to explain, Mr. Wang, I didn't realize your true identity. If I'd known, I wouldn't have dared even with 10 times the courage. And besides, you've seen it yourself, Zhang Yao isn't worth keeping around. Wang Kuan pressed forward step by step, forcing Chen Feng to retreat continuously. The other executives also backed away in fear, their hearts pounding as they realized Wang Kuan's depth of character. In just a few steps, he had seized control of the entire situation. Without saying another word, Wang Kuan drove Chen Feng and his group into the marketing department's workspace. Instantly, many employees stood up, their faces filled with shock. My goodness, Wang Kuan has always been so unassuming, who would have thought his presence could be this commanding? Even Vice President Chen looks like he's about to wet himself. Our marketing department's so-called leaders are cowering like scared puppies. Wang Kuan is on a whole other level now. If I'd known, I would have tried to build a relationship with him sooner. I could have gotten a promotion today. Ugh, I'm such an idiot. I always thought Wang Kuan wasn't simple from the very beginning. Now it's clear, my instincts were spot on. The murmurs and discussions grew louder, and Wang Kuan quickly became the center of attention in the entire marketing department. This commanding stance frightened Chen Feng so much that his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, blurting out in panic, "Mr. Wang, I was wrong. Yesterday. I apologize to you. I'm just an employee working for the company, for the Su family. If you're unhappy, you can punish me here and now, I won't resist. I'm asking you, did you have my permission?" Wang Kuan furrowed his brows, thinking to himself that Chen Feng indeed had the knack for playing humble to gain sympathy. "No, I didn't. If you'd like, I can call her back to work immediately." Chen Feng was utterly terrified and wouldn't dare go against Wang Kuan. He quickly caved, knowing full well that the company belonged to Su Lan. If Wang Kuan went to the Su family board, anyone there could easily have him, Chen Feng, kicked out. Knowing when to yield was a mark of a smart man. This was the wisdom Chen Feng had gained from years of navigating the workplace. The sooner he backed down, the less likely Wang Kuan would escalate things in public. But Chen Feng didn't know that Wang Kuan was Su Lan's husband, which made it impossible for him to fully grasp the situation. "I'll have her come back right away," Chen Feng said, fumbling for his phone. Wang Kuan bent down, grabbed Chen Feng by the collar, and stopped him mid-action, coldly saying, "No, no, no. Listen closely, I'm not asking you to call Zhang Yao back. I want you to understand, from now on, who's really in charge of this company. You are. I'm just an employee," Chen Feng immediately conceded without hesitation. Wang Kuan's lips twitched in frustration. This guy gave in so quickly, how was he supposed to keep up the act? This might even turn into a situation where he embarrasses himself instead. Wang Kuan hesitated briefly. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng plastered a smile on his face and vowed, "Mr. Wang, I was blind before and failed to recognize who you are. I've learned my lesson and promise never to make the same mistake again." What a shameless man. "Mr. Wang, actually, wouldn't it be better this way? If you want to punish me, just go ahead. I'll take it humbly. After all, isn't prioritizing Ms. Su the right thing to do? What does it matter if I, Chen Feng, am the scapegoat?" Chen Feng declared without hesitation. Several of the senior executives glanced at him approvingly, silently commending his skillful maneuvering. They even felt a sense of relief themselves. In front of everyone, Chen Feng had already admitted his mistakes. If Wang Kuan continued to press him, it would appear excessive, even tyrannical. After all, Wang Kuan was publicly known to be a married man. Having an affair would be seen as immoral. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Some began to view the situation more rationally, believing Chen Feng's actions were understandable and not unforgivable. On the contrary, they thought he was helping diffuse tension in Wang Kuan and Su Lan's marriage. After all, no one had known Wang Kuan's true identity before. Noticing the shift in the room's mood, Wang Kuan realized he was losing the upper hand. Internally cursing his bad luck, his expression softened. "Mr. Wang, if you're upset, feel free to take it out on me," Chen Feng said, having spent years in the workplace. He immediately noticed Wang Kuan's change in demeanor and thought to himself, morally speaking, Wang Kuan was the one in the wrong for having an affair. How could anyone have known? The more Chen Feng thought about it, the more he felt that his previous tension was merely a psychological effect. Now, as he gradually calmed down, not only did he feel smug, but he also eagerly anticipated Wang Kuan's impending embarrassment. After all, Wang Kuan was the one who had cheated, wasn't he? Although it's common for wealthy men to have mistresses, that's certainly not something that can be openly admitted. Wang Kuan squinted his eyes, having already seen through the sinister thoughts in Chen Feng's mind. Unable to hold back, he communicated with the system in his head, "You messed with my background and turned me into a cheater. Others couldn't beat me in other ways, so they're attacking me morally. But before you changed my profile, I wasn't even considered a cheater. System, you're screwing me over." There's still room for a reversal of this situation. It depends on whether the host has the wit to turn it around, the system calmly reminded him. Suppressing his frustration, Wang Kuan's mind raced. He took a deep breath and, with a stern expression, reprimanded, "Indeed, my affair with Zhang Yao was my fault. But I must tell you that I've already made the decision to return to my family. Su Lan has forgiven me, and we had a good talk last night. It's none of your business. Today, I came here to expose the malicious actions you and others in the upper management, including you, Chen Feng, have committed against the company. What evidence? What actions? Chen Feng's expression shifted slightly. He thought to himself that Su Lan was far too forgiving and that Wang Kuan's move was absolutely brilliant. The fact that the couple had reconciled, becoming more intimate instead of falling apart, left no room for outsiders to interfere. Clearly, Wang Kuan wasn't here for Zhang Yao, his target was the corrupt elements within the company. The senior members of the marketing department held their breaths, instinctively lowering their heads, not daring to make a sound. Forcing himself to remain calm, Chen Feng slowly stood up from the ground and responded steadily, "Mr. Wang, the matter with Zhang Yao is trivial, and President Su doesn't mind. I, as an outsider, have no place to comment. However, there are some things you can't just say without evidence. If you really have proof, show it to everyone. If it turns out I've wronged the company, I'll take full responsibility." Chen Feng was clearly not easy to deal with, but this didn't faze Wang Kuan in the slightest. Wang Kuan lit a cigarette leisurely and said with feigned seriousness, "Before going to bed last night, I handed over all the evidence to my wife, Su Lan. After all, I haven't been idle during my 2 years in this company. My goal has been to root out the corrupt elements and separate personal matters from business. If you're smart, you should admit your wrongdoing now, and the company will handle it internally. Otherwise, the consequences could range from being fired to facing criminal charges. Su Lan is already organizing the evidence to present to the board of directors." Chen Feng struggled to maintain his composure, suppressing his panic so as not to show any weakness. However, the general manager of the marketing department, Xiao Ming, couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately started spilling secrets. "Mr. Wang, please don't submit anything to the board. I just couldn't resist for a moment. Please stop President Su and give me another chance." Xiao Ming's confession sent waves of panic through the others. It was Vice President Chen who led the way. "We were just taking small shares of the profits." "I knew it. Wang Kuan must have been placed here by President Su." Most of the marketing funds and even funds from other departments were siphoned off by Vice President Chen. "I had nothing to do with it." "That's right. Vice President Chen took the lion's share. We only got scraps. Considering how much effort we've put into this company over the years, please spare us. We're willing to return the money." "You all," Chen Feng's face turned as dark as coal, and he was nearly exploding with rage. "Vice President Chen, do I still need to produce the evidence?" Wang Kuan said, cigarette in hand, acting indignant. "The reason I criticized you earlier for firing Zhang Yao without consulting me wasn't just to remind you who's in charge here. It's also because I know that secretary of yours has definitely benefited from your corruption. She can't just be fired so easily without being held accountable." With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Wang Kuan appeared calm and composed, though in his heart, he was silently praising himself for masterfully turning the situation around. Cough, though he was just an ordinary employee, using this opportunity to boast a little wouldn't hurt. Seeing Chen Feng's darkened expression, Wang Kuan outwardly maintained his righteous demeanor while inwardly relishing his triumph. Although this victory wasn't entirely secure and came with some risks, making Chen Feng look bad was enough to exact revenge for past grievances. As for what would happen next, Wang Kuan believed that Chen Feng would inevitably reap the consequences of his actions. As for Su Lan, I wonder how she'll react when she hears about all this. I bet she'll be shocked. I'll have to check her expression. When I get home this afternoon to see if she still looks at me the same way, Wang Kuan mused to himself, imagining the scene. The senior members of the marketing department, scared out of their wits, confessed without further prompting, creating an almost comical scene. Many employees had already lost their motivation, their faces a mixture of shock and fear, making them look utterly ridiculous. No one had expected that Wang Kuan, who had spent 2 years lurking in the company, had actually been collecting evidence to root out the corrupt elements. It was utterly jaw-dropping. Now, no one cared about Wang Kuan's past. All eyes were on the suited and booted Chen Feng, their gazes filled with disdain as if looking at a shameless traitor. Chen Feng's face was ashen. This time, he was utterly speechless. With so many witnesses, his dark secrets were bound to spread like wildfire. Even if he tried to bribe Wang Kuan with a hefty sum, it wouldn't work unless he could silence everyone present. The reality was that Chen Feng didn't have that kind of power. "Mr. Wang, perhaps you could discuss this with President Su again?" Chen Feng tentatively suggested, his tone full of guilt. Wang Kuan casually flicked the ash off his cigarette and, with a dramatic wave of his sleeve, strode past Chen Feng, saying indifferently, "Business is business. You've wronged the company, and that's an unchangeable fact. There's no point in coming to me now, go talk to your wife, Su Lan." With that, Wang Kuan walked gracefully into the workspace and sat at his desk with a faint smile. In truth, Wang Kuan didn't have any evidence at all. Everything had been orchestrated through his quick wit and clever maneuvers. Since some people had already confessed, the next logical step was to involve Su Lan. As the company's president, Su Lan would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to clean house. After all, from a business perspective, even if their marital relationship wasn't great, she would never let others take advantage of the situation. Sitting at his desk, Wang Kuan quietly opened his computer, pretending to type away industriously. Meanwhile, his colleagues kept their distance, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief, as if Wang Kuan had suddenly become the center of everyone's attention. Especially at the entrance to the workspace, where Chen Feng and the other senior managers stood like a group of terrified props, too scared to move and too embarrassed to approach Wang Kuan. The atmosphere on the 6th floor of the marketing department was as tense as a frozen lake, suffocatingly oppressive. Wang Kuan, on the other hand, remained utterly composed. His desk faced away from the entrance, as if none of this had anything to do with him. He simply let the matter drop, exuding an air of nonchalance. The marketing department's general manager, Xiao Ming, drenched in cold sweat, mustered his courage to whisper in Chen Feng's ear, "Vice President Chen, there's nothing we can do. If Wang Kuan dares to say something like that in front of everyone, he's definitely not joking. He's worked here for 2 years, don't you think President Su put him here on purpose? What should we do now? What should I do? From the very beginning, I didn't want to offend him, so I deliberately acted that way. Yet, you fools believed it so easily." Chen Feng felt a deep dissatisfaction and a faint sense of resentment in his heart. After years of fighting in the workplace, this was his first time experiencing such a blow. After thinking for a moment, Chen Feng unwillingly glanced at Wang Kuan one last time before hurriedly leaving. The executives remaining in place, led by Xiao Ming, stood at a distance watching Wang Kuan typing away at his computer, their hearts pounding wildly. It's over. This guy Wang Kuan is too scheming. He's obviously exploiting personal grudges under the guise of public duties, and we can't even counterattack. Even Vice President Chen is in a precarious position. We'd better figure out how to protect our own jobs. Wang Kuan noticed Chen Feng's hasty departure, and the usual domineering executives now trembling with fear. A satisfied smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The change in his colleagues' gazes, in particular, made Wang Kuan feel that times had truly changed. If it had been before, apart from a few close colleagues, who would have cared about him? At the root of it all, it was thanks to the system's transformation. Though his reputation had taken a hit, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. I suspect this system has hidden something about my identity. I should find an opportunity to visit the Su family in Bailing. While checking on Shaoxian, I'll also meet that old man Su and figure out my true identity. But, speaking of which, system, did I pull off that act well enough? Wang Kuan mused to himself, a wave of delight surging in his chest. The system, which could perceive Wang Kuan's thoughts, promptly responded, "The opening was natural, the middle nearly failed, but you barely regained the upper hand at the end. Considering the host has only recently acquired this system, you're passable. As for now, host, you just need to perform one more task before the deadline in front of Chen Feng, and the mission will be deemed successful." One more time. Wang Kuan's eyelid twitched, and a confident smirk played across his lips. In less than half an hour, news of Wang Kuan spread like a storm throughout the company. Those who heard the news were all shocked. A small portion of employees became uneasy, worried that Wang Kuan might hold more evidence that could implicate other departments, potentially triggering a full-blown crisis among the executives. Naturally, this matter also reached Su Lan's ears. In the president's office on the 38th floor of the company's headquarters, Su Lan put down her desk phone. After receiving a report from her subordinates, she had already grasped the full scope of the situation. It seems necessary to take this opportunity to carry out a major purge within the company. But this Wang Kuan is surprisingly confident. He even claimed to have handed over the evidence to me last night. Typical trick, stirring up panic. I suspect 2 years ago, even the old man was deceived by him. Su Lan adjusted her black-framed glasses, a trace of disdain flashing across her lips in a cold smirk. She didn't believe for a second that Wang Kuan relied on genuine skills. Instead, it was all smooth-talking nonsense to fool others. Just then, her assistant, Xiao Feng, knocked and entered, her expression somewhat complicated. "What's the matter? President, someone's here to see you." "It's Wang." "Oh no, I mean Mr. Wang." Xiao Feng stammered, finding her impression of Wang Kuan rather peculiar. Su Lan instinctively wanted to have her assistant deny the visitor, but before she could speak, Wang Kuan had already swaggered into the room. With a mischievous grin, he boldly sat on the leather sofa in the president's office, crossed his legs, and casually said, "My dear wife, how could you not let your husband see you? Don't you know, not seeing you for a day feels like 3 years to me?" I'll leave you two to talk, Xiaofeng said awkwardly, glancing curiously at Wang Kun a few more times. She couldn't help but wonder, why would Su Lan marry someone like him? He clearly didn't seem like a proper man. Once the door shut, only the two remained in the office. Su Lan maintained her icy demeanor, coldly asking, "What are you doing here, Wang Kun? I've heard all about the mess you've caused in the company. Even though you helped the company this time, don't think I'll thank you. It was just a small favor, I don't expect your gratitude. I'm just here to give you a heads up. Work with me on this. I'm guessing Chen Feng is currently scrambling for a solution. It won't be long before he personally comes to you to plead," Wang Kun said, shrugging nonchalantly. Su Lan didn't bother to hide her disdainful expression and retorted, "So, what are you getting at? Should I fire Chen Feng or not? What kind of game are you playing? Given that I helped the company this time, I want you to leave Chen Feng to me. The final decision will be in my hands. When he comes to you to plead, direct him to me and say I'm in charge. The rest of the people, you handle as you see fit," Wang Kun said, exuding confidence as he plotted his next brilliant move in his mind. Su Lan returned to her office chair, gazing coldly at Wang Kun from a distance. "Why should I listen to you? Because I'm your husband. Because the old man from the Su family likes me. If not, I'll tell the old man that you refuse to share a room with your husband," Wang Kun said shamelessly, his lips curling into a provocative smile. Su Lan was momentarily at a loss for words, anger surging in her chest. She had never encountered someone so brazen, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of helplessness. "Looking at your expression, I'll take that as agreement. I'll just work in your office today. You do your thing, and wake me up when it's lunchtime. Don't overthink it, I'm doing it on purpose to make others think something's going on between us and scare those people a bit," Wang Kun said lazily, yawning as he glanced at the clock on the wall. He then lay down on the sofa and closed his eyes. Su Lan bit her lip lightly, her heart stirred by Wang Kun's shameless behavior, yet she felt powerless. If Wang Kun stayed here, others would undoubtedly assume something inappropriate was happening between them. So this is Wang Kun's plan. What a shameless scoundrel. Su Lan cursed inwardly, watching helplessly as Wang Kun fell into a deep sleep, even snoring. Taking several deep breaths, she tried to suppress her complex emotions while calculating how to handle others besides Chen Feng. As time ticked by, just as Su Lan was growing increasingly irritable and on the verge of losing her composure, Chen Feng appeared as expected. The moment the office door opened, Wang Kun's unabashed snoring immediately revealed his presence. "Mr. Wang is..." Xiaofeng paused, her impression of Wang Kun worsening further. "Why is Wang Kun here again?" Chen Feng's face turned pale. The moment he stepped in and saw Wang Kun, who seemed to be lying in wait, his entire body instinctively trembled. Su Lan, mindful of appearances, forced herself to say something that made her want to gag. "My Wang Kun is just like this. As long as he's willing to stay by my side, I'm content. As for why you're here, Chen Feng, I know what you're after, but it's not up to me. Wang Kun has the final say." "Ah?" Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Su Lan, suppressing her embarrassment, pointed to the still sleeping Wang Kun and said indifferently, "Wait until Wang Kun wakes up if you have something to discuss. If you're patient, you can sit here and wait." Hearing this, Chen Feng's heart felt like it was shattering into pieces. He clearly remembered that Wang Kun had once said it was useless to seek his help. Why had his attitude suddenly changed? Was he treating him like a fool? To have his fate decided by Wang Kun after he woke up while he could only wait on the sidelines, this was an absolute humiliation. "Well, I guess I'll just wait here until he wakes up." Chen Feng's whole body stiffened, his heart filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have pestered Zhang Yao. Now he was stuck in this mess. It seemed Wang Kun was indeed a vengeful character who never let grudges go unpunished. Wang Kun was sleeping soundly on the sofa. In his entire life, he had never napped in the CEO's office. Enjoying it immensely, he was utterly oblivious to the changes in his surroundings, his snores growing louder and louder. However, every snore made Chen Feng increasingly anxious. He was now utterly terrified, even suspecting that this was all an elaborate trap set by Wang Kun, luring him in without any defense. Wang Kun had claimed he didn't have the authority, yet in the end, Chen Feng still had to come begging him for help. This strategy, it was truly too cunning. Time ticked by, second by second. Wang Kun continued to sleep deeply on the leather sofa, showing no sign of waking. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Assistant Xiaofeng had long since slipped away, unwilling to linger and risk any awkwardness.
Meanwhile, Su Lan was processing the myriad issues caused by Wang Kuan through the desk phone.
Everything proceeded methodically, and the internal cleanup had already begun. No one could escape it. Except Chen Feng. Chen Feng stayed by the sofa, watching as Su Lan handled one matter after another.
He was already sweating profusely in panic.
Over his years in the company, he had secretly pocketed quite a bit of money.
Whenever funds for various projects passed through his hands, he would siphon off a portion. While it wasn't flawless, it was difficult to find concrete evidence against him. If not for those foolish colleagues in the marketing department exposing their own wrongdoings, he would never have admitted anything. As time passed and it crept closer to lunchtime, Wang Kuan remained on the sofa, snoring thunderously. Chen Feng was so anxious he felt like screaming out loud. He cursed in his heart. Why did he have to run into someone like Wang Kuan? It was like the worst luck of his life. After much hesitation, Chen Feng finally mustered the courage to approach Su Lan's desk just as she hung up the phone. With a pleading expression, he said firmly, "President Su, though I'm just a vice president and mean little to the board or the Su family's many factions, I've worked hard for the company all these years. Even if I haven't made great contributions, I've put in a lot of effort. Now that things have come to this, I, Chen Feng, admit my greed. If you're willing to help me, I swear I'll give my all for the company and the Su family." Su Lan removed her black-framed glasses, rubbed her temples, crossed her arms, and leaned back in her chair. Shaking her head, she replied coldly, "I'm truly sorry, but I can't help you with this. Whether you stay, get fired, or face more severe consequences, it's all up to Wang Kuan to decide.
Can't you help me out just this once? It's obvious Wang Kuan is using this as a personal vendetta. He's even cheated on you. President Su, how can you not care about that? This isn't normal."
Chen Feng grew desperate, his frustration spilling out.
"I really can't help you. Everything will have to wait until Wang Kuan wakes up. However, I can give you some advice: adjust your attitude and don't harbor any illusions." Su Lan glanced at the still sleeping Wang Kuan in the office.
Though her expression seemed forgiving, her heart was filled with contempt and resentment.
The atmosphere grew tense and silent.
Chen Feng stood there, restless and on edge, his heart pounding with unease.
5 minutes later, Wang Kuan yawned, stretched, and lazily woke up from the sofa.
Glancing at the time on his wrist, he tapped his forehead and muttered to himself, "Oh, it's almost lunchtime already.
Darling, let's go grab something to eat?"
Turning his head, he suddenly noticed Chen Feng's presence.
"Mr. Wang, you're finally awake. I've been waiting for you for hours. Here, have a cigarette."
Chen Feng dared not waste any time, immediately putting on a flattering smile. Pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, he respectfully offered it to Wang Kuan like a loyal lackey, even hastily producing a lighter to ignite it.
"A cigarette from the vice president? How could I refuse?" Wang Kuan smirked as he took the cigarette, holding it between his lips.
As Chen Feng bowed and lit it for him, the cigarette finally burned. The once proud vice president was now lighting a cigarette for Wang Kuan, a man he once looked down upon. This was something Wang Kuan could only dream of before gaining his newfound power. And this was just the beginning. With his changed status, Wang Kuan couldn't even fathom how much stronger he would become in the future. "Mr. Wang, you see, could you maybe?" Chen Feng hesitated, feeling bitter inside. He was, after all, a genuine vice president. When had he ever done something like this for anyone? Wherever he went, others were the ones lighting cigarettes for him. Wang Kuan took a deep drag on the cigarette, wearing an air of smugness. Then, unexpectedly, he said, "Chen Feng, I told you before I'd make you understand who's in charge here. Now, do you finally understand?" Yes, I understand." "Mr. Wang's words are as good as law." Chen Feng nodded eagerly, secretly breathing a sigh of relief, thinking his situation might not be as dire as he feared. Clearly, Wang Kuan was aiming to establish his authority. But the very next moment, Wang Kuan said something completely unexpected. "Well, you can go ahead and handle things as they should be handled. From what I can see, you're probably looking at several years behind bars." Chen Feng, who had just started to relax, suddenly froze, holding his breath. Thud. He dropped to his knees on the spot, utterly abandoning any last shred of hope. No longer daring to guess Wang Kuan's intentions, he pleaded bitterly, "Mr. Wang, please don't do this. Just tell me what you want from me, and I'll do it. There's no need to go this far. I swear, if I had known about your relationship with Zhang Yao, I wouldn't have dared to approach her." "Oh? So you're saying I'm using this as a personal vendetta?" Wang Kuan flicked the ash from his cigarette, his face devoid of emotion. Sitting nearby, Su Lan sneered inwardly, watching the scene unfold.
She thought to herself, Wang Kuan is using this as a personal vendetta.
Yet he still has the nerve to deny it.
Of course, Su Lan didn't care about Zhang Yao.
She had no interest in Wang Kuan in the first place. Their marriage was never something she wanted, it was forced upon her by her grandfather's insistence. Since their wedding, Wang Kuan and Su Lan had lived like two parallel lines, each going about their own lives. Chen Feng knew that getting Wang Kuan to truly like Su Lan was nearly impossible unless something drastically changed. Mr. Wang, you're truly impartial and fair. Public matters are public, and private matters are private.
I absolutely support you. Chen Feng spoke rapidly, hoping to curry favor with Wang Kuan.
But, well, since public matters are public, you should just deal with this matter properly, Wang Kuan said as he stubbed out the cigarette, standing as if about to leave.
Panic overtook Chen Feng.
Like a startled rabbit caught in a trap, he lunged forward and clung to Wang Kuan's leg, crying out, "Big brother!
What do you want from me? Just tell me. I really don't understand." Wang Kuan stopped in his tracks, lowering his gaze to the kneeling Chen Feng.
A sly smile crept across his lips.
This smile made Chen Feng's heart tighten. Could it be that Wang Kuan was plotting something again?
His smile seemed both cunning and lecherous.
Wang Kuan slowly extended his hand, spreading his 5 fingers, and said calmly, 1 million, not a penny less, in cash. You have 1 day to gather it. If you're late, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. 1 million. That was outright extortion. What shocked Chen Feng even more was that Wang Kuan dared to pull such a shady move in front of Su Lan. Truly cunning to the extreme, establishing authority in the company while making a profit. Such calculative precision was both impressive and terrifying. Chen Feng's face twisted, his appearance utterly disheveled. He didn't dare nod in agreement in front of Su Lan, but he also feared missing the opportunity. Who knew if Wang Kuan would set a trap for him later? If something went wrong, Chen Feng wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Su Lan furrowed her brows, suppressing the disgust in her heart. She silently turned her head, pretending not to see the scene unfolding. Seeing this, Chen Feng hurriedly nodded repeatedly, pleading, "Mr. Wang, I promise, tomorrow I'll have the cash for you. Thank you for your magnanimity, I won't dare to cross you again in the future." Wang Kuan gently patted Chen Feng's head, as though stroking a loyal dog. His face was full of satisfaction as he praised, as expected of a vice president, smart and decisive, though lacking a bit in composure. "I hope this serves as a lesson for you, teaching you not to judge people by their appearance and never to underestimate anyone. Sometimes, the seemingly insignificant people are the ones you can't afford to provoke." Yes, Mr. Wang. About the matter with Zhang Yao." Chen Feng dared not disobey, immediately releasing Wang Kuan, his heart thoroughly shaken. Zhang Yao? Wang Kuan understood clearly. A woman like Zhang Yao wasn't worth lingering over. Now that he had better options, why hang himself on one tree? Unconsciously, Wang Kuan turned his head toward Su Lan, who was still seated, and smiled. "Handle Zhang Yao however it's appropriate. Wife, would you do me the honor of joining me for lunch?" "Husband, what are you saying? I've been wanting to have meals with you every day. You've worked so hard for the company these past 2 years. Su Lan closed the document in front of her, reluctantly stood up, and, despite Chen Feng's presence, walked over to Wang Kuan's side, pretending to be sweet as she wrapped her arm around his. Yet deep inside, she felt utterly nauseated. At that moment, a voice echoed in Wang Kuan's mind. 3-star bounty mission completed. Rewarding the host with 10% experience at the current level, and an additional reward, 1 male resurrection privilege. Note, this privilege can only be used on deceased males. Once used, they will be revived, and the privilege can only be used once. Please use it wisely. Submain mission triggered, discover the mystery of your altered identity. The host is required to uncover their modified identity within 5 years. A submain mission to discover the mystery of his altered identity? What the hell? The system was the one that altered his identity, and now it wanted him to find out on his own? What kind of ridiculous task was this? As for the male resurrection privilege, it sounded like an incredibly powerful tool. Roughly 30 minutes later, leaving the CEO's office, Wang Kuan and Su Lan arrived at a nearby upscale restaurant. To be precise, it was Su Lan who led Wang Kuan there. Those who frequented such places were either wealthy elites or high-ranking officials. The restaurant played elegant music, a stark contrast to the roadside food stalls Wang Kuan used to visit. It felt like 2 entirely different worlds. This was Wang Kuan's first time in such a place, and he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Seated across from Su Lan by the window, he accepted the menu handed to him by the waiter.
A quick glance at the prices sent a shock through his heart. He nearly bit his tongue. A single Western-style steak could cost thousands, even tens of thousands.
This level of extravagance was startling. Was this Su Lan's everyday life?
"Sir, may I take your order?" the waiter asked politely. Wang Kuan tried his best to appear composed, though his heart was racing. He couldn't make sense of the items on the menu, so he randomly ordered a medium-rare steak and then pretended to check his phone. After Su Lan placed her order, she didn't speak another word.
The atmosphere became awkwardly silent.
The two of them each immersed themselves in their own devices, appearing like strangers.
Wang Kuan didn't think much of it and immediately opened the system app.
His experience bar now showed 10% progress. Once the bar was filled, his host level would upgrade from the lowest primitive level to low grade. Once he leveled up to low grade, the item shop would unlock more items, and there might even be special functions available.
Show-off value, currently remaining, 90,000 points. System, how do I earn more show-off value?
This amount could be wiped out by buying just a couple of items, Wang Kuan muttered internally.
The system replied coolly, due to the host's low level,
the only ways to currently earn show-off value are by completing missions or
bounty tasks.
Each bounty task comes with unknown extra rewards.
However, the higher the task star rating, the better the rewards. So, I need to level up to unlock more ways to earn show-off value? Wang Kuan realized.
He thought to himself how goal-driven the system was, pushing him to level up through every event. The issue was that raising the star rating of bounty tasks was outrageously expensive, 10,000 show-off value points per attempt, and the outcome was
random.
The task could either increase in stars or drop in stars.
With only 90,000 points left, Wang Kuan didn't even dare to buy items recklessly.
After all, completing missions to gain experience was the most urgent priority. He had to level up within 3 months to claim the rewards of the upgrade mission and save his sister Wang Xiaoqian's life.
Thanks to the earlier 3-star bounty task, Wang Kuan had roughly figured out the system's mechanics. He opened the task interface again.
Main mission, the host must reach the highest host level within 10 years.
Reward, unknown. Failure, soul removal. Submain mission, discover the mystery of the altered identity within 5 years. Reward, unknown. Penalty, unknown.
Upgrade mission, level up to low grade within 3 months. These 3 missions weighed on Wang Kuan like a massive boulder, the difficulty far beyond imagination. In the additional task function, the bounty interface displayed a new bounty mission with the lowest possible 1-star rating. Damn it, he had to spend points to raise the rating again.
A 1-star task was utterly pointless.
Forcing himself to endure the pain, Wang Kuan spent 10,000 points of show-off value and pressed the star raise button.
The interface
flickered, and for a moment, he was slightly excited, fantasizing about the possibility of drawing a 9-star top-tier mission. The result, it was still a 1-star mission.
What the hell, system, are you screwing with me? I just spent 10,000 points, and it's no different than before. Wang Kuan's face darkened, his heart bleeding. Raising the bounty star rating is entirely random.
It's designed to challenge the host, encouraging them to earn more show-off value and fueling their ambition, the system replied coldly.
Surely, in the future, it won't just be about completing tasks to gain show-off points, right? Is it just because my level is low? Wang Kuan glanced at his dwindling show-off points, now only 80,000 left.
He felt a pang of frustration and suddenly realized how poor and low-leveled he was.
Yes, host, you are indeed very basic, the system replied with a faint trace of mockery in its tone. Wang Kuan's mouth twitched, suppressing his heartache as he refreshed the task star rating again.
In an instant, it upgraded to a 2-star task. However, the previous task had been a 3-star one, with only a 10% base experience reward. A 2-star task was still insufficient. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Wang Kuan silently prayed in his heart and refreshed the star rating once more. The screen suddenly flickered, and to his astonishment, it became a 5-star task. His show-off points now remained at 60,000.
Feeling a rush of exhilaration, Wang Kuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, 5 stars. It's actually 5 stars, ha ha."
Instantly, more than half of the restaurant's patrons turned to him with peculiar expressions, murmuring amongst themselves.
Such bad manners, yelling so loudly. Who is this guy? No sense of decency at all. Wait, isn't that CEO Su over there? Who's that sitting across from her? How could she be dining with someone like that? Lower your voice. This is so embarrassing. If you're dining in a place like this, at least act civilized. Su Lan's face was full of embarrassment. She seriously began to suspect that Wang Kuan's brain wasn't functioning properly.
She could only force herself to act as if she didn't know him and wished she could leave immediately. Wang Kuan ignored it all, his face beaming as he stared at his phone and directly accepted the task. As soon as the task was accepted, the requirements for the 5-star bounty task appeared on the screen, followed by the system's explanation unfolding in Wang Kuan's mind. The 5-star bounty task has been accepted. The host must spend 10 million within 1 hour. The base reward is 20% experience points, with additional rewards unknown. Failure to complete the task will result in a random sealing of one part of the host's body as punishment. Hearing the task description, Wang Kuan's mind went blank. What the hell? Spend 10 million in an hour? This task was way too bizarre. His phone immediately buzzed. A notification popped up, showing that a 10 million balance had been instantly deposited into his bank account. Wang Kuan was dumbfounded. He had never had this much money in his life. After 2 years of hard work, he hadn't managed to save much, and now he was suddenly given 10 million with the condition that it all had to be spent in an hour. It was completely insane and absurdly difficult. Although a small part of him felt a bit thrilled, Wang Kuan wasn't from some wealthy elite background. Even with so much money, he had no idea how to spend it. The most nerve-wracking part was that this damn 5-star bounty task would randomly punish him by sealing a part of his body upon failure. That meant he could lose the use of a leg and become paralyzed or, worse, lose the use of an arm and become disabled. Wang Kuan shivered all over. When his gaze dropped toward his crotch, he suddenly felt an icy chill and cursed internally, "Damn it, system. You're doing this on purpose. You're setting me up. I have a 100% feeling this so-called random punishment isn't random at all. It's definitely targeting that. This bounty task is rigged. The ceiling is random. Please do not question this system's fairness," the system replied coldly, seemingly with a hint of mockery. Wang Kuan was on the verge of tears. Stuck with such a shameless system, he had no way out. With a heavy heart, Wang Kuan realized that this 5-star task was nothing less than a mission to squander and waste money extravagantly. But in this high-end restaurant, trying to spend 10 million in 1 hour was nearly impossible. Even renting out the entire place wouldn't cost that much and would waste a lot of time. With no better option, Wang Kuan opened a livestream app and entered the stream of LOL streamer PAA, whom he'd been following for a long time. He turned the volume on his phone to its lowest setting. This was the only solution he could think of. The livestream had a massive audience of over 2 million viewers, undoubtedly one of the most popular streamers at the moment. Wang Kuan didn't even bother paying attention to the content. With just an hour on the clock, he had to act fast. Gritting his teeth, he began recharging virtual currency. About 10 minutes later, the dishes they ordered were all served on the table. Su Lan was eating her meal quietly, minding her own business, while Wang Kuan finally finished converting the entire 10 million into virtual currency. Immediately after, Wang Kuan navigated to the gifting page and started sending the most expensive gifts. His fingers frantically tapped on the screen. Wang Kuan was racing against time and didn't even have a moment to spare for his meal. His username, King Exploding the Sky, repeatedly popped up on the stream's chat as he sent gift after gift. 10,000 cent, 30,000 cent, 50,000 cent. In just 5 minutes, Wang Kuan's name dominated the chat, his relentless tapping even making his fingers sore. Meanwhile, the livestream chat was in an uproar, attracting a flood of viewers and onlookers. Everyone who saw the extravagant behavior of the user King Exploding the Sky was left in shock. Holy crap, who is this King Exploding the Sky? I've never even heard of him. How does a platform even attract such a big spender? Damn, he's still sending gifts. It's completely blowing up the chat. This guy is insane. He's already spent tens of thousands without stopping. He's definitely making headlines tomorrow. Wang Kuan was fully focused, his fingers creating a flurry of faint tapping sounds on the screen. Sitting closest to him, Su Lan finally lost her patience. With a face full of disdain, she snapped, "If you're not eating, just leave already. Stop being an eyesore. And what's with that creepy grin? Don't tell me you're watching something inappropriate." A passing waiter glanced curiously at Wang Kuan's phone and froze in his tracks when he caught a glimpse of the screen. Earlier, while slacking off in the kitchen, he'd been watching the very same livestream. As a hardcore gaming fan, he'd been following King Exploding the Sky since the moment the username started flooding the chat with gifts. Damn it! The streamer is literally groveling on camera in front of millions of viewers, begging to add him as a friend and get his WeChat, but King Exploding the Sky isn't even acknowledging him. He never expected that, just after stepping out of the kitchen, he'd run into the legendary King Exploding the Sky in person. "My dear wife, just hold on a bit longer. If the food gets cold, we can reheat it. But if I don't finish this, I just can't relax, Wang Kuan said, his eyes glued to his phone, his fingers still furiously tapping away. The waiter's mouth twitched. He'd never seen someone squander money so casually yet act so self-righteous about it.
Was this much money just cabbage? Or flowing water from a waterfall?
When Wang Kuan's spending reached 800,000, the waiter completely forgot his job, standing there in a daze.
At 1.2 million, Su Lan's suspicion deepened. She grew increasingly certain that Wang Kuan was up to something shady. When Wang Kuan surpassed 2 million, the waiter was utterly stupefied.
Su Lan put down her knife and fork, wiped her mouth, and leaned closer to see Wang Kuan's phone. However, due to the angle, she couldn't make out what was on the screen.
Horror.
Doubts intensified as she coldly remarked, "It must be something shameful for you to stare at it for so long.
Then again, it's not like you're a decent person to begin with."
The waiter wanted to jump in and defend Wang Kuan, feeling an overwhelming urge to shout, "This guy is a freaking hidden billionaire." But he was just a waiter.
How could he dare speak up?
He had no choice but to hold his tongue. Wang Kuan, unfazed, grew more anxious as his fingers moved even faster. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it, I have to get this done within the hour."
Su Lan dismissed him with disdain, slinging her bag over her shoulder as if preparing to leave. She sneered, "You go ahead and keep playing on your phone. I'm full and don't have time to deal with you.
My younger sister, Su Wei, is arriving at the airport this afternoon, and I have to pick her up.
Su Wei just returned from abroad and hasn't met you yet.
I suggest you behave properly, or you'll provoke her and end up suffering."
She doesn't care who you are. Su Lan's younger sister, Su Wei? Wang Kuan didn't take it to heart and continued to bury himself in the relentless task of gifting. He didn't want to be sealed off, not even a single part of his body. Spending 10 million was undoubtedly an immensely challenging task. Wang Kuan was so engrossed in sending gifts that he simply couldn't stop.
10 minutes after Su Lan left, he continued his frenzy of spamming the livestream with gifts. The streamer had completely lost interest in the game, focusing solely on thanking the magnanimous brother Wang blasts the sky, while onlookers in the chat flooded the comments. "This gifting is just insane, 66,666.
Brother Wang is steady. The true big shot has finally arrived. Holy, how much has he spent already?"
The streamer, one of the most popular at the moment, was stunned by the rare sight of someone dropping millions in one go without stopping. Unable to suppress his excitement in front of millions
of viewers, he groveled, "Big bro, can I add you as a friend?
If you're okay with it, just graffiti the word yes.
If you ever come to the imperial capital, I'll personally pick you up." However, Wang Kuan, having muted the stream, couldn't hear a word the streamer was saying.
Nor did he look at the viewers' comments. His gaze was fixed on the virtual currency balance, determined to finish spending it all as quickly as possible. From the time they started eating until Su Lan left, 40 minutes had already passed.
In those 40 minutes, Wang Kuan's fingers moved like a dancer's sword.
Although his speed was limited, he had already spent over 4 million, with 6 million more still looming ahead as a daunting challenge.
Still too slow. Do I really need this long to spend 10 million?
Wang Kuan grew increasingly anxious, a creeping fear rising within him, as if the shadow of the system's punishment was closing in.
At that moment, the waiter, Little Lu, who had returned to work, deliberately walked past from a distance. He overheard Wang Kuan talking to himself and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat.
Observing discreetly, his gaze landed on Wang Kuan's phone screen, and upon seeing the rapidly climbing gift total, he was struck dumbfounded. My God, the person I misunderstood earlier is actually a bona fide big spender. Such large sums of money, spent so effortlessly without even a blink.
Just then, Wang Kuan sensed someone watching him and abruptly stopped. He gestured to Little Lu, "Come here and help me out. Quickly. My fingers are about to fall off."
"Finish spending all the virtual currency within 20 minutes, I'm starving here." I'm still on duty, you know, I can't just." Little Lu hesitated, clearly tempted but too afraid to act.
"What are you afraid of? What's your name? If anyone asks, I'll vouch for you." Wang Kuan dismissed his concerns, pulling Little Lu to the seat and placing the phone in front of him.
Then, picking up his knife and fork, he devoured his steak ravenously, like a starving wolf.
"I'm Little Lu,"
the waiter replied, setting down his tray and picking up the phone with trembling hands, his breathing becoming more labored. Looking at the enormous virtual currency balance, Little Lu swallowed hard, his excitement barely contained. His fingers moved across the screen like mythical beasts, faster than Wang Kuan's had been.
"Little Lu, huh? Relax, the restaurant's near my company."
"You'll be fine," Wang Kuan said casually while chewing his steak, his greasy left hand giving little Lu a reassuring pat on the shoulder.
Sir, you must not be an ordinary person, right? Someone as wealthy as you must be at least a CEO.
No, you're probably even more powerful, maybe.
A chairman or a founder.
Little Lu's excitement bubbled over, his face lighting up as if he were about to burst with enthusiasm.
Ahem, I'm just an ordinary employee, Wang Cohen mumbled through a mouthful of steak. Don't be modest, sir.
You're definitely exceptional, Little Lu grinned, his fingers continuing to tap furiously on the screen, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets.
Time flew by.
The gifts were sent faster and faster. With only 10 minutes left in the task, Little Lu had helped Wang Cohen spend up to 9 million. In the short time since taking over, Little Lu had sent several million worth of gifts.
With his hunger sated, Wang Cohen looked at Little Lu with satisfaction, thinking the task was nearly complete. But Little Lu's actions seemed to have attracted unwanted attention.
The restaurant manager, dressed in a sharp suit, approached, mistakenly thinking the phone belonged to Little Lu.
He snatched it away and scolded. In a low voice, Little Lu, what are you doing here? Who gave you permission to slack off?
If you don't want this job, get out immediately.
Manager Zhu, I wasn't slacking.
This customer asked me to sit here and help him send gifts, Little Lu stammered, flustered. Manager Zhu glared at him skeptically but froze when he glanced at the phone screen. His entire body tensed up, stunned.
Holy crap, what is this? Over 9 million in gifts had already been sent, with tens of thousands still remaining?
Manager Zhu's face was filled with shock. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things.
To spend this much money on a livestream app, how wealthy must this person be to splurge so recklessly?
Manager Zhu couldn't fathom it, and he realized he had narrowly avoided offending a truly significant figure.
Seeing this, Little Lu quickly raised his hands in defense, whispering into Manager Zhu's ear, see? I wasn't slacking. This customer isn't ordinary.
Sir, I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding.
Our restaurant's motto is to wholeheartedly serve our guests. If you asked him to help you send gifts, then
it's only natural. Manager Zhu immediately straightened up, holding the phone like it was a priceless treasure, carefully returning it to Wang Cohen with both hands.
Wang Cohen, a toothpick dangling from his lips, smirked mischievously. There's still some time left. Why don't you finish spending the rest for me?
Manager Zhu's heart raced with panic.
Who knew what kind of background this young man had?
In the end, he could only take a deep breath and, much like Little Lu before him, started tapping away at the phone with lightning speed.
At the very last moment of the task, a notification rang in Wang Cohen's mind. 5-star bounty task complete.
10 million successfully spent within 1 hour. Rewarding host with 20% experience points, an additional privilege, superiority mode, one-time use, and 140,000 pretentiousness points. Superiority mode grants the host temporarily heightened combat strength versus opponents.
If unused, it can be stored by the system for later activation.
After receiving the rewards, the host's current pretentiousness points total 200,000.
Wang Cohen let out a sigh of relief.
The spending task was finally over. It had been a nail-biter, fearing he'd lose something he didn't want sealed. Then, a wave of joy surged in his heart.
Another task completed.
Coupled with the previous bounty tasks, his experience points had reached 30%. It seemed leveling up wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. More importantly, he still had the authority to resurrect male deceased individuals unused, and now he had obtained a superior status.
Awesome!
A superior status meant that once activated, he could defeat anyone stronger than him. Even champion fighters or elite soldiers wouldn't stand a chance, a simple kick would send them flying.
The most critical thing?
He was even rewarded with pretentious points.
Ha ha ha! This was a huge win.
Now, he had a total of 200,000 pretentious points.
Once he returned to the villa tonight, he planned to purchase an invisibility potion and give it a try. He. Sulan, you always look down on me, huh? Just wait until I turn invisible, you won't see a thing I do.
Sir, it's all processed.
Manager Zhu's hands trembled as he handed the phone back.
10 million, just like that, gone.
Who wouldn't feel their heart tremble at such a sight? But Wang Cohen's expression showed no sign of distress.
Instead, as he took back the phone, his face was full of joy. Manager Zhu and Xiaolu exchanged glances, their hearts filled with envy, unsure whether to laugh or cry. To spend 10 million so casually and remain completely unfazed, without a doubt, this was a level of extravagance beyond the reach of ordinary people.
Wang Cohen pocketed his phone, stood up leisurely, and pointed at the plates on the table.
By the way, my wife paid for this before she left, right?
I didn't bring my wallet. In truth, Wang Cohen didn't have any money.
Manager Zhu suddenly realized this was an opportunity.
He couldn't believe someone like Wang Kuan would actually lack money anyone could just pay using their phone nowadays.
Yes, your wife settled the bill before leaving, Xiaolu chimed in.
Manager Zhu quickly had an idea.
He pulled out a business card and respectfully handed it over.
Sir, let's consider this making a friend.
If you visit again, please let me know in advance so I can personally attend to you.
Sure thing. I'm heading back to work. Wang Kuan took the card and swaggered out of the restaurant.
Manager Zhu and Xiaolu froze in place. It wasn't until they snapped out of it that a shiver ran down their spines.
Manager Zhu, who do you think this Mr. Wang really is? He even mentioned going back to work? You idiot. Do you seriously believe that? Use your brain. Clearly, he's either a super big shot or the young master of some powerful family.
Wang Kuan wandered around outside for a while and returned to the company close to 2 p.m., just in time to start work again. In the marketing department, more and more employees trickled in, and upon seeing Wang Kuan seated at his desk, they immediately felt a sense of awe. Wang Kuan sat at his station, taking advantage of the time before work started to openly play Minesweeper. The smug grin on his face showed his satisfaction at completing a task. He appeared utterly relaxed and composed.
Hey, did you guys hear about that livestream earlier?
Some incredibly rich guy spent 10 million.
Come on, who wouldn't know? Any League of Legends fan who watches streams would have seen it. I was eating lunch when I caught it. Insane. That ID, King Bombs the Sky, spent a whopping 10 million.
10 million in an hour, said almost nothing, and then disappeared.
Who is this guy? If I had that kind of wealth, life would be amazing.
The office buzzed with heated discussions about the livestream incident, and the energy in the room soared.
A group of male employees gathered to talk non-stop, while even some female colleagues curiously joined in. Wang Kuan smiled modestly but felt secretly triumphant.
He continued focusing on his Minesweeper game, acting as though he had nothing to do with the uproar. As the chatter grew more intense, everyone reminisced about the livestream, fantasizing about what it must be like to become a King Bombs the Sky level tycoon, their hearts full of envy.
Just then, the seat next to Wang Kuan, which had been empty, was suddenly pulled out. A pleasant fragrance wafted over. He turned his head and saw it was Shenyan, the female colleague he was closest to in the company. The two of them had a bond like true bros, sharing everything without reservation.
Shenyan set her things down and gave Wang Kuan a peculiar look. She had just returned from a leave of absence and was surprised to hear about Wang Kuan's legendary deeds. Unable to resist, she teased, "Well, Wang Kuan, something this big happened, and I only just found out after coming back. You're really good at keeping it under wraps. Impressive, my dude." Wang Kuan put on a serious face and replied, "I've been in this company for so long because I have a mission. How could I casually reveal anything? If the cover gets blown, where would I gather the evidence?" Shenyan rolled her eyes and said bluntly, "Oh, come on. You're so full of yourself. Carrying out President Su's mission includes picking up girls? I don't know the details about you and Zhang Yao, but seeing you turn over a new leaf does make me a bit relieved." Wang Kuan instantly felt awkward, thinking to himself, "What a misunderstanding. This is so unfair." He tried to explain, "Zhang Yao and I were only together because of the mission." "Yeah, right. I don't buy it. But I'm not interested in your messy affairs. What does surprise me is finding out you're actually married. That part caught me off guard." Shenyan laughed and shook her head, teasingly hitting a nerve in Wang Kuan's heart.
"Dating?" Wang Kuan sized up Shenyan.
She stood at 1.7 meters tall with long, fair legs. Her professional attire accentuated her perfect figure. Although her looks couldn't quite compare to Su Lan's, her slightly curled hair tips and charming demeanor made her no less captivating overall. Shenyan was, after all, the #1 beauty in the marketing department. It was no wonder so many male colleagues secretly admired her. Why not give it a shot? What's there to be afraid of? Wang Kuan joked boldly. He and Shenyan were close enough to say anything. Shenyan twirled a pen in her hand, a sly smile playing on her lips. "I don't like married men. You'd better give up on that idea. Someone like you, who's never serious, wouldn't suit me even if you weren't married. Besides, you're such a player." Ouch, did that sting, buddy? Sting? My heart hurts so much. "Maybe you could kiss me on the cheek to comfort my wounded soul," Wang Kuan said dramatically, clutching his chest and leaning his face toward her, teasing without restraint. To his surprise, Shenyan didn't hesitate. She leaned in and planted a light kiss on his cheek. Wang Kuan was stunned on the spot, his mind completely blank. Shenyan chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Surprised? Caught off guard? Shenyan, you actually kissed me. You're a woman, you know.
Wang Kuan touched his right cheek, suddenly feeling a little unsettled.
Xinyan lifted her hand and playfully hooked it around his neck, her smile radiant.
A woman? Don't be ridiculous. Aside from my looks and figure, what part of me seems like a woman to you? Look at you, your reaction is killing me. We're bros, aren't we? It's just a kiss. No big deal. Consider it your lucky day. Wang Kuan was speechless. This woman was truly one of a kind.
He swallowed his saliva, but quickly felt at ease in his heart. Xinyan had always been this kind of person. The two of them got along like brothers, with no taboos between them.
Wang Kuan never really regarded her as a woman. Come on, tell me what you've been up to these past few days while you were on leave. I haven't seen you for days, and I'm not used to it.
I remember you're not from Bailing, you're from the capital. Wang Kuan pushed her away, his tone carrying a hint of teasing.
Xinyan's expression instantly darkened a little, as if she was hiding something difficult to talk about. She sighed, this is something you can't help me with. Telling you won't make a difference.
It's my personal matter, so just focus on work.
Don't be like that, tell me. What kind of buddy are you if you don't share? Wang Kuan's curiosity was piqued, and he vaguely felt that Xinyan was in some kind of trouble.
Xinyan shook her head. To tell you the truth, I won't be staying long this time.
I'll have to return to the capital soon. My family has arranged a marriage for me, and I have no choice.
Old Wang, I really wanted to date you, but unfortunately, you're already married.
What a pity.
After hearing this, Wang Kuan felt a flash of shock in his heart.
What kind of society is this now, where arranged marriages can't be refused?
This would be impossible for an ordinary family, unless it was one of those powerful and influential clans.
Judging by Xinyan's usual attire, it was clear she was a wealthy and privileged woman from an extraordinary background. Wang Kuan understood in his heart that this might be the reason behind it.
However, Wang Kuan wasn't sure if he could be of any help. This matter was beyond his capabilities. Xinyan was his best buddy, and naturally, he couldn't bear to see her being wronged. Just as he was about to comfort Xinyan, she seemed to read his mind and forced a smile, saying, I already told you, you can't help me. This is a family issue, and the other side has a powerful background.
Old Wang, you'd better just go and accompany your gorgeous CEO wife.
Wang Kuan was choked by her words and suddenly didn't know how to respond.
The entire afternoon, Wang Kuan and Xinyan worked while chatting.
Although Xinyan appeared fine on the surface, Wang Kuan could tell that she was actually feeling down, as if burdened by some unspeakable trouble. He couldn't bear it in his heart.
After work, instead of rushing home, he asked Xinyan again, be honest with me, do you like the other person? I really can't stand watching this anymore. If you're willing, I'll try to see if I can help you. Wang Kuan, stop joking around. I would love to have someone help me, but the key is, how could you possibly help? It's true that the Su family has influence in Bailing, and as their son-in-law, you should have some degree of capability. But the other party is from the capital. This is really beyond your control. Good buddy, don't say such discouraging things. You should hurry back before your wife starts worrying.
Xinyan smiled as she tactfully declined, though a trace of indescribable bitterness lingered in her heart.
Wang Kuan was just about to respond when Xinyan interrupted him again. Alright, stop. You really can't help me. I don't know why you're the son-in-law of the Su family in Bailing, but I think you should focus on cleaning up your own mess first. This isn't something you can handle.
Let's not talk about this anymore, so it doesn't affect our friendship. With that, Xinyan clocked out of work with a carefree demeanor, leaving behind a helpless-looking Wang Kuan. This matter is indeed difficult to help with, but Wang Kuan did not want to give up just like that. Because before his identity and background changed, in order to cover his sister Wang Xiaoqian's medical expenses, he had borrowed a lot of money from Xinyan. Each time, she readily agreed and trusted him greatly. Wang Kuan thought to himself, there must be a way to help her. That's just how brothers are, helping each other in times of trouble. This time, it's Xinyan who is in trouble, and Wang Kuan would never stand idly by. He thought to himself, letting Xinyan suffer is absolutely not an option. As for now, it's better to go back and face that CEO wife first. Thinking about the 200,000 points of show-off value in his hand and the various items sold in the item shop, Wang Kuan suddenly came up with a bold idea. 7 p.m. When Wang Kuan returned to the villa, the entire Bailing Manor villa area was already brightly lit. Before even entering the door, Wang Kuan heard the voice of another woman coming from inside the house, clearly someone other than Su Lan. Sis, is that Wang Kuan really so shameless that he actually cheated? Yes, he has always been a shameless person. You've been abroad for 3 years and haven't returned,
there have been big changes in Biling in our Su family. Could it be that the old man has gone mad, actually bringing someone like him into the Su family, and even making him my brother-in-law?
From the tone, it seemed full of indignation.
Wang Kuan's heart tightened, his steps instantly lightened, and he slowly approached the edge of the first-floor door.
Only then did he remember that after lunch, before Su Lan left, she mentioned she was going to pick up her younger sister, Su Wei.
Could it be? Su Lan and Su Wei are twin sisters? Anyway, Wang Kuan had never seen them.
Before he even reached the door, the woman inside the room seemed to have an extremely sharp sense of perception and instantly noticed Wang Kuan's presence.
Who's outside? A dark shadow swiftly approached. Wang Kuan couldn't see clearly at all, only feeling a sharp pain in his stomach, as if struck heavily. His stomach churned, his body bent into a bow shape, and he almost vomited bile. Immediately, the dark figure became even more aggressive, grabbing Wang Kuan's arm and, with a swift over-the-shoulder throw, slammed him hard onto the ground. Bang!
Wang Kuan's back hit the ground heavily, and a wave of pain surged through him, as if his entire body was about to fall apart. However, the opponent gave him no chance to speak, directly twisting Wang Kuan's hand behind his back and pinning him firmly to the ground, his face pressed against the cold floor, as if trying to grind his head into dust. In that face-to-face moment, Wang Kuan was utterly defeated, like a helpless chicken.
Wang Kuan was in so much pain that he couldn't speak.
Through the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the other person's appearance. The same perfectly proportioned features, almost identical to Su Lan, dressed in a black tight-fitting special combat uniform, with a pistol strapped to the outside of her right thigh, and 2 military
knives hanging on either side of her waist.
Her phoenix eyes glimmered with intense vigilance and a strong killing intent, as if she would eliminate Wang Kuan without hesitation if he made the slightest move.
Wang Kuan stared at her blankly, completely stunned.
Su Lan was already the pinnacle of goddesses, yet she had a twin sister who was also a goddess, dressed so sharply and professionally. However, this woman had a noticeable difference from Su Lan, which was that Su Lan had long hair, while she sported a neat and crisp short haircut. The short hair only made her appear more capable and decisive.
"Who are you?" Su Wei asked warily. Wang Kuan's heart pounded wildly as he stammered, I am your sisters."
Before the words were finished, Su Lan walked out of the main hall, pretending not to recognize Wang Kuan. With her arms crossed and a playful yet disdainful look behind her. "Black-framed glasses," she said, "little sister, I don't know this person.
How dare he trespass into a private residence? Teach him a harsh lesson first, but don't take his life."
"All right." Su Wei nodded coldly, her figure moving abruptly as her knee slammed fiercely into Wang Kuan's spine.
Wang Kuan's face turned red, his entire waist feeling as if it were about to break.
He could only cry out in pain, unable to form a complete sentence.
Su Wei didn't pause for a moment. She then flipped Wang Kuan's body and delivered a powerful kick.
Su Wei's physique was no different from Su Lan's, slim and tall, but the force she unleashed sent Wang Kuan flying several meters, rolling a few times on the ground before coming to a stop.
It was obvious she had held back intentionally. If she had used her full strength, Wang Kuan would likely have been kicked to death. Wang Kuan was in so much pain that he could barely move. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but all he could feel was the excruciating pain throughout his body. Yet, oddly enough, his bones were intact, indicating that her control over her strength was incredibly precise. At that moment, Wang Kuan suddenly realized that the Su Wei before him was no ordinary person. Her entire being exuded an intense aura, and the words he had overheard earlier sent a jolt through his heart. Could this Su Wei, who had been abroad for 3 years, actually be some kind of female soldier king? Su Wei's movements were as swift as lightning, quickly locking Wang Kuan's arms and pinning him firmly to the ground. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Could it be that my mission in the Dark Pavilion has already been exposed? Dark Pavilion? Wang Kuan had no idea what the Dark Pavilion was, he only knew he was in excruciating pain. At this moment, Su Lan chuckled softly from the side, her expression showing satisfaction as she leisurely said, all right, let him go. This is the Wang Kuan I was talking about. He's Wang Kuan? With such poor skills, he can actually become my brother-in-law?
Su Wei was stunned, immediately let go of her hand, and showed no sign of apology.
Judging by the situation, it seemed as if Wang Kuan's suffering was entirely justified. Su Lan, what do you mean by this? You did this on purpose, didn't you?
Wang Kuan's lips twitched as he struggled to get up, his steps unsteady, fury burning in his heart. Su Lan lightly adjusted her glasses, her face full of mockery. I did it on purpose.
What can you do about it? During this time, Su Wei will be living with you. With your level of skill, you're barely enough for Su Wei to practice on.
Without waiting for Wang Kun to refute, Su Wei circled around him twice, her eyes filled with curiosity and disdain. Finally, she stopped in front of him and coldly poked his chest.
I've already figured out everything about you and my sister. Although I don't know why Grandpa let you into the Su family, you'd better not take advantage of my sister. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Consider today's beating as punishment for your infidelity. Wang Kun gritted his teeth in secret, seething with anger. Did Su Wei mean that Su Lan could do whatever she wanted, but he, Wang Kun, could not? I'm your brother-in-law. Aren't you afraid I'll go and complain? Wang Kun was burning with rage, unwilling to let the matter rest. Although Su Wei was a stunning beauty, his dignity could not be trampled upon. Su Lan sneered disdainfully. Go ahead and complain if you have the guts. Everyone knows Grandpa dotes on Su Wei the most. Besides, you were the one who cheated first. This beating you took was for nothing. I couldn't do anything to you before, but now that Su Wei is here, just wait to be humiliated. These twin sisters, one scholarly and one martial, are truly overbearingly formidable. Su Wei narrowed her eyes. Wang Kun, right? Just one look and I can tell you're no good. You couldn't even block one of my moves. You're simply the trashiest of trash. The old man shows you? He must be senile. My sister has suffered the greatest injustice under the heavens. Wang Kun clenched his fists, a surge of impulse rising in his heart. He contemplated whether to use the superior state he had earned as a reward from a previous mission to teach Su Wei a lesson, so he wouldn't be unable to hold his head high at home in the future. Su Lan, on the other hand, tightly held onto Su Wei's arm. The two were inseparable, completely ignoring Wang Kun as they turned and walked back into the main hall of the villa, as if nothing had just happened. Did you come back this time for the mission of the Dark Pavilion? Sis, let's go inside and talk. It's inconvenient out here, and Wang Kun is still here. Wang Kun was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode, but when he thought about the items he could still purchase, why waste the opportunity to use them? Once it gets a bit darker, he would buy the items and make these two women cry. He wouldn't let this humiliation slide so easily. Subsequently, Wang Kun entered the villa, his stomach growling with hunger. He had no choice but to eat the leftovers left by Su Lan and Su Wei in the dining room on the first floor, feeling like a pitiful soul forgotten in the corner. At this moment, Su Lan and Su Wei were whispering to each other on the second floor, discussing something unknown. After dinner, Wang Kun couldn't resist his curiosity. Thinking of gathering intelligence on the enemy, he quietly eavesdropped under the stairs. However, Su Wei's words made him feel unusually uneasy. This time, I returned from the Dark Pavilion to find someone. This is the highest level mission issued to me by the Dark Pavilion. The specific identity is unclear and extremely mysterious. Sis, I'm only telling you, so don't tell anyone else, including the old man. This is definitely not a problem. Sis will absolutely keep it a secret for you. The key is, who are you looking for? Did the Dark Pavilion give you any clues? The clue is kind of awkward to say. Anyway, just know that it's a man, sis. Could it be Wang Kun? That guy's identity has always been so mysterious. I even asked Grandpa, and he wouldn't tell me, just kept acting all cryptic. How could it possibly be that weakling? Someone like him couldn't even get through the door of the Dark Pavilion. I think Wang Kun is just a con artist, maybe even tricked Grandpa. Wang Kun listened in confusion, completely unable to understand what the Dark Pavilion was, nor did he have any interest in finding out. All he wanted now was revenge. So, Wang Kun took out his phone, instinctively opened the system app, stared at the few items displayed on it, and a strange smile appeared on his lips as he muttered to himself, "Just wait a little longer, and you'll realize your mistake." The sky grew darker and darker. Su Lan and Su Wei, the two women, occasionally went up and down the stairs, appearing within Wang Kun's line of sight, yet they showed utter disdain for him. Wang Kun was extremely patient, calmly sitting in the hall silently watching TV. After the two women went to sleep in the same room, Wang Kun turned off the TV with a smile, then turned off most of the lights in the villa, making the two-story space particularly dim. Step by step, he walked up the stairs. Wang Kun stood in front of the master bedroom door, 5 meters away from the room where Su Lan and Su Wei were sleeping. In the dim light, he took out his phone and opened the item shop in the system app. Transformation Potion, purchase for 10,000 Pretentious points. After purchase, it provides a transformation effect lasting 2 minutes. The host can transform into any form at will and can use it simultaneously with the Invisibility Potion. Invisibility Potion, purchase for 10,000 Pretentious points. Similarly, it provides an invisibility effect lasting 2 minutes. Wang Kuan looked up at the door and understood in his heart that it was definitely locked from the outside.
Wang Kuan simply purchased one bottle each of the transformation potion and invisibility potion at once, and the system immediately stored them in the app backpack.
How is the potion inside the app? How do I take it out? Wang Kuan asked in confusion.
The system explained, the host can click on the item in the backpack and select Take Out, which will create a spatial black hole that appears in front of the host. Alternatively, the host can communicate directly with this system.
A spatial black hole to transport items? 66,666. Wang Kuan was overjoyed in his heart. With a single thought, the system immediately helped retrieve the items.
In front of Wang Kuan, a distorted space suddenly formed, and from within, 2 bottles of potions of different colors were transmitted out.
Wang Kuan caught them in his palm, and the spatial black hole instantly dissipated.
Looking down, he saw that the potion bottles were only the size of a thumb, marked with their types. The transformation potion was green, and the invisibility potion was transparent.
Let's try the invisibility one first. Wang Kuan dared not speak aloud, muttering to himself in his heart.
He tilted his head back and drank the transparent invisibility potion.
Suddenly, his body underwent a transformation.
Starting from his stomach, it turned transparent, and within just a few breaths, it spread rapidly throughout his entire body.
In the end, Wang Kuan completely became a transparent invisible man.
Even though he had long known the system had such a potion, experiencing it firsthand, Wang Kuan still couldn't believe it, feeling as if it were all a dream.
And if the invisibility potion is so exaggerated, then how incredible would the transformation potion be? With an excited desire to continue experimenting, Wang Kuan immediately drank the transformation potion.
The transformation potion has been consumed. If the host wishes to change their form, simply imagine it in your mind, and your body will naturally
follow your thoughts.
Once the effect ends, you will naturally return to your original state.
However, there is a limitation, since this
is a basic transformation potion. The maximum size the host can transform into is within 3 meters, while smaller forms have no restrictions. Additionally, the basic transformation potion does not allow the host to transform into a fluid, only into a solid, the system reminded.
So this is just a basic transformation potion?
Wang Kuan thought to himself, then closed his eyes with great anticipation, imagining himself becoming a powerful being.
The maximum limit is a 3-meter transformation shape. It cannot turn into a fluid like air, only into a solid, but that's already more than enough. Wang Kuan glanced at the show-off points and thought that just 2 minutes of time didn't seem sufficient.
So, he quickly exchanged for 2 bottles of potion, drank them, and extended the effect time to 6 minutes, leaving the remaining 140,000 show-off points as backup. Then, he swiftly placed his phone and other items in the room, taking less than 10 seconds in total, while imagining the form of a cockroach in his mind. In that instant, Wang Kuan's body suddenly transformed, shrinking into a tiny cockroach, and the entire world seemed to become incomprehensibly enormous.
Wang Kuan quickly crawled to the door of the 2 women's room, feeling secretly pleased with himself.
Without hesitation, he slipped through the crack in the door, successfully overcoming this obstacle.
Turn back for me, turn. Wang Kuan was overjoyed, transforming back into his normal form. He stealthily approached the bedside while remaining invisible.
Sue lay on the left side, while Su Lan was on the right. They were covered with a silk blanket and wore identical pajamas, holding hands intimately. Su Lan was sound asleep, but Sue had not yet fully drifted off.
Being invisible did not mean being silent.
As Wang Kuan approached, Sue suddenly opened her eyes, sat up, and scanned the surroundings sharply, full of vigilance.
Wang Kuan dared not make a sound and immediately froze in place, not daring to move. He thought to himself, my goodness, Sue is truly extraordinary. Luckily, I can turn invisible. Sue still didn't notice his presence in the room and muttered to herself in slight confusion, could it be an illusion?
After speaking, she slowly lay back down.
Wang Kuan sneered silently and took another light step, but Sue opened her eyes again, scanning the surroundings. However, Sue still didn't sense Wang Kuan's presence.
Gradually, she let down her guard, assuming it was just an illusion caused by exhaustion from the journey.
The next few steps went exceptionally smoothly.
Wang Kuan moved to the right and lowered his head, staring intently at Su Lan, who was lying on her side in her pajamas. This Su Lan always had a cold and disdainful demeanor, which had long made Wang Kuan feel dissatisfied.
So, without hesitation, Wang Kuan raised his hand.
Taking advantage of Su Lan's deep sleep, he suddenly and unexpectedly slapped her on the butt.
Smack!
Su Lan woke up instantly, her whole body trembling in shock as she let out a scream.
Ah!
Su Wei was also startled awake, her face full of astonishment.
What just happened? It felt like someone suddenly hit me. It really hurt. Su Wei, was it you? You're so mean.
You know I was sleeping, yet you scared me, Su Lan said resentfully. It wasn't me, Su Wei replied, confused and unable to explain. She had indeed heard that sound just now, but apart from her and Su Lan, there was absolutely no one else in the room.
Still saying it wasn't you? Who else could it be? Can you just let me sleep in peace? Su Lan complained as she lay back down. Su Wei was momentarily speechless, unable to respond.
Before long, Su Lan fell asleep again.
But no matter what, Su Wei couldn't fall asleep.
She felt the situation was too bizarre. Clearly, it wasn't her hand, yet such a thing had happened. Rubbing her temples, the more Su Wei thought about it, the more her head hurt. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of a fly suddenly came from overhead. Su Wei looked up to search but couldn't see the shadow of the fly. Just as she lowered her head, ready to lie back down, the buzzing abruptly stopped. Immediately after, she felt a faint breeze brush against her face, and then, it was as if someone had gently kissed her lips. Su Wei trembled all over, turned her head away in terror, and frantically pressed the bedside lamp switch, crying out in panic, "Th, there's a ghost!" The room was instantly flooded with light, revealing everything around.
Su Lan rubbed her eyes, reluctantly got out of bed, and asked anxiously, "Little sister, what on earth is going on? This room definitely has a problem.
There might be something unclean hidden here." Cold sweat streamed down Su Wei's face.
Although she had been
trained in the dark chamber since childhood and was highly skilled, the bizarre situation before her was something she had never encountered. The situation was eerily creepy.
Buzzing.
The sound of flies buzzed again, as if mocking her. Su Wei's gaze was fixed on Su Lan, just about to speak, but before she could finish, she saw Su Lan standing by the bed, her body suddenly tensing up.
Snap!
A crisp sound rang out, and Su Lan felt a sharp pain, her body instinctively collapsing onto the bed.
"Sis, see? I told you something was wrong," Su Wei exclaimed, a wave of unease surging in her heart.
Buzz buzz buzz. The sound echoed again, and a pair of slippers by the bed suddenly floated in midair out of nowhere. This scene sent a shock through Su Wei's heart. Even a master like her felt immensely shaken. Such a bizarre event had never appeared in her understanding. Meanwhile, Su Lan fell to the ground in terror, her legs too weak to stand.
"Little sister, come protect me, I'm scared."
Her voice trembled, almost breaking into tears.
"Sis, I don't dare move either. I've never encountered anything like this." Su Wei's voice trembled as well.
The screams of the two women echoed in the room, as piercing as an alarm clock. Suddenly, that pair of slippers flew toward Su Wei-kun, landing harshly on her buttocks.
Su Wei was filled with panic, so much so that she didn't even have the courage to fight back. She secretly resented a dignified master of the dark pavilion, humiliated by a pair of slippers. Smack! Smack! Smack!
Over a dozen strikes in a row, Su Wei was on the verge of collapse, secretly vowing never to sleep in this room again. On the ground, Su Lan was laughing absurdly, her legs trembling uncontrollably, her face pale as wax, as if she might faint at any moment. At that moment, the slipper suddenly changed direction and flew toward Su Lan. She immediately shut her mouth, completely suffocated by fear.
Smack!
The slipper struck her chest hard.
Smack! Smack! Smack!
Su Lan screamed in pain, her cheeks instantly turning bright red.
Wang Kuan hid to the side, revealing a satisfied smile, secretly pleased with himself. He had deliberately used this intimidation tactic to ensure Su Wei wouldn't dare to fight back.
As the effect gradually wore off, Wang Kuan released the slipper, letting it fall naturally to the ground, instantly transforming into a small cockroach that quickly slipped out through the crack in the door. Right outside the door, the effect ended perfectly. The invisibility was lifted, and he returned to his normal form, standing quietly outside the door, waiting. A minute later, screams erupted again from the room.
Wang Kuan feigned innocence, secretly delighted, and knocked on the door, shouting impatiently, in the middle of the night, "What are you screaming about? Are you crazy?" As soon as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly flung open, and the two women rushed out as if fleeing for their lives. "Wang Kuan, hurry into the room and take a look. There's something dirty in there."
Su Wei's voice was laced with fear.
"It's so terrifying, I've never seen anything so bizarre," Su Lan added in horror. Wang Kuan felt secretly pleased, pretending to be unaware, silently praising his bold idea, feeling immensely satisfied.
In just a few minutes, he not only got his revenge but also took advantage, and the two women had no idea it was his doing. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smug smile, his gaze wandering over the nervous expressions of the two women, especially Sue, who was exceptionally skilled. The terror on her face almost made him burst out laughing. "Oh, Sue, aren't you supposed to be really skilled? Why are you so scared now?" Wang Kuan deliberately teased, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he savored his earlier triumph. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this, especially since no one would know it was him. Sue forced herself to stay calm, pretending to regain her composure, but she didn't dare get too close to the door. Pulling Su Lan behind Wang Kuan, she urged, "Just go in already. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just go in quickly." Su Lan stammered nervously, her pajamas and long hair in disarray, her pretty face full of panic. Wang Kuan suppressed his amusement, putting on an indifferent expression. He casually walked into the room, turned on all the lights, circled the room twice, and stopped by the bed, staring at the slippers on the floor, feeling secretly delighted. If it weren't for the urgency of time and the lack of pretentiousness points, he could definitely have enjoyed himself even more. This moment thrilled Wang Kuan, and he secretly vowed to accumulate more pretentiousness points in the future. Playing this kind of game would definitely be satisfying. Now, of course, he had to keep up the act. So Wang Kuan deliberately cursed loudly in the room. "What nonsense about something dirty? I suspect you two have water in your brains," yelling and screaming in the middle of the night. "I have to work tomorrow." Su Lan absolutely refused to go in and retorted, "Who says there's nothing? My sister and I saw it with our own eyes." Su Wei gradually returned to normal, feeling a bit uneasy. Leaning against the door, she stretched her head inside and cautiously scanned the room, asking, "Is there really nothing? That shouldn't be possible." "Nonsense, I think you two are deliberately staying up to mess with me. Otherwise, tell me, what just happened?" Wang Kuan appeared furious on the surface, but inwardly he was secretly pleased. He had asked this question on purpose. Sure enough, Su Wei's face instantly turned red with embarrassment, overwhelmed with shame. Hearing this from outside, Su Lan found it even harder to speak. The two women exchanged a glance and immediately reached a tacit understanding, nodding to each other. Nothing happened. Wang Kuan, this has nothing to do with you anymore. You can get lost now." Wang Kuan, who had just enjoyed himself, was immediately stung by the attitude of the two women. It seemed that no matter what happened, he, Wang Kuan, was always the extra person. Fine, anyway, he had taken advantage, so this time he wouldn't stoop to the level of these two women. Wang Kuan walked straight out of the room, headed toward the master bedroom, opened the door, stepped inside, and locked the door behind him. He pressed his ear against the door to eavesdrop. "Little sister, do you think it could have been Wang Kuan? This whole thing is too strange. Besides us, he's the only one left in this house." Su Lan seemed to have calmed down as well. Su Wei denied, "How is that possible? Even if someone was playing tricks on us, it couldn't be Wang Kuan. He can't even handle one move from me. Sis, do you think he could pull off something like this? Plus, it doesn't make any sense. I'm sure there's something unclean here. We should just switch rooms." Soon, accompanied by the sound of footsteps going downstairs, the voices of the two women gradually faded away. It seemed they had gone downstairs to sleep. Two women, trying to act all high and mighty in front of me. Now you're scared, aren't you? Still dare to look down on me, Wang Kuan? Just wait, I'll make you suffer. Once I gather more pretentious points, I'll have you crying every day. Wang Kuan laughed smugly in the room, throwing himself onto the big bed, laughing so hard his stomach hurt. So hilarious. A CEO? So what? A master? So what? Two twin sisters, and yet they were still scared out of their wits. Wang Kuan fantasized, beginning to look forward to the wonderful life ahead. Of course, it must never be found out, or Su Wei, this female expert, would definitely beat him senseless. Awesome, but these pretentious points are worth saving to farm stars. I'm still 70% short on experience. I need to step up my game. Wang Kuan opened the system app. Although he only had 140,000 pretentious points left, he felt the potion this time was totally worth it. Just as Wang Kuan was about to click into the taskbar to check the bounty missions, a video call suddenly popped up on his phone. It was that woman Zhang Yao again. Wang Kuan was in a good mood and clicked accept. The video call connected, and Zhang Yao was still as flamboyant as ever, except her expression revealed anxiety and fear. Wang Kuan, you finally decided to talk to me. Zhang Yao was so excited, as if she had grabbed her last lifeline. Wang Kuan was all too familiar with Zhang Yao's behavior and sneered inwardly. Her plea for help was merely because of the accountability issues within the company. This matter was far-reaching and not something that could be easily resolved. Even though Zhang Yao had already been fired, she still couldn't escape responsibility.
Who told you to follow Chun Fong and get involved in such a big mess? And now you expect me to help you? Isn't that a bit too far-fetched?
Wang Kuan's lips curled into a mocking smile, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. I'm begging you, Chun Fong gave me a lot of benefits, but I really know I was wrong now.
Chen Fong is nothing but a scumbag bastard. Wang Kuan, I was wrong.
For the sake of our past relationship, please help me just this once. Zhang Yao looked at him pleadingly, her face full of shame. Ever since she was privately dismissed by Chen Fong, her relationship with Wang Kuan had been completely severed. At this moment, there was no one
else who could help her but Wang Kuan.
If the company truly pursued accountability, she, a powerless individual, was destined to take the fall. Looking at Zhang Yao's pleading expression, Wang Kuan felt a secret satisfaction in his heart, but his gaze grew colder.
At this moment,
he recalled the scene of being publicly humiliated by her at the company back then, and there was no trace of pity in his heart.
Feelings?
From the moment Zhang Yao got into Chen Feng's car, Wang Kuan's heart had already died. The predicament she was in now was entirely her own doing, and she had no one else to blame.
Wang Kuan had no intention of intervening in Zhang Yao's affairs.
The plan to deal with Chen Feng was already enough. He decided to let Su Lan handle all the related individuals, including Zhang Yao. His indifference toward Zhang Yao was already set in stone.
Zhang Yao, I advise you to give up. There's nothing between us anymore.
Just like you said to me downstairs at the company before, stop
clinging to me.
You have to pay the price for what you've done.
Wang Kuan's voice was as cold as frost, and his gaze was merciless. Wang Kuan, I know you're not like this. You must still have feelings for me, right? Everything you're doing is just to provoke me.
As long as you're willing to help me, I swear,
I'll never betray you again.
Zhang Yao shed tears of regret, still holding on to a sliver of hope in her heart.
She couldn't believe Wang Kuan could truly be so heartless. Facing the phone's camera, Wang Kuan's gaze was as sharp as a knife.
He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, as if contemplating something.
At this moment, Zhang Yao was eagerly anticipating his softening, her face full of excitement. Wang Kuan, I knew you still cared. I was really wrong before.
I swear I'll stay by your side from now on. Even if you don't divorce your wife, I'll still be with you because I know you have me in your heart. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Kuan opened his eyes, a sigh tinged with a hint of relief. People should have their limits.
I really don't know where you get the audacity to say such things. It seems I truly misjudged you before. I will not divorce my wife, and I certainly won't pick up someone like you. Give up early, we are completely done. It's not that you don't want me, it's that I, Wang Kuan, don't want you.
After saying this, Wang Kuan mercilessly hung up the phone and blocked Zhang Yao on both WeChat and her number.
In an instant, the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. Wang Kuan lay on his back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, the feelings in his heart completely erased.
Zhang Yao's life or death was no longer any concern of his. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao held her phone, her expression blank, her heart filled with unprecedented regret.
The life she had dreamed of could have been realized with Wang Kuan.
Unfortunately, this time it was her turn to be dumped, her dignity trampled without mercy.
The next morning, Wang Kuan woke up early, feeling particularly relaxed.
When he went downstairs to the first floor, he found that Su Lan and Su Wei had already left, leaving behind a table full of breakfast, as if it was intentionally left for him.
Wang Kuan didn't mind.
Having such a CEO wife, at least she left him something to eat, which was already quite good.
After finishing breakfast, Wang Kuan searched the house thoroughly, but the car keys were still nowhere to be found, and his mood instantly plummeted. It seemed he would have to take the bus to work again today. What a disappointment. This system is such a dead-end trap, setting a 3-month upgrade task and even restricting me from leaving my job. Wang Kuan felt helpless. He had to go to work, otherwise the mission would fail, and failure meant severe punishment. Just as he was about to open the system app to check the star rating of the new mission, his phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar call. The caller ID left him dumbfounded. It was from a contact named Team 9 of Heaven?
I remember I only have a few acquaintances in my phone, not even Su Lan's number.
How could a Team 9 of Heaven suddenly appear? Driven by curiosity, Wang Kuan answered the call without hesitation. On the other end of the line, an extremely respectful voice came through. Sir, how have you been lately? Who are you? Wang Kuan was stunned, wondering to himself what on earth was going on.
Please don't joke with me, sir.
I just wanted to offer a simple greeting.
If you encounter any difficulties in biling, feel free to call back, and I will do my utmost to assist you. The other party's tone carried an inexplicable sense of reverence.
Wang Kuan was even more puzzled. I don't know you. How do you have my number?
You're still the same, always joking, but I can tell you're doing well, and that puts me at ease.
If something happened to you, I wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility.
The other person's voice carried a hint of nervousness, as if Wang Kuan held a very special place in their heart.
I really don't know you. Tell me who you are. Wang Kuan became anxious. You know perfectly well who I am. Let's leave it at that for now. As long as you're fine, I'm relieved.
The other person seemed startled and hastily hung up the phone.
The call ended, and Wang Kuan stared blankly at his phone, dazed for several minutes. Who exactly is number 9 of the heavenly group?
Suddenly, he remembered the incident of his identity being altered, slapped his forehead sharply, and decisively opened his contact list. Ever since his identity was modified, he hadn't checked his contact list. Now he discovered that the number 9 of the heavenly group was also in it, which was truly shocking. Sure enough, the contact list not only included former classmates and friends but also many unfamiliar numbers, even Su Lan's and Old Master Su's. Wow, that's amazing. How could it be changed like this? Team 9 of the heavenly group, Mo Xiaotian, Li Xian? Capital's top boss? What the heck is this? All the unfamiliar contacts were people Wang Kuan didn't recognize. He tried calling Li Xian, only to find that the phone was disconnected. What a joke, can't even afford to pay the phone bill. Must be poorer than me. Wang Kuan's lips twitched as he wondered if the earlier call was just a prank. Not bothering to think too much, he put on his shoes and headed out to work. Today, he had something big to accomplish. An hour and a half later, Wang Kuan leisurely got off the bus at the station, mentally calculating that he was late again. However, he didn't care at all and strolled casually toward the company. From a distance, he saw Chen Feng anxiously waiting at the main entrance, drenched in sweat and looking like an ant on a hot pan. As soon as Chen Feng spotted Wang Kuan, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly approached him with a beaming smile, and acted like an obedient little dog. Mr. Wang, finally, you're here. We can talk outside. I've already prepared a private room since it's not convenient to discuss this at the company. What's so inconvenient about it? Wang Kuan thought to himself. He was about to pocket $1 million in cash. What a windfall. Chen Feng was anxious and repeatedly advised, Mr. Wang, there are too many people here, and it wouldn't be good if we were discovered. Besides, I already have some issues. So you're afraid I'll scam your money and then stab you, is that it? Wang Kuan smiled meaningfully, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Chen Feng's whole body trembled, and his impression of Wang Kuan instantly rose to a higher level. He certainly knew Wang Kuan's identity, son-in-law of the Su family. $1 million was nothing more than a trivial amount to him. Last night, Chen Feng had been sleepless, growing more uneasy the more he thought about it. With Wang Kuan's status, how could he only ask for $1 million? That amount was far too little and completely inconsistent with his identity. Mr. Wang, I beg you, please stop playing with me. What exactly do you want me to do? Just say it directly, and I'll do my best. Chen Feng was on the verge of tears, his heart filled with helplessness and fear. In fact, Chen Feng's worries were nothing more than overthinking. The number Wang Kuan casually mentioned back then was something a person of his humble background could never dare to dream of. $1 million. I'm not messing with you. Let's just go straight to your office. It's so inconvenient to stand outside. Wang Kuan yawned, then placed his hand on his lower back, striding into the main entrance like a leader. The security guards and the beautiful receptionists on the first floor of the company all straightened their backs, eager to show off in front of Wang Kuan. Who would have thought he had such a background? This is what true modesty looks like. Being low-key is the most badass form of showing off, but the premise is that you need to have the kind of capital Mr. Wang has. Wang Kuan felt secretly delighted, continuing to put on airs, walking with an air of confidence. Mr. Wang, please lead the way. Chen Feng felt uneasy, fearing it might be another trap set by Wang Kuan, but he still had to cautiously follow behind. He felt extremely aggrieved. A dignified top-tier worker like him was actually being held at a disadvantage by someone younger. He just wanted to get through this ordeal as quickly as possible, even if it meant spending more money to appease Wang Kuan. From now on, he would never dare to clash with Wang Kuan again. This seemingly carefree young man turned out to be a ruthless character who always sought revenge. He took the elevator all the way up to the vice president's office. With the door closed, Wang Kuan sat in Chen Feng's executive chair, his feet casually propped up on the desk. He leisurely lit a cigarette, spread his fingers, and asked, "Where's my money?" Chen Feng hurriedly pointed to the safe. "It's here. Should I take it out now?" Before Wang Kuan could respond, Chen Feng quickly opened the safe, took out all the cash inside, stuffed it into a large black bag, and finally placed it on the desk.
Mr. Wang, would you like to count it to see if the amount is correct? Chen Feng was sweating all over, with a faint sense of unease in his heart. Then I'll be leaving.
Wang Kun extinguished his cigarette, placed both feet on the ground, grabbed the black bag, and felt its weight.
A sense of unprecedented
security surged in his heart. This was an enormous amount of cash he had never possessed before.
Receiving cash directly would leave no evidence behind. Wang Kun slung the black bag over his shoulder and got up, ready to leave. However, Chen Feng suddenly blocked his way and pleaded, "Bro, I've already called you bro, isn't this a bit unusual? Do you have some other demands? I really can't handle it." "What? Are you a masochist?" Wang Kun couldn't help but laugh.
He had originally planned to just take the money and leave, but unexpectedly, Chen Feng misunderstood, thinking he had some hidden tricks up his sleeve. Seriously, after using too many tricks, this time he decided not to use any, yet it ended up scaring someone instead.
Chen Feng's face was full of bitterness.
He bent slightly, suddenly slapped himself, and said painfully, "Mr. Wang, I'm really nothing but garbage.
Just treat me like a fart and let me go completely, okay?" Chen Feng's heart was filled with fear.
He felt that Wang Kun was playing a psychological game. In such a rapidly changing situation, he didn't even dare to muster a shred of courage to resist, even feeling that humiliation was only natural.
After all, wasn't Wang Kun the one who truly controlled his fate?
If exposed, the fact that Chen Feng had secretly siphoned off so much company money would completely ruin him for life.
Wang Kun carried a black bag, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth, and said with a hint of mockery, "I really want to treat you like a fart and let it go, but the key is whether you believe it or not." Chen Feng panted heavily, pleading, "Mr. Wang, are you really not going to hold it against me?" Wang Kun sneered disdainfully, "Why would I stoop to the level of someone like you?
Chen Feng, you're still too young and overly suspicious.
Since things have
come to this point, I'll reluctantly forgive you this once, but remember, don't let there be a next time.
Otherwise, what awaits won't just be a million."
After saying this, Wang Kun turned and left, opened the door to the deputy general manager's office, and went downstairs without hesitation. Chen Feng finally let out a heavy sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just survived a catastrophe.
This Wang Kun is truly a ruthless character. Coercion and favor coexist.
He not only made me remember that he saved me but also made me remember that he caused all of this. From start to finish, all of this was orchestrated by Wang Kun. Sigh, as a deputy general manager, I really can't compete with him. A few minutes later, Chen Feng slowly got up, with no trace of unwillingness left in his heart. He decided to take the initiative to find Su Lan, honestly confess all his mistakes, and even prepared to make up for the funds he had secretly taken.
As long as he could gain internal forgiveness, he could stay in the company and continue as vice president, couldn't he? Continue to confront Wang Kun?
That would be a path to self-destruction.
After all, Wang Kun was the Su family's son-in-law, with a powerful background that Chen Feng simply couldn't compare to. To put it bluntly, if Wang Kun wanted to ruin him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant in Bailing City. This is a complete disparity in identity and status. At the same time, Wang Kun swaggered into the marketing department's workspace carrying 1 million in cash. Arriving late and still being so ostentatious, Wang Kun is indeed a maverick.
Of course, no one knew that his black bag contained 1 million in cash. The colleagues around cast their gazes over, some smiled insincerely, some exchanged flirtatious glances, while others were full of envy and jealousy. Their expressions varied. Wang Kun paid no attention to this, sat down at his desk, and casually placed the black bag next to his computer. The black bag, weighing over 20 pounds and filled with 1 million in cash, landed on the desk with a heavy thud. Colleagues sitting nearby exchanged puzzled looks, secretly wondering if Wang Kun had brought bricks to work.
Xinyan moved her office chair, staring curiously at the black bag on the desk, and asked, Hey, what's in your bag? Don't tell me it's really bricks?"
"Yes, it's bricks, for hitting people.
If anyone annoys me, I'll smash them with one," Wang Kun joked.
He would never reveal the truth in the workplace. Taking it out openly would make him look like a nouveau riche. But speaking of it, this 1 million in cash felt like a dream. Before he modified his background identity, there was no way he could have gotten so much money. His basic salary was just over 3,000, and this 1 million was equivalent to more than 20 years of his basic salary.
Wang Kun was incredibly excited inside.
Still, he had to remain calm. After all, he was now the Su family's son-in-law, the husband of a beautiful CEO. Xinyan rolled her eyes helplessly. "Look at you, acting like this.
I really feel like hitting you." This is just how I am. Do you like it or not? Wang Kuan teased. Xinyan sighed, I would like to, but my family is pressuring me to get married. I'm afraid it's just not meant to be. Mentioning this issue, Wang Kuan couldn't help but feel worried. Whether Xinyan is a beauty or not, just based on his relationship with her, she shouldn't have to endure such grievances. Xinyan is a rich and beautiful woman, there's no doubt about that. However, Wang Kuan couldn't understand why her parents were forcing their daughter to marry someone she didn't like.
Wang Kuan thought to himself, this is definitely not a simple task, this is forcing me to become stronger. He suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with determination, a fighting spirit igniting in his heart.
He absolutely couldn't let Xinyan worry, nor could he let the Su family get implicated.
In Bailing, who has a combat power of 200,000, he muttered to himself, quickly searching his mind for suspicious individuals. I need to find some strong opponents, preferably from those renowned noble families I've heard of.
Maybe I can find a suitable match. Xinyan noticed the change in Wang Kuan's expression, and her heart stirred. Could it be that he was planning to take action?
Where are you going? She asked tentatively. Wang Kuan smiled faintly, his eyes filled with fearless determination. Go find someone to challenge, there's no time to hesitate. Xinyan was momentarily stunned, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. Be careful, those people are not easy to deal with.
I will.
Wang Kuan responded firmly, then turned and walked out, already beginning to plan his next move in his mind. Bailing was a place full of opportunities and challenges. He had to find an opponent with a combat power value of 200,000 in a short time, complete the task, and secure a slim chance of survival for both himself and Xinyan.
Wang Kuan walked out of Xinyan's house, calculating in his mind, first step, find some famous martial arts gyms. I've heard that many experts gather in those places. He headed straight for the center of Bailing City, silently motivating himself, determined not to miss any opportunity. Entering a martial arts gym, Wang Kuan's attention was immediately drawn to the atmosphere inside. All around were martial artists sparring, their punches landing solidly, exuding an overwhelming aura. He approached the front desk, his tone firm, I want to challenge the strongest fighters here. The receptionist was slightly taken aback, then revealed a faint smile, are you sure? There are plenty of experts in our hall, and their combat power values are all above 100,000. I know. I'm looking for someone with a combat power of 200,000. Wang Kuan stood his ground, his tone carrying an air of fearless determination.
The receptionist's smile gradually faded, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. You've got guts, but you can give it a try. Everyone loves a challenge. He then guided Wang Kuan into the arena, where the surrounding martial artists all paused their actions and turned their gazes uniformly toward Wang Kuan.
The new kid actually wants to challenge our expert? What a joke!
A burly martial artist stepped forward, his face full of disdain. I'm not afraid of jokes, only of not daring to challenge.
Wang Kuan raised his chin, his gaze sharp, his blood boiling with excitement. Alright, you've got guts. Then I'll play with you.
The burly martial artist grinned, clenched his fists, and stepped onto the arena.
Wang Kuan's heart trembled, the opportunity had finally come.
He knew this was his first challenge and the beginning of his journey to becoming strong.
Come on, let me see how strong you are. Wang Kuan shouted loudly, instantly entering combat mode, silently chanting in his heart, for Xinyan, for the Su family, I must not lose.
The battle on the arena was about to begin, and the audience held their breath in anticipation, eagerly awaiting this thrilling showdown.
The ability to detect combat power is only granted after completing the mission. Before that, you have to find out on your own? A man with a combat power value of 200,000 is definitely an extraordinary and formidable character. The mission failure will result in a random seal. System, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?
I suspect there's something shady about the bounty missions.
Wang Kuan thought helplessly, on the verge of collapse. Please do not question the fairness of this system. The system's voice was cold and resolute. Xinyan sat nearby, hearing Wang Kuan's complaints. She couldn't help but glance sideways, noticing his distressed expression. She thought to herself. That Wang Kuan seemed ready to give up. In that case, she wouldn't have to worry about him getting into trouble, and the guilt in her heart eased. Anyway, Xinyan never expected Wang Kuan to be of much help, as the gap between him and that man with 200,000 combat power was simply too vast. A brand new 3-star bounty mission, defeat the man with 200,000 combat power, and the host must locate him independently and complete the task within 7 days. Faced with this frustrating mission, Wang Kuan was extremely reluctant but had no choice but to carry it out. Glancing at the mission reward, a glimmer of hope ignited in Wang Kuan's heart as he silently recited, Eye of the War God, possessing the abilities of X-ray vision and combat power detection.
Taking away other abilities, just the power of X-ray vision alone is simply the superpower every man dreams of.
What is X-ray vision?
It is an invincible gaze that, with just one glance, can see through all obstacles. Wang Kuan sat on the office chair and looked around, inexplicably locking his gaze on Xinyan.
Today's Xinyan was dressed particularly stunningly.
A loose oversized t-shirt just covered her very short light blue denim shorts, her fair legs exposed to the air, both tall and unique, making her appear especially slender.
Thinking about the task reward, Wang Kuan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva.
It wasn't that he had any thoughts about Xinyan, he was merely considering what benefits the reward for this task could ultimately bring him.
The answer was obvious, this benefit was simply endless. The task must be completed, damn it, I absolutely have to get the X-ray vision ability. Wang Kuan's heart was so excited that it was trembling. As long as one gains X-ray vision, nothing in the world can hide.
Xinyan noticed she was being watched and teased. "Oh, I didn't expect you, Wang Kuan, to stare at me for so long.
Want me to cut you a deal and let you look a bit more? Can you have some decency and act a bit more like a woman?" Wang Kuan was instantly speechless.
If it weren't for his past acquaintance with Xinyan, he might have actually developed other thoughts about her. Xinyan raised an eyebrow and smiled boldly. "This is just how I am, not so pretentious." Wang Kuan was speechless, but he secretly thought to himself that he must quickly request leave to make time to complete the task.
Otherwise, who knows if it would count as leaving his post? The consequences would be dire, and failing the upgrade task would be disastrous.
The marketing department is divided into multiple work areas, each with a complete management system, maintained by the respective area managers for daily operations. Above that is the true upper management of the marketing department. But the current upper management of the marketing department is all busy handling internal affairs, with no time to meet anyone. Wang Kuan walked straight to the office of the regional manager, raised his hand, and knocked on the door firmly. "Manager Zhao, it's me, Wang Kuan." As soon as the words fell, the door was immediately opened, revealing a young man of similar age to him, Zhao Tong, the regional manager of the marketing department. He was dressed sharply, exuding an air of authority.
Zhao Tong was Wang Kuan's college classmate.
After graduation, they both joined the same company, but their relationship was not very good. Whenever they met at the company, they always pretended not to know each other. This was because Wang Kuan was hired through a normal application process, while Zhao Tong entered through connections. In just 2 years, he had risen rapidly, holding himself in high regard among their classmates and feeling quite pleased with himself. So before this, Zhao Tong naturally didn't want to interact with Wang Kuan, vaguely looking down on him, though he didn't make it too obvious. After working for 2 years, at every class reunion, Zhao Tong never spoke to Wang Kuan.
Yet, he would tell old classmates that he was now Wang Kuan's superior, occasionally flaunting his annual salary, leaving Wang Kuan feeling quite helpless.
But now, Zhao Tong seemed like a completely different person, his face full of an ingratiating smile, as if he had an extremely close relationship with Wang Kuan.
He hooked an arm around Wang Kuan's shoulder and said with a laugh, "Old classmate Wang, why are you knocking on the door?
With our relationship, there's no need for that.
Come in, let's have a good chat." With that, Zhao Tong enthusiastically pulled Wang Kuan into the office.
Zhao Tong casually closed the door, sat on the sofa with Wang Kuan, and began pretending to strike up a conversation.
"Wang Kuan, you little rascal, you've been fooling me for quite a while. You're really something. You never come to see me. Don't you know how much I wish you'd drop by?
In this company, it's you and me, Zhao Tong, who get along the best.
Same school, same company.
I was just thinking about catching up with you, and here you are, coming to me in person."
Ha, as expected of an old classmate. Hearing Zhao Tong's hypocritical words, Wang Kuan couldn't help but feel a surge of disgust.
In this society, money truly rules.
Strangers can instantly become close, a reality that leaves one helpless. If Wang Kuan hadn't become Su Lan's husband, Zhao Tong definitely wouldn't even spare him a glance. "I'm here to request leave." Wang Kuan got straight to the point, unwilling to waste time here.
Zhao Tong hooked his arm around Wang Kuan's shoulder, looking somewhat surprised, and said with a wry smile, "Old Wang, if you want to leave, just go.
The whole company belongs to you and President Su. Why bother coming to tell me in person? We must distinguish between public and private matters. I'm just an ordinary employee, so naturally, I need approval to take leave. I plan to take about 7 days off. Can you approve it?"
Wang Kuan crossed his arms, feeling a wave of disgust in his heart.
"Of course, I can. But old Wang, you're really not being fair. You've had me thinking you were that kind of person ever since we were in school." Zhao Tong laughed heartily, like an opportunist who always seizes an advantage. Wang Kuan retorted, That kind? What kind?
Zhao Tong was momentarily at a loss for words, a trace of embarrassment flashing across his face, but he quickly masked it and said, "There's something
I want to tell you. We're about to have another class reunion. I'll let you know the location when the time comes. If you're free, you should come. We'll see. I might not be available," Wang Kuan responded indifferently.
Zhao Tong grinned, taking the initiative to pour tea and water, letting out a few sighs as he remarked, "Time flies. We've been out in society for 2 years now, each of us building
our careers.
Take our class, for example. I'm doing relatively well, but you're on a whole different level, old Wang. Apart from Jiang Xiaoyun, no one can really compare to you." There was a hint of mockery in Zhao Tong's tone, though it was hard to detect.
Jiang Xiaoyun? Are you saying this on purpose? Wang Kuan frowned, his expression instantly turning grim. "Absolutely not, old Wang, you've misunderstood. I was immature back then, but thinking about it now, it's nothing," Zhao Tong hurriedly denied. Though he sneered inwardly. Even if Wang Kuan was no longer the same as before, so what? Back in school, didn't Jiang Xiaoyun almost ruin him? Doing something that neither offends people nor fails to expose their scars, Zhao Tong thoroughly enjoyed it. Nothing much? Wang Kuan's expression grew increasingly gloomy as his hand unconsciously touched the back of his head, where a scar was hidden. Back in school, Jiang Xiaoyun acted like a tyrant. Just because Wang Kuan refused to run errands and buy water for him, he ended up getting beaten up. From that day until graduation, Wang Kuan hardly had a single good day. That scar was left by Jiang Xiaoyun, who nearly beat him to death. Jiang Xiaoyun seemed to enjoy bullying people like Wang Kuan to feel a sense of superiority. Afterward, Jiang Xiaoyun walked away unscathed, while Wang Kuan was left with a lifelong scar. Some people are like this, bullying you is a source of amusement for them, sometimes without any reason at all. Wang Kuan had heard that Jiang Xiaoyun was no ordinary person, and the facts proved it to be true. However, Wang Kuan didn't know just how terrifying this extraordinary could be. If it were you, being bullied for so many years, how would you feel? An unexplainable fury surged in Wang Kuan's heart. This was almost the greatest humiliation of his life, all because he lacked the strength back then and couldn't stand up to him. Zhao Tong put on the face of a mediator and argued, Brother Xiaoyun was indeed a bit excessive in the past, but he was young back then. We've been working in society for so long now, there's no need to hold grudges. Besides, even if you really want to hold a grudge, Brother Xiaoyun, are you saying that even if I really want to settle the score, I might not be able to outplay him? Oh, and you even brought up Brother Xiaoyun. Wang Kuan's breathing grew heavy, his hands gradually clenched into fists, and the anger on his face was on the verge of erupting. That's not what I mean. We should aim for harmony and mutual benefit. You and Brother Xiaoyun don't get along, so naturally, you don't understand him. I have a relatively decent relationship with him and have occasionally kept in touch. Right now, he's thriving between the capital and Bailing, living a life beyond what ordinary people can. Imagine. If you still want to hold a grudge, wouldn't that make you seem petty? Zhao Tong appeared to be advising on the surface, but inwardly he was secretly pleased, hoping Wang Kuan would provoke Jiang Xiaoyun so they could relive the conflicts from their university days. Besides, Jiang Xiaoyun had personally promised to attend this reunion. When the time comes, these two enemies are bound to cross paths. Jiang Xiaoyun's identity had always been a mystery. Zhao Tong only knew that he was powerful and influential. And Wang Kuan was in the midst of his prime. No one knew how envious Zhao Tong felt inside or how complex his emotions were. Remember to inform me when the time comes, I must meet this Jiang Xiaoyun. Hatred flickered in Wang Kuan's eyes, as if hinting at something. Of course, we're old classmates after all. Zhao Tong noticed Wang Kuan's change and secretly rejoiced. The fish had finally taken the bait. He had already begun imagining the scene of Wang Kuan being trampled under Jiang Xiaoyun's feet. Like a dog, it was simply thrilling. After taking leave, Wang Kuan didn't linger for long. Jiang Xiaoyun, this name was like a scar, casting a shadow over Wang Kuan's entire university years. He absolutely could not miss the class reunion. Due to the urgency of the task, the terrifying threat of punishment, and the enticing reward, Wang Kuan even forgot to take the black bag and hurriedly left the company. Just as Wang Kuan had barely stepped out, Zhao Tong emerged from the office, pretending to inspect the workspace while flaunting his superior authority. Soon, Zhao Tong approached Xinyan, sat down with his protruding beer belly, and stared at her intently. Xinyan felt a surge of disgust, her whole body uncomfortable under his gaze, and couldn't help but ask, Manager Zhao, is there something you need? I heard that you and Wang Kuan are quite close. Is that true? Zhao Tong's lips curled into a strange smile,
as if there was a hidden meaning in his words. Shinyan put down the proposal book, brushed the hair from her forehead, and responded coldly, Wang Kuan and I are just buddies.
Why is Manager Zhao asking about this? Bro? Oh, nothing, I was just curious.
You probably don't know about the relationship between brother Xiaoyun and Wang Kuan, nor do you know what happened between Wang Kuan
and brother Xiaoyun in the past, right?
Zhao Tong suddenly dropped a bombshell, as if he had known everything all along, relishing the calculations brewing in his mind.
Jiang Xiaoyun? You know him? Wang Kuan knows Jiang Xiaoyun?
Xinyan's entire body trembled, her inner shock beyond words. She never expected that name to come out of Zhao Tong's mouth. Zhao Tong glanced around, lowered his voice, and said, Not only do I know him,
I even know that you're his fiancé. Brother Xiaoyun and I are among
the best of classmates, and I personally report your every move in the company to him.
Of course, Wang Kuan doesn't know that you're his fiancé.
Speaking, Zhao Tong deliberately left a hint of suspense, his little scheme already planned out, ready to reap the benefits without effort.
Pass this message to Jiang Xiaoyun for me, this is enough.
I can agree to marry him, but tell him not to make things difficult for anyone. Xinyan bit her red lips slightly, appearing both helpless and resolute. Zhao Tong's eyes darted around, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that Wang Kuan hadn't even turned off his
computer before leaving.
The desk was in complete disarray, and there was even a black bag left on it that he hadn't taken with him. As if driven by some unseen force, Zhao Tong reached out and lifted the black bag, immediately startled by its weight.
Wang Kuan takes leave and doesn't bring his stuff with him? Isn't he afraid someone might take it? Why is this bag so heavy?
Xinyan did not respond, her mind filled with thoughts of her marriage to Jiang Xiaoyun, her emotions complicated. How strange, Zhao Tong muttered, furrowing his brows in confusion.
He thought it might be better to first put away Wang Kuan's belongings. No matter how things turned out between Wang Kuan and Jiang Xiaoyun, it had nothing to do with him. Helping Wang Kuan tidy up his things and doing a small favor along the way, why not? Of course, in the public workspace, Zhao Tong felt it inappropriate to open Wang Kuan's black bag in front of everyone.
So Zhao Tong simply carried the black bag back to his office, placed it on the sofa, and stared at it for a few seconds.
His curiosity
grew unbearable, and he finally couldn't resist reaching out to slowly open it, thinking to himself that no one would know anyway. As a result, when the bag was opened, it was unexpectedly stuffed with dazzling cash, leaving Zhao Tong stunned. He picked up a stack in disbelief, swallowed hard, and only then realized he hadn't seen wrong.
Shocked, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement within.
What shocked him wasn't just the temptation of $1 million in cash, but the fact that Wang Kuan had so brazenly left such a huge sum in the workspace and then walked away as if it were nothing. How much nerve would it take to do something like that? A flame of jealousy gradually ignited in Zhao Tong's heart as he muttered darkly, I never thought that useless Wang Kuan would suddenly rise to such heights and achieve this. I'm clearly no worse than him, so why would President Su choose him? In Zhao Tong's mind, Wang Kuan was just a spineless and incompetent person who always accepted things as they were, achieving nothing of significance. He felt dissatisfied, unwilling to accept it, and was indeed consumed with jealousy. Wang Kuan had always been less accomplished than him, but in the blink of an eye, he was now far above him. Zhao Tong had long been uncomfortable with this. So, he picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Xiaoyun's number. When the call connected, Zhao Tong got straight to the point, Brother Xiaoyun, I have something to tell you.
Do you still remember Wang Kuan?
Only the sound of Jiang Xiaoyun's flippant voice came from the other end of the phone. Got it.
I suspect the relationship between Wang Kuan and Xinyan is not simple, it's too ambiguous.
I think the reason Xinyan didn't agree before must be because of Wang Kuan.
Zhao Tong was secretly pleased,
thinking not only to scheme against Wang Kuan but also to involve Jiang Xiaoyun in the plan.
Using Jiang Xiaoyun to suppress Wang Kuan's momentum would teach Wang Kuan that one shouldn't be too ostentatious. Wang Kuan?
Not worth mentioning. I'll deal with him when we meet at the class reunion.
Right now, I'm busy with something in Biling. Jiang Xiaoyun's tone was indifferent, clearly not taking Wang Kuan seriously. Alright, then you go ahead, Brother Xiaoyun.
Zhao Tong hung up the phone, feeling secretly smug.
This time, Wang Kuan, do you still dare to resist?
Although Jiang Xiaoyun appeared calm, Zhao Tong knew his personality well.
Without a resolution, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Touching Jiang Xiaoyun's woman was a major taboo. Even if it was just his fiancée, it was enough to make Wang Kuan suffer. Stuffing the cash back into the bag, Zhao Tong lit a cigarette, leaned back on the sofa, tilted his head, and laughed smugly to himself. When the conflict between the two erupts, Wang Kuan will definitely be severely dealt with. I can even return the bag.
To him as a favor, building a good relationship with Wang Kuan on one side while becoming sworn brothers with Jiang Shaoyun on the other.
Truly ingenious. Wang Kuan took a 7-day leave. He would never suspect that I was the one scheming against him.
Feeling delighted, Zhao Tong took a drag of his cigarette, anticipating a great show about to unfold. As for Jiang Shaoyun's background, Zhao Tong hadn't fully investigated it, but he was certain it was far more formidable than Wang Kuan's. From start to finish, Zhao Tong never believed that Wang Kuan could stand a chance against Jiang Shaoyun. At this moment, Wang Kuan stood by the roadside downstairs, completely unaware and focused on completing his task as quickly as possible.
A man with a combat power value of 200,000 must be extraordinary. You definitely won't find someone like that in ordinary places, only in a prominent family like the Su family might there be one.
Wang Kuan decisively took out his phone, opened his contacts, and found the number of Old Master Su. He tried calling, but no one answered the first time. The second attempt also went unanswered, as if the other party was preoccupied with something. Until the third call was about to exceed the time limit, it was finally answered. On the other end of the line came an elderly voice, mixed with a hint of apology. "Sorry to keep you waiting.
Wang Kuan, I was busy just now. Someone happened to visit at home. Why did you suddenly call?"
Judging by the tone of the conversation, the relationship between the two seemed extremely close. In fact, this was Wang Kuan's first time calling Old Master Su. They hadn't known each other before.
Forcing himself to endure the awkwardness, Wang Kuan pretended to be familiar and said, "Old Master, do you have any experts at home?
Tell me the address, and I'll go spar with them."
"The address? Don't you already know it?"
Old Master Su was momentarily stunned.
Wang Kuan's heart tightened, and he quickly explained, "Well, don't worry about that, just tell me. I'll head over right away." "Alright, a guest has arrived at home, and I wanted to introduce you. I'll send you the address via text in a moment. Hurry over."
Old Master Su smiled kindly and then hung up the phone.
Wang Kuan was secretly delighted.
After receiving the text message, he immediately hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Su family residence. The Su family of Bailing is undoubtedly the top-tier family in the area.
The Su family's wealth is unparalleled in this region.
In terms of fortune and status, they are practically the overlords of all Bailing, wielding immense influence, with their companies and industries spread far and wide.
Ordinary people can only know the company's name but cannot learn about the actual controller behind it. Only those with some status in Bailing can understand, yet they cannot fully grasp the Su family's foundation. This shows the Su family's strength in Bailing. The Su family manor, located in the suburbs of Bailing, boasts an excellent environment and a terrain imbued with feng shui elements.
It spans an exceptionally large area, resembling a true luxury mansion, with towering walls surrounding it, exuding an imposing aura. When Wang Kuan arrived at the main gate of the Su family, he was shocked in his heart and had no doubts left about the Su family's power. Outside the main gate stood 8 guards, each staring straight ahead, standing upright with serious expressions and strong physiques. Wang Kuan squinted his eyes as he stepped forward, pondering whether to test the skills of these 8 men. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, as he needed to find the strongest expert.
This opportunity could not be wasted.
A leading guard recognized Wang Kuan and hurriedly jogged over.
"Mr. Wang, you're back. Open the gate quickly."
"Yes, I have some matters to discuss with the old master. Besides, the old master mentioned that a guest has arrived at the house, and he wanted
us to be introduced. So, I came over today. Lead the way." Wang Kuan placed his hands behind his back and walked inside with an air of ease. The leading guard dared not disobey and immediately led the way.
As they walked, he said, "Indeed, a guest has arrived.
I heard they're quite extraordinary. I don't know the name, but I think the surname is Jian. Take me to see the old man." Wang Kuan responded with an "oh" and didn't pay much attention. The Su family.
One luxurious mansion after another stood amidst the greenery, with the surrounding landscaping exceptionally well maintained. The courtyard was designed in a garden style, with an extraordinarily elegant landscape, clearly the work of a master. Wang Kuan walked in the garden, the environment serene and pleasant, as if far removed from the hustle and bustle of the city, isolated from the world, truly breathtaking. Someone was leading the way ahead, naturally heading toward where Old Master Su was.
"Mr. Wang, the old master is entertaining guests in the main house."
"I don't think there's a need to announce your arrival, I'll take you there directly." The garden was quite large, it would take more than 10 minutes on foot to walk through it completely.
Wang Kuan slightly calmed his impatient mood, leisurely following behind while admiring the Su family's scenery, secretly sighing that wealthy families truly are different. The Su family is not an individual but represents an entire collective.
These rows of interconnected mansions are almost entirely reserved for their own family members to live in, which also shows that the Su family as a whole is not disunited.
Since I've already entered the Su family's door, what's there to be anxious about? Wang Kuan was full of confidence.
Relying on his current status as a son-in-law, requesting a master from old Master Su for a sparring session was not excessive.
Thinking about completing the task and gaining the ability to see through things, Wang Kuan felt a bit excited. Damn it, with X-ray vision, who can compete with me in the future?
The more Wang Kuan thought about the endless benefits of X-ray vision, the more he felt secretly elated, as if the reward was right in front of him, within reach.
However, at this moment, Wang Kuan was completely unaware that undercurrents were surging and the atmosphere was tense within the Su family's main residence.
At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyun sat in the seat of honor, his posture tall and imposing. Dressed in a vintage gray robe with no accessories, he exuded
a natural aristocratic aura that commanded respect.
His triangular eyes carried a hint of indifference, as if he could see through everything. He is Jiang Xiaoyun, a young talent from the capital, with immense power and influence. In the main hall of the residence, the aroma of tea filled the air. The core members of the Su family were gathered, their eyes bright with anticipation, as if awaiting a rare and distinguished guest.
Even the elderly Master Su, with his hair white as snow, was full of admiration and said with a smile, "Xiaoyun, your visit to the Su family today truly brings me great joy."
Jiang Xiaoyun smiled faintly, took a sip of hot tea, and spoke with calm composure. "Since I've returned to Bailing this time, it's only natural to pay you a visit. After all, the Su family is second to none in Bailing."
Master Su waved his hand repeatedly.
"Oh, I dare not accept such praise.
Coincidentally, my son-in-law is also coming over today. He's the junior I hold in the highest regard.
You must get to know him well later." He stroked his chin thoughtfully, the wrinkles on his face seeming to smooth out with delight.
Jiang Xiaoyun sneered inwardly. The Su family's son-in-law? If he were truly capable, why would the old man go to such lengths?
His visit this time was merely to build connections, as he had already seen through the Su family. At this moment, the members of the Su family exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar.
They seemed reluctant to mention the
son-in-law the old man spoke of, faintly exuding an air of dissatisfaction, as if they harbored resistance toward this marriage.
"May I ask, what is the name of the old man's grandson-in-law?"
Jiang Xiaoyun's curiosity was piqued, a trace of sinister intent flashing in his eyes as he calculated how to meet this person who was so favored by the Su family.
"Wang Kuan," the old man blurted out. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall dropped to freezing point.
The Su family members let out faint sighs, as if feeling helpless about the old man's insistence.
"Old master, this really is."
An elder hesitated, stopping mid-sentence.
"Forget it, there are too many outsiders here, no need to say more."
The old man waved his hand, interrupting the murmurs of the crowd. Jiang Xiaoyun had exceptional hearing and naturally caught those whispers. Especially when he heard the name Wang Kuan, his heart trembled.
In disbelief, Zhao Tong had just mentioned something about Wang Kuan and Xingyan. Could there really be a connection between the two?
However, Jiang Xiaoyun quickly dismissed this thought. He figured that this Wang Kuan was clearly a useless bully in his own domain. How could he
possibly compare to the Wang Kuan he knew?
He wouldn't be deceived by appearances and had already deemed this Wang Kuan as insignificant in his heart. But what he didn't know was that Wang Kuan's fate was about to undergo an earth-shattering transformation, and all of it would begin from this very moment.
Wang Kuan, a good name.
I think, old master, since you defend him so much, he must have some extraordinary qualities, definitely not as others perceive him. Jiang Xiaoyun forced a slight smile, tinged with sarcasm. Old Master Su chuckled and shook his head. Not at all, not at all.
He's about the same age as you, but I actually think he's not as mature and steady as you are. The same age?
Jiang Xiaoyun's heart sank as he thought in disbelief. How could this be possible?
The Su family of Bailing was absolutely untouchable for someone like Wang Kuan. The Wang Kuan he knew could only wallow in the dirt of the commoners.
Perhaps he was overthinking it. The person before him was probably just an ordinary individual with the same name, age, and surname.
Sigh, that boy, really. He can even forget the exact address.
No sense of memory at all, and it's been so long, yet he's still not here. Old Master Su couldn't help but grumble again. Jiang Xiaoyun sat on the expensive Wan Wallywood chair, his face calm and composed, but in his mind, the image of the Wang Kuan he had once bullied surfaced. He couldn't help but smile inwardly. He was simply the most useless person he had ever met. At that time, no matter how much he bullied him, Wang Kuan simply didn't dare to fight back, acting like a punching bag.
Yet Wang Kuan had a stubborn personality. Despite being tormented by Jiang Xiaoyun for so long, Wang Kuan had never once begged for mercy. Deep down, Jiang Xiaoyun secretly hoped that Wang Kuan would muster the courage to punch him hard. Unfortunately, despite giving Wang Kuan countless opportunities, Wang Kuan never did it even once. This became a major regret in Jiang Xiaoyun's heart. Looking back, perhaps Wang Kuan was just a coward after all. At this moment, a report came from outside the door. "Master, Wang Kuan is here, right outside." The old Master Su's face lit up with anticipation, and he immediately waved his hand. "Quick, let him in. I've been waiting for him for so long." The message was passed on, and at the entrance of the main hall, a figure slowly approached. From a distance, the face was unclear, only a lean figure about 1.8 meters tall could be seen. Old Master Su stood up and, treating him like a beloved junior, called out, "Wang Kuan, why are you still dawdling? Can't you listen to me just once and act a bit more mature? It's so embarrassing for others to see." The figure gradually approached, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, glancing around like a country bumpkin entering the city. The Su family elders present couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. This guy is still the same as ever. I thought he might improve a bit under Xiaolan's guidance, but there's been no progress at all. Poor Xiaolan. He's utterly hopeless, a complete disgrace to our Su family. Stop talking about it. Family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. When old Master Su heard this, his eyes widened, exuding authority, and everyone immediately fell silent in fear. In an instant, old Master Su revealed a doting smile again and said to the approaching figure, "You rascal, don't be late next time. The guests are all waiting for you." The figure walked at a leisurely pace. Although his face was not particularly striking, it carried an expression that was completely at odds with his attire. If he were dressed in a dragon robe, he would look just like an emperor. His slightly messy bangs casually fell on his forehead, and his eyes darted around, observing everything. Who else could it be but Wang Kuan? When Wang Kuan's gaze met that of Jiang Xiaoyun, who was seated, both of them froze simultaneously. Immediately afterward, Jiang Xiaoyun came to his senses, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "I once thought it wasn't you, but I didn't expect it really was. So, how have you been these past 2 years while I was away? Don't tell me you're still the same as before?" This son-in-law of the Su family turned out to be Wang Kuan himself. Just now, Jiang Xiaoyun had been trying to dispel his doubts, never expecting it to be the same person. Jiang Xiaoyun found it utterly ridiculous, thinking to himself that the person old Master Su went to such lengths to protect turned out to be Wang Kuan, this useless bully who only acted tough at home. Jiang Xiaoyun couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. What on earth was there about Wang Kuan that was worth protecting? The Su family elder must have gone senile, right? Of course, since this was the Su family's residence, he couldn't speak his mind openly. At the very least, he had to give the Su family some face, didn't he? In the past, it didn't matter much, but at his age now, Jiang Xiaoyun understood the importance of handling things tactfully. So, Jiang Xiaoyun asked with a hidden meaning in his words, "Wang Kuan, I wonder if you still remember me? You two know each other? Well, that's great." Old Master Su looked surprised, then became elated, completely unaware of the undercurrents surging beneath the surface. "Of course, we know each other." Wang Kuan's face remained tense as he sneered inwardly. How could he not understand the implication behind Jiang Xiaoyun's words? Old Master Su's ignorance was merely because the system had altered his identity and background, leaving even some of his experiences unknown. Although the system had modified his identity and background, some things could not be changed. Jiang Xiaoyun wore a calm expression and even took the initiative to stand up, walking toward Wang Kuan. He extended his hand, pretending to show goodwill, as if they hadn't seen each other in years. A trace of mockery curled at the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect that after all this time, Wang Kuan, you actually became the Su family's son-in-law. Congratulations. Getting to this point must not have been easy, right? The injury on your head, is it all better now?" "The injury on my head." Wang Kuan's heart burned with rage as he directly slapped Jiang Xiaoyun's hand away with a crisp sound. Slap. Jiang Xiaoyun feigned astonishment and asked in return, "Wang Kuan, what are you doing? You know exactly what I'm doing. Stop pretending in front of me." Wang Kuan said coldly, fury surging in his chest, his gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing straight at Jiang Xiaoyun. The people present looked at each other in dismay. Although they didn't know the reason, they all felt that Wang Kuan was utterly rude and completely disrespectful to the other party. "Wang Kuan, don't go too far. Jiang Xiaoyun is a guest of our Su family. Treating him like this is too discourteous. Apologize to Jiang Xiaoyun immediately." Old Master Su frowned deeply and hurriedly stepped between the two. although he was unclear about the true relationship between Wang Kun and Zhang Xiaoyun.
His years of experience made him sense that something was amiss, and a faint sense of dread arose in his heart.
Xiaoyun, Wang Kun is not as steady as you are. Don't let the conflict escalate.
Old Master Su's face showed fear, his aged appearance seeming so frail, and the panic in his heart was impossible to conceal. Zhang Xiaoyun feigned composure, rotated his wrist, and said indifferently, I had some conflicts with Wang Kun in the past, but that was many years ago.
I won't take it to heart. After all, it was just youthful recklessness. Just youthful recklessness?
Wang Kun was so furious he felt like his lungs were about to explode.
After enduring years of bullying, dismissing it as youthful recklessness, wasn't that an insult to him?
He felt unwilling in his heart. By nature, he was someone who would always seek revenge, but the reason he had endured all these years
was because of his sister, Wang Xiaoqian.
He dared not retaliate, fearing that if he acted, it would implicate his gravely ill sister. But now, everything has changed.
He is no longer the Wang Kun who could be bullied by anyone.
Suddenly, Old Master Su turned around, firmly pressing Wang Kun's shoulders with both hands, and whispered, Listen to me, don't say a word.
Let me handle this. Whatever you do, don't make a move.
Seeing the pleading expression on Old Master Su's face, Wang Kun was startled.
Could it be that he was actually afraid of him making a move? Old Master Su, what do you mean by this? Are you worried that Wang Kun might hurt me, or do you think I am no match for Wang Kun?
Zhang Xiaoyun was stunned.
In terms of status and position, how could the Su family compare to him?
He was supposed to be the one others feared, so how could it turn into him fearing this Wang Kun? Old Master Su's panic puzzled everyone, as no one could understand why such an illogical action would occur. Wang Kun was merely a person of unknown origin, even somewhat inexplicable, while Zhang Xiaoyun was a figure from a prominent family in the capital, someone even the Su family had to treat with utmost respect. But only Old Master Su understood the extraordinary power that Wang Kun, with his remarkable background, truly possessed. For now, at least, there was still a chance to ease the situation, better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let's leave it at that, no need to continue discussing. Since you two know each other, how about you, Xiaoyun, take the initiative to reconcile with Wang Kun? Let's all get along peacefully, Old Master Su said, attempting to ease the tension. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyun felt particularly displeased. Unwilling to show any more courtesy, he directly addressed Old Master Su by name and coldly retorted, You want me to take the initiative to reconcile with Wang Kun? Su Jinan, aren't you being a bit too ungrateful? Take a good look, do you know who I, Zhang Xiaoyun, am? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. This time, he had completely offended him. The Su family members looked at each other, secretly cursing Wang Kun as a jinx, truly dragging the Su family into a pit of despair. The old master actually defended Wang Kun in public, how utterly foolish.
But Old Master Su paid no attention to Zhang Xiaoyun.
His gaze was fixed on Wang Kun as he angrily said, Wang Kun, remember this, you have a
mission.
That person entrusted you to me, and with behavior like this, I can't explain myself.
There's still 1 year left to complete it. Mission? Why don't I know about any mission that still has a year left to complete? Wang Kun suppressed his anger, feeling grateful
in his heart for Old Master Su's defense, but Zhang Xiaoyun's public humiliation was something he absolutely could not tolerate.
Enduring in the past had only led to greater bullying.
Now that he had the system, he no longer wanted to live a life of humiliation and inferiority. Old Master Su hesitated, seemingly finding it inconvenient to explain with so many people present. He quickly changed the subject and said urgently, Listen to me, it's best not to take action, or all your efforts over the past 2 years will be wasted.
Su, are you deaf?
I demand that you make this Wang Kun apologize to me immediately.
This is simply shameless.
I was originally planning to give your Su family some face, but it seems that's no longer necessary.
Who the hell is this Wang Kun? How could someone like him be worthy of becoming the Su family's son-in-law? Su, you must be blind.
Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes gleamed with arrogance as he reached out and pushed Old Master Su in front of everyone.
Zhang Xiaoyun then pointed at Wang Kun and shouted angrily, This Wang Kun has no skills or courage at all, he's just a useless coward. You want me to reconcile with him? Are you insane? I don't care about any so-called tasks. I'll give Wang Kun 1 minute to think it over, or I'll make sure you go back to where you started. I could beat you before, and I still can now. As for the entire Su family, just wait and see, dealing with you is no challenge at all.
Old Master Su's face showed a troubled expression, revealing his inner conflict. He had originally intended to form good relations with the Jiang family from the capital, but things had taken such a turn. Hesitating for about 10 seconds, Old Master Su let out a soft sigh. Zhang Xiaoyun secretly rejoiced, thinking that his own strength and dominance had given him the upper hand. Surely, the Su family would side with him. However, in the next moment, Old Master Su stood to Wang Kuen's right, stroking his beard as he sighed. Wang Kuen, if you insist on taking
action, then go ahead.
But remember, this is your own choice, and it will only lead to that person being disappointed once again.
That person? Who is that person?
Wang Kuen no longer had the time to care about so much. Zhang Xiaoyun stepped slightly forward and mocked, alright, since you, Su, have chosen this way, don't blame me for tearing off the mask.
The injury on Wang Kuen's head was caused by me. I almost beat him to death, so what? Does Wang Kuen have the guts to touch me? Acting like Wang Kuen is so formidable, do you believe that even if I hit him today, he still wouldn't dare fight back? Is that so? Wang Kuen, enraged to the point of laughter, had a glint of ferocity flash in his eyes. The long-suppressed hatred erupted in an instant. Clenching his right fist, he swung it directly at Zhang Xiaoyun's face. Zhang Xiaoyun was instantly stunned, instinctively stepping back. The three cold-faced youths following behind him quickly moved like beasts to block in front of Zhang Xiaoyun. The leading man easily caught Wang Kuen's punch and said coldly, courting death. Not bad, someone is protecting you, but so what? Today, no one can stop me, Wang Kuen.
Wang Kuen did not back down, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he silently connected to the system. Superior State, activate. After activating the Superior State, you will gain 10% more combat power than your enemy.
The more opponents there are, the strongest combatant's power will be used as the baseline. Originally, Wang Kuen didn't want to act so quickly, but now that Zhang Xiaoyun had humiliated him like this, if Wang Kuen didn't fight back, how would he be any different from a coward? This time, he was determined to completely bid farewell to his humiliating past and rediscover his true self. The state was activated in an instant, and Wang Kuen's entire body was filled with unparalleled power, surging continuously into him. State, superior to others, successfully claimed. Opportunity used up. This state lasts for 5 minutes, during which the enhancement is based on the combat power index of the strongest enemy. After the state ends, the host will return to normal. The system's voice echoed in Wang Kuen's mind, and power poured in like a flood. Veins bulged, Wang Kuen clenched his fists, and his joints crackled as if they could unleash astonishing power at any moment. Old Master Su saw this and secretly thought it was bad. Zhang Xiaoyun actually dared to provoke Wang Kuen, this harbinger of disaster. It was simply courting death. Wang Kuen had a special mission within China, and rash actions were absolutely not allowed. Just now, he had advised Wang Kuen not to act, but it was actually for Zhang Xiaoyun's sake. In Old Master Su's eyes, Wang Kuen was an existence that feared nothing. There was no one in the world he wouldn't dare to kill. Wang Kuen's identity was far from being as simple as it appeared on the surface. Otherwise, why would Old Master Su go to such lengths to force Su Lan to marry him? The hidden secrets behind this were far more complex than outsiders could imagine. If it weren't for an old acquaintance with that person, Old Master Su would never have had the chance to come into contact with Wang Kuen. Wang Kuen becoming the Su family's son-in-law was, in fact, a huge advantage for the Su family. But Zhang Xiaoyun thought that Old Master Su looked down on him and insisted on provoking conflict. Faced with Zhang Xiaoyun's actions, Old Master Su could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyun looked at Old Master Su with displeasure on his face, his self-esteem deeply wounded. Standing behind his 3 personal bodyguards, he ordered, "Teach this Wang Kuen a harsh lesson first, then deal with the Su family. The Su family, ungrateful as you are, I originally wanted to build a good relationship with you, but now I don't need it anymore." As soon as the order was given, the 3 bodyguards instantly surrounded Wang Kuen, forming a pincer attack. The surrounding members of the Su family turned pale, looking around in terror. "Wang Kuen, are you crazy? Who told you to make a move? This is the end." Offending the Zhang family from the capital, the Su family is no match for them. From the moment you entered the Su family, I knew you were a troublemaker. Did the old man drink your bewitching potion? He's completely muddled. You're nothing but a swindling charlatan. Anxious and angry insults echoed in the main hall. Wang Kuen seemed to have become the target of everyone's ire. Except for Old Master Su, no one around showed him a kind face. Facing this situation, Wang Kuen's heart turned icy cold as he gazed at everyone present, feeling the surge of power within him. When the leading expert took the initiative to strike, aiming directly for his throat, Wang Kuen suddenly stomped on the ground. The floor instantly shattered, the cracking sound echoing. "Get lost!" Wang Kuen advanced instead of retreating, his figure like lightning, throwing a punch straight out. Just you?
The expert sneered, noticing the flaw Wang Kuan revealed, decisively shifting his attack direction, thrusting 2 fingers toward Wang Kuan's eyes.
At that very moment, the other 2 experts struck simultaneously. Wang Kuan showed no technique whatsoever, not even attempting to dodge. He took the attacks head-on, feeling them as insignificant as a tickle.
The power within him invisibly suppressed his opponents, causing Wang Kuan's strength to rapidly surge. In the next instant, facing the incoming 2-finger strike, Wang Kuan instinctively loosened his fist, grabbed the opponent's wrist with a sudden motion, and
channeled all his strength.
Exploding with terrifying force, he swung the leader into the air, using him to fiercely sweep toward the other 2 behind.
That's impossible.
The man was flung through the air, his face contorted in pain, completely unprepared for Wang Kuan's overwhelming strength. His arm throbbed with agony, as if it were about to be torn off.
Bang! Bang! 2 loud crashes echoed as the 2 experts behind were instantly struck down, slamming into the main hall's pillars.
They spat out blood and lost even the strength to stand, leaving only their screams reverberating in the air.
Oh, I didn't expect you to have some skills. Seems like you're not as useless as before. But still, you're a bit lacking. Don't forget who left that scar on your head back then. If I had been a little more ruthless, you probably wouldn't even be able to stand in front of me now. Jiang Xiaoyun
frowned slightly, forcibly masking his shock, though he felt no concern in his heart.
Born into the Jiang family, he naturally possessed extraordinary abilities.
These 3 personal bodyguards were merely tools he used to act on his behalf in ordinary times, and he felt no pity for them.
Wang Kuan halted his movements, releasing the opponent in his grasp.
That guy naturally fell heavily to the ground.
Wang Kuan stepped on his chest, causing him to bend over in pain and let out a miserable scream. Ah!
The man screamed like a pig being slaughtered, then immediately passed out. Wang Kuan stepped over the person beneath him, the ferocity in his eyes growing even stronger, while the Su family members around him were dumbfounded, completely unable to believe the scene before them. In their understanding, Wang Kuan was clearly someone with no ambition, always loafing around, yet unexpectedly, in just a brief moment, he managed to defeat Jiang Xiaoyun's 3 personal bodyguards like this.
Did I see that wrong? But so what? You have to realize whose people Wang Kuan just beat up. This is truly a complete offense. Wang Kuan, won't you stop?
Old master, please persuade him. Old Master Su shook his head and said slowly, once Wang Kuan sets his mind on something, no one can stop him. Since offending the Jiang family in the capital is inevitable this time, so be it.
Whatever happens, it's beyond my control. You old fool, how dare you?
And you, Wang Kuan, if I don't make you understand what pain is today, I won't bear the surname Jiang. Jiang Xiaoyun's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if Wang Kuan were some kind of big shot.
In his memory, Wang Kuan was just a soft persimmon that could be squeezed at will.
What happened today made him feel particularly displeased. Especially the matter Zhao Tong told him about earlier. Xin Yan had always been unwilling to marry him, possibly because she had something going on with Wang Kuan.
Whether it's true or not, today he must deal with Wang Kuan.
Jiang Xiaoyun hardened his heart, stopped hiding, and struck quickly, taking the initiative. He was full of confidence, believing that Wang Kuan couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Just because Wang Kuan could defeat those 3 people didn't mean he could defeat Jiang Xiaoyun. After all, he and those 3 were not on the same level of strength. Finally, the day has come when you dare to fight back. Today, I'll use you as practice. Don't overestimate yourself. Wang Kuan stood quietly in place, coldly watching Jiang Xiaoyun approach him. Suddenly, he raised his hand and precisely caught Jiang Xiaoyun's fist, saying coldly, "It's not that I don't fight back, but once I do, you won't even have the right to resist." "Shouldn't that be you?" Jiang Xiaoyun snorted coldly. Just as he was about to break free from Wang Kuan's grip, he was suddenly shocked to realize that his right fist felt as if it were locked in a cage. No matter how much strength he exerted in secret, he couldn't break free, and the pressure even began to cause him pain. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through his arm. The terrifying sound of bone cracking echoed throughout the main hall of the mansion, sending chills down everyone's spine in disbelief. Jiang Xiaoyun's wrist was forcibly twisted and broken. Everyone held their breath, and the air seemed to freeze at that moment. All previous doubts vanished in an instant. To be able to instantly take down 3 people and twist Jiang Xiaoyun's wrist, how could such a person be ordinary? Wang Kuan's gaze remained fierce. With a swift punch, he slightly controlled his strength, landing it steadily on Jiang Xiaoyun's abdomen. Jiang Xiaoyun's body bent slightly, the pain rendering him speechless, his face filled with disbelief. His strength had
undergone special training from the Zhang family and was clearly not weak. Why was Wang Kuan so strong?
He was completely overpowered. I said, you won't even have the right to resist.
This is true. Wang Kuan lifted his leg and kicked fiercely, forcing Zhang Xiaoyun to retreat.
Just as Zhang Xiaoyun was about to fall to the ground, Wang Kuan suddenly grabbed his left foot, then swung his entire body high into the air, followed by an intimate encounter with the ground.
Bang! Once, twice, 3 times. It's like bullying the weak. How could this happen? Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't believe it and shouted loudly as he landed.
The Su family members looked at each other, all dumbfounded, as if witnessing an unbelievable miracle. Only the old master of the Su family had a glint of foresight in his eyes, his lips slightly curved upward, revealing a hint of pride.
The middle-aged guard behind him asked softly, Master, should I make Wang Kuan stop?
Old Master Su shook his hand. No, you'd better trust me. Although you are the Su family's top expert, with your skills, there's absolutely no way you can stop Wang Kuan.
If you go up to intervene, it would be courting death. This Zhang Xiaoyun is too arrogant, and today he deserves a beating. Besides, I don't know why, but I find it very satisfying to watch, cough cough dot. The middle-aged guard couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, can you tell me, what is Wang Kuan's background exactly?
Old Master Su replied meaningfully, unspeakable, unspeakable.
Today, everyone has seen it, Wang Kuan is no ordinary person. Who would dare gossip behind his back in the future? Superior and fully unleashed. Wang Kuan seemed to transform into a god of immense strength, grabbing Zhang Xiaoyun's leg and slamming him onto the ground repeatedly, mercilessly, for several minutes.
Zhang Xiaoyun's body was like a plaything in Wang Kuan's hands, constantly making intimate contact with the ground.
Waves of pain surged over him, and the floor quickly became covered with spiderweb-like cracks. At first, Zhang Xiaoyun was unwilling to accept it, shocked by Wang Kuan's strength, never imagining that he wouldn't even have the chance to resist. As Wang Kuan vented his fury, Zhang
Xiaoyun was battered and bruised, his entire body nearly falling apart. Several ribs were broken, his nose snapped with a crack, and his face was covered in blood, a pitiful sight.
However, Wang Kuan seemed consumed by rage, showing no intention of stopping.
For the first time, Zhang Xiaoyun felt a deep fear under Wang Kuan's violent gaze, as if all his previous actions were a joke. Wang Kuan hadn't been refraining from fighting back, he had been enduring all along. The disparity in strength was already clear at a glance. However, Zhang Xiaoyun, being from the capital, was unwilling to bow his head easily even after being beaten to this extent. He bore the honor of his entire family. If he were to beg for mercy in the Su family's territory, this farce would completely turn into a joke. Wang Kuan, if you don't kill me today, just wait for your death in the future. After suffering these injuries, I will never let you off easily when I return to the capital. You will pay the price for what happened today, and the entire Su family of Bailing will be implicated because of you. Zhang Xiaoyun endured the excruciating pain, but his mouth still spewed threats, his eyes brimming with an arrogant sense of superiority. You think I really don't dare? Wang Kuan, burning with rage, released Zhang Xiaoyun, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and swung a heavy punch straight at him. Come on, in this small place of Bailing, I, Zhang Xiaoyun, have never been afraid of anyone. Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't dodge, his mouth instantly split open, several teeth were broken, and blood gushed out wildly. Just as Wang Kuan was about to continue his attack, the power that had originally enveloped his entire body suddenly weakened, and within just 2 breaths, it returned to its initial state. The superior state had ended. Time is up, the host has returned to normal. The bounty task remains incomplete. Please complete it as soon as possible. The system's voice was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Wang Kuan feeling extremely stifled. At the critical moment, the state had expired. Originally planned to take the opportunity to deal with Zhang Xiaoyun, but it turned out this guy hadn't even reached a combat power index of 200,000. What a joke! If he acted again now, his strength wouldn't be as strong as before, and the other party would definitely notice something was off. Wang Kuan decisively stopped, looked down at Zhang Xiaoyun, adjusted his collar with feigned composure, and said coldly, I don't care who you are or what background you have. As long as you dare to come, I dare to fight. This time, I let you off on purpose. If you still have the guts after going back, feel free to bring people to deal with me. As for now, get lost. 3 personal bodyguards had just regained consciousness. They staggered over to Zhang Xiaoyun's side and helped him up together. Zhang Xiaoyun was covered in injuries, his face swollen beyond recognition, and his eyes filled with intense unwillingness. He screamed in rage, just you wait. This isn't over. You, Wang Kuan, and the Su family,
all of you just wait and see. This time, no one can save you. Wang Kuan deliberately widened his eyes, taking a step forward with an imposing momentum. The three guards were so frightened that they fled in panic, and even Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't help but feel intimidated, scurrying out of the main hall in a hurry. After Zhang Xiaoyun left, the entire main hall fell into a suffocating silence. All the core members of the Su family present were shocked, secretly thinking, this Wang Kuan, who usually does nothing, actually showed no fear of Zhang Xiaoyun and even treated him like a dog. After the shock came anger, and the entire scene was instantly engulfed in flames of fury. Several well-fed middle-aged men stood up in unison, indignantly accusing, Wang Kuan, you've caused a huge disaster. You're dragging the entire Su family down with you. The Zhang family behind Zhang Xiaoyun is not someone our Su family can contend with. Your momentary satisfaction might bring the entire Su family to ruin. Did you even think about the consequences before taking action? Angry curses rose one after another, especially from the man leading the group. He appeared to be around 50 years old, with a face that bore some resemblance to Su Lan and Su Wei. As if he were one of the core pillars of the Su family. Arrogantly pointing at Wang Kuan's nose, he shouted, are you out of your mind? How could my Lan marry a useless man like you? Wang Kuan's heart trembled, and he immediately understood that this man was Su Lan's father, clearly the son of the Su family patriarch. That made him this man's son-in-law. The task was incomplete, and a state had been wasted for nothing. Wang Kuan felt stifled. Now, with an opposing father-in-law stepping in, he suppressed his anger and retorted firmly, it was clearly Zhang Xiaoyun who provoked us first, even challenging the entire Su family. If I hadn't acted, who would have defended the Su family's dignity? You? Or you, and you? Some people are just like that, kneeling for so long that they think standing up is a disease. Su Wenchang was infuriated upon hearing this and roared, I don't have a son-in-law like you. From the very beginning, I never acknowledged you as my son-in-law. It was all arranged by the old man. Besides, your surname isn't Su, you're ultimately an outsider. Matters of action are not for you to decide. I don't have the right to make a move? What did the old man just do? Don't you all have selective amnesia now? He was clearly standing on my side. Wang Kuan pointed in the direction of Old Master Su. Old Master Su stood with his hands behind his back, a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and an aquiline nose standing behind him, seemingly acquiescing to Wang Kuan's statement. Everyone was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to refute. Su Wenqing's chest heaved with anger as he furiously cursed, the old man was just confused. But since you insist on saying this, as a man, take full responsibility yourself and don't drag our Su family into it. Alright, I take full responsibility for my actions. This matter has nothing to do with your Su family. Whatever Zhang Xiaoyun wants to do to me, that's my own business. Wang Kuan nodded, agreeing decisively and straightforwardly. Su Wenchang hadn't expected Wang Kuan to agree so quickly. His expression changed slightly before he sneered, I really want to see how you plan to handle this all by yourself. It seems like, apart from your fighting skills, you really don't have much else to offer. Today, in front of so many people, let me be blunt with you, if Zhang Xiaoyun kills you, that would be for the best. That way, my Xiaolan won't have to be with you anymore. Wang Kuan pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it calmly, glanced around, and shamelessly said on purpose, so what if we can't be together anymore? After all, I've already slept with her. What did you just say? Su Wenchang almost exploded, burning with rage. Wang Kuan took a drag of his cigarette and repeated, I slept with your daughter. You, if you have the guts, say that again. Su Wencheng pointed at Wang Kuan, his hand trembling, unable to accept this reality. The corner of Wang Kuan's mouth curled into a cold smile. After all, before he modified his identity background, he didn't know the other person at all. To him, this was just a stranger. Even though he wasn't sure if it actually happened, he had to provoke the other party somehow to make him shut up. So, Wang Kuan curled his lips into a sly smile, between husband and wife, this is perfectly normal. Since you put it so harshly, don't blame me for not giving you face. Yes, I did sleep with your daughter. Otherwise, how could I call you father-in-law, right? Su Wenqing's blood surged, and he suddenly felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet. He never expected Wang Kuan to dare to speak so arrogantly, and he fainted on the spot from anger. Several people quickly supported him, and the scene became chaotic for a moment. Old Master Su's face twitched slightly, feeling extremely awkward inside, but he still forced himself to remain calm. He stepped forward, patted Wang Kuan on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, how do you plan to deal with Zhang Xiaoyun? He's not someone easy to handle.
Although I know you're capable, it's best to avoid making a big scene.
It won't do you any good. That person. Who exactly is that person, old master? Can you just say it outright? Wang Kuan was puzzled, his curiosity piqued to the extreme. Old Master Su was momentarily stunned and retorted, "You brat, you clearly know best yourself, yet you're pretending to be clueless?"
Wang Kuan felt frustrated, thinking to himself that he truly had no idea. However, he vaguely understood that his altered identity was closely related to that person, and it was that person who instructed old Master Su to make him the Su family's son-in-law. But with just this clue, it seemed impossible to complete the side quest of unraveling the identity mystery. He needed to gather more clues and extract more information from old Master Su. That day, the events at the main residence spread throughout the entire Su family. Everyone's impression of Wang Kuan instantly plummeted to rock bottom, as if no matter what Wang Kuan did, it was wrong and unnecessary.
Wang Kuan was naturally unaware of the gossip behind his back. He was currently troubled over wasting his state and pondering how to complete the bounty task within the upcoming deadline. After all, the task punishment was another random seal. He had a strong premonition that this devious and host-pitting system was absolutely going to seal his little brother. The problem was that without his state, even if he found a male with the required 200,000 combat power for the task, Wang Kuan might not be able to defeat the opponent. This was simply a huge dilemma. After sitting briefly in the main house, Wang Kuan was personally led into the study by old Master Su. The study was filled with classics, mostly books on history and the ways of the world, exuding a rich scholarly atmosphere. On the desk lay an unfinished copy of Ziji Tongjian. Old Master Su sat across from Wang Kuan, with Hua Ju, a top expert from the Su family, standing nearby. Hua Ju personally poured tea for them, clearly one of old Master Su's most trusted confidants. While pouring tea, Hua Ju glanced at Wang Kuan several times, his eyes revealing strong curiosity, as if he had a deep interest in Wang Kuan's background. As old Master Su Jinnan's trusted confidant, he had never known that Wang Kuan possessed such abilities. If it weren't for old Master Su saying a few more words today, he truly wouldn't have known Wang Kuan's true identity. Noticing Hua Ju's gaze, Wang Kuan understood in his heart that this was no ordinary person. To be able to follow old Master Su, he must have exceptional qualities. However, at this moment, Wang Kuan had to figure out his own identity. So, he picked up the teacup, took a light sip, and asked, "Old Master, who exactly is that person who entrusted me to you and forbade me from taking action? And why can't I take action? Would that person be disappointed if I did?" Hua Ju's pupils slightly contracted, his face full of curiosity, but he silently stood by the desk, quietly waiting for old Master Su to provide an answer, eager to resolve the doubts in his heart. Old Master Su stroked his beard, a trace of surprise appearing on his aged face, and countered, "What's wrong with you today? First, you asked me where the address is, and now you're asking who that person is. You clearly know all this yourself. Are you messing with me?" "I'm really not messing with you. I honestly forgot. I hit my head last night, and some things are a bit fuzzy. Maybe it's a concussion." Wang Kuan hastily came up with a clumsy excuse. He was desperate to understand this issue, as it was crucially tied to the side quest. Old Master Su believed it to be true, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table as if pondering something. After a moment, he sighed, seemingly coming to a conclusion. "You were expelled from your sect, and the task your master gave you was to act low-key, learn to restrain your temper, and become mature and steady. Originally, you could have returned to see him in a year, but now with this incident, I think your master will be disappointed and might not let you return. Do you know? Back then, your master and I were old acquaintances, which is why he entrusted you to me." "What? Master? Since when do I have a master?" Wang Kuan looked utterly confused. Old Master Su smiled helplessly. "I think you really have a concussion, forgetting even who your master is." "Fine, I'll tell you. Your master is an absolute hidden expert. Countless heirs from top families wanted to become his disciples, but not a single one caught his eye." "And then?" Wang Kuan's heart raced with excitement. He hadn't expected to have such an incredible master. Old Master Su continued, "Later, he took you in, but you, kid, were too bloodthirsty, wiping out entire families at the slightest provocation, refusing to listen to discipline. This made your master unhappy, so he expelled you from the sect to reflect on your actions and forbade you from flaunting his name everywhere. Now, fewer than 10 people know that you are his closed-door disciple. Now you've made another mistake. Even if I don't tell him about this, with your master's abilities, he will still find out. Wang Kuan, I can't help you this time. You'll have to figure out a way to earn your master's forgiveness on your own." Your master once said that his reputation is spotless. If you use his name to commit atrocities, he will personally uphold justice, even if it means killing you. He is the most prideful person in the world, bar none. That's why I haven't easily told others that you are his disciple. Wang Kuan was filled with frustration. He had been quite happy initially, but after hearing these words, his mood instantly plummeted. Having such a master, he couldn't even use his master's name to show off. Instead, using it might get him killed by his master. What kind of bizarre master was this? At this moment, Hua Ju seemed to think of something. He suddenly trembled, his expression extremely moved, almost incredulous as he asked, "Old Master, the expert you mentioned, could it be the one ranked in the top 5 of the heavenly rankings, the expert with the surname song?" It's him. Only the most elite families can come into contact with someone of his caliber. To be honest, with Jiang Shaoyun's background, he's not even qualified to carry his shoes, let alone have any interaction with him. Old Master Su nodded, a trace of pride appearing on his face, as if knowing Wang Kuan's master was a special honor. Hua Ju gasped sharply, his face instantly turning pale. An expert who could make it onto the heavenly rankings, what kind of existence was that? Such a person was a living legend, someone whose name could be heard but whom one could never hope to meet. Moreover, this heaven ranking is a global ranking with only 10 people. Below the heaven ranking, there are the earth ranking, moon ranking, and star ranking, arranged in descending order of strength, with more people in each subsequent ranking. Heaven, earth, moon, and star, this ranking is a symbol that top experts from various countries strive to enter. It represents the highest martial honor and serves as a covert battleground for nations to compare their strength. This represents tiers. Hua Ju has been practicing martial arts for decades, yet he is merely a bottom-ranked individual on the moon list. That master's surname song is one of the top 10 on the peak heaven list, even ranked within the top 5. It's likely that in just one encounter, he wouldn't even have the chance to react before being instantly killed by the opponent. This shows just how powerful those on the heaven list are. Every expert on the list receives a token unique to them. If the token is taken, it signifies their death, life and death decided in an instant. Thinking of this, Hua Ju felt immense reverence. Master Wang Kuan is one of the top 5 on the heavenly rankings, representing not just personal strength but also the honor and pride of the entire Huashan nation. No wonder Wang Kuan is unwilling to act ostentatiously. If something were to go wrong, it would truly be a laughable matter. When a person's rank reaches the pinnacle, it is no longer just a personal symbol but also the glory and pride of an entire nation. Then Wang Kuan, since he is that person's disciple, his strength must be extraordinary, right? Hua Ju wondered curiously, his gaze unconsciously becoming tense. Old Master Su nodded, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Wang Kuan, huh? Even 10 Hua Ju wouldn't be a match for him. Jiang Shaoyun survived purely by luck. In the past, Wang Kuan couldn't control himself and would wipe out entire families at the slightest provocation, leaving without a trace and never letting anyone know it was him. But how could his master not know? That's why he was sent to me. After hearing these words, Wang Kuan felt as if a great revelation had dawned upon him. It turned out he was the disciple of Song Gaoren, one of the top 5 on the heavenly rankings, and his identity had to remain hidden for special reasons. But the key issue was, he had no real strength. He was clearly just a weakling in combat, unable to even defeat Jiang Kunyan. Wang Kuan felt a surge of urgency in his heart. He connected with the system through his thoughts and asked excitedly, "Wait, now that I know my modified identity background, does this mean my secondary mainline mission is completed?" The system, however, poured cold water on his excitement and responded mercilessly, "The secondary mainline mission is to uncover the mystery of your modified identity, not to find out who your master is, but to discover who your biological parents are. While this is part of it, it is by no means completely accomplished. Damn it, I'm an orphan who was later adopted. My adoptive parents passed away years ago. You're asking me to find my biological parents, where am I supposed to start?" Wang Kuan was so anxious that he was fuming, inwardly cursing the system for being so troublesome. The system replied calmly, "You could try looking for your master, perhaps he knows something. However, whether he is willing to meet you is an unknown factor. This is also a test for the host. Test your whole family. This main quest actually doesn't count as completed." Wang Kuan felt deeply frustrated, thinking that this time he had really suffered a huge loss. His condition was wasted on Jiang Shaoyun for nothing. Not only did he fail to complete the quest, but he might also invite unknown retaliation. The bounty task requires finding a male with a combat power index of 200,000. He must be male and in a weakened state. How should Wang Kuan defeat his opponent? For now, he doesn't want to think about issues of identity or background. Isn't there a master right in front of him?
Hua Ju is the Su family's guardian expert, always staying by old Master Su's side to ensure his safety.
If Wang Kuan doesn't have 200,000 combat power, he might as well prepare to be cut down. Wang Kuan's mind raced as he quickly analyzed, his gaze locking strangely onto Hua Ju. He was silently formulating something in his mind but remained quiet. Hua Ju, upon hearing that Wang Kuan was a disciple of a top-ranking master and knowing Wang Kuan's violent temperament, couldn't help but feel a surge of pressure, as if he were being suffocated by Wang Kuan's imposing aura. He grew increasingly nervous, not even daring to meet Wang Kuan's gaze, thinking to himself, a disciple of a top-ranking master, how could a minor figure like me, who ranks at the bottom of the monthly list, possibly compare? Perhaps old Master Su was right, even 10 Hua Jus wouldn't be a match for one Wang Kuan. This guy Wang Kuan has been playing the fool for over 2 years. But in reality, he is the one with the most strength. What's more, Wang Kuan isn't listed on any ranking, so who could truly know the extent of his power? At that moment, Wang Kuan suddenly uttered a shocking statement, nearly scaring Hua Ju, the town's martial expert, out of his wits. How about we spar a bit? Let's determine a winner, shall we?
As soon as these words were spoken, Hua Ju's entire body stiffened, his heart pounding wildly. The man sitting in front of him, Wang Kuan, was no ordinary person. He was clearly a ruthless killer who wouldn't bat an eye while taking a life.
Spar? Spar my ass. Who knows if, during the sparring, Wang Kuan might accidentally kill him.
If that happened, he'd have died for nothing.
Hadn't agreed yet, Hua Ju was already terrified.
He quickly clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and stammered in refusal, Wang
Kuan, please don't joke. With me. How could I possibly be your match?
You're the disciple of a top-ranking master, sparring with you would be asking for abuse.
Please don't make things difficult for me.
Old Master Su chuckled and smoothed things over. Alright, Wang Kuan was just joking with you. Look at how scared you are. If word gets out, it would be so embarrassing.
Wang Kuan, stop teasing him. Being scared is normal. I'm no longer the top expert of the town guard. The current top expert is Wang Kuan.
With him around, who would dare act recklessly against
the Su family?
As for that Jiang Xiaoyun matter, I don't think he's any match for Wang Kuan at all.
Hua Ju took the opportunity to flatter, his words filled with reverence. Wang Kuan's mouth twitched.
Now he was at a loss for words, knowing that no matter what he said, Hua Ju would never risk himself by accepting the challenge.
It seems that this bounty task is not so easy to complete. Wang Kuan simply put these aside and asked solemnly, Old man, where is my sister Wang Xiaoqian? She is still in the ward. Hua Ju, quickly take Wang Kuan to see her. This little girl is truly pitiful.
I've sought out many renowned doctors, but none could help.
With the current medical conditions, the chances of a cure are pitifully low.
Old Master Su's face showed concern as he flipped through the comprehensive mirror to aid in government on the table, seemingly trying to divert his attention and avoid confronting the sadness. Hua Ju sighed lightly, then led the way in front, taking Wang Kuan out of the study. Walking through the Su family garden, Wang Kuan felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on his heart, making it hard to bear.
He had been an orphan since childhood, adopted by a kind couple.
When he was 16, just as Xiao Qian was about to turn 3, his adoptive parents both passed away in a car accident. Since then, Wang Kuan became both a brother and a father to Xiao Qian, raising her with painstaking care. To balance his studies, he had no choice but to bring Xiao Qian to class, only to face countless disdainful looks and misunderstandings. What made him blame himself the most was that Xiao Qian's condition wasn't that severe, yet due to the modification of her identity and background, her fate was rewritten, leaving her with only 3 months to live, quietly waiting for death in the Su family
system. Didn't you say it wouldn't affect my original social circle?
Wang Kuan's heart ached as if pierced by a knife, filled with guilt, unsure how to face his sister Wang Xiaoqian later.
It indeed hasn't affected it. Your sister was already gravely ill, you just weren't aware of it before the modification. Even without the modification, she would still only have 3 months to live. The system's voice was calm and rational. Hearing this, Wang Kuan was shaken. Had he really wronged the system?
Please do not be discouraged, host. As long as you raise your level from primitive to inferior within these 3 months, you will receive the reward of curing your sister. This is also a test for you. The system offered rare words of comfort. For some reason, a trace of warmth suddenly surged in Wang Kuan's heart, but it was quickly overshadowed by a wave of sorrow. About 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at the Su family's special ward area and stopped outside a patient room. Wang Kuan stood in the hallway,
his heart suddenly trembling as he looked through the transparent glass. On the hospital bed lay a little girl in a hospital gown, looking only 8 or 9 years old. She was as thin as a twig, her face pale and bloodless, her hair completely gone. She relied on an oxygen mask to breathe, her eyes tightly shut, as if silently battling the illness. That was Wang Kuan's younger sister, Wang Xiaoqian. Wang Kuan's eyes grew moist, his nose stung with emotion. Although Xiaoqian was not his biological sister, his feelings for her were as deep as if she were. Seeing her in this state tore at his heart like a knife. She was not just his sister but more like a daughter he had personally cared for and raised. Having lost both parents at a young age and now struck by this calamity, Wang Kuan's heart was filled with helplessness and guilt. Hua Ju sighed deeply and gently patted Wang Kuan on the shoulder. Go in. Try to make your sister happy. She doesn't have much time left. 3 months is just an estimate, it might be even shorter. The person she needs most right now is you. Wang Kuan forced himself to endure the stabbing pain in his heart, slowly opened the door, and walked in alone. He carefully sat on the chair by the bedside, trying not to make a sound, afraid of disturbing Xiaoqian's rest. Looking at Xiaoqian's thin, fleshless little arms, Wang Kuan's heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Her cheeks were slightly sunken, and her whole being resembled someone on the brink of death, evoking deep sorrow. Xiaoqian's breathing was slow and weak, as if it could stop at any moment, tugging at Wang Kuan's heart. He instinctively grabbed Xiaoqian's left hand, startling the sensitive little girl awake. Xiaoqian struggled to open her eyes, and the moment she saw Wang Kuan, the worry on her face was instantly replaced by joy. To her, as long as she could be with Wang Kuan, it was the happiest thing in the world. Brother, I miss you so much. Xiaoqian, wearing an oxygen mask, struggled to speak. She tried to sit up but was too weak to manage. Wang Kuan held back his tears and forced a smile. Isn't your brother here to see you? You need to get better soon. After that, I want to send you to school and see you happy. My Xiaoqian, once you're well, you'll definitely be a great beauty and attract lots of boys. Xiaoqian's eyes flickered with a hint of longing. Brother, I heard the doctor say I only have 3 months left. Is that true? Her eyes were full of hope, willing to believe as long as Wang Kuan said it wasn't. Wang Kuan's heart trembled, but he still forced a cheerful expression. You must have misheard. The doctor clearly told me that after some time, you'll completely recover. You don't have to lie to me, brother. I could tell right away. Xiaoqian tried to smile, though her voice was weak. Wang Kuan's heart tightened. Knowing Xiaoqian's intelligence, he could no longer hide the truth. Xiaoqian's fingers gently stroked Wang Kuan's palm, as if comforting him. Actually, I've grown up. I understand things. Brother, you've worked too hard for me. I'm your burden. If I die, you'll have it easier, at least you won't have to drag along this dead weight. What nonsense are you talking about? What dying or not dying, are those the kinds of things someone your age should be saying? Acting all grown up. No matter what, I will cure your illness, no matter how hard it is, because you are my only sister. Without you, I wouldn't be able to go on living either. Wang Kuan lifted his head again, his resolve as firm as iron. He swore to complete the tasks given by the system. In the special ward, Wang Kuan did not rush to leave but stayed by Xiaoxi's side. The two, one big and one small, talked about past experiences. Xiaoxi appeared to be 8 or 9 years old but was unusually mature, even though her life was hanging by a thread. The more this was the case, the more heartbroken Wang Kuan felt. He would rather Xiaoxi cry her heart out than forcibly hide her emotions. Even in such a situation, Xiaoxi still considered Wang Kuan's feelings, displaying a maturity far beyond that of girls her age. Perhaps their family backgrounds shaped their personalities, making the two so similar. In Wang Kuan's eyes, Xiaoxi was the dearest person in his heart, an irreplaceable family member. As they chatted, Xiaoxi fell into a deep sleep once again, but Wang Kuan suddenly felt puzzled. He communicated with the system through his thoughts and asked, System, I remember I never had a master before. Where did this so-called master come from? Modifying the identity background is equivalent to changing part of the host's past. The timeline is set after the host's adoptive parents died in a car accident. Once the entire past line is clarified, the host only needs to think carefully to understand. If even this can't be figured out, then this system might have to question the host's intelligence. The system responded coldly and seriously. Wang Kuan scratched the back of his head, carefully pondering the system's words. It took him a full 10 minutes to understand the origin of this convenient master. The past timeline? Then it must have been modified during the period after Wang Kuan's adoptive parents passed away, which is why he ended up with a convenient master.
Then, combined with what old Master Su mentioned earlier, it was after he became the apprentice of a top-ranked expert that, due to his reckless actions, he was expelled from the sect. He then continued studying in Bailing and was arranged to join the Su family, becoming their son-in-law.
Although some details in between remain unclear, Wang Kuan could be certain that the system's modification of his past experiences did not cause much impact, as most of his experiences were still intact. For example, Jiang Xiaoyun's oppression. Before the modification, Wang Kuan was unable to fight back because of Xiaoxi's issue. But now it seems that the reason for not fighting back after the modification was definitely a strict order from that cheap master, forbidding him from acting recklessly. I figure that if I want to find clues to the side quest now, I must get close to that cheap master of mine. The key issue is that I just made a move against Jiang Xiaoyun, and now the cheap master is probably very disappointed in me, maybe even unwilling to see me at all. Wang Kuan felt a wave of bitterness in his heart, completely clueless about his modified situation, and the frustration inside him was beyond words. If he had known this earlier, Wang Kuan wouldn't have acted with his own appearance even if it killed him. At worst, he could have used a transformation potion to change his looks. The challenges currently facing the host include many difficulties: the upgrade task, the 7-day deadline bounty task, the main and sub-mainline tasks. The host is urged to complete them as soon as possible. If an upgrade is achieved, unimaginable new features and new items will be unlocked, the system stated solemnly. Wang Kuan took a deep breath, setting aside those troubling thoughts, his dark eyes fixed intently on Xiaoxi lying on the hospital bed. That pale, fragile little face, still frowning even in her sleep, her small hand tightly clutching Wang Kuan. This not only made Wang Kuan feel heartbroken but also filled him with an unprecedented longing to raise the host's level. Xiao Qian, brother will make you better. That day, Wang Kuan stayed in the hospital room very late. Until the dead of night, Wang Kuan had no intention of staying overnight. Following old Master Su's instructions, Huaju directly drove him back to the villa district on the other side of Bailing. The car stopped in front of the villa gate but did not drive inside. Huaju sat in the driver's seat, looking through the car window at the villa where the lights were still on. Suddenly intrigued, he asked curiously, Wang Kuan, Su Lan and Su Wei are the old master's most beloved granddaughters, and they are also the twin daughters of Su Wenchang, the next generation successor of the Su family. I used to think you were the lucky one. After all, Su Wenchang has no sons, only 2 daughters. When Su Wenchang steps down, with your connection, you would surely hold significant power in the Su family. But now, I feel like the Su family got the better deal with you. Wang Kuan was taken aback, feeling as though there was a hint of flattery in the words. Why did this Su family expert, known for guarding the household, always seem so fond of buttering people up? Wang Kuan forced himself to hide his embarrassment and pretended to be calm as he said, You're too kind. I'm just someone who was expelled from my sect. Who knows when I'll be able to return and see my master? It's too early to say such things. Huaju grinned. I say, Wang Kuan, the things that happened under Su Lan's watch, many people in the Su family have already heard about it. They say you cheated, and then Su Lan actually forgave you. Is that true? The old man has been suppressing this matter, forbidding anyone from bringing it up. That's why when you talked to Su Wencheng today, he didn't openly mention it. Well, it's kind of true, but honestly, I feel helpless. Wang Kuan was at a loss for words. This was purely fabricated as cheating, he had never actually cheated. Impressive. I'm convinced. It's clear that Su Lan must treat you very well and really likes you. Otherwise, she would never forgive you. That young lady is usually so cold and aloof, I think only you could handle her. Huaju was instantly in awe, giving a thumbs up and shamelessly flattering him to his face. Of course, that's a given. Su Lan and I are deeply in love. She is the one and only love of my life. Wang Kuan felt a bit awkward. In truth, it wasn't at all like what Huaju had said. His relationship with Su Lan was only good on the surface. In private, they were like enemies, living their own separate lives. That's why, when he was portrayed as a cheating man, Su Lan didn't bother to argue. Because all of this was just Su Lan putting on a show for the old man. Seeing that Huaju was about to speak again, Wang Kuan couldn't continue the conversation with him, fearing he might slip up if he said too much. He decisively greeted him briefly, then opened the car door and quickly stepped into the villa courtyard. It was only after Huaju's car drove away that Wang Kuan let out a heavy sigh of relief. As soon as he entered the main hall, Wang Kuan immediately noticed 2 stunning beauties who looked almost identical. They were wearing matching pink pajamas, sitting arm in arm on the sofa, watching TV while discussing the strange incident that had occurred earlier. Sis, what do you think really happened? I'm not sure either.
Anyway, we both saw it with our own eyes.
Could it really have been Wang Kuan? Wang Kuan is back. Let's ask him. If he doesn't explain clearly, I'll hit him.
The two women were acting intimately. Su Lan's long hair flowed gracefully, while Su Wei's short hair was neat and sharp, making it hard for Wang Kuan to distinguish between them for a moment.
Su Lan, who was always cold and indifferent, showed a rare gentle side only in front of her younger sister, Su Wei. However, the moment Wang Kuan returned, the expressions of the two women instantly froze, exuding an air of suspicion. Wang Kuan stood in place, pretending nothing had happened, and prepared to go upstairs. But Su Wei darted out like a cheetah, blocking Wang Kuan's path. She placed a hand on his shoulder and questioned, "The more I think about that incident, the more something feels off. Besides, my sister and me, you're the only one left in the house. How could those strange things really exist in this world? Come on, admit it, was it you? Were you deliberately messing with us?" Her gaze carried a hint of threat, as if she was ready to conduct an interrogation if Wang Kuan didn't confess. As long as he admitted it, the sisters could sleep peacefully without overthinking. Wang Kuan's heart stirred, and he finally understood why they refused to sleep. It turned out they were worried about that strange incident happening again. "Alright, it was me." Wang Kuan sneered inwardly. After all, he wasn't afraid. "Wang Kuan, just admit it honestly. Did you tamper with the room in advance to deliberately create these strange occurrences? As long as you confess, I'll make sure Su Wei doesn't hit you too hard."
Su Lan crossed her arms, leaning against the sofa, cold and regal like a queen. Meanwhile, Su Wei seemed like her capable assistant, brimming with aggression.
"None of my business. Your imagination is really wild.
I was sleeping so comfortably, and it was you two lunatics screaming that woke me up."
"How would I know anything? Stop blaming everything on me. I can tolerate you, but that doesn't mean I can put up with it forever. Enough is enough." Wang Kuan couldn't help but retort before turning and heading up the stairs.
On the surface, he pretended to be annoyed, but inside, he was secretly delighted.
"Damn it, it really was me. So what? Come on, bite me if you can."
"Sis, what do? We don't have any evidence, and we're in the wrong here. We can't scare him," Su Wei said hesitantly. Su Lan shook her head.
"Maybe it really wasn't him. He doesn't seem capable of it. But if it wasn't him, then who could it be, daring to hit me in the chest with a shoe? I even got spanked and kissed." Su Wei's face showed a look of shame. The hall instantly fell into complete silence.
Su Lan and Su Wei exchanged glances. The oppressive atmosphere in the air was suffocating, and they inexplicably shivered at the same time.
No matter what they did, they couldn't escape the nature of being women. At moments like this, all they wanted was a sense of security.
That eerie thing couldn't be fought with brute force. If it happened again, it could scare someone to death. Su Lan rarely blushed slightly, and Su Wei also seemed a bit embarrassed, as if they had thought of something at the same time.
"Go to Wang Kuan's room tonight, at least there's a man."
Wang Kuan had just entered the master bedroom, picked up his clothes, and was preparing to take a shower.
He was secretly pleased, thinking about scaring Su Lan and Su Wei more in the future and taking advantage of the situation.
After coming out of the shower, Wang Kuan was stunned to find that Su Lan and Su Wei had somehow already entered the bedroom and taken over his bed.
"Wang Kuan, you'll sleep on the floor tonight. Don't even think about leaving the master bedroom. If you dare take one step out, I'll beat you up."
These twin sisters were so domineering that it left people utterly helpless.
Wang Kuan felt a wave of frustration in his heart.
It seemed they were truly frightened and wouldn't let him change rooms. If he tried to take advantage again with the potion, he definitely wouldn't escape suspicion.
Seeing the situation turn out this way, Wang Kuan was temporarily at a loss. To avoid getting beaten, he could only go along with their demands, laying
out a mat on the floor beside the bed and lying down wearily. He was even ordered to turn on his side, forbidden from facing the bed with his face. Wang Kuan was utterly aggrieved, his heart burning with anger, but he had no choice but to endure it. Lying on his side with his back to the bed, he clenched his teeth and thought furiously, "These two women are
really addicted to bullying me.
Just wait until I get a chance. You two won't get away with it, especially Su Lan, that wretched woman. She's been threatening me non-stop just because Su Wei moved in too." The more Wang Kuan thought about it, the angrier he became, completely unable to fall asleep. Meanwhile, the two women beside him were chattering away, with no intention of going to sleep.
"Sister, didn't you say you came out of the dark pavilion with a mission? Do you have any clues?" Su Lan asked curiously.
"Sis,
Wang Kuan is here, don't say it. It's not good if he hears."
Su Wei hurriedly interrupted. Su Lan instantly sat up, her gaze locking onto Wang Kuan by the bedside.
Wang Kun quickly closed his eyes, pretending to sleep, secretly.
Thinking that last time he hadn't fully overheard at the bottom of the stairs, and this time he wanted to find out what Su Wei's mission was. Wang Kun is asleep, you can talk now, Su Lan said softly. Su Wei's face flushed with a tinge of red, making her seem a bit hesitant to speak. After struggling for a while, she finally mustered the courage to say, this time, I returned from the Dark Pavilion because I received a mission from the higher-ups. I must locate the target individual, ensure their safety without any negligence, unconditionally follow their orders, and report the intelligence upon completing the mission. The problem is, the Dark Pavilion only provided clues, and there's no guarantee that the target can even be found.
What kind of place is the Dark Pavilion?
It is a powerful organization dedicated to gathering intelligence, holding countless secrets unknown to others, and its strength is in no way inferior to the top families of China. Those who are selected to join the Dark Pavilion and undergo rigorous training are all exceptionally skilled individuals. According to Su Wei's understanding, the Dark Pavilion not only has powerful experts from the Earth ranking but also one of the top 10 from the Heaven ranking.
Stationed there.
Su Wei had just been promoted from the Star ranking to the bottom of the Moon ranking, with strength and ranking comparable to Hua Ju.
However, this mission was quite rare, as even the Dark Pavilion was unaware of the target's identity, providing her with only a single clue.
Moreover, this time it wasn't just her. The Dark Pavilion had also dispatched multiple experts scattered across various cities, searching for this person like casting a net.
Little sister, hurry up and tell me. Maybe I know this person? Su Lan's curiosity was piqued to the extreme. Su Wei helplessly glanced at Wang Kun.
After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally said, the target of this mission is a man, and he has a birthmark on his butt. I won't go into the specifics, but this mission
is extremely bizarre.
If it weren't for the higher-ups in the Dark Pavilion forcing me, I wouldn't have taken it at all. Whether I can find him is uncertain, and even if I do, I still have to listen to him.
This.
Su Lan was momentarily stunned. Then, she looked at Wang Kun again. She had been married to Wang Kun for 2 years, living under the same roof, and knew a bit about his situation.
Wang Kun seems to have a birthmark too, a very small one. Could it be Wang Kun? Su Lan asked in astonishment. Su Wei was startled and immediately sat up straight, staring at Wang Kun's back. She quickly dismissed the thought and mocked, how could it be? Someone like Wang Kun, how could the Dark Pavilion regard him so highly and send so many people to look for him? It definitely isn't him, probably just a coincidence. But sis, how do you know he has a birthmark? Do I even need to explain? Look at what's hanging on the wall above the bed. Do you think I wanted to know? Su Lan helplessly pointed at the wedding photo on the wall. Su Wei rolled her eyes at her and lay back down.
Enough, it has nothing to do with Wang Kun. Unless every man in the world disappeared except for him, then maybe it could be him.
Soon, the two women stopped talking and peacefully drifted into dreamland.
And Wang Kun, at this moment, subconsciously touched the small birthmark on his body, thinking to himself, this has nothing to do with me.
He didn't believe he had any connection to this matter. Birthmarks, after all, are common in this world. But through Su Wei's words, Wang Kun gained a deeper understanding of the Dark Pavilion.
He wondered to himself what kind of organization the Dark Pavilion was, why they were searching for such a person, and what kind of conspiracy might be hidden behind it all.
Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Wang Kun muttered to himself, unable to figure it out and too lazy to think further. 2 days later, Wang Kun took leave and didn't need to go to work for the time being. When he woke up, it was already close to noon. He leisurely went downstairs, and a familiar voice seemed to reach his ears. For a moment, Wang Kun couldn't recall where he had heard it before. This Wang Kun is simply audacious. He wants to get our Su family killed, even daring to mess with Zhang Xiaoyun. I'd like to see how he plans to handle the whole situation next. Anyway, I think it's impossible. In the end, it'll still be up to our Su family to clean up his mess, and who knows, we might even have to sacrifice the Su family for it. Wang Kun reached the last step of the staircase and finally saw who was speaking. It was none other than his father-in-law, Su Wenchang. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar, they had just confronted each other yesterday. As soon as Wang Kun came downstairs after waking up, Su Wenchang's face immediately darkened, and he angrily scolded, I've been here for so long, and you're only coming down now? Do you even have any shame? Do you even see me as your father-in-law? These words echoed through the hall, the scolding as loud as thunder. Su Lan and Su Wei, the two sisters, had extremely peculiar expressions. It seemed they already knew about what had happened yesterday and couldn't believe that Wang Kun actually had the ability to fight back,
even defeating Jiang Shaoyun so thoroughly, leaving them utterly stunned.
I remember you didn't seem to acknowledge me as your son-in-law and couldn't wait for me to die. Wang Kuan leisurely yawned, showing no hesitation as he sat directly in the hall.
As for these Su family members, except for the old master, Wang Kuan didn't take any of them seriously. Su Wenqing's eyes widened in anger as he slammed the table, causing the teacup to topple over. He roared furiously, "I came here personally today just to make it clear to you, our Su
family will absolutely not take the blame for Jiang Shaoyun. If you want to resolve it, do it yourself. If it weren't for Su Lan marrying you, do you think I would even bother coming?
You didn't need to come all the way here to repeat yourself.
I've already said that whoever does something should take responsibility for it." Wang Kuan lit a cigarette, calmly crossing his legs. Su Wencheng snorted coldly, "I don't want to see my daughter suffer. If it weren't for the old man's insistence, I wouldn't have wanted you to be my son-in-law. Now that something has happened,
I hope you can take some responsibility, because no matter what, this matter will involve the Su family.
So the best solution is for you and my Xiaolan to sever ties and get a divorce." "Divorce?"
When Su Lan heard this, she remained silent on the surface but secretly rejoiced in her heart. Finally, there was an opportunity to completely sever ties with Wang Kuan.
"Divorce, huh? Could it be your own decision?"
"This marriage was arranged by the old man, and it requires his approval.
What you say alone doesn't count. Unless the old man asks me to divorce, I won't do it." Wang Kuan chuckled, clearly seeing through the other party's intentions. All in all, it's just that they think Wang Kuan is incompetent, that the gap between him and Jiang Shaoyun's background is too big, and they're afraid of implicating the Su family in trouble. Su Wencheng is really something, repeating the same thing several times, as if afraid Wang Kuan would cling to the Su family. Now he's even gone so far as to stage this divorce drama on his own. "Father-in-law, I think you should give up. Divorce is out of the question." Wang Kuan cleared his throat and replied nonchalantly. "You've already cheated, and you still have the nerve to say you love my Xiaolan? Have you no shame?"
Su Wencheng fumed with rage.
"Do you have no shame? Others might not know about the situation between you and Xiaolan, but do you think I, as her father, don't know?" Su Wencheng's chest heaved with anger.
Given his current age, in a few more years, he would be able to fully take over the management of the Su family's entire business and influence.
Having Wang Kuan as a son-in-law was already extremely displeasing.
After all, it was the old man's insistence, and since he hadn't officially taken charge yet, he didn't dare to disobey.
He could only grumble about it occasionally. And now, how could the things Wang Kuan has done be resolved so easily?
If the Su family is ruined because of Wang Kuan, Su Wencheng's hopes of rising to power would be completely shattered. When it comes to his future, Su Wencheng will not allow any mistakes.
He must completely distance himself from any responsibility before trouble arrives.
Wang Kuan's bold actions yesterday were indeed impressive, but Su Wencheng knew in his heart that it was nothing more than a fleeting moment of brilliance. In the end, it would still be up to the Su family to clean up the mess.
One should bear the consequences of their own actions? Su Wencheng sneered, thinking to himself, Wang Kuan is just a minor figure with no real abilities.
He couldn't understand why, after everything that had happened, the old man still hadn't mentioned the matter, as if he didn't care at all.
This made Su Wencheng question the old man's intelligence. Could it really be due to old age? Divorce. There's nothing more to say.
Su Wencheng was aggressive, his attitude unyielding, as if exerting the authority of an elder to suppress others. The two women on the side quietly observed. Their expressions varied.
Wang Kuan took a drag of his cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and calmly asked, "If I can resolve it, does that mean we don't have to divorce?"
"The premise is that you have the ability to do so," Su Wencheng said coldly.
"Do you think, with your limited skills, you can resolve Jiang Shaoyun's matter? He's lying in Biling now, with his wrist just reattached. If this incident reaches the Jiang family, how serious do you think the consequences will be?
Our Su family is no match for them." His words were sharp and merciless. However, Wang Kuan remained unusually calm, shaking his leg and holding a cigarette, firmly asking, "What I'm asking is, if I can resolve it, then there's no need for a divorce.
I need you to promise me that personally."
"All right, if you can resolve the entire matter within 2 hours, not only will I not force you to divorce, but I'll even kowtow to you 3 times.
Do you believe me?" Su Wencheng bowed confidently, though he secretly mocked Wang Kuan's naivety. The Jiang family in the capital, as one of the 9 major families, possesses strength sufficient to suppress the entire Su family, completely out of their league.
Father-in-law, a man of his word. Wang Kuan flicked the ash off his cigarette, calmly took out his phone from his pocket, opened the contact list, and before dialing, cast a deep glance at Su Lan. Su Lan slightly raised the corners of her lips. Although she didn't say anything, her attitude was quite clear. She had long wanted a divorce.
Wang Kuan smiled faintly, his finger gently pressing the screen as he dialed the number for Tian Group number 9. No matter what, this mysterious contact was definitely worth a try.
Tian Group number 9 had mentioned last time that if he ever encountered difficulties, he could reach out anytime for help. Such a rare resource could not be wasted.
You're pretending.
You're obviously nervous to death, so why are you putting on this act?
I don't want to argue with you.
Listen, cut ties with the Su family. And go apologize to Jiang Xiaoyun yourself. At least that way, you can save your life, Su Wenqing said, shaking his head, though inwardly full of disdain.
Wang Kuan paid no attention, pressing his ear tightly against the phone, quietly waiting for Team 9 of the Heavenly Group to answer. The phone gave a slight vibration, and finally, the call was connected. Mr. Wang, I didn't expect you to call personally. Is there something you'd like to entrust to me?
Team 9 of the Heavenly Group's voice carried a hint of surprise and delight. Wang Kuan scanned the surroundings and said in a deep voice, I hit Jiang Xiaoyun.
Can this matter be settled within 2 hours?
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wenqing and the two women couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Wang Kuan, are you out of your mind? I don't think you even made a call. Stop pretending, will you? Ridiculous, Wang Kuan, this marriage is definitely over.
Wang Kuan narrowed his eyes slightly, continued smoking, and quietly waited for a response from Team 9 of the Heavenly Group. His intuition told him that Team 9 of the Heavenly Group might be a friend, someone who knew his identity, and that there could be a turning point in this matter. As the cigarette lit up, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone, Mr. Wang, the intelligence has been confirmed, and there are no issues.
I am preparing to go all out to help you resolve this matter. I didn't expect you to call so quickly. Give me 30 minutes, the Jiang family is truly digging their own grave. After speaking, the call was abruptly hung up. That last sentence sounded incredibly domineering to Wang Kuan. He slowly put the phone back into his pants pocket, yawned leisurely, raised 3 fingers, and responded, I'll settle it within 30 minutes. If you don't believe me, you can wait with me.
But don't go back on your word, dear father-in-law.
Su Wenqing couldn't help but sneer and questioned, I suspect you didn't even make a call.
In that case, I'll wait 30 minutes.
But, you're such a braggart. When this half hour is up, I can't wait to see how you handle it. Just imagining your expression then excites me.
Wang Kuan just smiled, said nothing more, and casually turned on the TV, watching it as if nothing had happened. Setting aside who exactly number 9 of the Heavenly Group is, just based on Wang Kuan's modified identity background as a disciple of the top 5 on the Heavenly rankings, anyone appearing in his contact list must have an extraordinary relationship with him, and their strength is undoubtedly formidable. For someone to say, the Jiang family is courting death, the moment Wang Kuan heard it, he felt reassured. Half an hour, neither too long nor too short. Su Wenqing was extremely patient, seemingly waiting for Wang Kuan to make a fool of himself. Meanwhile, the two sisters, Su Lan and Su Wei, watched the scene as if it were entertainment, occasionally chiming in to mock Wang Kuan, saying there was no need to put on airs. They added that it would be normal if he couldn't resolve the matter, as the Jiang family and the Northern Lingsu family were simply not on the same level. Wang Kuan's expression remained calm as he silently watched the television, though he was gradually developing a sense of aversion toward his convenient wife. However, it hadn't reached the point where he truly wanted a divorce, as he didn't dislike her that much. Time passed little by little. 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Half an hour was drawing closer. With only 5 minutes left, Su Wenqing suddenly stood up and said with a smile, Wang Kuan, it's time to put an end to this farce. You should divorce Xiaolan as soon as possible. After all, you were the one who said that one should take responsibility for their own actions and not implicate the Su family. Otherwise, you'd just be slapping yourself in the face. There's still 5 minutes left. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Kuan didn't even glance at Su Wenqing, remaining calm and composed. In Su Wenqing's eyes, Wang Kuan was just shamelessly pretending, yet still stubbornly arguing at such a moment. Thus, Su Wenqing couldn't be bothered to show any kindness and angrily rebuked, 2 years ago, you inexplicably came to the Su family and inexplicably married my daughter. Do you really think I have high hopes for you? I can't wait for Jiang Xiaoyun to get rid of you. Even if you refuse today, once I return and rally all the Su family members to my side, you'll be in big trouble. The old man will have no choice but to compromise. Besides, the old man is so muddle-headed, it's about time he stepped down. TSK, how can you say such things? The old man would be so disappointed to hear this. It seems you've been coveting power for
quite some time. Do you really think the old man doesn't have a sense of judgment? Ridiculous. Wang Kuan retorted without hesitation.
Just as Su Wenchang was about to respond, a figure suddenly burst in from outside the door, their face covered with a black cloth.
The man was holding someone wrapped like a mummy. Mr. Wang, the Lord asked me to deliver this to you. Please accept it with a smile. Thud. The mummy-like figure was forcefully thrown by the shadowy figure, rolling directly to Su Wenchang's feet.
In the blink of an eye, the shadowy figure disappeared without a trace.
Su Wenchang was stunned. He looked down and saw that the person was bruised and swollen, instantly shocked and horrified. Jiang Xiaoyun? What happened here?
The shadowy figure left as quickly as it came, leaving behind only the words, "Please accept this gift," and the mummy-like Jiang Xiaoyun.
Wang Kuan almost burst out laughing, fully aware that this was indeed the subordinate of Tian Group Number 9.
However, the phrase, "Please kindly accept," was truly unexpected, carrying a hint of arrogance. Looking at the utterly shocked Su Wenchang, as well as the stunned Su Lan and Su Wei, Wang Kuan sat in his seat with a faint smile, as if everything was under his control.
At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyun was wrapped tightly from head to toe.
After the earlier tumble, he let out a pig-like screech of pain, but his limbs dared not move easily, fearing that it would worsen his injuries.
Su Lan's usually cold expression, at this moment, showed disbelief and intense shock for the first time in front of Wang Kuan as she stood up in astonishment. Stammering, she said, "How is this possible? Half an hour. How could Wang Kuan have such abilities? And who was that person just now?" Wang Kuan merely smiled faintly and continued to remain silent.
Su Wenchang stood frozen, looking down at Jiang Xiaoyun, who was writhing in pain at his feet. He found it hard to believe that within the agreed time, Jiang Xiaoyun had actually appeared in this villa. However, Su Wenchang quickly regained his composure. A trace of unease flashed through his mind as he suspected that Wang Kuan might have taken advantage of Jiang Xiaoyun still being in Bailing and deliberately had someone abduct him. No matter what, he refused to believe that Wang Kuan had already resolved the issue.
Inwardly, he thought, Wang Kuan must be trying to take advantage of Jiang Xiaoyun's severe injuries and use some means to force him into submission. Damn it, Wang Kuan, are you crazy? Is Jiang Xiaoyun someone you can abduct?
Su Wenchang was so frightened that his scalp tingled. He hurriedly waved to Su Wei for help and carefully lifted the wailing Jiang Xiaoyun onto the sofa. The screams instantly echoed through the two-story space, as if Su Wenchang's slight movement had caused Jiang Xiaoyun more pain. Su Wenchang broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the other party, unable to make a decision. His heart was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. He paced back and forth, cursing Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan, you're a lunatic. Originally, there was still some room to maneuver, but now it's completely over. I told you a long time ago that you wanted to cling to the Su family, but you wouldn't admit it. You're nothing but a jinx, trying to drag all of us down with you. It's over, what do we do now? You've already beaten Jiang Xiaoyun into a pulp, and now you've even had him brought here. The Jiang family definitely won't let us off the hook. Wang Kuan, having a son-in-law like you is like 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Su Wenchang's face turned ashen with anger. This time, they were really in deep trouble, and even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear their name. Wang Kuan frowned slightly, pointed at Jiang Xiaoyun, who was still yelling, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Then why don't you ask Jiang Xiaoyun yourself? Or wait until he calms down?" "Ask what? It's all your fault. You're a useless person who insists on pretending to be important, you're nothing but a disaster." Su Wenchang's beard trembled as he burned with rage. Su Wei remained silent, standing behind Su Wenchang, clearly sharing the same enmity. And Su Lan? She didn't even defend Wang Kuan, instead saying coldly, "To be honest, I'm ashamed to have a man like you. You have no sense of responsibility, act without considering the consequences. Our marriage was a mistake from the very beginning. I've had enough of you these past 2 years. Let me be blunt, you don't deserve me. We're not even from the same world." If Wang Kuan had only been somewhat indifferent to Su Lan before, hearing these words completely froze his heart. Any previous affection instantly vanished. This woman appeared cold as ice on the surface, yet exuded a strong sense of superiority deep inside. Wang Kuan thought silently, but found it amusing in his heart and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The smile was somewhat eerie, causing Su Wenchang, Su Lan, and Su Wei to freeze simultaneously, completely unable to understand why Wang Kuan was laughing at this moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyun, who was beside them, gradually stopped screaming, as if he had finally recovered. He lay motionless on the sofa, his entire body frozen, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief, trembling slightly, as if he had just experienced something unimaginable in the past half hour.
Suppressing the fear in his heart, Jiang Xiaoyun asked with difficulty, Wang Kuan, who exactly are you? How on earth did you do that? Take a guess. Did you really think I was joking earlier? Wang Kuan responded meaningfully. Jiang Xiaoyun swallowed hard, a deep sense of fear taking root in his heart. Immediately afterward, Jiang Xiaoyun realized that Wang Kuan's matter had plunged the entire Jiang family into unprecedented panic. Everyone was terrified, as if there was some extraordinarily influential figure backing Wang Kuan. Even Jiang Xiaoyun's father, Jiang Shan, the head of the Jiang family, personally made a phone call, speaking in a serious tone and without any pretense. Jiang Xiaoyun could never forget the barely concealed fear his father displayed at that moment. Jiang Xiaoyun's father, the head of one of the 9 great families in the capital, being so anxious over such a matter was truly unprecedented. His father not only demanded that he sincerely apologize until Wang Kuan was willing to forgive him, but also stated that someone would personally escort him to meet Wang Kuan. Most importantly, this matter must not be leaked, it must remain confidential. All of this exceeded Jiang Xiaoyun's imagination. As a member of one of the 9 great families in the capital, he never expected such a shocking situation, plunging the entire Jiang family into a tense atmosphere within just half an hour. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Wang Kuan, who was within arm's reach, and recalled past events in his mind. He felt a wave of disbelief, as if all of this were an absurd dream. A seemingly inconspicuous person could suppress the entire Jiang family with a flip of his hand, as if he could bring their entire household to ruin at any moment. Who on earth are you? Jiang Xiaoyun's heart was filled with fear, secretly cursing himself for provoking such a calamity. Was the Jiang family about to kneel and beg for mercy? Wang Kuan crossed his legs and said lazily, I am who I am, the Wang Kuan you know. What do you want in order to let me and the Jiang family go? Jiang Xiaoyun knew the answer deep down, but he could never lower his proud face. The person he once bullied now controlled the situation, making him feel utterly humiliated. The Su Wencheng father and daughter trio nearby were instantly stunned upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyun's few words. Shouldn't it be us begging for mercy? How did it turn around? Did I hear that wrong? Did Wang Kuan really resolve it? Wang Kuan completely ignored them, his gaze still calmly fixed on Jiang Xiaoyun as he slowly said, You know what to do. Put aside your pride, sincerely. Apologize, and I'll pretend this never happened. Consider it a lesson for you. Then, hurry back to the capital. I don't want to see you in Bailing again. Jiang Xiaoyun struggled internally, but thinking of the situation of the entire Jiang family, he ultimately had to set aside his arrogance. Gritting his teeth, he said, Wang Kuan, I was wrong before. From now on, I will never come to Bailing again. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Please spare the Jiang family. I will reflect on myself. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Wencheng, Su Lan, and Su Wei were left speechless, standing there stiffly like 3 human-shaped statues, exchanging glances in disbelief. Reluctantly, I'll let you off this time. Wang Kuan nodded, his tone carrying a hint of ease. Thank you. Jiang Xiaoyun let out a sigh of relief, as if he had just been granted freedom. His whole body collapsed onto the sofa, completely drained, cold sweat pouring down his face. Wang Kuan shifted his gaze to Su Wencheng's face, slowly walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder, and chuckled lightly. Didn't you say that if I could resolve this within 2 hours, you'd kowtow to me 3 times? Now I've settled it in just half an hour. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Why you? Su Wencheng stammered, his heart already in turmoil. Although he couldn't understand what had happened, Jiang Xiaoyun's act of bowing his head and admitting fault so submissively must have been due to some overwhelming force suppressing him. And this force, who else could it be but Wang Kuan? Wang Kuan still wore a smile, knowing that Su Wencheng would not comply, so he couldn't be bothered to argue. He stepped forward to stand in front of Su Lan, gazing at her perfectly proportioned face, as if the initial fondness he had felt had vanished. Su Lan trembled slightly and couldn't help but lower her head in shame. Since you're so eager for a divorce, so disdainful, then I might as well grant your wish. But remember this, it's not you divorcing me, it's me, Wang Kuan, dismissing you. Dismissing you. Divorce me? Su Lan raised her head in a daze, staring directly at Wang Kuan in front of her. Countless questions flashed through her mind, and she could never have imagined he would say such a thing. Especially Su Wencheng. The moment he heard divorce Su Lan, his face instantly turned pale, and a storm of regret surged in his heart. This son-in-law, whom he had always looked down upon, turned out to be an unparalleled master with incredible power. At this moment, Su Wencheng finally understood why the old man had gone to such lengths to arrange for Su Lan to marry Wang Kuan. Even when faced with the trouble of Jiang Xiaoyun, the old man remained completely unfazed. Because, the old man had already seen through everything and knew that Wang Kuan had the ability to resolve it all. Moreover, with just one phone call, he made Jiang Xiaoyun lower his head and immediately let the Jiang family go. This practically suppressed the entire Jiang family to the point of having no power to resist. The more Su Wencheng thought about it, the more he regretted it, wishing he could slap himself. If he had known Wang Kuan's true identity earlier, he would have clung tightly to this precious son-in-law's leg. With such means, the position of the Su family head was utterly insignificant, and he might have even secured a better future. However, now, this golden opportunity was completely lost after Wang Kuan's statement, "Divorce Su Lan." What's even more terrifying is that the proposal for divorce was actually brought up by Su Wencheng first, and as a result, Wang Kuan truly took full responsibility for his actions and turned the tables by deciding to divorce Su Lan. Taking full responsibility for my actions, I will never cling to the Su family, nor will I drag the Su family down with me. So, I will divorce you, Su Lan, and sever ties with your Su family. Let's finalize the divorce procedures within the next few days. Don't expect me to change my mind. With a grand wave of his sleeve, Wang Kuan exuded an imposing aura. No one dared to stop him as he strode away. Until Wang Kuan's figure disappeared, the entire villa fell into a deathly silence. At least 10 minutes passed before the silence was broken by a mocking remark from Jiang Xiaoyun. "Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Looks like someone is going down with me after all. Su Wencheng, aren't you going to hurry up and send someone to take me back to the hospital?" "Forget about it, Wang Kuan is the one who truly has skills. You should just regret it properly. Once I recover, I'll head back to the capital, and this matter will be over." Su Wencheng snapped out of it, his expression heavy. Despite Jiang Xiaoyun's miserable state, with the Jiang family's backing, he was in no position to kick him while he was down. Afterward, he could only send someone to escort Jiang Xiaoyun away, while he himself collapsed powerlessly onto the sofa, looking utterly despondent. Su Wei stepped forward and gently comforted, "Dad, it wasn't your fault. Who could have known Wang Kuan was hiding so deeply? Nonsense. I should have known. What was I thinking? Such a loss." Su Wencheng, in a fit of anger, slapped himself hard, his heart filled with resentment. He wished he could howl at the sky to vent all his frustration. Su Lan still stood in place, stunned for a long time. In her mind, there was only Wang Kuan's firm and powerful words. "It's me, Wang Kuan, divorcing you." This sentence, like an invisible palm, shattered all her cold arrogance in an instant. What remained was her, like a clown, humiliated to the point where she couldn't lift her head. She once thought Wang Kuan was unworthy. Thinking back to every word she had said, it now seemed utterly ridiculous. Indeed unworthy, not because Wang Kuan is unworthy, but because she is completely unworthy of Wang Kuan. This seemingly unremarkable man hides unparalleled abilities behind the scenes. It is indeed as she said, they are simply not from the same world. This statement, instead, sounds like she is humiliating herself. Su Lan lowered her head deeper and deeper, feeling deeply ashamed of her past ignorance. The old master, as the actual controller of the Su family in Bailing, could never be confused. Everything he did must have had a deeper meaning, it was just that no one could figure it out, leading them to mistakenly believe he was muddled. Next, neither Su Lan nor Su Wencheng knew how to explain themselves to the old master. If the old master were to learn the truth, he would undoubtedly be so furious that his lungs might explode, and the result would undoubtedly be his overwhelming wrath. For a moment, the father and daughters were like children who had done something wrong, feeling both flustered and uneasy, their faces full of regret. At this very moment, Wang Kuan stood by the roadside outside the villa district. Although he had vented his pent-up frustration, he still felt uneasy inside. This repeated turmoil left him with nowhere to go. He took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed Xinyan's number. The call was quickly connected. Xinyan happened to be on her lunch break, eating alone outside, completely unaware of Wang Kuan's predicament. "Oh, old Wang took a day off and still remembers to call me. Should I be happy about this?" Xinyan's tone remained light-hearted. Wang Kuan sighed, "I have nowhere to stay right now. Can you help me find a place to stay temporarily? Also, there are some things I want to talk to you about." "No place to stay? Could it be that your wife kicked you out?" "Haha, alright, you know where I live. I'll go up and unlock the door to wait for you. There are plenty of rooms," Xinyan said cheerfully. Hearing Xinyan's words, Wang Kuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, truly a good friend. After hanging up the phone, Wang Kuan hailed a taxi and headed straight to Xinyan's residence in Bailing. Taking a taxi was much faster than the bus. In less than half an hour, he arrived at Xinyan's neighborhood. This neighborhood is not far from the company,
and the location is quite good.
People who can live here must have decent family backgrounds.
Wang Kuan had been here a few times before and already knew that Xinyan was a rich and beautiful woman. After all, living alone in an entire apartment is not something commonly seen from an outsider's perspective.
He walked skillfully to Xinyan's door and found it was not closed. Wang Kuan pushed the door open, changed into slippers, and immediately saw Xinyan with her head down, playing on her phone.
Hearing Wang Kuan's voice, Xinyan immediately put down her phone and patted the spot next to her.
Why are you so late?
I still have to go to work.
Why do you suddenly have nowhere to stay? I had some issues with Su Lan. I'm planning to divorce her.
I feel there's no point in staying any longer, Wang Kuan said with a troubled expression as he sat down and lit a cigarette.
Xinyan was stunned for a moment and hurriedly asked, why are you suddenly talking about divorce? Are you joking? How can you just casually get a divorce?
I can't explain it clearly, but there's something I must tell you. That Zhang Xiaoyun, so long as I'm around, he won't dare bother you again. So, I took care of your problem along the way, Wang Kuan said.
What do you mean? Took care of it along the way? Xinyan's whole body trembled, hardly able to believe Wang Kuan could speak so nonchalantly.
Wang Kuan rubbed his temples and explained, I gave Zhang Xiaoyun a beating.
He won't dare pressure you anymore. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask him. The entire Zhang family won't let something like this happen again. How is this possible? Your divorce from Su Lan is related to this matter? Xinyan found it unbelievable.
She had thought Wang Kuan was just bluffing, but unexpectedly, the issue was truly resolved. The Zhang family in the capital, as one of the 9 major families, is incredibly powerful, something Xinyan was well aware of. To be able to stop this marriage, the force behind it must be even stronger than the Zhang family.
Wang Kuan took a deep drag on his cigarette and said, it does have something to do with it.
At first, it was because I beat up Zhang Xiaoyun. Su Lan and her father were afraid of getting into trouble, so they decided she should divorce me. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I simply cut off all the trouble and went through with the divorce. She used to always look down on me, saying this and that wasn't good enough. Now, I've made it so she can't even reach my level.
Let her regret it.
I think you're making it sound easy, but in the end, this marriage definitely won't end.
Do you believe me?
Xinyan suddenly said, a trace of complexity flashing in her eyes.
Wang Kuan, feeling completely baffled, asked in return, why won't it end? The Su family will definitely persuade you, and coupled with a bit of a woman's intuition, at most you two will remain married in name only, but not as a real couple, Xinyan said with a slight cough, her gaze carrying a hint of determination. At most, give the old man some face, divorce on the surface, and live your own lives privately. Wang Kuan rolled his eyes at her, thinking that they were already a couple in name only, and this marriage made no difference whether it existed or not. However, with this, Wang Kuan had already decided in his heart that Su Lan would have no say in who he would be with in the future. He had silently placed her on the list of people to dismiss. Soon, Wang Kuan settled down at Xinyan's house, moving into the guest room. Xinyan had to return to work in the afternoon, leaving Wang Kuan alone in the house.
Before leaving, Xinyan left Wang Kuan a set of keys, indicating that he could stay as long as he wanted without any inconvenience, her generosity surprisingly bold. Having resolved this trouble, Wang Kuan believed that Zhang Xiaoyun would likely have some reservations, would no longer cause trouble, and would stop pestering Xinyan. He thought to himself, with Zhang Xiaoyun's background, could he really be unaware of his relationship with Xinyan? Xinyan was unwilling, and with Wang Kuan's invisible support, even if Zhang Xiaoyun had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare act recklessly.
With no one around, Wang Kuan picked up his phone and glanced at the task interface on the system app. Reward task, with only about 5 days remaining.
Please complete it as soon as possible, host, the system reminded coldly. At the mention of this, Wang Kuan felt a bit frustrated, unsure of how to complete it, as an inexplicable sense of pressure welled up in his heart. Wasting the state on Zhang Xiaoyun was in vain.
The task wasn't completed.
Although it vented some anger, overall, it was a loss. If the task fails, the system will randomly seal a part of the host's body.
No matter which part, Wang Kuan couldn't bear to imagine it. This task is too hard. Without the state, how can I fight someone with 200,000 combat power? How can I win? System, you're screwing me over.
Wang Kuan instantly felt life was hopeless, wishing he could find a rope and hang himself. This is a test, the system responded coldly.
Suddenly, the phone rang. It was a call from Old Master Su. Wang Kuan looked at the phone screen but didn't rush to answer.
He had already guessed that the other party was most likely calling to persuade him.
After hesitating for a moment, Wang Kuan finally pressed the call button and put the phone to his ear.
Old Master Su's voice came through, urgent and anxious. Wang Kuan, I know everything. The Jiang family matter has already been suppressed.
But don't be so impulsive.
You and Xiaolan have been married for over 2 years. You can't just talk about divorce so easily.
Old Master, it wasn't me who initially wanted the divorce. It was Su Wencheng's sarcastic remarks that forced me. Let me be honest with you, Su Lan and I were never like that. Being
married or not makes no difference, so we might as well call it quits.
If it weren't for your sake, I honestly wouldn't even want to answer the phone. Wang Kuan sighed and explained.
Old Master Su apologized. I've already scolded Su Wencheng, and he knows he was wrong.
As for Xiaolan, I've also spoken to her.
I told them that Wang Kuan has been with me for so long, and I truly see you as one of my
own.
Now, your situation is known to almost the entire Su family, but everyone will strictly keep it confidential and won't let it spread. I believe the Jiang family will do the same and won't deliberately bring it up. Whether it spreads or not, I don't care.
It's just that Su Lan went too far. Wang Kuan still felt a surge of anger in his heart.
Old Master Su paused briefly before continuing. I promise Xiaolan will never act like this again.
Just consider it as me begging you.
The old man was so advanced in age, yet he personally called to plead with him.
Wang Kuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Unexpectedly, Xin Yan's judgment was indeed correct. This marriage definitely couldn't end in divorce. Thus, Wang Kuan responded helplessly, I'll go back when I'm in a better mood.
As soon as he said this, Old Master Su was overjoyed and laughed. Good, as long as you're willing to come back, staying out a bit longer is fine.
But I'm really curious, who did you turn to for help this time?
This wouldn't have been a big deal if it hadn't been mentioned, but as soon as it was, Wang Kuan became intrigued.
Perhaps the other party might know the origins of Tian Group's number 9.
To be able to suppress the entire Jiang family with ease in such a short time, forcing Jiang Xiaoyun to beg for forgiveness and
apologize, someone with such capabilities is definitely not simple.
They must be far more formidable than the so-called 9 great families.
Most importantly, Wang Kuan felt that Old Master Su might not be as simple as he appeared on the surface. The Su family of Bailing is merely a regional family, vastly different from the prominent families in the capital.
Yet, the head of such a regional family happens to know Wang Kuan's master, who ranks among the top 5 on the heavenly rankings.
There must be some hidden secrets behind this. Team 9 of Heaven. Wang Kuan directly read out the name.
Sure enough, Old Master Su, upon hearing Team 9 of Heaven, let out a laugh of sudden realization, as if he understood the origin of Team 9 of Heaven.
He laughed heartily and said, So it's him, huh? I see now.
He's also one of the few who knows your identity.
Then who exactly is he? Wang Kuan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity.
Old Master Su was stunned for a moment, then countered, You rascal, why do you always say such strange things?
Clearly, you know better than I do, so why do you keep asking me instead? Damn, it's like this again. Wang Kuan couldn't continue asking.
The concussion excuse could no longer be used, so he had no choice but to change the subject and chat with the old man for a bit before finally hanging up the call. Even though the old man called, I can't go back so soon. Otherwise, where would I put my pride? At the very least, I need to stay a few more days with
Xin Yan before leaving. Wang Kuan snorted, thinking to himself, I'm doing this on purpose. Su Lan, that nasty woman, who does she think she is?
He reopened the system app, and the pretentiousness points still stood at 140,000. Looking at his experience points, he was still far from leveling up, which made Wang Kuan even more frustrated.
System, this bounty mission didn't say anything about not being able to use tricks, right? Nor did it say I must win through brute force, right? Wang Kuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with a new idea. Since there's no status effect on him, why not play some tricks? He could go find Huaju again, get him to agree to a sparring match, then put on a bit of an act and make Huaju voluntarily admit defeat. Wouldn't the mission be completed that way? The mission rewards were X-ray vision and combat power detection, something Wang Kuan dreamed of obtaining.
It must be resolved through force. The host is not allowed to take shortcuts, otherwise the task will be directly deemed a failure, the system said coldly.
Wang Kuan was secretly pleased one moment, and the next his face turned dark.
This damn system truly is the best at screwing over its host, bar none. There are only 5 days left, I must find a way to complete it.
At the same time, on a high peak in Bailing, an elder stood.
The elder had a high-bridged nose, long eyebrows, and triangular eyes.
Dressed in a black robe, he stood at the edge of the peak with his hands behind his back, gazing over the entirety of Bailing, exuding the aura of a peerless master. However, on the elder's face, there was a hint of frustration, and he muttered under his breath, that brat,
after all this time, still hasn't made
any progress. He has no idea how much impact his actions have. Can't he just learn to keep a low profile? Why does he always have to show off? Behind the old man, a middle-aged man walked over, resembling the old man's attendant.
The middle-aged attendant clasped his hands respectfully, bent down, and said, "Senior Song, we have found out who helped Wang Kuan." It was Tian Group Number 9 who intervened.
As
per your instructions, Tian Group Number 9 has been told not to assist him again.
However, I can't understand why you insist on treating Wang Kuan this way. What is the reason?
The old man referred to as Senior Song slowly closed his aged eyes and said wistfully, "His strength is still insufficient.
Rising to prominence too quickly will only invite danger. If I were to die, there would be no one left to protect him." Wang Kuan's strength is still insufficient?
Although he hasn't made it onto the heaven, earth, moon, and star rankings, he is still your disciple.
His strength should at least be near the top of the earth ranking, right? Even that isn't enough?
Your standards are a bit too high, the middle-aged attendant said, puzzled.
The old man sighed deeply, still, far from enough. The middle-aged attendant frowned and asked, "Then will you let him come back to see you? This time isn't too serious, let's wait and see."
I don't want him to be exposed to the spotlight before he's strong enough.
But he's my only disciple. Do you think I would ignore him? If I don't care about him, who else will?
The old man gritted his teeth, his anger tinged with helplessness. The middle-aged attendant gave a helpless smile. "It seems you care about him a lot, but you just don't want to show it.
After all, with your status, you're no longer just representing yourself, and there are some things you can't act on openly. I've always noticed it. Your concern for Wang Kuan is truly profound."
Rubbish, why would I care about him? In my heart, I wish he were dead so he wouldn't annoy me. The old man denied it outwardly, but inwardly he felt a bit smug. The elder surnamed Song instructed his attendant to convey a message to Group 9 of the Heaven team, forbidding them from assisting Wang Kuan any further.
Wang Kuan was completely unaware of this.
Around 7 p.m., Wang Kuan woke up in the guest room of Xinyan's house. As he opened the door and stepped out, he was instantly enveloped by the rich aroma of food. It turned out that Xinyan had returned from work and personally prepared a lavish meal to properly thank Wang Kuan.
At first, Xinyan did not believe it. After all, Jiang Xiaoyun came from one of the 9 great families. How could it be resolved so easily? However, when she personally called her elders to inquire, she learned that the Jiang family had voluntarily given up on the marriage, stating they would no longer proceed with the union, yet they provided no explanation, which was truly baffling. After this inquiry, Xinyan finally believed Wang Kuan. Besides him, who else could have accomplished this?
Xinyan truly did not expect that Wang Kuan, merely the son-in-law of the Su family in Bailing, could possess such capability, as if he had effortlessly resolved a trivial matter with ease.
For Xinyan, this was simply fantastic news.
So after work, she deliberately bought a lot of fresh and delicious ingredients, wanting to properly thank Wang Kuan.
Her heart was filled with the joy of freedom, no longer bound by the Jiang family's marriage arrangement.
From now on, she could be with whoever she wanted.
"I was just about to call you to eat. Come sit down, I made so many dishes." Xinyan, wearing an apron, appeared both straightforward and gentle.
Without any hesitation, she pulled Wang Kuan to sit down with her, personally serving him rice and dishes, even opening a bottle of fine imported wine.
"Well, it'd be a waste not to eat it. Chef Xinyan made this for me." Wang Kuan dug in without reservation, his stomach growling with hunger. He devoured the food ravenously.
After all, this was how he and Xinyan had always interacted. There was nothing to feel awkward about, as they both understood each other perfectly.
"Acting like I'm so precious or something. This meal is to thank you. You're really loyal for helping me solve the problem. That Jiang Xiaoyun, did you really hit him?" Xinyan laughed heartily, lightly bumping Wang Kuan's chest. Wang Kuan bit into a piece of pork chop and nodded indistinctly. "That's right. If you feel bad about it, just cook for me every day from now on. I don't want to eat Su Lan's cold leftovers. TCH, look at you, all smug. Want me to offer myself to you? Anyway, good job hitting him. I disliked that Jiang Xiaoyun for a long time. Acting all high and mighty just because he's the eldest young master of the Jiang family. Thinking he's a big shot in Bailing. Serves him right. So satisfying. If I had been there, I would have kicked him too."
Xinyan took a sip of wine, her slightly tipsy state giving her cheeks a rosy glow, making her even more captivating.
Wang Kuan only caught the first part of what Xinyan said. "How about devoting yourself to me?" Wang Kuan couldn't help but take another look at Xinyan.
Her appearance and temperament were in no way inferior to Su Lan, and her figure was even better. Especially with the slightly drunken blush at this moment, it added an extra touch of charm. What a pity. If I were really divorced, I would definitely be with you.
Wang Kuan showed a look of regret.
Xinyan was indeed a rare and genuine beauty, but he was just joking. Xinyan extended her finger, gently pressing it against Wang Kuan's left cheek, playfully pushing him away as she teased, "If you keep
looking at me like that, I might just fall for you. Wait until the day you really get divorced, then it won't be too late to come find me."
"You really know how to joke," Wang Kuan said with a smile. Xinyan laughed along with him, but no one knew that deep down, she felt a quiet regret.
If it weren't for her feelings of admiration for Wang Kuan, why would Xinyan care so much?
In the past, she had been restrained by an engagement and dared not express her emotions. Now that Wang Kuan had a wife, she still chose to remain silent.
Xinyan always adhered to her principles.
Even though her affection for Wang Kuan burned like a blazing fire, she could only stay by his side as a good friend, willing to endure in silence rather than lose him.
"Come on, Wang Kuan, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Cheers." Xinyan downed her drink in one gulp.
The strong liquor burned her throat, as if igniting her heart.
"You woman, you drink even harder than I do." Wang Kuan, accustomed to Xinyan's teasing, chuckled lightly and didn't dwell on it further. At the banquet, Wang Kuan drank himself into a stupor.
Xinyan helped him back to the guest room, tucked him in, and, with her cheeks slightly flushed, stared at him for a long time.
Finally, she couldn't resist reaching out to gently stroke his face.
She didn't know when she started liking Wang Kuan, but she never dared to express it. The emotions in her heart surged like tides. Those inadvertent moments of friction, seemingly insignificant on the surface, had unknowingly nurtured Xinyan's feelings. Her fingers gently slid across Wang Kuan's gaunt cheek, finally resting on his prominent nose bridge. Looking at his thick eyebrows and tightly closed eyes, a tingling sensation spread through her heart. In the moment her heartbeat quickened, Xinyan softly kissed Wang Kuan's forehead, as if it were a silent confession. Immediately, she gave a bitter smile, her emotions too complex to put into words, not even knowing whether what she did was right or wrong.
"Wang Kuan, if only you didn't have a wife," she sighed softly, her emotions surging like waves.
"You have no idea how low I felt the moment I heard you were getting married, yet I still had to force a smile."
Xinyan's heart was as heavy as a mountain. "Now Jiang Xiaoyun no longer pesters me, but you, and Su Lan."
She spoke softly, as if confiding in fate. After murmuring to herself, Xinyan walked out of the guest room, gently closed the door, her heart filled with helplessness and anticipation.
2 days later, Wang Kuan was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Groggily answering the call, he found it was Su Lan. "You're still not coming home? The old man asked me to personally call you. Don't make things difficult for me.
I also want a divorce, but the old man won't allow it."
Su Lan's tone softened slightly, seemingly compromising. Wang Kuan instantly sobered up, sat up straight, and a smile appeared on his face. This beautiful CEO wife has finally given in. Looks like she has realized how impressive I am and doesn't dare to be so arrogant anymore, huh? Feeling secretly pleased, he still decided to act indifferent, as Su Lan's attitude towards him had been too cold before. "Wow, President Su, you're so considerate, calling me at 6 in the morning. Seems like you really miss me. But I'm currently sleeping at a beautiful woman's house. Sigh, I really don't know if I should go back." Wang Kuan felt secretly pleased, but his tone was deliberately teasing. "We're still husband and wife, so we have to keep up appearances. Do you think I want to see you? If it weren't for Grandpa forcing me, I would never have called you." Su Lan's attitude shifted quickly, clearly having endured a lot of grievances, her face showing reluctance. Hearing this, Wang Kuan's anger flared up, and he hung up the phone immediately. He had no intention of returning to a life where he was looked down upon. He had to hold his ground and could not let the balance of power in the family shift again. However, less than 2 minutes later, Su Lan called again. This time, upon answering, Su Lan's tone noticeably improved as she persuaded, "If you don't make things difficult for me, I won't make things difficult for you either. Let's coexist peacefully and live our own lives. For the sake of the old man, you come back. At worst, I'll make you delicious food in the future and won't let you eat leftovers and cold dishes anymore, okay? The old man is getting on in years and isn't in good health. I don't want to upset him. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up myself." It turned out Su Lan was also a filial girl. Wang Kuan pondered for a moment, then slowly got out of bed. Just as he was considering, it seemed Su Lan's phone was snatched away, and a middle-aged man's voice came through. "I say, Wang Kuan, you're the pillar of support for Su Lan. How can you just run away from home? As your father-in-law, I'll be relying on you a lot in the future. How can you really get upset with me, your old father-in-law? You need to know, deep down, I actually value you a lot. It's just that there were some misunderstandings between us, but now they're all resolved. Come back, and we'll sit down and have a good talk. I'll have Xiaolan come pick you up. Wang Kuan was burning with anger. This Su Wenchang was truly shameless, daring to call him. No wonder Su Lan had made 2 consecutive calls. Who would have thought that the old man wouldn't even spare him, trying to clutch at him like a lifeline? Who's your son-in-law? Do I know you? Wang Kuan responded coldly, thinking to himself that this guy was truly opportunistic, already trying to bow his head so quickly. On the other end of the line, Su Wenqing's face turned pale, his mood tense and helpless, as if Wang Kuan's indifference had pierced him to the core. He spoke helplessly, Wang Kuan, I'm begging you, please come back. The Su family can't do without you. The Su family can't do without him? The words were utterly laughable. Wang Kuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, a wave of intense disgust surging within him, and he hung up the phone directly. But now that things have come to this, not going back is not an option. There are only 4 days left until the deadline for the bounty mission, and apart from Hua Ju, Wang Kuan really couldn't find anyone else. If it weren't for this mission, he would have liked to stay a few more days and let certain people grow anxious with impatience. After washing up, Wang Kuan walked out of the room, and Shen Yan was already awake. Oh, up so early? Shen Yan yawned lazily. Wang Kuan nodded helplessly, no choice, being rushed so much, I have to go back. I told you, you definitely had to go back. After all, you have a wife. How could you divorce so easily? You were just angry and said it casually. Shen Yan smiled, seemingly happy for Wang Kuan, but unable to hide the disappointment in her heart. Wang Kuan smiled faintly, then had breakfast at Shen Yan's house. After a brief goodbye, he hurriedly left. As soon as Wang Kuan left, the entire house fell silent. Shen Yan quietly cleaned up the dishes, her expression downcast and filled with regret. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Zhang family in the capital, the atmosphere was as heavy as an ice cellar. Jiang Xiaoyun was carried back from Bailing, his body covered in wounds and racked with pain. Everyone here was a figure of immense power within the Zhang family, yet at this moment, all their gazes were fixed on Jiang Xiaoyun. Upon hearing the truth of the matter, their expressions turned extremely grim, as if they had suffered a great humiliation, their hearts seething with anger. Sitting in the main seat, Zhang Shan's face was as dark as a stormy sky. Patriarch, who exactly is this Wang Kuan, for even the Tian group to intervene personally, a clan member questioned. Family scandals must not be spread. This matter absolutely cannot be known to other families, or the Zhang family's reputation will be utterly ruined, Zhang Shan said sternly. Keeping it confidential is not a problem, but the key is, are we just going to let it go like this? Another clansman asked anxiously. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyun lay angrily on the stretcher, his face full of humiliation. Father, you must avenge me. I've never suffered such indignity. It's one thing that this Wang Kuan has ties to the Su family, but now he even wants to steal our future daughter-in-law, Shen Yan. I absolutely cannot swallow this. Xiaoyun, don't worry. Temporarily halting the marriage alliance with the Shen family is a strategic retreat. You've been so gravely injured, and as your father, I will not let this slide. The Tian group may indeed be stronger than our Zhang family, but if we can't act openly, we'll act covertly. I don't care who this Wang Kuan is, all I want now is his death, and it must be done without anyone knowing. Zhang Shan slammed the armrest of his chair and stood up abruptly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Wang Kuan's strength was indeed shocking, leaving the Zhang family momentarily suppressed and struggling to catch their breath. But no one ever said that hidden grudges couldn't be avenged. Jiang Xiaoyun's heart instantly leapt with joy, and he asked excitedly, so what do you plan to do? Will you send someone to Bailing to deal with Wang Kuan, or use some other means? It's best if Wang Kuan can't survive. I suspect Wang Kuan has some connections with the Tian group, which is why they stepped in to settle things for him. But Wang Kuan himself deserves to die. My Jiang family has plenty of experts, and I refuse to believe we can't kill him. While we're at it, let's take care of that old man surnamed Su as well. Zhang Shan waved his wide sleeve, his aura overwhelming. For a moment, everyone around was stirred with excitement. That old man surnamed Su is truly audacious, completely unaware of the gap between the Su family and the Jiang family. And as for that Wang Kuan, he's dead for sure this time. I refuse to believe the Tian group can protect him forever. Even if we're suspected, as long as we don't admit it, there's nothing they can do. This matter must be handled cleanly and decisively, leaving no traces behind. Ideally, no one should even know whether Wang Kuan is dead or alive. That would be the perfect plan. At this moment in Bailing, Wang Kuan was completely unaware of the Zheng family's assassination plot.
Wang Kuan returned to the villa, where the room was filled with people. As soon as he entered, Su Wensheng warmly greeted him, smiling with great excitement. He tightly held Wang Kuan's hand and sat him down, as if the two were incredibly close. The flood washed over the Dragon King's temple. It was all a misunderstanding before.
Wang Kuan, your willingness to come back finally puts my mind at ease.
You have no idea how much guilt and regret I've felt during the time you were gone. Wang Kuan felt nauseated as he listened, inwardly cursing Su Wensheng for his shamelessness.
He glanced around the room.
The old man was absent, but most of the core members of the Su family he had seen before were present, each wearing a fawning smile. Wang Kuan shook off Su Wensheng's hand, shrugged, and said, "Don't play this game with me.
I'm back this time out of respect for the
old man, not because of any marital feelings. To tell you the truth, Su Lan and I are not a real couple, it's just in name only."
"What? I can't believe I didn't know. Su Lan, what are you doing?"
"You're already married to Wang Kuan, so you should serve him for a lifetime. What you're doing is absolutely wrong. You need
to admit your mistake. You are husband and wife, and you should be together, understand?"
Su Wensheng immediately put on a stern expression and publicly scolded Su Lan, pointing at her.
Su Lan's face changed drastically, and she reluctantly replied, "I understand."
For more than 2 years, she had no extra feelings for Wang Kuan. She never expected such a thing to happen now, which instead caused the entire Su family to side with Wang Kuan.
Su Lan couldn't imagine what her life would become next.
Wang Kuan, that guy, definitely wouldn't let her off easily.
More importantly, starting today, they might go from being a couple in name only to a real couple. Wang Kuan, are you satisfied now?
My daughter is very obedient. She always listens to what I say. Su Wensheng grinned, his face full of flattery. Wang Kuan's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on Su Lan's face, fully aware of how unwilling she was.
For some reason, an inexplicable thrill surged in Wang Kuan's heart, like the exhilaration of a comeback. Damn it, the whole family used to look down on me, but now? Who was it that said the Su family can't do without you?
Wang Kuan secretly felt smug and deliberately made things difficult, saying, "Call me husband first.
Since we got married, I've never heard you say it."
These words reached Su Lan's ears, making her tremble all over, unable to bring herself to say it.
Su Wei, standing nearby, couldn't help but retort, "Wang Kuan, don't go too far."
Su Wensheng immediately roared angrily, "Su Wei, shut up.
This is between your sister and Wang Kuan as a married couple. When is it your place to interfere? Stay quiet."
Faced with her father's authority, Su Wei dared not make another sound.
"Xiaolan?"
Su Wensheng started winking and gesturing again, desperately hinting at the hesitant Su Lan, urging her to speak up quickly so everything could proceed smoothly. Although the true background of Wang Kuan was still unclear and the old man had not explicitly stated it, even a fool could now see that Wang Kuan's identity was far from simple. The old man's previous actions could all be understood now.
"Old?"
Su Lan bit her lip, her fingers digging into her palm, her heart burning with rage. But just as she was about to fight back, Wang Kuan suddenly stood up, letting out a cold smile, as if everything was under his control. He imitated Su Lan's earlier icy expression, exuding intense mockery. "Did you really think I
wanted to listen to your cries?
No, you're not even worthy. Although we haven't divorced yet, in my heart, I've already cast you aside.
Your arrogance means nothing to me. Just as you said, we are not people from the same world. You..."
Su Lan was so provoked by these words that her eyes reddened with tears, and an endless hatred ignited in her heart. She hated this man for his utter lack of compassion, daring to humiliate her in public.
"You what? Upset? Good, that's exactly the effect I wanted."
Wang Kuan's voice was cold and ruthless, showing no mercy as he said, "Today, it's not just about you,
but everyone here.
For every bit you all used to look down on me, I now look down on you just as much.
I'm here to humiliate all of you. Get out of my sight." Wang Kuan, without any scruples, directly accused everyone present in public.
Su Lan couldn't lift her head, the hatred in her heart growing stronger. She had never encountered such a despicable man, who toyed with her pride so thoroughly, as if her dignity held no value in his eyes.
This feeling of humiliation was something she had never experienced before.
Meanwhile, Su Wensheng and some core members of the Su family were restless, too embarrassed to speak, their faces filled with guilt and regret.
It's fine. Couples quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot. After all, we're still family."
Su Wensheng forced out a fake smile and hurriedly let everyone out, as if trying to avoid the possibility of Wang Kuan saying something even harsher, fearing the situation might spiral out of control.
When everyone had left,
the villa was left with only Wang Kuan, Su Lan, and Su Wei.
Su Wei finally couldn't hold back any longer, her anger boiling over. She kicked over the tea table. In a fit of rage and furiously accused, Wang Kuan, you've gone too far. My sister is your wife, how could you say something like that in public? Did you ever consider her feelings? Wang Kuan lit a cigarette, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. And when you were threatening me, did you ever consider my feelings? You're so selfish. Don't blame me for being harsh. Before this, I still had some goodwill toward you, but after this, even that last shred of goodwill has been completely wiped out. Su Wei was left speechless by Wang Kuan's retort. Upon reflection, she realized that their previous actions had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. Especially the incident where Su Wei had acted out before. If Su Wei didn't know everything that happened to Jiang Xiaoyun and the Su family, she might still think that Wang Kuan was just a useless person who couldn't even take a single move. But now she finally understood that Wang Kuan simply didn't bother to argue with her, which was why he didn't fight back, while she and her sister kept pushing their luck. Who exactly is disregarding whose feelings? Think about it carefully yourself. Su Wei, you are, and Su Lan, you are too. I've said all this to you, and that's as far as my kindness goes. Wang Kuan took a drag of his cigarette, his gaze deep as he glanced at Su Lan, then indifferently went upstairs. The living room on the first floor fell into dead silence once again. Su Lan clenched her hands tightly, her hatred growing ever stronger. However, this hatred was so strange that even she herself couldn't understand it. Ever since Wang Kuan said he wanted to divorce her, this inexplicable hatred began to surge, as if countless flames had been ignited in her heart. In the end, Su Wei, as the younger sister, broke the dead silence, stomping her feet in anger and cursing furiously, that Wang Kuan is clearly doing this on purpose. And yet we can't do anything about him. Sis, you can't just let this go. Let him have his moment of pride. Once the storm passes, we'll go our separate ways, and everything will go back to normal. Su Lan released her hands, feeling helpless in her heart, unable to do anything about Wang Kuan. At that moment, Wang Kuan, who had just reached the second floor, suddenly called out from the stairs, Su Lan, come up and massage my head. I drank too much last night, and I have a headache. The tone was as if commanding a maid. Su Lan immediately trembled all over, utterly stunned. Su Wei gritted her teeth in anger and cursed furiously, he's too much, bullying others with his power. What does he take you for, sister? Forget it, we can't fight him right now. Su Lan shook her head, feeling secretly unwilling in her heart, but had no choice but to go upstairs according to Wang Kuan's wishes. Outside the master bedroom on the second floor, the door was wide open. Wang Kuan was lazily lying on the large bed, hands behind his head, left leg crossed over his right, eyes closed, with a calm smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Su Lan's heart churned violently. This scene was nothing short of unbearably ironic and humiliating. Wang Kuan half opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said indifferently, come here, massage my head. If you don't want to be scolded by Su Wenchang or upset the old man, you'd better listen to me now. Do whatever I tell you to do. Come in and close the door. Do whatever you're told to do. Su Lan's heart tightened. What on earth was Wang Kuan thinking? A wave of panic surged in her heart. She forced herself to suppress her emotions, closed the door, slowly walked to the bedside, and sat down next to Wang Kuan, though inwardly cursing him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Wang Kuan urged impatiently, then closed his eyes again, as if savoring this indulgence. Su Lan was on the verge of exploding. She gently massaged Wang Kuan's temples with her fingers, her heart filled with grievance and anger. She, the dignified CEO of a company, the heiress of the Su family in Bailing, was actually reduced to serving this detestable man like a maid. It was the ultimate humiliation. Not enough strength? Did you not eat? Wang Kuan suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Be gentle, are you trying to kill me? He added, his tone laced with provocation. Do you even know what you're doing? Wang Kuan's reprimand left Su Lan momentarily speechless, forcing her to obediently comply. However, Wang Kuan secretly felt a sense of triumph. The frustration he had endured earlier was finally paying off. Humph, the beautiful CEO was nothing special after all. In front of him, she was just an obedient maid. Unconsciously, he revealed a satisfied smile, feeling secretly pleased. Su Lan saw this and her hatred deepened, wishing Wang Kuan would drop dead on the spot. To her surprise, Wang Kuan fell asleep not long after. So should I stop now, or continue? Su Lan was momentarily stunned, feeling both helpless and frustrated. After hesitating for a moment, Su Lan could only continue gently pressing his head. Her fingers ached,
but she dared not stop, thinking to herself that Wang Kuan was truly a scoundrel who knew if he would deliberately cause trouble again. However, Su Lan felt slightly relieved.
At least Wang Kuan was asleep now. If he were awake, who knows what strange demands he might make.
After all, they were husband and wife, and just now Su Wenchang had corrected her. Their nominal marital relationship allowed Wang Kuan to make any request he wanted, while Su Lan could only suffer in silence, filled with helplessness. Looking at the sleeping Wang Kuan, Su Lan's heart surged with hatred. Her cold expression gradually shifted, revealing deep resentment as she silently thought, Wang Kuan, I hate you to death.
Don't let me find an opportunity, because I definitely won't let you off easily. But who exactly are you?
The old man still hasn't explained, and no one in the Su family knows how you managed to resolve the matter with Jiang Xiaoyun. Su Lan's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly.
Her previously indifferent attitude had now turned into intense curiosity.
She was eager to uncover Wang Kuan's background.
What kind of person could make the old man go to such lengths, arranging for her to marry him? By the way, Wang Kuan's sister, Wang Xiaoxian, although not his biological sister, might know something. Maybe Wang Kuan told her something. I'll find an opportunity to visit her and see if I can ask anything. Su Lan's curiosity was completely piqued.
Her intuition told her that the man lying in front of her was far from as simple as he appeared.
And where did he go last night? I heard him say earlier that he was at some beauty's house. Which beauty? Do I know her? And Wang Kuan still smelled of alcohol.
Su Lan's mind was in chaos, and she couldn't help but overthink. She shook her head vigorously and glared at Wang Kuan with resentment, muttering to herself, where he sleeps has nothing to do with me.
Why do I even care? I must be crazy. At that moment, Wang Kuan suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, and asked in confusion, what did you just say? Nothing, nothing. Su Lan's expression was flustered as she forcibly concealed her inner turmoil.
Wang Kuan yawned, slowly sat up, and, noticing the smell of alcohol on himself, realized he hadn't changed his clothes.
Pointing to the wardrobe,
he commanded, get my clothes ready, fill the bathtub with hot water, and finish it within 10 minutes.
If you're late, I won't be polite. Do you think you're funny? Su Lan's face instantly changed. Yes, it has a lot of meaning. Why don't you give it a try? Wang Kuan leaned closer and closer.
Su Lan was so frightened that she panicked, unable to keep pretending to be calm, and ended up falling onto the floor with a thud.
Alright, I'll do it right away.
Su Lan's heart tightened as she hurriedly got up, moving as swiftly as if her life depended on it. First, she rushed into the bathroom to run hot water for Wang Kuan, then quickly helped him find clothes.
After finishing all this, Su Lan was already out of breath.
Wang Kuan got out of bed, patted Su Lan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, my dear wife, you're so obedient.
I hope you'll always be this good. By the way, I want to ask you, do you want me to let you go, or not let you go? You have to say it yourself, okay? Spare me.
Su Lan panicked in her heart. She understood Wang Kuan's meaning. On this day, Wang Kuan enjoyed imperial-like treatment. Whatever his demands were, Su Lan had to comply unconditionally.
However, just when Wang Kuan thought everything would settle down, an unexpected event occurred. Late at night, the Su family was infiltrated. Hua Ju was severely injured, and the Su patriarch even faced an assassination attempt.
The entire Su family was plunged into panic. No one knew the identity of the intruder.
Even the severely injured Hua Ju only knew that the enemy's strength was extraordinary, far surpassing his own. Due to the overwhelming power of the enemy, the sudden attack caught Hua Ju completely off guard. Despite giving his all, he was unable to protect Master Su's life. Master Su was dead. When Wang Kuan received this news, his heart was filled with shock, finding it utterly unbelievable. The originally kind-hearted old man unexpectedly passed away without any warning. When the sisters Su Lan and Su Wei heard the news, they were first shocked and then unable to accept it. They decisively went to the Su family home together with Wang Kuan. When Wang Kuan arrived at the main residence of the Su family, the scene that greeted him was one of grieving relatives kneeling everywhere, with cries of sorrow echoing continuously. The old man's body was covered with a white cloth, and there was still a pool of fresh blood on the ground. Beside the corpse, Su Wenchang was full of pain, his forehead already bruised from kneeling, tears streaming uncontrollably as he choked out, "Old master, who did this? Who could be so cruel as to target the Su family?" Su Wenchang felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Although he longed for power, the corpse lying before him was his biological father, Su Jinan. As a son, how could he not feel heartbroken? The most despairing part was that the murderer had left no trace. After severely injuring Hua Juesha and killing the old master, the culprit vanished without a trace,
as if they had evaporated into thin air.
The main residence was filled with an overwhelming atmosphere of sorrow.
Wang Kuan stood dumbfounded outside the door, staring at the scene before him, unable to accept it in his heart. Su Lan and Su Wei suddenly rushed in, knelt beside the old man's corpse, and could no longer control their emotions, breaking down in tears.
Grandpa! Grandpa, how could something like this happen?
Su Lan trembled as she lifted the white cloth with her right hand, revealing the stiff face of the old man. She immediately broke down in heart-wrenching sobs.
Wang Kuan slowly walked in, standing on the edge of the crowd, silently watching the scene.
His mind raced as he pondered. Everything about this was too strange, even unbelievable. Although the murderer left no trace of their identity, the biggest suspect at the moment was none other than the Jiang family. Yet, on Wang Kuan's side, pressure had already been applied through Tian Group Number 9. Logically, the Jiang family would never dare to do such a thing, which ironically made them seem even more innocent.
Immersed in the grieving crowd, Wang Kuan's emotions were particularly complex. Wang Kuan, do you know anything?
Su Wencheng staggered to his feet, scanned the surroundings, and fixed his gaze on Wang Kuan. He also suspected the Jiang family might be behind it, but like Wang Kuan, he had no evidence to confirm it, making it difficult to be certain.
Where is Hua Ju?
Wang Kuan frowned deeply, anxiety filling his heart.
Hua Ju is currently severely injured.
Before falling unconscious, he explained everything he knew.
It's uncertain when he will regain consciousness.
Su Wencheng's expression was heavy as he endured the sharp pain.
Hua Ju is unconscious? Wang Kuan's heart tightened. The only target of this mission was unconscious. How could he complete the bounty task now? Time was running out, and the pressure was immense. System, I remember I still have a permission saved that I haven't used yet, right? Wang Kuan's mind stirred, and he immediately communicated with the system.
The host has one male resurrection permission available for use, the system responded decisively.
Male resurrection permission. Wang Kuan was shocked. Could this really bring the dead back to life?
Although the other incomprehensible state items had convinced him, when it came to resurrecting the dead, deep down he still felt it was impossible. But at this moment, he was the only one who could resolve everything, so he had to try. He pushed through the crowd, slowly squatted down, pulled back the white cloth covering Old Master Su, and gently reached for his pulse. As expected, there was no sign of a heartbeat. The cold, stiff hand made his heart sink.
Kuan Wang, do you think it could have been the Jiang family?
Su Wencheng's tone carried a hint of doubt.
Kuan Wang turned his head and asked in return, are you trying to say that I'm the culprit, that it was my fault the old man died, right?
Su Wencheng was momentarily at a loss for words. Though he harbored some suspicion, he had no evidence, and facing someone as formidable as Kuan Wang, he dared not make reckless accusations.
If it really was the Jiang family, then I am indeed the culprit. I take full responsibility for my actions.
The old man wouldn't have died. I have the ability to bring him back to life.
Kuan Wang suddenly nodded resolutely. The people around were instantly stunned.
Su Lan and Su Wei's crying abruptly stopped, their gazes simultaneously focused on Wang Kuan, their expressions peculiar.
Do you think Wang Kuan has been triggered? Even the best physician in the Su family said that the old master has already passed away. He's crazy. How is this possible? The deceased should be respected. Wang Kuan, please restrain yourself and don't tamper with the old man's body.
Indeed, no one would believe in something as improbable as coming back to life.
Even though Wang Kuan had the system, he couldn't claim to be completely confident, as this had never been attempted before. System, how do I use the male resurrection permission?
Wang Kuan forced himself to stay calm and asked in his mind. Once the permission is activated, a resurrection mark will appear in the palm of your right hand. Press the mark against the forehead of the deceased and hold it there for 5 minutes to successfully
resurrect them.
This is just a relatively basic method of using the permission. There are more advanced methods to be discovered in the future. The system's voice carried a hint of mystery.
Wang Kuan's heart trembled. Could there really be even more advanced methods in the future? Amazing.
With a single thought, he immediately claimed the opportunity to use the permission. Instantly, a blood-red, intricate mark appeared in the palm of his right hand, its shape bizarre and completely without pattern. Gripping tightly to prevent others from seeing, Wang Kuan took a deep breath, his heart pounding wildly, and shouted, "Please, everyone, trust
me. I might really be able to bring the old master back to life. Even though you may not believe it, please give me 5 minutes to try."
Before the words had even faded, Wang Kuan's palm was already pressed against Old Master Su's forehead, his entire hand covering the face of
the deceased.
Although it seemed somewhat disrespectful, he had no other choice. In his heart, There was only one thought: come back to life. At this moment, everyone held their breath, a mix of anticipation and fear intertwining, as if time had frozen.
Wang Kuan's fate and old master Su's life and death converged at this very instant. But others didn't see it that way.
They doubted whether Wang Kuan had lost his mind, doing something so irrational at such a critical moment.
For a moment, under the influence of the sorrowful atmosphere, Wang Kuan's actions immediately sparked public outrage.
Many people no longer cared about how influential Wang Kuan might be, they just wanted the old man to be respected after his death. Even Su Lan and Su Wei, the two women, were trying to stop him.
Wang Kuan, stop it right now. How could you act like this? Take your hand off the old man's face. I forbid you to touch him.
The crowd gathered around, menacingly, as if they were about to tear Wang Kuan apart. At the critical moment, Su Wensheng stepped in front of Wang Kuan, raised his hand to stop the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't
act recklessly.
I can tell that Wang Kuan and the old man had a deep bond.
Perhaps he is just overwhelmed with grief. Let's all be understanding."
Su Wensheng's words carried some weight, and most people halted their steps. It's just that even Su Wensheng himself didn't believe that Wang Kuan could really bring the dead back to life. He was helping purely because of Wang Kuan's previous abilities. If Wang Kuan were incapable, he definitely wouldn't stop others. This living ancestor, at a time like this, is still making such jokes, using the deceased as a punchline. However, Su Wensheng also had his own calculations. By gritting his teeth and helping Wang Kuan today, their relationship might ease a bit in the future. Once the old man passed away, he could smoothly take over and gradually uncover Wang Kuan's identity, gaining some benefits in the process.
Why not? Just give Wang Kuan 5 minutes. It doesn't really hurt anything. Who knows, maybe he really can bring someone back to life.
Su Wensheng shouted, his tone carrying a hint of authority, though even he didn't believe it himself.
Resurrecting the dead is simply a fool's dream.
Wang Kuan, that guy, is indeed quite capable, but occasionally his mind seems to have a few issues. Reviving the dead is sheer arrogance. Such a thing could never happen in reality. It is something everyone knows to be utterly impossible. When a person dies, they are dead. There is no such thing as coming back to life.
Just by Wang Kuan placing his hand on the face of the corpse, without any rescue tools, can he bring someone back to life? It's simply absurd. Su Wensheng would never believe it, not even if his life depended on it.
But he knew that from a perspective of self-interest, he had to put on a show of supporting Wang Kuan to have leverage for future discussions. Soon, following Su Wensheng's command, the Su family clan members collectively surrounded the area, their eyes fixed intently on Wang Kuan, as a tense atmosphere filled the air. Su Lan was the closest, kneeling beside the body, her expression particularly angry as she said coldly, "Wang Kuan, it's one thing for you to act recklessly usually.
But now that the old man has passed away, can't you show him some respect? He defended you so much when he was alive, how can you not remember any of his kindness?" Wang Kuan couldn't be bothered to explain. He continued pressing one hand on the old man's forehead, silently calculating the time. "Wang Kuan, that's enough. You're going too far. How can you just touch the old man's body like that?" Su Wei couldn't stand it anymore and moved as if to remove Wang Kuan's hand. Su Wensheng hurriedly glared, "Su Wei, stop right there. Just give Wang Kuan 5 minutes, and once the time is up, we can talk about everything else."
Su Wei was momentarily stunned. Out of respect for Su Wensheng's authority, she had no choice but to withdraw her hand and said, "Fine, since my
father said so, I'll give you 5 minutes. I want to see exactly what kind of ability you have to bring someone who has already died back to life. Wang Kuan, you must be out of your mind to say something so absurd. Where are the tools to save a life? Do you think you can revive someone with just your right hand? Do you take everyone here for fools?"
Su Lan immediately chimed in, her tone full of mockery. By this time, a minute had already passed. Wang Kuan braced himself, forcing himself to stay calm and refraining from explaining too much. He knew that no matter what he said now, no one would believe him. He also understood very well what Su Wensheng's actions were really about. After all, this kind of thing is inherently beyond common sense, so being regarded as crazy is quite normal. Only Wang Kuan himself knew that during the process of using the authority, the mark on his palm touched the old man's forehead, and a surge of heat arose, as if a special energy was continuously flowing into the old man's body.
"I can definitely do it,"
Wang Kuan silently chanted in his heart, his gaze resolute.
At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were fixed on him, a mix of anticipation and doubt intertwining, the tense atmosphere igniting the hearts of everyone present. "Wang Kuan, should I understand this as you mocking our Su family?" Su Lan said coldly, a trace of unease flashing in her eyes.
Before the voice had faded, the mark in Wang Kuan's palm suddenly turned violent. A heat wave erupted from his right hand, instantly sweeping through the entire space, forcing everyone to retreat. Even Su Wei, whose strength was comparable to Hua Ju, was forced back by the heat wave, unable to remain in place and had to reach out to support Su Lan. Su Wenchang and the others retreated more than 3 zhang away, exchanging uneasy glances, their hearts filled with panic.
The heat wave grew increasingly intense.
Wang Kuan's right hand emitted a powerful surge of blood energy, forming a blood-red wind that frantically swirled between Wang Kuan and the old man's remains. The pungent smell of blood in this scene made all the witnesses pinch their noses, their mouths forming an O in shock.
Am I seeing things? What on earth is this? Someone stammered. I can't see them anymore.
The old man's body and Wang Kuan are both inside that red wind, another person exclaimed.
Am I dreaming? Oh my god.
The entire crowd was stunned, with whispers rising and falling continuously.
How did Wang Kuan do it?
Su Wenchang rubbed his eyes hard and found that he hadn't seen wrong, already dumbfounded. The two sisters, Su Lan and Su Wei, exchanged glances, their faces showing expressions of shock, as if completely stunned by the scene before them.
Sis? Is Wang Kuan even human? Could he be an immortal descended to the mortal world? Was it really Wang Kuan last time? And then he just pretended nothing happened? Su Wei asked in a low voice.
If the old master really came back to life, then for such an illogical thing, Wang Kuan is the only possibility.
Could he even turn invisible?
Su Lan's voice trembled. At this moment, attention was diverted, and no one heard their whispers.
Boom!
The entire ground shook as if in fury, making it impossible for anyone to stand steadily. Some people fell directly, screaming in terror, as if the earth was about to collapse. The bloody wind grew even thicker, transforming into an eerie blood mist that drifted around without settling, sending chills down everyone's spine.
This scene left everyone utterly stunned.
Time passed slowly, and everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting a result. However, there were still some people, including Su Wenchang and his daughter, who felt it was unlikely. Some even thought Wang Kuan was performing a magic trick, creating an illusion to give himself a way out. After all, even the best physician in the Su family had declared that old Master Su had passed away and was beyond saving.
Wang Kuan wasn't a physician, he was more like a magician.
As time went on, for minutes later, the blood mist lingering in the air suddenly converged and surged madly into old Master Su's nostrils, instantly restoring clarity to the scene. However, old Master Su did not wake up. Instead, an even more bizarre situation occurred. The wounds on old Master Su's body began to heal automatically. The fractured bones emitted crisp cracking sounds, the damaged abdomen recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the aged skin seemed to gradually rejuvenate, as if some mysterious force was repairing it. In just 30 seconds, all the injuries on his body were completely healed. Afterward, several parts of the old man's body began to emit a black mist, as if impurities were being expelled from within. Everyone fell silent, utterly incredulous. Several physicians who had rushed over upon hearing the news were equally astonished and dumbfounded.
At that moment, a strong breath was heard emanating from beneath Wang Kuan's palm. When the mark on Wang Kuan's palm disappeared and he moved his right hand away, old Master Su woke up. He opened his eyes, looking up in confusion. Apart from the ceiling, the only thing he saw was Wang Kuan's beaming face. Wang Kuan? Why are you here too?
Old Master Su was stunned, puzzled in his heart.
Could it be that he really hadn't died? Was this guy Wang Kuan following him down to the underworld? Of course I'm here.
Wang Kuan replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Old Master Su looked regretful and sighed. I never thought the Zhang family would really dare to take revenge in secret.
It was only before my death that I recognized that the person was a top expert from the Zhang family. Now that we're all dead, what will happen to the Su family?
Old Master, you're not dead. I saved you, Wang Kuan said as he slowly supported his waist. Old Master Su exclaimed in surprise. As he bent over and got up, he suddenly realized that all his usual ailments, like colds and joint
pains, were gone.
The problems in his body disappeared in an instant, and his breathing became so smooth that he felt a few years younger. This change in his body left old Master Su stunned. When he saw the large crowd in front of him, he was even more confused and exclaimed, I was clearly dead, so why am I still alive?
Wang Kuan, how on earth did you do this? Am I dreaming? It's really not a dream, old man. If you don't believe me, how about I slap you to see if it hurts? Wang Kuan raised his hand. Hey, no need for that, I believe you. I never thought you, kid, would have such an ability. Quickly, tell me how you did it.
Old Master Su hurriedly waved his hand, quickly stood up, and completely believed Wang Kuan's words. He had truly come back to life.
Ahem, can you let me keep some personal secrets? Just think of it as me getting lucky. Wang Kuan cleared his throat, turned to look at the crowd, and noticed their expressions were exaggeratedly incredulous.
Especially those few physicians, they could barely stand.
Hua Tuo reincarnated.
Big brother, I beg you to tell us. I truly admit defeat. I feel like all my years of studying medicine were in vain.
He can save the dead with just one hand, without any tools. Thud.
Su Wensheng was the first to kneel down, kneeling before Old Master Su and Wang Kuan, exclaiming in shock, Wang Kuan, who on earth are you?
Old Master, it's so wonderful that you're alive. Please tell us, who exactly is Wang Kuan? Him? As of now,
I can't even say for sure myself. I truly have no idea where he got these abilities from, but being alive is truly wonderful. Old Master Su took a deep breath, feeling that the world was incomparably beautiful. The two sisters, Su Lan and Su Wei, had already turned into statues, their eyes fixed intently on Wang Kuan, with a hint of shame on their faces.
It's a small matter. Now that we know who made the move, things will be much easier to handle.
Wang Kuan scratched the back of his head a bit awkwardly,
thinking to himself that this time he was completely exposed.
There was no way these two women wouldn't suspect that he was behind the previous incident.
But so what? I saved your old master. Old Master Su was revived, standing before everyone as if in a dream.
All the clan members knelt down in unison, and all the previous doubts vanished at this moment. Wang Kuan's extraordinary ability completely shattered common sense and overturned the entire worldview.
No one knows how Wang Kuan managed to do it. Nor does anyone know where Wang Kuan got his skills from. At this moment, Wang Kuan became the center of everyone's attention, like a deity descending to earth. My goodness, Wang Kuan is incredible.
The old man is really alive. This is not a dream, it's real.
It turns out Wang Kuan wasn't disrespecting the old man, but saving him.
We all misunderstood just now.
Under countless gazes, Wang Kuan felt a surge of accomplishment in his heart.
At first, even he couldn't believe it, but the facts proved that the system's abilities could indeed defy logic and overturn life and death. Of course, the secret of the system must not be revealed.
Wang Kuan waved his hand and explained, actually, I just got a bit lucky. I'm not as impressive as you say.
The old man should live a long and healthy life. This time, the Jiang family has gone too far. It's simply despicable and shameless.
Wang Kuan, what do you think we should do? If it weren't
for you, I would have been dead long ago, Old Master Su said, unable to hide his shock, still unable to forget his miraculous revival. Wang Kuan furrowed his brows, thinking to himself how ruthless the Jiang family was, resorting to underhanded tactics when they couldn't win openly. So Wang Kuan took out his phone and directly called number 9 of the Heavenly Group. After a few rings, the call was quickly answered on the other end. The respectful voice of Team 9's member from the Heavenly Group once again reached Wang Kuan's ears. Mr. Wang, I actually had something I wanted to tell you.
I didn't expect you to call me first. What is it? Wang Kuan's heart tightened, faintly sensing that something was amiss.
Team 9's member from the Heavenly Group spoke with a hint of difficulty in their tone, answering, well, from now on, I can't assist you anymore.
Everything will depend on you alone.
Even several people who know your identity can't step in now.
This is your master's request, he forbids us from helping you. What the heck, what's going on? So that cheap master found out and actually cut off all of Wang Kuan's connections? This is outright sabotage. Wang Kuan's mouth twitched, feeling utterly betrayed by that cheap master.
He could only hang up the phone, glance around, and ponder how to respond.
Ha ha ha, Wang Kuan, you made the call, so this matter will definitely be resolved, right?
This time, the Jiang family is going to get what they deserve.
Su Wensheng beamed with excitement, as if eagerly awaiting the Jiang family's downfall. This time, there was a bit of a problem. I'll personally handle the Jiang family. Wang Kuan shook his head, thinking to himself that things had returned to square one. Without any help, dealing with the venomous snake that is the Jiang family would be no easy task. Su Wensheng was taken aback. A bit of a problem? That shouldn't be the case. Wang Kuan, this is something you could have resolved with just one phone call. How could there be an issue? Wang Kuan felt an urge to hit someone. He wanted to shout, there's no one left to help me. But he could only force himself to explain, I was just inquiring about the situation earlier, not asking for help. This time, they've targeted Old Master Su. I want to personally make them regret it. Wait a minute, the Jiang family shouldn't just be targeting me. It's possible they think I'm dead, and their next target will be you. However, given your strength,
there's indeed no need to worry.
But have you thought it through?
If you use your power to cause a commotion with the Jiang family, your master might end up disappointed again, old Master Su reminded him earnestly.
Wang Kuan felt a surge of anger, mixed with a hint of nervousness. The next target was undoubtedly him, Wang Kuan.
With his current abilities, avoiding the Jiang family's assassination was nothing short of a pipe dream.
Use his strength? What a joke.
His strength was completely mismatched with his status and background, making him a laughingstock. He strongly suspected this was a conspiracy deliberately arranged by the system. Facing such a predicament, Wang Kuan forced himself to remain calm and said, "These matters are no problem for me at all. Since the old man has woken up, there's no need for everyone to be so sad."
Actually, Wang Kuan felt very guilty. Damn it, trying to assassinate me again. What should I do now?
At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind.
A big gift pack was suddenly delivered to the backpack in the system app.
Congratulations to the host for successfully using an item, status, and permission, triggering the hidden reward.
The beginner's gift pack has been sent to the host's app backpack. Please check and collect it.
This hidden reward requires the host to use an item, status, and permission each once to obtain it.
What? It can work like this?
3 types, each used once, triggered a hidden reward, and got a beginner's gift pack. That's right, he just used the permissions now, and it happens that all 3 types have been used. Wang Kuan was secretly excited, eager to check the beginner's gift pack immediately, but due to the many prying eyes around, he didn't dare to open the system app in public. When most of the people had dispersed, Wang Kuan found an excuse to go to the restroom, closed the door, and then took out his phone. In the system app's backpack, there is currently a gift pack, but opening it does not show what will be obtained. Whatever, a desperate situation calls for desperate measures, or I'll be done for.
Wang Kuan took a deep breath, lightly tapped the screen with his finger, and immediately opened the gift pack.
As soon as the gift pack was opened, 3 rewards popped up and were arranged in order in the backpack.
Palm Thunder, a skill-type item. After the host learns it, it can be used. Each use consumes 50,000 Pretentious points, capable of annihilating
opponents with 150,000 combat power and repelling those with 200,000 combat power.
It cannot be used if Pretentious points are insufficient. Silent Step, a free skill-type item. After the host learns it, it can be used without consuming any show-off points.
It can be activated at any time, allowing silent and soundless movement while walking or running. Frenzied Martial Pill, a consumable item. After the host takes it, their combat power will instantly increase to the level of 300,000 for 10 minutes.
After the time limit, it will return to normal. 66,666. This is incredible, my system. This hidden reward package is simply a timely rain, a lifesaver in a crisis.
Wang Kuan was troubled about completing the bounty task, but now he had received a big gift. As long as he could find a suitable opponent, the task should not pose too much of a problem in these final days. He opened the Palm Thunder and 2 options popped up, one was to learn, and the other was to destroy.
Without hesitation, Wang Kuan clicked Learn. The skill-type item, represented by the pattern book in front of him, instantly disappeared from his inventory. Wang Kuan was stunned, he didn't feel the learning process at all. Puzzled, he asked, "System, are you kidding me? Why don't I feel anything?" Learning is completed instantly for the host. Each use of Palm Thunder requires 50,000 Pretentious points. Is the host sure about using it? The system replied calmly. Using it once costs 50,000 Pretentious points. That's so damn expensive. Wang Kuan's total assets only amount to 140,000 Pretentious points. Don't rush, let me try this silent step. This thing is free. Do I just need to tell you when I want to activate it? Wang Kuan clicked to learn Silent Step again, his heart filled with excitement. Silent Step, a free skill that makes your footsteps silent. If combined with an invisibility potion, it would be absolutely invincible. The host only needs to connect with the system through their thoughts to activate or deactivate skills at any time, the system explained. Wang Kuan took a deep breath and tried to activate Silent Step. The words activated echoed in his mind. He perked up his ears, took a step forward, and stomped hard on the ground. In the next instant, there was not a single sound of footsteps in the entire restroom. Wang Kuan could hardly believe it. He turned around and kicked the door again. The door suddenly shook and made a noise, but when Wang Kuan kicked out, it didn't make a single sound. If anyone had seen this scene, they would have been so shocked they might faint on the spot. Reviving the dead was already outrageous enough, but now Wang Kuan could walk and kick without a sound. How defiant of the natural order is that? Damn, this silent step is practically a god-tier skill. Ha, and there's another reward. What kind of pill was it again? Wang Kuan was overjoyed, promptly deactivated silent step, and then focused on the app's inventory. After glancing at the item description, he immediately retrieved the reward from the inventory. The space began to tear apart, forming a tiny black hole. The black hole transmitted a bronze-colored pill, which hovered in front of Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan reached out and grabbed it, and the black hole instantly vanished without a trace, leaving only the pill exuding a violent aura. Frenzied martial pill, boosting combat power to 300,000 within 10 minutes? The Jiang family and Jiang Xiaoyun, you clearly promised me, but now you're going back on your word and even secretly killed the old man. If it weren't for my resurrection privilege, the old man would truly be dead. This matter isn't over. Wang Kuan's pupils contracted, then he tightly gripped the pill and slowly placed it into his pocket. Palm Thunder, Silent Step, and a Berserk Martial Pill. Wang Kuan completely dispelled his worries and no longer feared being killed by the experts sent by the Jiang family. On the contrary, he was even waiting for them to come knocking. The other side must currently be observing the situation, waiting for the right moment to act. Wang Kuan pretended as if nothing had happened and returned to the main hall of the main residence. At this moment, seated around were Su Wencheng and his two daughters, as well as Old Master Su. The others had already been dismissed. Old Master Su appeared extremely anxious, seemingly very reluctant to let Wang Kuan take action again. As soon as Wang Kuan sat down, he advised, "Although I don't know how you managed to do it, if you keep doing this repeatedly, your master is bound to be disappointed. It won't be good for you. Old Master, you've already died once, and you're still telling me not to take action? What are you thinking? Even if my master knew about this, he wouldn't have much to say, right? This time, my actions are understandable, and I haven't been flaunting his name everywhere." Wang Kuan retorted directly, thinking to himself that the old man was just like this, hesitant and overly cautious in his actions. Old Master Su was momentarily at a loss for words. He sighed and could only silently acquiesce. Wang Kuan's words do carry some truth. After all, he truly did die once. If it weren't for Wang Kuan's intervention, he would likely have already descended to the underworld. Being overly concerned about Wang Kuan's master's reputation does indeed seem a bit excessive. You've already been killed once, and you still won't seek revenge? Are you waiting for someone to come and kill you a second time? What? What are you two talking about? What's all this about a master or no master? I don't understand, Su Wencheng said with a confused expression. Even Su Lan and Su Wei, the two women, couldn't make sense of it. Old Master Su smiled meaningfully, without deliberately explaining. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, "Since things have come to this point, there's no turning back. Wang Kuan, what do you plan to do? That man is a top expert from the Jiang family. Hua Ju might not recognize him, but I have seen him. His name is Wu Changhun, and he ranks 18th on the monthly leaderboard. Ranked 18th on the monthly chart. The Heaven, Earth, Moon, and Star rankings, from top to bottom, feature the elites of each level. And this ranking is clearly much higher than Hua Ju's. No wonder Hua Ju couldn't withstand it." Wang Kuan's heart tightened. Who knows if Wu Zhanghuan's combat power might exceed 300,000. Even with the Berserk Martial Pill, he might not be able to defeat him. These four major rankings, Heaven, Earth, Moon, and Star, are global, spanning all nations, not just in Huaxia. This person possesses extraordinary strength, has an eccentric personality, and is not driven by fame or fortune. He has remained at the 18th position on the monthly rankings for nearly 10 years. I even suspect that he might have long possessed the strength to be on the Earth rankings. Old Master Su's tone gradually grew heavy, and a hint of apprehension toward Wu Zhanghun appeared in his eyes. Immediately after, Old Master Su let out a sigh of relief and praised, "But with your abilities, Wang Kuan, dealing with him should still be quite easy. Hurry up and tell me your plan. He's mainly targeting me, but I'm worried that the Jiang family, knowing we are aware of his identity, might simply back off and pretend nothing happened. After all, old master, you've come back to life. So the best approach is still to lure the snake out of its hole. I need to give the other side more opportunities." Wang Kuan smacked his lips, seemingly resigned to the fact that he would have to act as bait this time. The news of old master's revival definitely can't be kept under wraps. It will surely reach the Jiang family. With your abilities, Wang Kuan, I think there's a high chance we won't be able to exact revenge, as the other side might simply stop taking action altogether. Su Wensheng shook his head, filled with indignation at the Jiang family's behavior. This is truly despicable, appearing to yield on the surface while scheming in secret.
If it weren't for Wang Kuan's godlike reversal to save the day, there's no way we'd be in this situation now.
Cough, 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 I'll head back first.
Old master, if you want to ensure your safety, it's best to stay in crowded places. As the other party definitely won't make a move in public, it would expose their identity.
Although we know who it is, we should temporarily pretend we don't. As for the news of your revival, it's impossible to keep it under wraps.
I'd also like to use it to scare the Jiang family a bit, but having the Su family keep it a secret shouldn't be a problem, right?
Wang Kuan smiled.
Old Master Su decisively nodded in agreement and personally instructed Su Wencheng to handle it properly, ensuring that the entire Su family kept a tight lid on the matter.
After arranging everything, Wang Kuan left the Su family and returned to the wedding villa.
All the way, Su Lan and Su Wei remained silent, their expressions extremely peculiar. As soon as Wang Kuan sat on the sofa after entering the house, the two women couldn't hold back anymore and started questioning him from both sides.
Wang Kuan, was it you playing a prank that day? Don't deny it. You can even bring the dead back to life, so maybe you can turn invisible too?
No, sister, that wasn't a prank, it was clearly intentional.
The two women grew increasingly ashamed and angry, wishing they could give Wang Kuan a beating.
Wang Kuan held a cigarette in his mouth, crossed his legs, and wore a shameless grin on his face. Yes, it was me who hit you that
night.
Let me tell you the truth, invisibility and resurrection are nothing.
I can even traverse heaven and earth. Do you believe it?
Why how can you say it so matter-of-factly? Su Lan was burning with anger, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her feelings were a complicated mix.
Wang Kuan sneered, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Who told you to act like that before?
It was clear you were asking for trouble.
Not convinced? Try making a move again. If you dare. I'd like to see who ends up dealing with whom. Considering your women, I held back. But if there's a next time, the consequences will be very, very serious. Bastard!
Su Wei covered her lips, recalling the feeling of being forcibly kissed that night.
Her face turned as red as a ripe apple, yet she didn't dare to approach Wang Kuan. Su Lan's sense of humiliation deepened, and she said coldly, Wang Kuan, you're a scoundrel. How can you bully the two of us like this? We're women. Being a woman makes you special? When you were dealing with me, did you say you were women? When I was being beaten, you didn't say you were women. Should men just let women chase them around and beat them?
Let me make this clear now, the entire Su family has to listen to me.
You two sisters are nothing. If it weren't for giving the old man some face, a woman like you, Su Lan, I would have kicked you away long ago. Don't overestimate yourselves. The only reason you can even talk to me is because I'm giving you the chance. Wang Kuan's voice thundered as he aggressively approached Su Lan, reaching out to grip her chin.
Su Lan had to tilt her head back, tears welling up in her eyes, feeling so wrong that she almost burst into tears. All of this started after that day when she picked up Wang Kuan downstairs at the company, and her life completely changed.
Wang Kuan was no longer the idol,
good-for-nothing but had become an overbearing man who left her breathless. All her self-assumed aloofness became utterly ineffective in front of him.
You're not a man. Su Lan bit her lip lightly, retaliating angrily. However, Wang Kuan suddenly kissed her, leaving her unable to fight back.
Su Wei stood dumbfounded on the side, ready to step forward to stop him, but Wang Kuan shot her a cold glance. Su Wei, right?
Do you think you have the right to interfere in matters between me and my wife? If you dare to meddle again, I'll make you regret it. This has nothing to do with my sister.
Su Lan couldn't help but defend her younger sister, but before she could finish speaking, Wang Kuan kissed her again. Su Lan was stunned, as if the entire world had shrunk down to just Wang Kuan.
An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged over her, especially with the mocking ridicule in Wang Kuan's eyes.
It was as if he was laughing at her attempt at revenge, making her feel utterly overpowered.
Woo 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 dot.
Su Lan's tears streamed down uncontrollably, her heart racing, breathing difficult, and hatred surging in her heart. The more this happened, the more domineering Wang Kuan became. The tears she shed, the unprecedented grievance, the doubt in her heart, who exactly was this man? Why was his attitude completely different from before, filled with dominance and forcefulness? She hated herself for marrying a man so mysterious and powerful. Wang Kuan released Su Lan's chin, his gaze deepened a cold sneer on his face. It seems, you're just a so-so after all. I thought you were something extraordinary. But remember, this I, Wang Kuan, am not the one reaching above my station. It's you, Su Lan, who is overreaching. Let go of your so-called pride. Here with me, your pride is worthless. He looked at her coldly, and any goodwill he had for this woman completely vanished. Clearly, he had personally saved old Master Su's life, yet he was met with such disdain it was utterly incomprehensible. Could the humiliation he suffered before simply be brushed aside as if nothing had happened? The answer was absolutely not. The one thing a man cannot lose is his dignity and backbone. Su Lan, suit yourself. From today onward, I won't spare you another glance. Do whatever you want, I couldn't care less. When the old man can't stand it anymore and wants us to separate, then we'll talk. Wang Kuan sneered, his tone full of contempt. Just as he was about to head upstairs, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. This figure, approximately 30 years old, had sword-like eyebrows, a high nose, and a face as refined as jade. His sharp eagle-like eyes seemed capable of seeing through people's hearts. The loose black clothing accentuated his slender frame, and his entire being exuded an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. In that instant, Wang Kuan's heart suddenly tightened. When he looked again, he discovered that the figure was holding a severed head. The head's expression was one of pain and distortion, as if it had endured inhumane torture before death. Its eyes remained wide open, staring at its surroundings with intense fear. Bright red blood dripped onto the ground, emanating a nauseating stench. The figure stood silently in front of the door, exuding a deadly aura from head to toe, as if heralding an imminent bloody storm. Even Su Wei, a top expert on the monthly rankings, was terrified by this invisible pressure. This person undoubtedly possessed extraordinary strength, capable of annihilating everyone present in an instant. His bloodshot hawk-like eyes were fixed intently on Wang Kuan's face, as if a fateful connection had long existed between the two. This is Zhang family's Wu Zhanghun. He raised his hand coldly, shaking the severed head, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. This scene instantly made Su Lan scream in terror before fainting. Even Su Wei, who had an exceptionally strong mental fortitude, turned pale at this moment, deeply shaken. Wu Zhanghun, a top expert sent by the Zhang family, had actually met his end at this man's hands? How could this be possible? Su Wei's heart was filled with doubt. Although Wu Zhanghun ranked 18th on the moon list, his strength had long reached the level of the earth list. Just how powerful was this man before them? Su Wei couldn't imagine where the hawk-eyed man before her had come from and couldn't help but cast a questioning glance at Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan, on the other hand, scrutinized the man, thinking to himself, I don't know him either. Could it be an old friend who changed their identity and background to help eliminate Wu Zhanghun, saving us the trouble? That's not entirely impossible. Wang Kuan smiled, stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said with a laugh, Thank you, my friend, for stepping in to help. I was planning to lure the snake out of its hole, but it seems there's no need for all that effort now. With this lesson, the Zhang family won't dare to act recklessly again. Friend? Who said I'm your friend? The man furrowed his sword-like brows, his tone as cold as ice. Well, may I ask for your esteemed name, sir? Wang Kuan was momentarily stunned, puzzled in his heart. This person clearly helped, so why did he not acknowledge it? The man let out a cold laugh, threw the head to the ground, and suddenly raised his hand, delivering a slap. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. Smack! What are you doing? Wang Kuan only felt a sharp pain on his cheek, and anger instantly surged in his heart. The man reached out again, forcefully grabbing Wang Kuan by the collar, and sneered coldly, Wang Kuan, you are absolutely useless. Besides causing trouble, what else can you do? This time, it was your master who asked me to clean up the mess. Otherwise, with your way of doing things, who knows how many more problems you'd create. You know my master? Wang Kuan was shocked, his heart trembling. The man's gaze was contemptuous as he said coldly, You know it perfectly well, so why bother asking? What else can you do besides acting on impulse? You've disappointed Senior Song, and you've made me, Wang Qianfeng, think you have made no progress at all. Wang Qianfeng? This person also has the surname Wang? You don't focus on improving your strength and insist on causing trouble everywhere. Do you think someone like you can still be saved? Wang Qianfeng suddenly delivered a fierce knee strike, the force extremely powerful. Caught off guard, Wang Kuan was instantly knocked to the ground, his stomach churning, unable to get up from the pain. Wang Qianfeng looked down at Wang Kuan on the ground, placing his left foot on the back of his hand and applying slight pressure. You'd better behave yourself. Do you know why? Because your strength is lacking, that's why Senior Song doesn't let too many people know you're his disciple. He punished you by sending you to Bailing to cultivate yourself, and you should listen to him. Wang Qianfeng's words exploded like thunder in Wang Kuan's heart. The path ahead, where should it lead? It seemed already predestined. Even if there's a lesson to be taught, it's not your place to do it. Who are you? Do I even know you? Wang Kuan, with his hand being stepped on, turned pale from the pain. It felt as if a little more force would directly crush the bones in his hand.
Wang Qianfeng let out a cold laugh, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Why can't I teach you a lesson?
I am your only blood relative in this world, Wang Kuan.
Hearing this, Wang Kuan was shaken to his core. He understood the significance of a blood relative. He was clearly an orphan. How could a relative named Wang Qianfeng suddenly appear? Could it be that, after altering his background, he was not truly alone? The only blood relative? What do you mean by that?
Wang Kuan asked, his face full of confusion, his heart in turmoil. Wang Qianfeng replied coldly, I told you before, until you have enough strength, Senior Son, and I won't tell you any secrets.
Unless you can defeat me.
Clearly, you haven't taken what Senior Song and I said to heart.
You're more of a liability than an asset.
Today, Wu Zhang fainted and died.
The Zhang family won't dare to seek revenge on you anymore. Consider this me cleaning up the mess for you.
From now on, behave yourself in Biling and stop stirring up trouble everywhere.
Remember, I, Wang Qianfeng, am a hurdle for you, Wang Kuan. Only when you can surpass me will we talk about anything else. Want to feel satisfied? Then treat me the same way. But unfortunately, you can't do it at all. Do you now understand the gap between us?
This Wang Qianfeng was so overpowering it was suffocating, like a towering peak.
Wang Kuan lay on the ground, feeling utterly aggrieved.
What terrible luck to have such a blood relative. To make matters worse, with Wu Zhanghan dead, his bounty mission had lost its target.
It was simply unbearable. Wang Qianfeng clearly wanted
him to focus on cultivation, following the master's orders not to cause trouble or make a move in Biling unless certain conditions were met.
Why should I? Wang Kuan was furious, deeply dissatisfied with this demand. Whatever you ask now, I won't answer. If you have the ability, defeat me once. If not, then behave yourself. Wang Qianfeng bent down, grabbed Wang Kuan, and casually flung him. Wang Kuan's body flew uncontrollably, slamming into the wall. Blood spurted out wildly, leaving him too weak to even speak.
When you understand the colossal entity we are up against, you will realize your master's painstaking efforts.
But I am different. I truly look down on you and consider you a disgrace.
Wang Qianfeng instantly appeared in front of Wang Kuan, moving with a speed so terrifying it resembled that of a peerless master. Raging with anger, Wang Kuan struggled to lift his hand. With a single thought, the system instantly responded, and intense lightning suddenly erupted from his palm, surging straight toward Wang Qianfeng.
Palm thunder! What is this?
Wang Qianfeng's pupils flashed with a hint of surprise, but he made no attempt to dodge. The thunderbolt crashed down, yet it was like a stone sinking into the sea, completely unable to shake Wang Qianfeng even half a step. It does seem a bit miraculous. Although I don't know how you did it, it's nothing more than that.
Do you have any stronger moves? I can give you a chance.
Wang Qianfeng patted his clothes, still exuding dominance, like an unshakable towering peak.
Wang Kuan gritted his teeth.
The mission target had slipped away again, and he had consumed 50,000 points of show-off value to use the Palm Thunder.
If the
mission couldn't be completed, the system would surely punish him. This damned Wang Qianfeng not only disrupted his plans but also pushed him into a desperate situation. No matter what, today he had to give it a try and let Wang Qianfeng taste the bitterness of defeat. So, Wang Kuan took out the berserk martial pill, his eyes flashing with a mad light, and swallowed it without hesitation.
You will regret this.
As the berserk martial pill entered his stomach, a sudden surge of fiery agitation rose within Wang Kuan's body, as if all the strength in his body had been ignited, ready to explode. The heat surged through his entire body like a tide, seemingly becoming the source of Wang Kuan's power. The intense pain from earlier was instantly suppressed, and his whole body was filled with unparalleled strength, as if he could shatter mountains and rocks with a single punch. Frenzied martial pill, upon consumption, the user's combat power will rise to the level of 300,000 within 10 minutes. The system's voice echoed coldly, as if cheering him on.
Wang Kuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up in a fury, his eyes gleaming with a ferocious light.
Clenching his 5 fingers tightly, the chilling sound of cracking joints echoed as he launched a punch straight at Wang Qianfeng. Wang Qianfeng still kept one hand behind his back, a cold, indifferent smile on his face, as if Wang Kuan before him was nothing more than an ant. He slightly raised his left hand and effortlessly caught Wang Kuan's punch, not retreating even half a step.
How is this possible? Wang Kuan was shocked in his heart.
Clearly, he now possessed a combat power of 300,000, which should have allowed him to easily defeat a master of Huaju's caliber.
Yet, he couldn't even shake Wang Qianfeng's stance? Wang Qianfeng grew even more disdainful of him and said coldly, "Is this all you've got? Not even half as good as one of my fingers. During your time in Biling, not only have you failed to improve, but your skills have regressed significantly. You weren't like this before. Truly a useless person who ruins everything. What do you think you are, to boss me around like this? Wang Kuan was provoked, his heart burning with anger. He had only just met Wang Qianfeng, so what gave him the right to criticize him so harshly? He secretly gathered his strength, preparing to pull back his fist for another strike, but was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, Wang Qianfeng's fingers gripped his fist like iron clamps, making it impossible to break free. You've truly become more and more useless, regressing further and further, Wang Qianfeng said indifferently. You're a disgrace to the teachings of Senior Song, and as your blood relative, I feel ashamed of you, Wang Kuan. Instead of improving, your strength has diminished. Disappointing. With a slight twist of his wrist, Wang Kuan's arm was instantly forced to turn, completely subdued, leaving no room for counterattack. A little more force, and the arm would break. Wang Kuan struggled helplessly, forced to turn his back to Wang Qianfeng, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Don't push me too far. I don't care who you are, I don't need to listen to anyone. What I do is my own business, and it's not up to you to decide." Audacious. Whether you listen or not, you have to listen. Talk about other things when you have the ability. Wang Qianfeng suddenly lifted his leg and took the opportunity to kick, landing precisely on Wang Kuan's back. The intense pain made Wang Kuan involuntarily fall forward, his body feeling as if it were falling apart, overwhelmed with agony. Struggling on the ground for a moment, Wang Kuan finally staggered to his feet, panting heavily, his heart filled with unprecedented anger. He thought to himself that no matter what he was like before, now that he had been altered in this way, there was absolutely no need to obey anyone anymore. Whether it was that cheap master or Wang Qianfeng, he had no reason to submit. Wang Qianfeng acted like a blood relative, as if he were Wang Kuan's master. On what grounds? He didn't even know this Wang Qianfeng. Did being altered mean he had to acknowledge him? Utterly absurd. However, facing Wang Qianfeng's strength, Wang Kuan was secretly shocked. He had already reached a combat power of 300,000 through the use of the Berserk Martial Pill, yet he couldn't withstand even a single move from Wang Qianfeng and was instead kicked aside like a child. This is your own doing. Wang Kuan took a deep breath and once again communicated with the system through his thoughts. Since Wang Qianfeng was the only task target he could find, he would never let the grand reward of X-ray vision slip through his fingers. Wang Qianfeng remained standing there, a disdainful smile on his lips. He hooked his finger and said coldly, "Come on, show me whatever skills you have today. You just need to be taught a lesson. If I don't beat you until you're convinced, you won't behave properly." At this moment, Su Wei, who was standing to the side, was already dumbfounded. She never would have imagined that this man named Wang Qianfeng was actually Wang Kuan's blood relative and possessed such formidable strength. Killing the sergeant was one thing, but she could even easily withstand Wang Kuan's full-force punch. She had seen it clearly just now. Wang Kuan's punch was so powerful that even she couldn't guarantee she could block it, and might even be killed by it in one blow. However, Wang Qianfeng managed to do it effortlessly. But no matter what, this was a matter between Wang Kuan and Wang Qianfeng. As an outsider, Su Wei didn't dare to intervene, let alone add fuel to the fire by saying anything else. She could only watch in shock from the sidelines. And at that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. A spatial rift tore open, transmitting a thumb-sized potion bottle. Wang Kuan moved swiftly and immediately drank the potion. 1 second Wang Kuan was still in place, and the next second he completely vanished without a trace, not even the slightest sound could be heard. Gone? Su Wei was startled, thinking to himself, what kind of magical potion is this? Interesting, what was that potion just now? How could space tear apart and such a thing happen? But it might just be a trick you, Wang Kuan, used to bluff and create an illusion. I'm standing right here. Feel free to make your move and try. Wang Qianfeng showed a slight reaction. For the first time, he seemed to show a trace of interest in Wang Kuan, who had vanished in an instant, but it was only a trace. Wang Kuan concealed his presence and, while drinking the potion, activated silent steps without hesitation. He approached Wang Qianfeng and raised a simple hand chop, slashing horizontally toward Wang Qianfeng's neck. Silent and soundless, killing without a trace. However, although Wang Qianfeng couldn't hear any sound, he seemed to have an extremely sharp sense of danger. As if predicting the move, he raised his hand again and caught Wang Kuan's hand chop. How is that possible? Wang Kuan was shocked and hurriedly withdrew his hand, no longer daring to underestimate the opponent. This Wang Qianfeng was truly extraordinary. Even without hearing any sound, he could counter his moves. His ability to sense danger was clearly exceptional. Wang Xianfeng stood motionless, even closing his eyes.
His right hand rested on his lower back without moving, clearly indicating he intended to use only his left hand. He said, "If I take half a step back, consider it my loss today. You should know very well that tricks like yours are actually useless against me. True martial arts do not rely solely on the naked eye." Wang Kuan dared not speak, fearing he would reveal his position. He was almost exploding with anger, inwardly cursing Wang Xianfeng for being seemingly invincible. No matter what he tried, he couldn't even harm a single hair on the opponent. Wang Kuan gritted his teeth, connected with the system through his thoughts, and spent his pretentiousness points to buy a bottle of transformation potion. Space tore open once again. Wang Kuan quickly grabbed the potion and drank it without hesitation, coldly staring at Wang Qianfeng. He then began to imagine. A form in his mind leaped forward, and used the momentum to propel his body. In an instant, he changed his shape, transforming into a sharp arrow. "Where did you get this arrow?" Wang Qianfeng closed his eyes, extended his hand slightly, and steadily caught the arrow, his expression growing even more curious. Wang Kuan's heart sank. He had been caught. If Wang Qianfeng were to snap him in half, it would all be over. So Wang Kuan transformed his form once again, turning into a fly and slipping directly through Wang Qianfeng's fingers. When he landed, he reverted to his normal appearance, his face dark with anger as he cursed, "How did you sense it? You could even catch that, are you even human? Don't you understand that there is a difference between martial cultivators and ordinary people? Even the lowest level martial cultivator has a crisis awareness many times stronger than that of ordinary people, let alone me, Wang Qianfeng. Your petty tricks are nothing to me." Wang Qianfeng remained calm and composed, showing not the slightest hint of panic from beginning to end. At most, he was a bit curious, thinking that Wang Kuan might have picked up some circus tricks from somewhere, which were nothing more than sleight of hand. "Damn it, do you even realize you ruined my plans? This Wu Zhanghan wasn't supposed to die like this. And not only did you mess things up, but you also have the nerve to act like you're going to teach me a lesson. Who do you think you are?" Wang Kuan couldn't help but speak out in frustration. At the very moment the words were spoken, Wang Qianfeng's hawk-like eyes suddenly widened, as if he had pinpointed Wang Kuan's location. Just as he moved abruptly, another slap came straight at him. "Apologies, but if there's anyone in this world most qualified to teach you a lesson, apart from your master, it's me, Wang Qianfeng. No reasoning needed. You've played so many tricks, now it's my turn." Wang Qianfeng's perception was incredibly sharp. By the sound of Wang Kuan's voice as he spoke, he instantly determined his location and delivered a forceful and ruthless slap. That astonishing speed of movement was beyond Wang Kuan's comprehension. Smack! Wang Kuan had no way to dodge. The immense force struck his left cheek, sending his body spinning and tumbling through the air. The corner of his mouth split slightly from the blow, and when he landed, his mouth was full of blood. Fresh blood stained the ground, flowing uncontrollably. At this point, his invisibility was completely useless. Based solely on the position of the blood, Wang Qianfeng could easily determine his location. Wang Qianfeng stomped his right foot on the ground and leaped forward again. His eagle-like eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Relying on his extraordinary perception and judgment, he immediately pinpointed the invisible Wang Kuan and once more slammed him fiercely into the ground. Bang! Bang bang bang! Wang Kuan was like a ball, beaten half to death, his whole body covered in wounds, and even his consciousness began to blur. In a short time, the effects of the two potions ended. Wang Kuan's body was naturally revealed, and it was already a pitiful sight. Wang Qianfeng saw this, let out a cold laugh, withdrew his hand, and threw Wang Kuan at his feet. Looking down at him, he commanded, "From now on, I forbid you from fighting with anyone or causing any trouble. What you need to do now is to improve your own strength. If you make another mistake, I, Wang Qianfeng, will personally clean house. Don't think that just because you're my blood relative, I won't dare to take your life. A useless blood relative like you is better off gone." After saying this, Wang Qianfeng flicked his wide sleeve and strode away, disappearing from sight. "Wang Qianfeng, this isn't over between us. I'll make you regret this. I may not have the strength now, but that won't always be the case." Wang Kuan lay on the floor, seething with frustration, gasping for breath, his entire body covered in injuries, grimacing in pain. Never before had he been as unlucky as he was now. Having such a blood relative who resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement, Wang Kuan couldn't be more frustrated. The most important thing is the bounty mission, with so little time left. Now that Wu Zhanghan is dead, the berserk martial pill has been consumed. And a significant amount of show-off points has been used, leaving only 70,000 points.
How is the mission supposed to be completed?
Wang Kuan only felt that the grand reward of X-ray vision was slipping further and further away from him. Especially with the current restrictions, which forbid Wang Kuan from harming others or causing trouble.
This was the most stifling limitation of all. If he violated any of the rules, Wang Qianfeng would personally come to kill him.
The other party spoke so decisively that Wang Kuan had no choice but to believe it. He simply had no right to even attempt to test Wang Qianfeng's limits. Su Wei came to her senses and, for some reason, felt a surge of satisfaction in her heart. She brushed her short hair behind her ear and chuckled.
Ha, this time you've met your match, haven't you? Who would have thought that you, Wang Kuan, actually have an older brother? And what a formidable brother he is.
Not only did he take down Wu Zhanghan, but he also taught you such a lesson that you've turned into a pig-headed pancake.
Want me to find you a mirror so you can take a look? What a perfect example of kicking someone when they're down.
Soon, Su Lan, who had fainted from fright earlier, also regained consciousness. She shook her head, saw Wang Kuan lying on the ground motionless, and after asking Su Wei about the situation, she couldn't help but laugh, bursting into laughter in front of Wang Kuan for the first time.
Ah, Wang Kuan, you got beaten up.
Your brother, Wang Qianfeng, is such a good person. You deserved it, you got what you had coming.
I'm so grateful to Wang Qianfeng. Suddenly, I feel like he is so manly. Laughing and laughing, the always cold and indifferent Su Lan actually turned into a love-struck fool.
Wang Kuan, with a bruised and swollen face, was fuming with anger and cursed. You are my wife, watch your words, and this is not something for you all to mock.
TCH, just look at yourself now, you can't even compare to Wang Qianfeng. Besides, didn't you just say earlier, before Wang Qianfeng arrived, that you wouldn't interfere with my private life anymore, that I could do whatever I wanted? So why are you meddling now?
Wang Qianfeng is indeed more charming than you, Su Lan said, becoming even more infatuated.
Wang Kuan couldn't stand it any longer.
Struggling to get up, he propped himself up with his right hand on the sofa armrest, his legs trembling slightly. He cursed, do whatever you want in private, but don't say these things in front of me.
I can't stand the sight of you. Now I demand you shut up. Halfway through his words, Wang Kuan looked down and saw a head on the floor.
It was the lifeless head of Wu Zhanghan.
Wang Kuan steeled himself and directly kicked towards Su Lan. Gurgle gurgle. A head rolled past.
Su Lan gasped sharply, then choked, her terrified scream piercing the air before she fainted. Wang Kuan paid no attention, silently rubbing his wound as he climbed the stairs straight to the master bedroom, indifferent to the commotion outside.
Lying weakly on the bed, Wang Kuan's body was covered with bruises and purple marks.
Although there were no fatal wounds, most were superficial injuries that would heal in a few days of rest. Wang Qianfeng, that despicable scoundrel, deliberately injured me to increase my suffering without being fatal, and even left a harsh warning to restrict me, Wang Kuan thought angrily. At this moment, the effects of the berserk martial pill had already worn off.
Wang Kuan's limbs were powerless, his body extremely weak, his head heavy and dizzy.
He thought to himself that this bounty mission was truly too difficult. Hua Ju was severely injured and unconscious, Wu Zhang was killed, and both mission targets were lost.
Only Wang Qianfeng was left.
Not only could he not defeat him, but he was also counterattacked, wasting the Quangu pill and quite a bit of his show-off points. Wang Kuan picked up his phone, opened the system app, and looked at the pitifully low show-off points displayed on the screen, forcing a bitter smile that looked worse than crying.
Show-off points, remaining 70,000 points.
Entering the mission interface again, the bounty task was still incomplete, and time was running out.
Penalty for bounty task, randomly seal the functionality of a part of the host's body.
Reward for bounty task, basic reward of 10% experience points, additional reward of the Eye of the War God, granting the ability to see through and detect combat values simultaneously.
My X-ray vision, Wang Qianfeng, I hate you. Wang Kuan was angrier than ever. A task that was going smoothly was suddenly disrupted by Wang Qianfeng, who wouldn't hate that. Please complete the task as soon as possible, host.
The shorter the time, the more unfavorable it is for the host, because failure will inevitably result in punishment.
The system's voice rang out like an alarm bell.
Wang Kuan couldn't help but retort, I've already been beaten up like this, where am I supposed to find someone with 200,000 combat
power? Are you kidding me?
Unless some fool shows up and doesn't dare to fight back, there's no way I can complete this task.
After a bout of angry cursing, Wang Kuan finally couldn't endure the pain anymore and gradually fell into a deep sleep. Wang Kuan slept for an entire day and night without waking up.
During this time, the news of Wu Zhanghan's death had already been conveyed to the Su family by the sisters Su Lan and Su Wei. Old Master Su did not deliberately spread the news, he simply made a phone call to the Jiang family far away in the capital, informing them that Wu Zhanghun was dead. The Jiang family, upon hearing the news of Wu Zhanghun's death, was filled with fear and disbelief. That very day, in the main hall of the Jiang family, a historic and most tense family meeting was held, led by the family head, Jiang Shan, along with numerous family elders.
During the meeting, no one looked pleased.
Especially the instigator Jiang Shan, whose expression was unpredictable, alternating between fear and astonishment.
Patriarch, perhaps we should let it go.
Wu Zhanghun is one of our family's top experts, and we can't even reach him now. The news from the Su family must be true. Wu Zhanghun is likely truly dead.
Who exactly is Wang Kuan, to the point that even Wu Zhanghun couldn't defeat him?
What shocks me the most is that after Wu Zhanghun killed that old Su fellow, he personally sent me a message.
Yet now that Su fellow is still alive? Could he have come back to life?
Patriarch, this is all Jiang Xiaoyun's fault. This time we've really provoked a tough opponent.
We can't win openly, nor can we succeed covertly.
The best solution is for you, as the Patriarch, to personally go to Bailing, take Jiang Xiaoyun with you, and formally apologize to Wang Kuan. Only then can we save the Jiang family.
Panicked voices kept echoing in the meeting room. Silence. Jiang Shan pressed his palm down, bitterness welling up inside.
This time, he had suffered a huge loss. The death of the most skilled expert in his household was a significant blow to the Jiang family. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shan suppressed his inner panic.
With humiliation and helplessness, he sighed, this time, we truly lost, and to a completely inexplicable Wang Kuan.
It's simply a disgrace to the Jiang family. It seems I must personally make a trip to Bailing to meet this legendary Wang Kuan.
Wang Kuan was completely unaware of the changes in the situation.
Waking up in bed, Wang Kuan found that the pain in his injuries had lessened slightly. Apart from the bruises on his face, everything else was covered by clothing and couldn't be seen.
Slowly getting out of bed, Wang Kuan's heart was in turmoil.
Checking the time, he realized he had slept for an entire day and night, wasting precious time.
Damn it, if I don't finish the task soon, the reward will be gone. This 3-star bounty mission is even harder than the previous 5-star one. It's so frustrating.
Wang Kuan gritted his teeth, slowly walked out of the room, headed downstairs to the fridge, grabbed a few ice cubes, and pressed them against his face, trying to wake himself up. The villa was quiet, with not a single person in sight. The chaos caused by Wang Qianfeng had long been cleaned up by now, as if nothing had ever happened.
At the thought of Wang Qianfeng, Wang Kuan couldn't help but feel furious.
He used our blood relation as an excuse to beat me up and make all sorts of unreasonable demands.
It's truly unbearable.
I can't beat him now, so I can only endure for the time being. But once my host level increases, I'll definitely make you, Wang Qianfeng, understand
how powerful I am. Who do you think you are? Wang Kuan cursed inwardly.
For now, the most important thing was to complete the bounty mission. So, Wang Kuan took out his phone and dialed the number for Team 9 of the Heavenly Group.
The call was quickly connected, and Wang Kuan asked bluntly, do you have any experts on your side? Can you send one over? Mr. Wang, sorry, from now on, we cannot fulfill any of your requests. Not just me, but anyone you know won't be able to help you.
It's useless no matter who you turn to. Team 9's voice carried a tone of helplessness. Great, the entire network of connections has been sealed off, and it's impossible to use it anymore, Wang Kuan cursed inwardly.
After expressing
gratitude for the previous help, he hung up the phone, thinking to himself that this cheap master of his was truly ruthless to treat him in such a way. Following this trend, it means that in the future, he can't cause trouble.
Even if someone deliberately stirs up trouble, Wang Kuan can't fight back casually. This is simply too stifling. But I can't disobey. Who knows if Wang Qianfeng might really take my life? How could I dare to take that risk? The contrast is really huge. Just a few days ago, I was just a small employee, and now I can meet people of this level. This system is indeed extraordinary, Wang Kuan said, shaking his head helplessly. About half an hour later,
a sudden roar of car engines came from outside the main gate of the villa.
Wang Kuan curiously looked outside and saw an entire convoy.
A few people got out of the lead car, headed by Old Master Su, accompanied by Jiang Xiaoyun and a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Jiang Xiaoyun. The head of the Jiang family personally coming to Bailing. I am truly flattered, Old Master Su said with a polite expression as he brought them inside. Sir, you're too kind, Jiang Xiaoyun replied, his face as dark as if smeared with filth, clearly catching the sarcasm in Old Master Su's words. Jiang Shanxiang forced a smile and explained, this time, I sincerely brought Jiang Xiaoyun to apologize to Wang Kuan.
Previously, I acted impulsively and Made a mistake. I must obtain Wang Kuen's forgiveness.
It was all the Jiang family's fault. Sir, you are older than me, so I hope you can be magnanimous.
Why say that? I'm still alive and well. However, the final outcome is not something I can decide. Everything depends on Wang Kuen's wishes.
Old Master Su shrugged, maintaining a polite demeanor. The three of them walked into the house together and saw Wang Kuen sitting on the floor, rubbing his bruised face with an ice pack.
They were instantly stunned. Jiang Xiaoyun was dumbfounded and exclaimed in surprise, Wang Kuen, what happened to your face? I accidentally fell down the stairs. Hey, didn't I tell you not to come to Bailing? And now you still dare to come looking for me? Who's that person next to you? Wang Kuen asked, sitting on the ground, pretending to be calm.
Jiang Shan, looking tense, decisively stepped forward, cupped his fists, and bowed toward Wang Kuen with a forced smile.
You must be Wang Kuen, right? I am Jiang Shan, Xiaoyun's father and the current head
of the Jiang family.
Previously, the Jiang family made a grave mistake. It was our family's fault for failing to recognize greatness. This time, I've brought this brat here personally to apologize to you.
At this point, Jiang Shan suddenly raised his hand and gave Jiang Xiaoyun a sharp slap on the back of his head, appearing extremely stern.
Jiang Xiaoyun, left with no choice, lowered his head.
His injuries had improved quite a bit, at least not as miserable as before.
He quickly pleaded, Wang Kuen, just look at me in this state. My wounds haven't fully healed yet, and I can barely walk. Please forgive us.
The old man already died once. If it weren't for me, whether he could even stand here now would be uncertain.
Do you really think a few words like sorry or forgive me can make it as if nothing happened? Wang Kuen sneered coldly, put down the bag full of ice, stood up, and grabbed Jiang Xiaoyun by the collar. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing straight into Jiang's heart. Jiang Xiaoyun dared not meet his eyes, his head lowering further and further. Fear surged through him like a tidal wave, and he no longer dared to entertain any thoughts of revenge. Originally, he thought Wang Kuen was just an ordinary person. He never expected that such formidable strength was hidden behind him, even causing the death of the skilled Wu Zhenghan, who had been sent from the mansion. Wang Kuen's words were hard to comprehend. Died once? Truly came back to life?
Jiang Shan was first stunned, then skeptical, secretly thinking to himself what kind of absurd statement this was. Old Master Su remained silent, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if pondering something, without offering any explanation.
Wang Kuen, unwilling to waste time, said sternly, the Jiang family must provide a complete explanation for everything that happened before.
I don't want to cause trouble now, but you'd better not provoke me further.
Do you understand?
Understood.
Wang Kuen, you truly are magnanimous. What do you need? As long as it's within the Jiang family's ability,
we will certainly fulfill it. Jiang Shan nodded repeatedly like a pecking chicken, afraid that Wang Kuen might change his mind.
What do I need? What Wang Kuen needs most now is to complete the task. He no longer hesitated.
With a sudden thought, he fiercely kicked Jiang Xiaoyun aside, then walked up to Jiang Shan. His gaze was sharp as he asked meaningfully, it's understandable that old Master Su is aged, but as the head of the Jiang family, residing in the capital, your skills surely can't be much worse than those of a squad leader, right? Even if you're not on the rankings, you should at least possess the strength of someone on the list.
Wang Kuen truly has sharp eyes. Even this couldn't escape your notice.
As the head of the Jiang family, I naturally have to keep a low profile and avoid competing for a spot on the heaven, earth, moon, and star
rankings. This is also to mislead others and prevent them from knowing my personal strength, Jiang Shan replied, following the conversation, though inwardly puzzled as to why Wang Kuen would ask such a question. Wang Kuen's eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What a fool delivered right to the doorstep. After going through such a big detour, to think the task could actually be completed through Jiang Shan. Wang Kuen felt a surge of excitement, fantasizing about the days after gaining the ability to see through things, and he was almost floating with joy. Although Wang Qianfeng and that cheap master of his imposed some restrictions on him, this loophole was absolutely exploitable. As long as the people Wang Kuen hit didn't dare to fight back and wouldn't blow things out of proportion, just a couple of hits would be enough to complete the task. That was an absolutely feasible plan. It is essentially saying that Huang Gai hits Zhou, one willing to hit and the other willing to take it. Even if Wang Qianfeng were present, he would have nothing to say. With an excited heart, Wang Kuen suddenly raised his palm and fiercely slapped Jiang Shan, saying, "This slap is to punish your Jiang family for seeking private revenge and threatening old Master Su, which is exactly what I need." This. Jiang Xiaoyun's eyes bulged in shock, his heart deeply shaken, as he stared blankly at the scene.
Jiang Shan instinctively wanted to dodge but dismissed the thought, thinking that no matter what, taking a beating today was deserved. As long as he could turn the page with Wang Kun, it would be worth it. Smack! The sound of a slap echoed all around, hitting the target squarely. Zhang Xiaoyan's face instantly changed. The person Wang Kun had hit was actually his own father. The most crucial part was that Jiang Shan's strength was not much weaker than Wu Zhanghuan's. However, to avoid drawing attention, he had never competed for a ranking on the leaderboard. Yet at this moment, he didn't even dare to dodge. Wang Kun, as long as it makes you happy, whatever you want me to do today, I'll do it. Jiang Shan inwardly lamented his misfortune. Although he wanted to dodge, he didn't dare to. He understood in his heart that this was the price he had to pay. Alright, you challenge me first, then you're not allowed to fight back. I'll slap you 10 times across the face, using this kind of force to defeat you. In the end, you admit defeat. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and agree. Wang Kuan's words were shocking as he made an extremely bizarre request. Ha! Jiang Shan's mouth twitched. He quickly assumed a fighting stance, took a big step forward, and awkwardly said, Alright, I challenge you. Jiang Shan felt uneasy inside, forcing himself to suppress the awkwardness. With his hands and feet ready, he wondered what kind of trick Wang Kun was playing and why he would make such a strange request. Could it be an intentional intimidation? Jiang Shan thought carefully, and there was no other explanation besides this one. Following the requirements to take on the challenge, unable to fight back, enduring 10 slaps from Wang Kun, and finally conceding defeat voluntarily, this was blatant humiliation and intimidation, laid bare without any pretense. Anyway, he was destined to lose face today. Challenging me? Who gave you the courage? Since that's the case, I shall accept the challenge. Wang Kun pretended to be very serious, with the sole purpose of completing the process as required by the task. This way, it can be considered a victory through strength without being accused of taking shortcuts, and the task can definitely be completed. Jiang Xiaoyun and Old Master Su simultaneously stepped aside, staring intently at the situation before them. They were equally puzzled, unable to figure out what kind of trick Wang Kun was playing, only feeling that the scene was so awkward it was suffocating. Jiang Shan broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that Wang Kun was definitely setting a trap that could take his life at any moment. He was utterly flustered but didn't dare to disobey. Trembling slightly, he hooked his right finger and said, Wang Kun, I'll let you make the first 10 moves. If you can beat me, I'll admit defeat. Wang Kun stepped forward smoothly, a teasing smile appearing on his face. Then, with a crisp and decisive motion, he delivered a loud slap right across Jiang Shan's face. Immediately followed by another backhand slap, alternating left and right, slapping wildly without pause. Slap 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 slap. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. Wang Kun actually got addicted to it, delivering more than 20 slaps in total, refusing to stop. Jiang Shan didn't dare to fight back, his face covered with slap marks, his eyes pitifully fixed on Wang Kun. Without Wang Kun's nod of approval, he didn't dare to admit defeat so quickly. He finally understood that Wang Kun was deliberately teaching him a lesson. How about it? Am I impressive? Wang Kun slapped him again with a crisp sound. Jiang Shan, with a mournful expression, nodded vigorously and said with a fawning smile, Such amazing skills. I was completely intimidated by your aura, I didn't even dare to move. Wang Kun, you truly are a master among masters. Now that you know how formidable I am, will your Jiang family dare to act recklessly in private again? Wang Kun thought smugly to himself, realizing that Jiang Shan, despite being the family head, actually knew how to play along with words. Your Excellency Wang Kun is so formidable, how could my Jiang family possibly be your match? If there is a next time, I will take my own life on the spot. Jiang Shan, in his 50s, was beaten so miserably by a young man in his 20s. He felt deeply aggrieved but was utterly helpless. As long as he could ensure the safety of the Jiang family and avoid offending Wang Kun again, any humiliation he endured as the head of the family was worth it. In any case, he swore he would never tell anyone about today's events after returning home, it was simply too humiliating. Wang Kun revealed a satisfied smile, contentedly withdrawing his hand. Adopting an enigmatic demeanor, he calmly asked, I have already struck you more than 10 times. If you don't admit defeat now, then when? Must you provoke my anger to feel at ease? Hearing these words, Jiang Shan finally felt a weight lifted off his chest. He hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude and said, Thank you, Your Excellency Wang Kun, for sparing me. I not only admit defeat on a personal level but also on behalf of the entire Jiang family. From now on, if you have any instructions, feel free to give them, and the Jiang family will do everything in its power to fulfill them.
Jiang Shan admitted defeat. Wang Kuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from the tasks during this period had finally eased a little.
At this moment, a voice from the system echoed in Wang Kuan's mind.
Task completed.
Rewarding the host with a base 10% experience value, and additionally rewarding the host with the Eye of the War God. The Eye of the War God has been delivered to the host's backpack. If you wish to modify it, please check it first before considering. This task was completed with some leniency, but given the host's wisdom, it barely counts as completed. Please don't get too complacent, host.
Not getting complacent? As if.
Wang Kuan was more excited than ever, jumping up all of a sudden, laughing like a fool, completely opposite to his earlier demeanor, as if declaring his triumphant comeback, leaving everyone utterly baffled.
Jiang Shan was utterly flustered and tentatively asked, Mr. Wang Kuan, could it be, you're still not satisfied? Could you stop this, changing your expression like that? I'm really scared.
His heart was in turmoil, terrified that Wang Kuan's laughter might be hiding some kind of scheme.
What is this guy up to?
Old Master Su was dumbfounded, stroking his long beard as he watched, completely unable to figure out what tricks Wang Kuan was playing, feeling a growing sense of unease.
Zhang Xiaoyun kept his head down, not daring to look, afraid of drawing Wang Kuan's attention. This time, he was genuinely terrified. Always proud and arrogant, relying on his status as a member of one of the 9 great families of the capital, he had never feared anyone in Bailing. Yet now, he was completely subdued by Wang Kuan's aura, feeling increasingly humiliated. The things Zhang Xiaoyun had always prided himself on had, invisibly, been trampled under Wang Kuan's feet. Even for just a second, Zhang Xiaoyun felt unsettled, as if Wang Kuan's overwhelming presence could tear him apart at any moment. Especially Wang Kuan's inexplicable laughter, which sent a chill down Zhang Xiaoyun's heart, completely shattering his bottom line.
Wang Kuan laughed wildly with joy, as if he had endured countless hardships and finally achieved victory. He almost wanted to howl at the sky, venting all the struggles of this period, and praised, Jiang
Shan, this time I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, certain things of mine wouldn't have been accomplished.
His words were like a sharp blade, piercing straight into Jiang Shan's heart. This sudden praise left Jiang Shan stunned, and he thought to himself, I was clearly the one at fault first, so why is Wang Kuan thanking me instead?
Could this be another form of sarcastic intimidation? Lord Wang Kuan, I truly can't take it anymore. I beg you, please stop this, alright? I'm genuinely terrified of you. You're like a little ancestor to our Jiang family. We can't afford to provoke someone like you. Just say the word and spare us, won't you?
The more Jiang Shan thought about it, the more frightened he became. His legs grew weak, fear overwhelmed his mind, and he couldn't help but drop to one knee, his face full of terror.
I never said I wouldn't let you go, did I? It's like Zhou hitting Huang Gai, one willing to hit, the other willing to take it. Wang Kuan lowered his head and looked at Jiang Shan, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him.
His smile abruptly froze. He was genuinely praising the other party, but it ended up being misunderstood as a threat.
Really?
Jiang Shan's face was full of hope, as if he had seen a lifeline.
Wang Kuan chuckled and suddenly spread his fingers.
Really, but you'll need to come up with tens of millions as a compensation and apology fee for this matter to be settled.
The Jiang family, as one of the 9 great families in the capital, surely wouldn't be unable to produce a few tens of millions, right?
His tone carried an air of overwhelming dominance.
Then how many tens of millions do you want? Just say the number, and I'll definitely give it.
Jiang Shan was almost ready to kowtow and beg for mercy, feeling deeply regretful.
Not only had
his son been beaten, but a top expert in his household had also died.
Now, he even had to come in person to take the humiliation. It was truly a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Wang Kuan cleared his throat with a dry cough, leisurely lit a cigarette, and replied meaningfully, the amount depends on the Jiang family's sincerity. If the sincerity is lacking, then I'll have to personally visit the capital to have a chat with you. As for your sincerity, there's no need to give it directly to me. Just hand it all over to old Master Su.
When I run out of money, I'll go and take some.
Hand it over to the Su family? Well, that's wonderful. Old Master Su's face lit up with joy. This was truly an unexpected windfall. Who wouldn't want free money? Leave it to me.
Once I return to the capital, give me a few days, and I'll definitely transfer the money to the Su family.
From now on, in any matter related to you, our Jiang family will never stand on the opposing side. Xiaoyun, lift your head. Are you too ashamed to face anyone? Apologize formally to Lord Wang Kuan, and then We'll leave Biling. Today, we were lucky, which is why Lord Wang Kuan let us off. Don't harbor any illusions, learn to be humble in the future. Jiang Shan stood up, his eyes blazing with anger. He strode over, grabbed Jiang Shaoyan by the ear, and dragged him in front of Wang Kuan before letting go, as if asserting his authority. Jiang Shaoyan's ears turned red, and his palms, forehead, and back were drenched in sweat. His legs visibly trembled, and the expression on his face revealed fear and nervousness, leaving him no courage to resist. Do you remember the scar on my head? Wang Kuan pointed to his head, a hint of authority flashing in his eyes. Jiang Shaoyan felt deeply ashamed, his face turning pale as he hurriedly shook his head. You accidentally bumped into something yourself. I don't quite remember the details. Big brother, is that right? He thought to himself, this time, I absolutely cannot anger Wang Kuan again. That's a good excuse. I like it. Wang Kuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly placed his hand on Jiang Shaoyan's shoulder, then squeezed it hard. Without hesitation, he grabbed the ashtray on the table and swung it fiercely at Jiang Shaoyan's head. With a dull thud, Jiang Shaoyan collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out uncontrollably. His already injured head throbbed with unbearable pain, and his agonized screams echoed one after another, like a tragic symphony. Remember, this scar was left by me, Wang Kuan. Don't be too arrogant in life, because I can be even more arrogant than you. Wang Kuan's eyes gleamed with a wild arrogance as he let go and tossed the ashtray aside, finally feeling a trace of satisfaction in his heart. In the past, he had endured the oppression of Jiang Shaoyun, and that scar was an eternal mark of shame in his heart. But now, with his growing strength, he could finally bid farewell to his past completely. Jiang Shaoyan's face was filled with resentment as he clutched his head, not daring to lift it, his heart full of regret for his past actions. Mr. Wang Kuan, shall we take our leave now? Jiang Shan, seeing the situation, hurriedly crouched down and helped the bloodied Jiang Shaoyan to his feet. Let's go, and remember not to make any more mistakes. This time, I'll let you off the hook, Wang Kuan said with a wave of his sleeve, feeling secretly pleased. Even if Wang Qianfeng found out, he would have nothing to say. The Jiang father and son hurriedly left, and the whole matter finally came to an end. As for the compensation, there was naturally no need to worry. The Jiang father and son wouldn't dare not to pay, it was merely a matter of time. Only Wang Kuan and old Master Su were left in the room. The two exchanged glances, and both felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Old Master Su gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "How come I never realized before that you're so skilled at making money? Asking for millions in apology fees, only you could say something like that. You're too kind, old master. I've been staying with the Su family for 2 years. If I don't contribute some living expenses, what would people say about me? At least I brought some money to the Su family to silence others and build a good image." Wang Kuan leisurely took a puff of his cigarette, as if nothing had happened, then gestured invitingly for old Master Su to take a seat. You, always so unserious. Think about it, who in the Su family now would dare say anything bad about you? They're all hoping you'll stay longer. Old Master Su stroked his graying beard and couldn't help but laugh. However, before the laughter faded, old Master Su gradually became serious again and said in a low voice, "Su Lan and Su Wei have both told me that Wang Qianfeng came here. It was his doing that Wu Zhanghun was taken down. I didn't expose your identity, instead, I told the Jiang family that it was you who sent Wu Zhanghun to meet the King of Hell. But I want to ask you, Wang Qianfeng came looking for you, imposing all kinds of restrictions on you. What do you plan to do? This is your last chance." Wang Qianfeng is unfathomable, and he always follows through on his words. What else can I do? Without strength, I can only endure for now. Running into this Wang guy, I must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. He gave me a brutal beating, and it still hurts. Wang Kuan pouted resentfully, feeling indignant about his previous ordeal. If that fool hadn't delivered himself to the door, there was no way the task could have been completed. Wang Qianfeng is practically the epitome of a troublemaker. Old Master Su frowned and refuted, "Although I don't know the secrets between you two, Wang Qianfeng is, after all, your blood relative. He must have his reasons and is likely doing it for your own good. Unless you're truly beyond saving, but I don't think you're that kind of person. When my injuries heal, I'll go back to work under Su Lan. After all, he's a blood relative, so it's only natural for him to have the upper hand over me." Wang Kuan felt helpless. He had to go to work because the upgrade task required him not to leave his post arbitrarily within 3 months. After the upgrade, he planned to resign and live a carefree life using the money he had swindled from the Jiang family. Tens of millions, do you really think that's a small amount? Wang Kuan had lived for over 20 years and had only ever received a maximum of 1 million in benefits from Chen Feng. The concept of tens of millions was enough for someone to live a lifetime without worrying about food or clothing. Where's my 1 million? Wang Kuan looked around and suddenly remembered the 1 million in cash. He had left the company in such a hurry earlier that he had accidentally left it on his desk. After thinking it over, Wang Kuan wasn't worried. After all, the company had surveillance cameras, so it would be clear who took the money. Besides, there were still tens of millions waiting for him, so the 1 million in cash was nothing to him. Since Wang Qianfeng has made such a request, it aligns with your master's previous instructions. You'd better behave well in the future and stop opposing your master and Wang Qianfeng's wishes, old Master Su said kindly, like a benevolent grandfather. I can tell this is their last chance for you. You must cherish it, as your master has truly been good to you. Yes, he's been quite good, Wang Kuan nodded, though inwardly he cursed his so-called master. This master had cut off all his connections, and Wang Kuan couldn't believe there was a master who would sabotage his disciple like this. After spending more than half an hour in the hall, Wang Kuan finally saw old Master Su off. Su Lan and Su Wei had not yet returned, leaving Wang Kuan alone in the house. He glanced around, feeling excited, quickly picked up his phone, and opened the system app's inventory. In the inventory, there was now an item with an eyeball icon. Eye of the War God, can be chosen to destroy or transform into the host's eye. After successful transformation, the host will gain X-ray vision and the ability to detect any enemy's combat power index. Both functions can be freely switched on or off at the host's will. Amazing, it can even be turned off manually. My system is truly incredible. Wang Kuan's entire body trembled, his mouth forming an O shape. He gently clicked on the item icon and chose transformation. Instantly, a black hole tore open in front of him, and two eyeballs were transported out, floating in the air, almost indistinguishable from human eyes. Initiating transformation. The host will need to be anesthetized, and the entire process will be completely painless for the host. The system's voice flashed through Wang Kuan's mind, followed by a mysterious current sweeping through his entire body. Wang Kuan couldn't stop twitching, his consciousness gradually blurred, and he collapsed on the sofa, unable to move. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the numbness in his body gradually faded. The two women returned to the room and saw Wang Kuan lying on the sofa, sneering disdainfully. Sleeping in broad daylight, how lazy can you be? Sis, why don't we take revenge while he's asleep? That sounds great. Su Lan could no longer suppress the hatred in her heart. She'd been wanting revenge for a long time. She and Su Wei stepped forward together and found Wang Kuan sound asleep. No matter how they pushed or pinched him, he wouldn't wake up. Well, Wang Kuan, I've finally got my chance today. You dare yell at me and treat me like a servant? Who do you think you are? Su Lan grabbed Wang Kuan's ear with her right hand and gave it a fierce twist, feeling utterly satisfied. Su Wei, on the other hand, wore a smug smile as she raised her hand and delivered a slap to Wang Kuan's backside, scolding, "You dared to hit my butt? Today, I'm taking revenge. Hitting you without you even knowing you're just like a dead pig, sleeping so soundly." The two women showed no mercy, taking advantage of Wang Kuan's complete unpreparedness to launch a storm-like retaliation. Wang Kuan's consciousness gradually returned, and the increasing pain in his body forced him to wake up. The moment he suddenly opened his eyes, everything in his field of vision became crystal clear. The state of the room, the water from the bathroom faucet, the cotton inside the pillow, the steel and concrete within the walls, everything was instantly laid bare before his eyes. Wang Kuan was stunned. He rubbed his eyes, hardly able to believe it. Su Lan and Su Wei, like guilty children caught in the act, instantly stopped what they were doing, not daring to move. Sis, shall we go back to our room? Su Wei broke the silence. Yeah, I'm tired, I want to take a shower. Su Lan seemed a bit guilty. Wang Kuan turned his gaze and saw the figures of the two women. He instantly forgot the pain he had just felt, staring in complete astonishment. Noticing Wang Kuan's strange gaze, Su Lan panicked inwardly and asked coldly on purpose, "What are you looking at? Didn't you say you wouldn't care about me? Then why are you still looking at me?" "I'm going to take a shower, can't be bothered with you." Wang Kuan, feeling parched, couldn't help but urge, "Then hurry up and go." Crazy. So weird. Su Lan turned her head angrily and went into the room, casually tossing her bag aside and quickly starting to search for a change of clothes. About 5 minutes later. The show has officially begun. Wang Kuan sat with his legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his gaze sharp and predatory as he stared in the direction of the room, as if waiting for prey to appear.
Sue came out of the room to get some water and keenly noticed Wang Kuan's lecherous gaze and the mischievous smirk on his face as he sat silently on the sofa. She felt a vague sense that something was off. What's with this guy staring at the room for no reason? Could he have been triggered by something? Sue wondered, casting him a sidelong glance. Definitely a lunatic. Yes, I am crazy. The wall decorations in this room are just too beautiful. A sly glint flashed in Wang Kuan's eyes as he thought to himself, Sue, you have no idea that what I'm really looking at is behind the wall. Don't kid yourself. Because behind that wall was the entrance to the bathroom. Of course, Wang Kuan would never reveal the truth. Idiot, has your brain been soaked in water? Sue brushed her hair behind her ear, but inwardly she felt smug. While Wang Kuan was asleep earlier, she had been quite busy, and this big fool hadn't noticed a thing, which gave her immense satisfaction. However, Sue had no idea that Wang Kuan was even more delighted than she was. Alright, if you're fine, just go back to your room. I don't want to see you wandering around outside. Go take a shower. And sleep, don't bother me. Wang Kuan feigned impatience, pointing at the door to the room, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. I don't want to see you either. Sue looked full of disdain, pouted, and turned back to her room. Soon, one good show came to an end, and another exciting act was about to unfold. Amazing, my system. This reward is truly fantastic, practically a lifelong benefit. Wang Kuan's face was full of pride. Throughout the process, he smoked no fewer than 10 cigarettes, his eyes completely fixated. Creak. Su Lan walked out of the room with her damp hair draped over her shoulders, now dressed in pajamas. The moment she caught Wang Kuan's gaze, Su Lan's heart tightened involuntarily, as if his eyes could see right through her thoughts. Where's the hairdryer? I can't find it. Su Lan was slightly nervous and swallowed hard. Let me think where it is. Wang Kuan stared at Su Lan with piercing eyes, extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and deliberately walked closer slowly, his gaze sparkling. Especially when he stood in front of Su Lan, inhaling the fresh fragrance from her at close range, he felt secretly delighted to the extreme. What are you doing? Just tell me where it is. Stop dawdling. I'm tired and want to dry my hair and go to sleep. Su Lan was a bit impatient, her tone tinged with irritation. Hey, it's over there. Go get it yourself. Wang Kuan's gaze swept across the room, taking in every corner. He casually pointed to the location of the hairdryer and returned to the sofa, lazily continuing to stare at the wall decorations. Satisfying, this is even more thrilling than showing off. Su Lan picked up the hairdryer, feeling a vague sense that something was off with Wang Kuan, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Following his gaze, she saw it was just a wall. She muttered under her breath, "What's up with Wang Kuan today? Before, even pinching him wouldn't wake him up, and now he's staring at a wall. Could he have fried his brain? Oof. Anyway, if his brain's fried, it has nothing to do with me. Why should I care?" Su Lan deliberately put on an indifferent expression, but she couldn't help wandering into Wang Kuan's line of sight. She even started drying her hair. In the living room. Yet Wang Kuan remained as still as a wooden statue, sitting on the sofa without moving a muscle, not even sparing her a glance. Su Lan's expression gradually faltered. After drying her hair, she gritted her teeth and couldn't help but step forward to ask, "Hey, what's so interesting about the wall? Are you running a fever? If you're sick, I don't want to take responsibility." As she spoke, Su Lan reached out, intending to touch Wang Kuan's forehead. Wang Kuan instantly dodged, directly swatting her hand away, and denied, "I'm perfectly fine, don't bother me. Go find your Wang Qianfeng. Aren't you always swooning over him the moment you hear his name? Why not just marry him already?" I was just saying it casually to see how you'd react," Su Lan said bluntly, without hiding her true thoughts. "I thought Wang Kuan would listen and take it to heart, but unexpectedly, he was like a stone, not taking it in at all." Idiot. Su Lan's resentment deepened, and her expression turned into that of a grudge-bearing woman as she secretly shot Wang Kuan a glare. She wondered to herself why she even said those things. What did Wang Kuan's reaction have to do with her? The two of them were merely a couple in name, living their own separate lives. Why should she care about Wang Kuan's feelings? However, the more she thought this way, the more stifled Su Lan felt inside. This strange emotion, even she herself couldn't pinpoint when it had started. Even though her relationship with Wang Kuan has turned out like this, although she is unwilling to admit it, she does feel a bit of regret. At some point, the seemingly useless man in front of her repeatedly shattered her perceptions, becoming more and more impressive, astonishing everyone with his remarkable feats each time. Chen Feng and the company was effortlessly intimidated by him, not daring to make a move. The lower-level ones were one thing,
But even someone as distinguished as Zhang Xiaoyun was beaten up by Wang Kuan during a meeting at the Su family.
While everyone else was terrified, he single-handedly resolved all the issues, scaring the Zhang family into outwardly submitting entirely. Immediately afterward, the Zhang family, unwilling to accept defeat, secretly sent Wu Zhonghan to seek revenge. Even though it wasn't Wang Kuan who acted, the fact that Wang Qianfeng is Wang Kuan's blood relative was already shocking enough. Such a master might not be found in the entire Bailing, or even in most of China. Having such a powerful blood relative is enough to prove Wang Kuan's extraordinariness. Although he took a beating, it was from Wang Kuan's blood relative. An elder brother disciplining his younger brother, this was a matter between brothers, and Su Lan didn't think much of it. At this moment, Su Lan suddenly became curious about what secrets Wang Kuan, this man, might be hiding behind him. Despite her curiosity, she still gritted her teeth in hatred. Did she not know that this so-called coldness was all just an act? What on earth am I thinking? I'm becoming less and less like myself. Su Lan muttered to herself inwardly, hurriedly suppressing the strange emotions, and quickly returning to her room. After closing the door, she couldn't help herself again and grabbed a pillow, fiercely throwing it at the bed. He's just a bastard. Am I going crazy lately? How could I possibly have feelings for this kind of man? I never did before. Pig-headed, you have no idea what I'm thinking at all. Su Lan vented the resentment in her heart. After smashing things for a while, she collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly aggrieved. She was not a cold woman at all, it was only because of her identity and position that she had to put on that facade, creating an aura of authority to inspire awe in others. So all of this was just an act. Deep down, her thoughts were actually those of a normal woman. However, recently, Wang Kuan had become increasingly incomprehensible to her, leaving her fuming with anger. Just thinking about it made her inexplicably upset. At this moment, sitting in the main hall, Wang Kuan couldn't help but furrow his brows and mutter, "What did Su Lan just say? I think I didn't catch it clearly. What's she going crazy about in the room again? She's just full of nonsense, besides scolding me, she has nothing else to do." Retracting his gaze and indulging in the thrill of a newly acquired ability, Wang Kuan then connected with the system through his thoughts and asked, "These two abilities, how does the combat power detection work?" There are two ways to turn it on or off. One is to blink 3 times consecutively, and the other is to communicate directly with this system, the system patiently explained. Wang Kuan quickly blinked his eyes, activating both abilities. When he looked toward the room again, a data strip visible only to him popped up above the two women's heads, automatically identifying them with names. Su Lan, female, height 1.73 meters, appearance score 96, comprehensive combat power index 500. Su Wei, female, height 1.72 meters, appearance score 95, comprehensive combat power index 190,000. Wang Kuan was stunned at that moment. Damn, it turns out these two abilities come with additional features, like identifying gender and even giving a beauty score. Holy crap, this War God's Eye is truly awesome. But what shocked Wang Kuan the most was the combat power index between the two women, which turned out to be vastly different. One was a weakling with a combat power of only 500, while the other was ridiculously high, reaching as much as 190,000. A woman with a combat power of 190,000 can kill him with a single punch. Whoa, Su Wei is a monster of a woman. Wang Kuan shivered, secretly relieved that he hadn't provoked Su Wei too much before, otherwise, he might have already been smashed to pieces. Then what's my combat power? Wang Kuan suddenly had a thought, jumped up from the sofa, and ran to a full-length mirror. The data reappeared in his eyes. Wang Kuan, male, special bound host, height 1.8 meters, attractiveness score 70, comprehensive combat power index 800. Personal combat power, only 800? Appearance score only 70? This result is too cruel. I can guarantee that a certain feature will definitely appear in the future, otherwise, something like the War God's Eye wouldn't exist. This feature must be, to enhance the host's combat power. Wang Kuan blinked and temporarily deactivated the two abilities of the War God's Eye, secretly calculating in his heart, determined not to miss any opportunity for improvement. The current host level is the lowest primitive level. After completing the bounty task, 60% of the experience points are still needed to level up, and new features will inevitably be developed later. And this combat power feature is definitely the key to his counterattack. I must level up. Wang Kuan opened the system app and entered the bounty task interface. In the interface, the tasks were reset to the initial state, showing the lowest star level. Looking at the 1-star rating above, Wang Kuan felt a pang of pain in his heart. Damn it, there were only 70,000 points of pretentiousness value left. If he was unlucky and didn't get a high-star task, he would have to take on low-star tasks until he gained enough experience to level up. Living without pretentiousness value is too stifling. I can barely make ends meet. Wang Kuan gritted his teeth and had no choice but to click to refresh the stars. The phone screen flickered, instantly consuming 10,000 pretentiousness value points, and began refreshing the stars. The result, it was still a 1-star.
Wang Kuan almost spat blood, holding back his heartache, and swiped several times in a row. 1 star, 1 star, 1 star. No matter how many times he swiped, it was always 1 star. Wang Kuan was on the verge of collapse. Watching his show-off points deplete rapidly, with only 10,000 points left, his heart was practically in his throat. Goodness, it's the last 10,000.
If I can't draw a high-star rating, I'll have no choice but to grind low-star missions until I level up, Wang Kuan
muttered, his hands trembling.
This feeling of having no show-off value was as nerve-wracking as having an empty wallet and no balance in the bank.
Hurriedly closing his eyes, Wang Kuan took a deep breath.
After hesitating for over 10 seconds, he didn't dare to look at the phone screen.
With a light
tap on the screen, he thought to himself that it was probably another 1-star.
Having no show-off value was indeed frustrating, he was just too broke.
Just as Wang Kuan resigned himself to getting a 1-star, the star rating he saw upon opening his eyes made him leap up in excitement.
6 shining mission stars sparkled brightly on the screen. 6-star mission.
Congratulations to the host. You have spent 70,000 pretentious points to unlock a 6-star mission. Would you like to accept it immediately and then view the mission details? The system inquired.
Without hesitation, Wang Kuan clicked accept.
The interface immediately displayed the mission introduction, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. The 6-star bounty mission has been accepted.
The mission requirement is, perform an invisible act of pretentiousness once. The host must not show off overtly but must do so subtly. There is no time limit for the task. Once the showing off is successful, the task will be completed. The basic reward for this task is 30% experience points, with an additional reward of 1 million show-off points. Please note that the host's level will affect the additional rewards for bounty tasks. The higher the host's level, the greater the additional rewards for bounty tasks. The host's current level is at the primitive stage. A task reward of 1 million show-off points, plus a basic 30% experience boost. Oh, damn it, I have no choice but to do this task. Just great, my pretentiousness points are all used up. Without those points, Wang Kuan feels utterly uncomfortable, like he's dirt poor. However, this time the bounty task has no time limit. Whenever the invisible pretentiousness succeeds, the reward will naturally be issued. At least this eased Wang Kuan's pressure, so he doesn't have to rush to complete it anxiously like before. Wait, why is there no task penalty? Wang Kuan was stunned. The system replied, this bounty task has no penalty. System, have you changed your nature? This is truly a benefit.
With me, the king of showing off, here, showing off is as easy as pie.
Let me rest for a few more days. Enjoy the beautiful scenery in the house, and then go back to work.
A smug smile spread across Wang Kuan's face. Such a task was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, Wang Kuan had been recuperating, and his injuries healed much faster than he had expected. Although the marks on his face hadn't faded completely, they were no longer an issue. After the 7-day vacation ended, Wang Kuan finally returned to his post as required by the system. That morning, the sun shone brightly over Bailing, with not a cloud in the sky. Wang Kuan finally managed to get the car keys from Sulan. Driving the bright red Ferrari hidden in the garage, he was overjoyed and sped away. The car came to a steady stop in the company's underground parking lot. Wang Kuan opened the scissor door, leapt out, and smugly adjusted his collar, slipping the car keys into his pocket with a satisfied grin. Then, he took the elevator upstairs and walked into the marketing department. The marketing department was as usual, seemingly unaffected by Wang Kuan's return. Wang Kuan strolled leisurely to his workstation, and as he sat down, the beautiful Xinyan was already waiting beside him, having arrived even earlier than he did. Hey, haven't seen you for a few days. What's with the mark on your face? Xinyan glanced at Wang Kuan, her eyes showing concern. Wang Kuan touched his face and casually explained, I accidentally fell down the stairs. It'll be fine in a few days. Speaking, Wang Kuan subconsciously glanced at the desk. The large black bag that previously held 1 million in cash was unexpectedly gone? Xinyan seemed to see through Wang Kuan's thoughts. She gently patted his shoulder, pointed to Zhao Tong's office, and said, You left your things lying around. Zhao Tong helped you put them away earlier. He's been on leave these past few days.
Why don't you call him to ask where it is and have him bring it over for you? Wang Kuan thought to himself, it really was taken by Zhao Tong, this good classmate. He leaned back in his chair, leisurely picked up his phone, and dialed Zhao Tong's number. A few beeps came from the phone, and Zhao Tong quickly answered. Hello? Who is this? Zhao Tong's voice sounded busy. It's me, Wang Kuan. Did you take my bag? Wang Kuan asked directly. Zhao Tong paused for a moment, seemingly not recognizing Wang Kuan's number, then realized who was speaking. His tone immediately changed, and he laughed. Wang Kuan, you left your stuff at the office. As your old classmate, of course, I had to keep it for you. The bag's in my car. I'm busy with the class reunion right now. Tonight at 8, we're having the reunion at the Golden Harbor Hotel. Make sure you come, and I'll personally hand the bag to you then. Class reunion? Wang Kuan's mind churned. Thinking of those so-called classmates, he had no good impression of them. Ever since entering society, every class reunion had been full of comparisons, practically a competition for fame and fortune. Not to mention those people, many in the class were once Jiang Xiaoyun's lackeys who had bullied Wang Kuan. After graduation, everyone pretended nothing had happened, but he knew in his heart that those past events would never be easily forgotten. In the past, Wang Kuan never wanted to attend such gatherings. If it weren't for his best buddy Zhu Xiaoming dragging him along, he wouldn't have gone at all. Zhu Xiaoming, the quintessential underdog fighter, dragged Wang Kuan to every class reunion for the sake of Su Nannan, the class beauty, only to be met with complete indifference. Yet Zhu Xiaoming remained hopelessly infatuated. Of course, Wang Kuan and Zhu Xiaoming were often the targets of ridicule, which is how they became friends. Alright, I guess I won't need you to inform me. Zhu Xiaoming will probably call me later, Wang Kuan nodded. Although he didn't want to attend the reunion, he still had to go in person to retrieve his bag. As soon as the call ended, Zhu Xiaoming's call came through. Lao Wang, there's a class reunion tonight. This time, you have to come with me. Zhu Xiaoming's voice, as loud as a pig's squeal, rang in Wang Kuan's ears. Alright, but my car can't fit you. You're as heavy as a baby elephant, over 200 pounds. Figure out your own way to get there, and dress decently. After all, our class beauty Su Nannan will be there. Do me proud, Wang Kuan said with a helpless smile. You got a car? With your salary, you managed to buy a car? Impressive. But don't get it twisted, we haven't seen each other in months. I've been on a diet. Tonight, I'm going to make Su Nannan see me in a whole new light, Zhu Xiaoming declared confidently, as if this time his weight loss would finally succeed. Dieting? Oh, come on, don't kid yourself. I think that body of yours is here to stay. Stop messing with me. Everyone's busy, so come early tonight. Let's just enjoy ourselves and not worry about anyone else. Wang Kuan laughed, amused by Zhu Xiaoming. He thought back to how Zhu had been trying to lose weight since their school days, only to end up gaining more each time. It was both funny and exasperating. At tonight's class reunion, Wang Kuan vaguely sensed a pretentious vibe lingering in the air. The night in Bailing was brightly lit, with a constant flow of vehicles on the streets. Although Bailing is only a second-tier city, it has no shortage of wealthy people, and upscale entertainment venues are abundant. The Golden Harbor Hotel is one such place. This massive hotel spans tens of thousands of square meters, offering everything one could imagine. It is incredibly luxurious, and naturally, the expenses are not low. At 8:30 p.m., Wang Kuan was half an hour late. The underground parking garage was already full, so he had no choice but to park his Ferrari LaFerrari in the hotel's outdoor parking lot. Luxury cars and sports cars were everywhere, but Wang Kuan's ride was no ordinary vehicle. It was a Ferrari worth over 20 million yuan, making it particularly eye-catching. Even the parking attendants were stunned, afraid of accidentally damaging it. Hosting a class reunion at the Golden Harbor Hotel must cost a fortune, right? Wang Kuan slipped the car key into his pocket, saw the text message from Zhao Tong with the floor and room number, and then leisurely walked toward the hotel lobby. Over the years, a tradition had formed for class reunions. Ordinary classmates didn't have to pay a dime. A few wealthy classmates always footed the bill, flaunting their financial power. It was the same every year. They willingly played the role of the generous benefactor, as if afraid others wouldn't know they were rich. Zhao Tong was one of them. After waiting for a few minutes at the elevator entrance, Wang Kuan suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a 200-pound fat man standing in front of him, dressed in loose green casual clothes, his face full of fat. When he smiled, he looked like a cute pig. Old Wang, it's one thing for me to be late since I'm so fat, but you being late too? It's already been half an hour. Did you get a flat tire on the way?
Xu Xiaoming teased him mercilessly as soon as he arrived.
Wang Kuan lightly punched Zhu Xiaoming's chest with his fist and jokingly scolded, "And you said you were going to lose weight? You've got some nerve to talk. How did you get here? How else can I get there? By bus, of course. I'm not like my classmates who have money. By the way, what kind of car did you buy? Let me borrow it someday." Zhu Xiaoming hooked his large arm around Wang Kuan's shoulder, almost making Wang Kuan lose his balance. "I recently got a bonus at work, just a small sedan worth about 100,000. Your massive frame won't fit in it, don't crush my car."
Wang Kuan touched the Ferrari key in his pocket, knowing full well the car wasn't his but Su Lan's.
"Impressive, my old Wang. I'm practically broke. Look at my outfit, everything together costs less than 300 bucks. It's all because
of my greedy appetite. The money I earn isn't even enough to feed myself." Xu Xiaoming patted his big belly, his face full of helplessness. After graduating, Zhu Xiaoming didn't pursue a professional career but chose to stream online instead. He spends his days trying to play LOL like others, with skills that are only average at best, barely enough to scrape by. With such a large physique, going out to work might not even be an option as others may not want to hire him, so he can only stay at home streaming and playing games.
"Has Su Nan ever contacted you?" Wang Kuan couldn't help but ask.
Xu Xiaoming felt troubled and couldn't help but say, "My relationship with her is too complicated. She knows I like her, but she has
never accepted me.
Every year during the holidays, she never refuses the gifts I give her, but she has never responded to me either."
"Do you still plan to keep going?" Wang Kuan asked with some difficulty.
Xu Xiaoming smiled faintly, trying to appear calm. "As long as I like it, brother, don't worry about it."
"Let me continue." Wang Kuan felt helpless inside.
Xu Xiaoming had been chasing Su Nan for so long without any results. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su Nan was playing him. But Xu Xiaoming was so persistent, to the point of being infatuated, truly a case of one willing to hit and the other willing to endure.
However, Wang Kuan secretly hoped Zhu Xiaoming would let go sooner, but as an outsider, no matter what he said, Zhu Xiaoming wouldn't listen. Truly stubborn. "Alright, as long as you like it.
If you ever decide you don't want to like her anymore, your brother here will drink with you,"
Wang Kuan said with a smile.
As the elevator doors opened, the two stepped inside.
2 minutes later. Golden Harbor Hotel, 5th floor. Wang Kuan and Zhu Xiaoming arrived at the door of a presidential suite.
Inside the suite, lights flickered and the sound system boomed, making it obvious at a glance that there were many people inside. Xu Xiaoming appeared very nervous, his palms sweating. He quickly adjusted his hairstyle and clothes, then asked, "Old Wang, do I look okay like this?" "No problem, absolutely no problem," Wang Kuan reassured. At that moment, the door of the private room was suddenly pulled open, and Zhao Tong appeared at the entrance.
As soon as Zhao Tong saw Wang Kuan, his eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed Wang Kuan, decisively pulled him into the room, and complained, "You're so late. Do you even consider us classmates? Come in and sit down." Wang Kuan was forcibly dragged inside.
He turned back to give Zhu Xiaoming a look, then sat on the large sofa in the center, glanced around, and found the room full of classmates. The entire presidential suite is spacious, equipped with various entertainment facilities, and the attendants are very professional, giving it a high-end feel. However, everyone sat separately, as if only people from the same circle would gather together.
Wang Kuan was pulled in by Zhao Tong, immediately attracting the attention of many classmates. "Look, isn't that Wang Kuan? Xu Xiaoming is here too. Two brothers in distress, huh?"
Back when Brother Xiaoyun was around, the scene was so lively.
"Forget it, let's not talk about the past and give people some face. Why hasn't Brother Xiaoyun arrived yet? He said he would come before."
Zhao Tong is really ruthless.
He knew full well that Wang Kuan is his subordinate, yet he deliberately dragged him into this.
The seat Wang Kuan occupied was in the wealthiest circle of the class, 3 men and 1 woman, plus Wang Kuan and Zhao Tong, making a total of 5 men. As Zhao Tong sat down, he poured wine for Wang Kuan and handed it over with a smile, 3 glasses as a penalty for being late.
"We're happy today, so you must drink. Not drinking would mean you're not giving face to your classmates."
Wang Kuan felt displeased and had no desire to sit in this spot. Surrounding him were Jiang Xiaoyan's followers, all of whom were doing quite well now, acting self-important, even going so far as to segregate seating at the class reunion. There was also a woman who made Wang Kuan even more upset, and that was the class beauty, Su Nan. At this moment, Su Nan was holding the arm of a man named Wu Shang, behaving intimately, which made Wang Kuan feel a surge of anger. Subconsciously, Wang Kuan glanced again at Zhu Xiaoming, who had just entered. Xu Xiaoming also saw this scene, his face instantly turning grim, and he silently found an inconspicuous corner to sit down.
Su Nannan, on the other hand, was completely indifferent, not even glancing at Zhu Xiaoming and Wang Kuan, as if they didn't exist at all.
Wu Sheng felt a bit annoyed, thinking it was too embarrassing to sit with Wang Kuan, especially with the scar on Wang Kuan's face, which looked like he had
been beaten. He coldly said, "Zhao Tong, why did you bring Wang Kuan over here to sit? He's not one of us. I remember you weren't this close to him before. Our classmate Wang Kuan is certainly not simple. He's quite skilled at pretending to be weak to catch the strong. Of course, I can't just say that casually, only if Wang Kuan himself is willing to tell you, then I can share, right, Wang Kuan? Hurry up and finish those 3 drinks."
Zhao Tong's face was full of fake friendliness, but he was secretly pleased. He was waiting for Jiang Xiaoyun to arrive, planning
to reveal Wang Kuan's identity after Wang Kuan was humiliated, so everyone could laugh at him and make Wang Kuan a complete laughingstock.
Left with no choice, Wang Kuan simply downed the 3 drinks in one go. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Sheng suddenly interrupted, "Now that you've finished the 3 drinks, go sit with Zhu Xiaoming. This seat is reserved for Brother Xiaoyun, he's definitely coming today."
Reserved for Jiang Xiaoyun? Jiang Xiaoyun, he won't be coming today. He doesn't even dare to come. Wang Kuan disdainfully set down the glass, a mocking smile playing at the corner of his mouth.
Wang Kuan knew very well that Jiang Xiaoyun had already suffered under his hand and wouldn't dare show up here again.
Who would spread their own embarrassing stories and let others laugh at them?
Wang Kuan smiled lightly, his peripheral vision sweeping past Su Nannan before glancing at Wu Sheng, feeling everything was under his control. The reason Su Nannan could sit here wasn't because she was particularly outstanding, but because she carried the aura of the class beauty. At this moment, she was tightly holding Wu Sheng's hand, and even a fool could see her true intentions.
Wang Kuan had no fondness for this type of woman and felt pity for Zhu Xiaoming's infatuation, even a bit annoyed. She treated Zhu Xiaoming like a fool, seemingly enjoying the feeling of being pursued. Stop joking around. If Brother Xiaoyun says he'll come, he will definitely come. Wang Kuan, this isn't a seat you should be taking. I don't care how well you're doing now, just don't sit in Brother Xiaoyun's spot.
Wu Sheng's gaze was cold, and his tone domineering. Zhao Tong was about to smooth things over, but Wang Kuan stood up instead, swept a cold glance at everyone at the table, and said bluntly, "Yes, your Brother Xiaoyun's seat. How would I dare sit there? It would be trouble if I upset him." Hey, Zhao Tong started to speak, but was interrupted again by Wu Sheng.
Wu Sheng sneered, "Good that you know. Brother Xiaoyun's background is no joke. At least you have some self-awareness.
To be fair, no matter how well you're doing out there, Wang Kuan, you can't compare to even a single finger of Brother Xiaoyun."
Wang Kuan didn't care at all and walked straight toward Zhu Xiaoming, finding it amusing in his heart. "Old Wang, bro, these people are doing it on purpose.
That guy Zhao Tong clearly wants to drag you over for a drink, pretending to care. But in reality, he just wants to embarrass you." Zhu Xiaoming was furious, his eyes glaring resentfully at Su Nannan and Wu Sheng.
Wang Kuan sighed, "I know. People these days are too pragmatic."
Hey, stop staring. Since you like Su Nannan so much and have
been chasing her for so long, why not call her over to sit with us? Tonight, I want you to see what kind of woman she really is. Call her over? She's with Wu Sheng now.
I heard Wu Sheng has become a big boss, driving a Porsche Cayenne.
I think you're mistaken, Nannan. Isn't that kind of woman.
It must be Wu Sheng forcing her to stay with him.
Zhu Xiaoming immediately shrank back, lowering his head. Wang Kuan was truly exasperated, hating iron for not becoming steel.
At this point in time, he was still defending Su Nannan.
Zhu Xiaoming
was clearly under her spell, and Wang Kuan didn't want him to continue down this path. Sooner or later, this woman would ruin him completely. So Wang Kuan waved his hand and, in the spacious private room, in front of almost the entire class, loudly shouted, "Zhao Tong, call Su Nannan over to sit with us and drink.
There are only 2 of us here, and it's getting boring."
Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng slammed the table and stood up abruptly, burning with rage, and cursed, "Wang Kuan, how dare you undermine me in front of everyone?
Who do you think you are? Forget Brother Xiaoyun, even Zhao Tong could crush you with ease. You dare ask Zhao Tong to call someone for you? Aren't you afraid he'll kick you out?"
As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Xiaoming turned pale with fright.
He quickly nudged Wang Kuan lightly with his foot, frantically
giving him signals, hinting that he shouldn't stir up trouble.
Wu Sheng was a big boss, not someone they could afford to offend. Wang Kuan acted as if he hadn't heard anything.
He pulled out a pack of cheap cigarettes, stuck one in his mouth, lit it, and started smoking with his eyes closed, not saying a single word throughout the entire process, completely ignoring the atmosphere around him. Wu Sheng was furious and was about to teach Wang Kuan a lesson when Zhao Tong suddenly stopped him and explained in a low voice, "Let Su Nan Nan go over. Wu Sheng, there are some things you don't understand. When Brother Xiaoyun arrives, I'll explain everything to you." At this point, Zhao Tong leaned close to Wu Sheng's ear and whispered, "When Brother Xiaoyun gets here and teaches Wang Kuan a lesson, you'll naturally understand why I asked you to do this. Let's hold back for now. There's definitely going to be a good show later. Trust me." Wu Sheng's anger gradually subsided. Looking at Zhao Tong, he seemed to understand something. His anger turned into a smile as he waved his hand toward Wang Kuan in Zhu Xiaoming's direction and said to Su Nan Nan, "Go over and sit with them. After all, you're classmates. I can't be so petty." Su Nan Nan reluctantly got up, pouting, and walked over in high heels. Today, Su Nan Nan wore only light makeup. With her well-defined features, a height of 1.68 meters, paired with high heels and a long dress, along with a deep V-neck, she appeared exceptionally slim. As soon as she sat next to Wang Kuan, the displeasure on Su Nanan's face was obvious. Zhu Xiaoming scooted closer and said with a smile, "Nan Nan, I knew you would come over." Su Nan Nan crossed her arms, openly showing her disdain, and complained, "Zhu Xiaoming, you're too much. I was perfectly fine with Wu Sheng, but you insisted I come over here. Isn't this just making me offend people?" Zhu Xiaoming was at a loss for words. Exactly, staying with the big boss is so much better. What's the point of sitting with people like us? A sly glint flashed in Wang Kuan's eyes as he interjected. Su Nan Nan shot him a glare and said coldly, "I don't know what's wrong with Zhao Tong today, actually listening to someone like you, Wang Kuan. Zhu Xiaoming, I advise you to stay away from people like him. I'm saying this for your own good. Mixing with him won't lead to anything good. As the saying goes, one who stays near vermilion gets stained red, one who stays near ink gets stained black." "You misunderstood, Wang Kuan is actually quite nice," Zhu Xiaoming explained awkwardly, though he found it strange in his heart why Zhao Tong would listen to Wang Kuan, when Zhao Tong was clearly Wang Kuan's superior. "Wang Kuan is nice? Zhu Xiaoming, I'm not trying to criticize you, but look at the state you're in now. Can you honestly say it wasn't Wang Kuan's influence?" Su Nan Nan sneered with a mocking smile. Wang Kuan lightly flicked the ash off his cigarette, but inwardly he thought to himself, "This woman really knows how to play games." Putting on the facade of a good person, she was trying to drive a wedge between him and Zhu Xiaoming. On one hand, she made it seem like she was doing it for Zhu Xiaoming's benefit, while on the other, she was making Zhu Xiaoming feel humiliated. "Wang Kuan, look at how long you've been out in society. What have you achieved? Look at Wu Sheng, he started a real estate company and earns more than just a few figures annually. And Zhao Tong, he's capable and comes from a good family. Now look at you, Wang Kuan, what do you have? I advise you to stay away from Zhu Xiaoming, don't drag him down with you." Su Nanan's sarcastic tone was drowned out by the music, audible only to those at this table. "Nan Nan, you really misunderstood. Wang Kuan is capable too, he just bought a car worth over 100,000. Besides, he and I don't care about these things at all," Zhu Xiaoming hurriedly defended Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan stubbed out his cigarette, maintaining a calm smile on the surface, but the anger inside him was close to erupting. What enraged him wasn't the achievements but this woman's deliberate scheming to sow discord. Only a car worth over 100,000? They're everywhere on the streets. Zhu Xiaoming, look at yourself, how unambitious you've become following Wang Kuan. If you're going to make friends in the future, make some useful ones. I know. You're doing online streaming, as long as you work hard, you'll definitely make it big someday. Su Nan Nan pretended to be encouraging, as if she was thinking of Zhu Xiaoming's best interests, but in reality, she was mocking him covertly. Zhu Xiaoming looked embarrassed, rendered speechless, and quickly cast an apologetic glance at Wang Kuan, his heart filled with regret and unease. Wang Kuan smiled faintly, but he had his own plans in mind. He originally just wanted to pick up his bag and catch up with Zhu Xiaoming, but the current situation made him want Zhu Xiaoming to understand a few things. "Do you dare to wait until Jiang Xiaoyun arrives? Don't sneak away the moment you hear he's almost here," Su Nan Nan sneered sarcastically. At that moment, the music abruptly stopped, and the atmosphere in the private room instantly froze. Wu Sheng picked up the microphone and shouted, "Everyone, quiet down. I'll make a call to Brother Xiaoyun and see where he is." As he spoke, he dialed the number and turned on the speakerphone, his gaze shifting between Zhao Tong and Wang Kuan, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Hello, it's me, Jiang Xiaoyun." Jiang Xiaoyun's voice rang out, and instantly, the entire room fell into an uncanny silence, as if his presence symbolized an unparalleled authority.
Wu Sheng said obsequiously, Brother Xiaoyun, didn't we agree to have a class reunion? We've got everything ready, so why aren't you here yet? Ha? Ahem, is Wang Kuan there?
Zhang Xiaoyun's tone carried a trace of peculiar nervousness.
This one sentence left all the classmates stunned, their gazes instinctively converging on Wang Kuan, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense.
Wu Sheng deliberately raised his voice, with a mocking tone, he's here.
Just now, he seemed to say you wouldn't come today, even said you wouldn't dare to come. Ha ha, it's killing me with laughter.
The music stopped, and Wu Sheng publicly turned on the speaker.
The entire class's attention was focused on the confrontation between Wang Kuan and Zhang Xiaoyun. Zhao Tong was secretly excited, while Su Nanan's face was full of schadenfreude. Everyone harbored their own thoughts.
Brother Xiaoyun, you've missed so many class reunions before, you really can't skip this one. Wu Sheng deliberately added fuel to the fire. Everyone's been really looking forward to seeing you, especially Wang Kuan.
That kid Wang Kuan, he even said you wouldn't dare to come.
It's killing me with laughter, Wu Sheng's voice echoed in the private room, sounding particularly grating. Just as all the classmates held their breath, waiting for a response, Zhang Xiaoyun remained silent for a moment, making the atmosphere even more tense. Zhao Tong frowned slightly, hinting at Wu Sheng to keep pressing.
Wu Sheng, unfazed, laughed and said, Brother Xiaoyun, could it be that you're driving? Or are you almost here? As soon as the words were spoken, there was finally a response from the other side.
Zhang Xiaoyun's tone was filled with helplessness and anger as he cursed, you bastards.
Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Stop messing around. I'm not going to this class reunion. I promised Wang Kuan that I would never set foot in Bailing again. Also, I want to tell you something, don't judge people by their appearance. Some people may look ordinary, but the power behind them is far beyond what you can imagine. It was all my fault before. Wang Kuan didn't hold it against me too much because he's magnanimous.
You'd better behave yourselves. If we're talking about who in our class is the most capable and competent, it's Wang Kuan, hands down. The rest of us, including me, are all worthless, not even comparable to one of his fingers. Zhang Xiaoyun's furious roar echoed throughout the private room, leaving everyone stunned, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. Wu Sheng was dumbfounded on the spot, the phone in his hand becoming a symbol of his helplessness, instantly making him look as awkward as a clown.
How is this possible?
Zhao Tong gasped, utterly shocked. He hadn't expected the carefully designed trap to take such a turn. Zhang Xiaoyun, as Wang Kuan had said, didn't even dare to show up.
In Zhao Tong's understanding, Wang Kuan was merely the Su family's son-in-law and couldn't possibly compare to Zhang Xiaoyun, who hailed from the capital. But why had the situation in front of him reversed so dramatically? The most crucial point was that Wang Kuan had an extremely close relationship with Xinyan. Zhao Tong had just deliberately told Zhang Xiaoyun that the two were
having an affair, yet now it wasn't even mentioned. Wang Kuan, on the other hand, looked as if he'd narrowly escaped disaster, wearing an expression of sheer luck. What exactly happened here is a secret that Zhao Tong has never known.
Zhang Xiaoyun actually doesn't dare to come? Is it because of you?
Su Nannan was so shocked that she was left speechless, staring at Wang Kuan and Zhu Xiaoming. The disparaging remarks she had just made now felt like a resounding slap to her own face.
The entire class reunion was in a state of shock.
Zhang Xiaoyun had always been proud and arrogant. For him to make such a humbling phone call in this kind of setting meant that Wang Kuan's strength was so formidable that it had forced him to yield.
Brother Xiaoyun, you must be joking, right? Him? Wang Kuan?
Wu Sheng's face was full of disbelief, unwilling to accept any of it.
Zhang Xiaoyun let out a cold snort. Wang Kuan is definitely present. I know you're on speakerphone. Wu Sheng, do you think I don't know what kind of person you are?
Let me tell you, you can provoke anyone, but never provoke Wang Kuan.
Because the moment he strikes back, there's almost no one in half of China who could save you. Unless he decides to spare you.
Today, I'm telling you all, Zhang Xiaoyun and Wang Kuan are not even
on the same level.
My entire family, in his eyes, could be wiped out in just a few minutes.
Think carefully, or I might already be dead by now. As his words fell, the surroundings fell into complete silence. Silence, a deathly silence.
The entire class reunion felt as if the air had solidified and time had come to a standstill. Everyone froze in place, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. If these words had come from someone else, they would have been completely unconvincing, but coming from Zhang Xiaoyun, it was a different matter entirely. All those who had previously looked down on Wang Kuan now felt utterly ashamed of themselves.
The most shocked person was none other than Zhao Tong.
In his heart, he believed Wang Kuan was absolutely incapable of such a feat, yet he managed to pull it off. Originally, he had planned to stir up conflict between the two, causing them to clash at the class reunion. Then, he would step in as the peacemaker, gaining favor while satisfying his own psychological needs. However, the outcome was completely contrary to his expectations. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyun started cursing again, and his words were particularly harsh. And that Zhao Tong, pretending to call earlier and say that Wang Kuan and Shenyan were having an affair, trying to create conflict
between me and Wang Kuan. I just investigated, and it's completely untrue. You despicable person. Jiang Xiaoyun shouted angrily.
Hearing this, Zhao Tong's face instantly turned pale, like a child caught doing something wrong, unable to lift his head out of guilt. Even Wang Kuan couldn't help but feel surprised upon hearing this, thinking to himself that Zhao Tong had been scheming behind the scenes. But it was all meaningless, as Jiang Xiaoyun had already been subdued by him before the class reunion.
Now hand the phone to Wang Kuan.
Jiang Xiaoyun commanded in a tone of authority.
Yes, I'll give him the phone right away.
Wu Sheng snapped back to his senses, his expression instantly changing. Forcing himself, he ran over to Wang Kuan, respectfully handing over the phone, a stark contrast to his earlier attitude. Wang Kuan took the phone, and from the speaker came Jiang Xiaoyun's particularly ingratiating greeting. Brother, how have you been these past few days? I promised you I wouldn't go to Bailing again, so I
won't attend the class reunion.
You just enjoy yourself, no need to worry about me.
As for the task you assigned to my dad, it'll be completed in a few days.
No need to rush, we will definitely get it done.
Alright, it's just a bit of money anyway,
Wang Kuan replied perfunctorily, immediately ending the call and tossing the phone back to Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng held his phone with both hands, standing dumbfounded by the table, neither standing nor sitting, his face showing embarrassment. Zhao Tong, deeply moved, mustered his courage and walked over, pretending to be very familiar.
He proactively offered a toast to Wang Kuan, saying, Old Wang, there must be some misunderstanding here. It's not what you think.
I just casually mentioned that you and Shenyan have a good relationship.
Maybe Jiang Xiaoyun misunderstood. Misunderstanding?
Playing dirty tricks behind my back, you're really something, Wang Kuan sneered coldly, showing no courtesy, his tone sharp and fearless. Zhao Tong's face looked worse than if it had been smeared with filth. His wine glass froze mid-air, and in the end, he can only save face by drinking it down himself.
He spoke urgently. Wang Kuan, I was wrong about this matter.
Let this glass of wine serve as my apology to you. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me.
After all, we're classmates. Do you think I would be that petty? Wang Kuan crossed his arms over his chest, leaning lazily against his seat, his gaze as cold as ice.
Seeing this, Wu Sheng was secretly delighted.
He deliberately nudged Su Nannan and urged, Su Nannan, what are you standing there for? Go have a drink with Brother Wang Kuan. And Mr. Zhu, anyone who can stay by Brother Wang Kuan's side must be a boss, right? Brother Wang Kuan?
In the blink of an eye, they're already calling him brother.
These classmates are really something.
Su Nannan looked embarrassed but still walked over to sit next to Wang Kuan. She smiled and gave Wang Kuan's shoulder a light push, complaining.
Wang Kuan, you're really something.
Turns out you're so capable that even Brother Xiaoyun admits defeat.
You made me misunderstand you just now.
Halfway through her words, Su Nannan glanced at the completely stunned Zhu Xiaoming and added with a smile, look at how amazing Wang Kuan is. From now on, you should stick with him more and stop hanging out with so many bad influences.
Wang Kuan's mouth twitched.
He hadn't expected this woman to be so shameless, as if she didn't realize how self-contradictory her words were.
But in front of Zhu Xiaoming, Wang Kuan didn't want to say much. He could only subtly ask, Xiaoming, do you now understand what kind of person the woman you've always liked really is? The atmosphere at the class reunion shifted dramatically.
From initial disdain to utter shock, no one could have imagined that such a thing would happen to Wang Kuan.
The words Jiang Xiaoyun just said had already left a deep impression on everyone's hearts. Never provoke Wang Kuan, because once he takes action, there won't be a single person across China who can help you unless Wang Kuan himself decides to let you go. The power of this sentence is self-evident, even a fool can sense its strength. At this very moment, Wang Kuan is merely sitting there, yet even without doing anything, he remains the center of everyone's attention. Whether it's Zhao Tong or Wu Sheng, all their schemes and plots are completely crushed at this moment, rendered impossible to execute. Wang Kuan pays no attention to anyone else. His eyes are fixed solely on Zhu Xiaoming. Su Nannan's figure was alluring, and her sculpted features showed regret, yet she didn't know how to explain. Zhu Xiaoming took a deep breath.
After seeing everyone's reactions and Su Nannan's change, he had no choice but to admit the truth.
Finally, he nodded.
stood up without sparing Su Nan another glance, and said, Wang Kun, let's go. Staying with this group is pointless. Let's find another place to drink. Xu Xiaoming, wait. Su Nan immediately stood up, grabbing Zhu Xiaoming's sleeve, trying to stop him. Zhu Xiaoming abruptly shook her off, almost gritting his teeth as he said, Is it true that as long as someone has money and power, you'll do anything for them? You're so materialistic. I never wanted to admit it before, but the contrast between your attitude just now and now really disgusts me. Wang Kun, I'll head out first. I'll wait for you in the lobby downstairs. After speaking, Zhu Xiaoming flung his sleeve and left, his momentum unstoppable. Su Nan felt utterly drained, consumed by regret. She never imagined that Wang Kuen's abilities would be so astonishing. Considering Zhu Xiaoming and Wang Kuen were best friends, their relationship was certainly not as simple as it appeared on the surface. But all of this was lost because of what she had said, a missed opportunity indeed. Wang Kuen adjusted his collar and extended his hand with 5 fingers spread toward Zhao Tong. I attended the class reunion. Now, can I leave? Where's my bag? Bag? Zhao Tong moved quickly, afraid of provoking Wang Kuen's anger. He hurriedly took the black bag from the storage cabinet in the private room and placed it intact on the table in front of Wang Kuen. Bang! The heavy black bag landed on the table with a dull thud, as if announcing Wang Kuen's powerful return. For a moment, everyone around was drawn in, curious about what could possibly be inside the black bag that made even Wang Kuen struggle to carry it. Could it be cash? Let me calculate, 1 million in cash would weigh about this much. Wow, there's definitely money in here. Wang Kuen casually hoisted the black bag onto his shoulder, yawned, patted Zhao Tong on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Since you kept it safe for me, I won't hold it against you this time. But you'd better watch yourself in the future. Absolutely, absolutely. Zhao Tong nodded repeatedly, suddenly realizing that Wang Kuen was actually a master pretending to be ordinary, a hidden big shot among their classmates. Wu Shang, seeing the situation, felt unwilling to accept it. He quickly scanned the surroundings, thought of something, and immediately stopped Wang Kuen, who was about to leave. Pointing at his black bag, he pretended to speak amicably, Wang Kuen, I was wrong earlier, and I apologize. The cash must be in your bag, right? Since you're so wealthy, why not contribute a bit more so we can all have a good time? You're doing so well that even brother Xiaoyun doesn't dare to say anything. This amount of money shouldn't mean much to you, right? Moral coercion? This guy truly has no bottom line. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Wang Kuen thought it was Zhu Xiaoming, but instead, a middle-aged man he didn't recognize walked in. The middle-aged man was dressed in a neatly tailored suit, exuding an extraordinary presence. On his chest was a work badge from the Golden Harbor Hotel. It was none other than the hotel's general manager, Mahjong. Mahjong wore a smile on his face as he respectfully bent over and handed his business card to Wang Kuen, speaking in a deferential tone, Mr. Wang, it's an honor to have you here. I'm Mahjong, the person in charge here. You can call me Xiao Ma. Xiao Ma? A man older than Wang Kuen actually asking to be called Xiao Ma, it was truly astonishing. If someone hadn't told me your car was parked outside the hotel, I wouldn't have known you were here. So I came up specifically to find you. If there's anything lacking in our hospitality, I hope you won't mind, Mr. Wang. Mahjong's face was full of respect, as if he were treating a distinguished guest. Wang Kuen is actually a VIP here? What level of VIP? Even the person in charge came up to greet him personally. Wu Shang looked utterly shocked. Mahjong was the top executive of Golden Harbor Hotel, someone even he couldn't get close to. Could Wang Kuen really be a top-tier VIP? VIP? You must be mistaken. Mr. Wang is not some VIP. Mahjong's tone shifted, as if defending Wang Kuen. Wang Kuen was puzzled in his heart. He clearly didn't know this Mahjong. Zhao Tong couldn't help but ask, if he's not a VIP, then what is Wang Kuen? How could VIP be worthy of Mr. Wang's status? He's not just some VIP. The entire Golden Harbor Hotel belongs to the Su family, and as the greatest pillar of the Su family, Mr. Wang is naturally the master here. So, what do you think he is? Mahjong's voice was loud and resonant, every word powerful. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Zhao Tong's eyes widened, Wu Shang's legs went weak, and Su Nan's face turned pale. The group of classmates was collectively stunned, deeply shocked in their hearts. After the silence, a strong uproar erupted. Awesome, truly awesome. Holy crap, Wang Kuen is actually this amazing. Wow, I just casually came to the class reunion, and it turns out to be in Wang Kuen's own hotel. The classmates buzzed with excitement, as if they had discovered a new continent. Mr. Wang's capabilities are beyond your imagination. In this northern mausoleum, there's nothing he can't achieve, only things you can't think of, Ma Zhong said. Earnestly. He then turned to Wang Kuan with a smile and whispered, Mr. Wang, if you have the time, could you perhaps say a few good words for me in front of that person?
Who? Wang Kuan didn't understand. Su. Mr. Wen Chang. I'm under his management, Ma Zhong cautiously revealed the name.
At that moment, Wang Kuan finally felt as if the clouds had parted and the truth was revealed.
No wonder Ma Zhong came up personally and even knew Wang Kuan. It turns out he's Su Wencheng's man, trying to use Wang Kuan to make an impression in front of Su Wencheng. No problem. By the way, who just asked me to pay? Wang Kuan shrugged, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Wu Sheng swallowed hard, instantly too scared to speak, his heart filled with fear and regret.
Ma Zhong strode forward, exuding dominance as he waved his hand and shouted, Pay?
Mr. Wang doesn't need to spend a dime in biling.
Tonight's expenses are on the house. As long as you know Mr. Wang, you can play as long as you want. This private room is too shabby.
I'll get you the top tier, most luxurious one upstairs in a bit. Wu Sheng's head lowered more and more, finally realizing that his actions were simply self-humiliating, making him a clown in everyone's eyes. Cheers instantly echoed all around, and the students couldn't help but celebrate wildly, making the atmosphere incredibly lively. Su Nanan's face turned pale as she clutched the hem of her clothes, biting her lip, so regretful that she almost wanted to cry. Zhao Tong's throat seemed to be stuck, unable to utter a word, and he stood frozen on the spot for a moment.
I'm just like this.
Wearing a dragon robe doesn't necessarily make me look like an emperor, but there will always be people scrambling for me.
Honestly, I prefer being a small employee. This kind of flashy life really doesn't suit me.
I'll take my leave first, you all have fun. Wang Kuan smiled faintly, slung the black bag over his shoulder, turned around, and walked straight out of the private room.
The entire private room instantly fell silent. But this time, no one thought Wang Kuan was just showing off.
Because Wang Kuan's calm and effortless confidence stemmed from his absolute strength. High-level individuals exude an invisible aura in front of lower-level individuals, no matter what they do, which is difficult for the latter to comprehend. But when they gradually come to understand it all, they will deeply realize just how immense the gap is.
Watching Wang Kuan's departing figure, all that was left for everyone was shock.
It was an unbridgeable chasm, like the difference between heaven and earth, an awe-inspiring shock beyond reach. From beginning to end, Wang Kuan was never on the same level as them and could only look up to them. The lobby of the Jinggang Hotel.
Wang Kuan walked out of the elevator, a black bag slung over his shoulder.
From a distance, he saw Zhu Xiaoming sitting on the lobby sofa, silently smoking, his face clouded with gloom.
Wang Kuan felt a pang of sympathy in his heart.
After all, such a situation would be hard for anyone to bear.
At first, Zhu Xiaoming was unwilling to admit it, but now it's impossible not to. After all, Su Nannan is just that kind of person. As long as enough time passes, the emotional pain will naturally heal.
Wang Kuan sat down next to Zhu Xiaoming, placed the black bag filled with $1 million in cash directly on the marble countertop, leaned back on the sofa with one hand propping his head, and said, There were too many people just now, so I didn't want to
say anything too harsh. I've already given Su Nannan enough face. Now you should be very clear about what kind of person she really is.
I'm not trying to be mean, but if you call her, she'll come down to accompany you immediately.
Do you believe it? Old Wang, I get it. Stop talking about it. Just consider it feeding a dog.
And you, seriously, you're so capable but didn't tell me, making me worry for nothing. Zhu Xiaoming helplessly rubbed his hair, his face full of frustration.
One should not be too high profile, being low-key is the most badass form of showing off. Wang Kuan was amused and secretly pleased with himself. At this class reunion, he managed to retreat unscathed. The invisible show-off requirement of the 6-star bounty mission should have been fulfilled, right? Due to the host's somewhat mediocre performance, this system is currently determining whether the mission is a pass. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Wang Kuan was speechless, thinking to himself how hard he had worked to complete the mission, only to be deemed mediocre. Just how high is the standard for this invisible show-off? Could it be that this disgusting system is unwilling to reward him with 1 million pretentious points and is deliberately preventing him from passing the level? This damned pitfall of a system Wang Kuan had already figured out its nature. It just loves to push its host to the brink. Task performance was barely adequate. The host is deemed barely qualified but has not completed the task. Therefore, an additional task requirement is added. The host must perform a tangible act of pretentiousness to be considered as having completed the entire 6-star bounty task.
The system's voice was like a thunderclap, leaving Wang Kuan momentarily stunned.
Is this even a thing? Wang Kuan secretly cursed in his heart.
Despite his efforts to act convincingly, the system still gave him a barely qualified evaluation and even demanded that he perform another tangible show-off in a different way.
This was truly exasperating. However, pulling off a tangible show-off was no challenge at all for Wang Kuan. At that moment, Ma Zhong also came downstairs and walked straight toward Wang Kuan.
Looking at the dejected Zhu Xiaoming, Wang Kuan had a sudden inspiration and said with a smile, "Brother, stop thinking about that Su Nan Nan.
Tonight,
I'll show you something truly worth your life.
She's not worth your attachment. Trust me, it won't be long before you completely figure it out. What are you taking me to see?"
Zhu Xiaoming raised his head in confusion, his eyes full of puzzlement. Wang Kuan's lips curled into a smile as he gave a signal to the newly arrived Ma Zhong. "Immediately arrange the most luxurious private room for me, and call over all the most beautiful women in your hotel to drink and sing."
"Got it, leave it to me." Ma Zhong patted his chest and went off to make the arrangements. About 10 minutes later, Wang Kuan took Zhu Xiaoming and went straight to the top-floor VIP suite by elevator.
The suite was spacious and luxurious. Wang Kuan and Zhu Xiaoming sat in the center, with the table filled with various rare fine wines. In front of them were over 30 graceful hostesses, each stunningly beautiful, no less attractive than Su Nan Nan. Ma Zhong proactively handed over a cigarette and respectfully said, "To make sure you're not bored, I've called all the available beauties here."
"All right, you can leave now." Wang Kuan took the cigarette and waved his hand to signal. Ma Zhong quickly nodded and tactfully stepped out.
Not long after, more than 30 beautiful women surrounded Wang Kuan and Zhu Xiaoming one after another, pouring drinks, lighting cigarettes, and chatting proactively. Zhu Xiaoming was stunned, seemingly never having experienced such a prestigious treatment, his expression utterly overwhelmed.
Wang Kuan, with women in both arms and a cigarette in his mouth, said calmly, "See that? Women like Su Nan Nan are everywhere on the streets, as long as you have money. But a woman who truly likes you and loves you can't be bought with money. You just haven't met the right person yet."
Hearing this, Zhu Xiaoming fell silent, lowered his head, and clenched his fists. After a moment, Zhu Xiaoming seemed to finally understand. He suddenly raised his head, downed his drink, laughed heartily, and put his arms around two beautiful women, one
on each side. Self-mockingly, he said, "It seems I was really too foolish before. Wang Kuan, you're right. Why hang myself on one tree, especially a rotten one? I get it now." Wang Kuan nodded in satisfaction, pushed a black bag in front of Zhu Xiaoming, and said, "There's 1 million in cash inside. Take this money and start a good business. But I'm not giving it to you for free. Once you're capable, you'll owe me interest." As he spoke, Wang Kuan opened the bag, and the bright red banknotes instantly came into view. All the beautiful ladies present had their eyes light up and exclaimed in amazement. 1 million! Such generosity! Giving away 1 million just like that, truly a generous person. Zhu Xiaoming was stunned. After coming to his senses, he quickly pushed the bag back and refused, saying, "We're brothers, I can't just take your money for nothing. I understand you were lying to me before, but now you're doing so well. Take it quickly. Do you really think I'm just giving it to you for free? You need some pressure to have motivation. My interest rates are high, you know. Take my money and work hard. Make those who look down on you regret it. One day, I'll come back to collect the interest." Wang Kuan insisted on giving it, though he had no intention of actually collecting interest. He just wanted to create some pressure for the other person. People are often like this, without pressure, there is no motivation. Remember everything that happened today, and remember that I'm not giving this to you for free, because there's no such thing as a free lunch. As your brother, I only want the best for you. Don't let me down." Wang Kuan said firmly, his eyes radiating a strong sense of conviction. Zhu Xiaoming's eyes turned red, and his suppressed emotions finally erupted. In the midst of this room full of beauties, he hugged Wang Kuan and wept bitterly, clutching him tightly with both hands. His voice was hoarse. "Damn old Wang, you're the only one willing to treat me like this. Damn it, I'll make Su Nan Nan regret it. I gave her my heart and soul, and this is how she plays me? I'll make her understand that my sincerity can't be bought with money." Zhu Xiaoming roared indignantly, his eyes flashing with determination. "I've figured it out. I'm going to make something of myself. I can't keep living like this. More than this 1 million in cash, what moves me most is, Wang Kuan, that you're willing to treat me this way. This brotherhood, I'll cherish it for life." Zhu Xiaoming's face was covered in tears as he poured out his pent-up emotions like a child. "Damn it, you're about to crush me. Can you consider your weight for a second? I'm about to turn into a meat patty.
Wang Kuan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, nearly being flattened by Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming hurriedly let go, his tearful eyes showing a smile as he gently nudged Wang Kuan's shoulder with his arm. You're the only one who dares to call me fat.
I won't really get mad. But I swear I'll lose weight, do you believe me? Yeah, right, how many years have you been saying that? Wang Kuan rolled his eyes helplessly. This time I'll definitely lose weight. It's do or die.
Zhu Xiaoming laughed heartily, raising his glass to clink with Wang Kuan's. The two tilted their heads back and drank heartily. At the moment the task was completed, Wang Kuan's heart was filled with satisfaction, as if he had become a do-gooder like Lei Feng, with a warm feeling deep inside. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his ear, the task has been completed. Rewarding the host with 30% base experience points and 1 million pretentiousness points. The star rating of the bounty task has been reset. The host, please check it yourself.
Wang Kuan felt secretly pleased, thinking that exchanging 1 million in cash for 1 million pretentiousness points was an incredibly worthwhile deal. Pretentiousness points were treasures money couldn't buy, and now he had them in abundance. That night, Zhu Xiaoming got dead drunk, and in the end, Wang Kuan instructed Ma Zhong to arrange a special car to take him home. By the time Wang Kuan returned home, it was almost dawn.
He felt no trace of sleepiness and remained excited throughout the night.
Sitting in the dimly lit main hall, Wang Kuan opened the system app and entered the item shop.
Since the host's level was at the primitive stage, only 4 items were currently available: Transformation Potion, Invisibility Potion, Misfortune Talisman, and Beauty Pill, priced at 10,000, 10,000, 30,000, and 50,000 respectively.
Pretense value, 1 million points. Wang Kuan curiously purchased a Misfortune Talisman, spending 30,000 pretense points.
Space tore apart, the talisman emerged, and Wang Kuan held it in his hand, carefully examining the black talisman covered in strange patterns, exuding an eerie aura.
How do you use this thing? Wang Kuan asked curiously.
The system replied, the Misfortune Talisman, once applied, will cause the target to experience 24 hours of bad luck. The host only needs to stick the talisman onto the target, and it will take effect instantly and disappear.
This talisman is simply amazing. Once applied, it disappears and causes 24 hours of bad luck.
Wang Kuan's mind conjured up the image of Wang Qianfeng losing his temper, and he grew increasingly excited. But in a moment of carelessness, his hand slipped, and the talisman fell onto his own thigh. The talisman instantly turned to ash and vanished.
Wang Kuan froze, thinking to himself, this is bad. Damn it, even the host is affected? I didn't mean to.
Wang Kuan's face turned deathly pale, and a deep sense of dread gripped him, as if an invisible hand was tightly squeezing his heart, leaving him breathless. Just as Wang Kuan was frowning and on the verge of tears, misfortune followed him like a shadow, quietly descending. The entire house suddenly lost power, with fierce winds howling outside, lightning flashing, and thunder roaring, as if the heavens and earth were about to be torn apart.
At that moment, the glass chandelier on the ceiling inexplicably fell. Bang!
The chandelier plummeted above his head, narrowly missing Wang Kuan in a thrilling close call. Wang Kuan was so frightened that his heart pounded like thunder, his hair stood on end, and he instantly sprang up.
As soon as he landed, he lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. This scene startled Su Lan and Su Wei, who were sleeping in their room. They hurriedly opened the door and were dumbfounded by the chaotic scene in the living room, where the chandelier had crashed to the floor. What happened? Suddenly there's thunder and rain, and the chandelier actually fell? Su Lan exclaimed. Wang Kuan, what are you doing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Su Wei asked with a puzzled expression.
Wang Kuan broke out in a cold sweat, cursing himself for getting carried away and sticking such a cursed talisman.
This is terrible.
The 24-hour bad luck state has just begun, and it's already this frightening.
How horrifying will the remaining time be? Feeling uneasy, Wang Kuan didn't
hesitate and immediately went upstairs to his room, thinking that as long as he stayed there, avoided contact with the outside world, and lay still, nothing would happen.
However, after entering the room, Wang Kuan lay on the bed, curled up under the blanket, but the fear in his heart surged like a tide, impossible to calm. Outside, thunder roared as if it were about to tear him apart, sending chills down his spine. Greatly compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, bless me. Amit Ba.
Wang Kuan clasped his hands together, silently praying, while thinking to himself, this scared the hell out of me.
The power of this unlucky talisman is simply overwhelming, as if I've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck.
Wang Kuan didn't even dare to get out of bed, shutting his eyes tightly and forcing himself to sleep, but no matter what, he couldn't fall asleep.
1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours.
The day finally broke, and the time for work was drawing closer.
At exactly 8 in the morning, the system mercilessly reminded, the host's 7-day vacation has ended. Please return to your workplace to resume work, or the upgrade task will fail. Even if the host upgrades later, the rewards will not be granted. System, you're screwing me over. I don't want to go to work today. The outside world is too dangerous. I'd rather stay curled up in my blanket. At worst, I'll just call Zhao Tong to ask for leave. Wang Kuan opened his eyes, sat up straight in an instant, his face full of bitterness.
Saying this, Wang Kuan picked up his phone, ready to call Zhao Tong. As a result, misfortune struck again. His phone had absolutely no signal. Faced with such an awkward situation, Wang Kuan could only brace himself and get out of bed, intending to ask Su Lan, the big boss, for leave. However, after going downstairs, he discovered that the two sisters were nowhere to be seen. The remnants of the chandelier in the main hall were still scattered all over the floor, as if mocking his bad luck.
Can't even ask for leave, heaven is against me. This is too unlucky. I never want to try this kind of talisman again. This wasn't even something I wanted to try, it was my own carelessness, practically courting disaster.
Wang Kuan's legs went weak as he picked up his phone to check again, but there was still no signal.
Helplessly, Wang Kuan had no choice but to drive out.
On the way, amidst the raging wind and torrential rain, Wang Kuan resembled a hapless walking corpse, narrowly avoiding accidents several times. Filled with unease, he could only proceed cautiously and slowly. After enduring countless hardships, he finally arrived at the company.
Exhausted, Wang Kuan slumped onto his desk in the marketing department, his face full of despair.
If it weren't for the reward from the upgrade mission to save his sister Wang Xiaoqian's life, he wouldn't have come today, not even if it killed him.
At this moment, Shen walked in and saw Wang Kuan sweating profusely, slumped over the table, looking despondent. Her heart tightened.
Involuntarily with concern as she reached out to touch his forehead.
What's wrong with you today? You look absent-minded. Could you be sick? I'm fine.
Don't touch me, please don't touch me. Wang Kuan was thoroughly terrified. Anyone who had used the ill-fated talisman knew its power all too well.
If something's wrong, just say it. You seem very off today, Shen asked with concern. Wang Kuan turned his head away, feeling inwardly anxious.
He could only stay slumped over the table, desperately trying to minimize his presence, constantly reminding himself that the more attention he attracted, the more likely he was to embarrass himself. Come, have a sip of water first. Shen personally poured him a glass of water.
Wang Kuan didn't think much and took the glass to drink.
Unfortunately, he accidentally choked on a mouthful of water, spraying Shen all over.
Ah!
Shen exclaimed in shock, her face covered in water, and she hurriedly wiped it off with a tissue. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose.
Wang Kuan was so embarrassed he wished he could disappear, secretly cursing himself. How could he even mess up drinking water? Truly unlucky to the extreme.
Sit here, I'll go to the restroom. Shen shook her head, got up, and left without any intention of blaming him. As soon as Shen left, Wang Kuan felt even more uneasy, vaguely sensing that something significant was about to happen to him.
This ominous premonition grew increasingly intense.
Sure enough, before long, his phone rang. It was Old Master Su calling.
Wang Kuan felt anxious as he answered the call and asked, Old Master, what's the matter? I'm not convenient right now. What's inconvenient? Even if it's inconvenient, you must make it convenient. I'm in the office on the top floor, your master is here too.
Hurry upstairs, he wants to see you and has something to tell you. Old Master Su urged.
My cheap master actually showed up here? Wang Kuan's heart tightened. Can I not go? Wang Kuan chuckled bitterly, knowing deep down that it couldn't be anything good. No, you absolutely have to come up. Don't make your master angry. He rarely comes to Bailing, you can't do this. Old Master Su commanded. Why is he looking for me? Wang Kuan's heart was pounding wildly. You'll know when you come up.
Your master traveled all the way to Bailing, so he definitely has something important to tell you, Old Master Su explained briefly, not giving Wang Kuan a chance to respond before promptly hanging up the phone.
Wang Kuan stared blankly at his phone, wishing he could just slam his head against a wall and be done with it.
After hesitating for several minutes, he finally stood up, his legs trembling as he walked out of the work area and took the elevator straight to the top floor. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, please let nothing happen.
This stingy master, why is he coming to me without reason? Doesn't he know how unlucky I am right now? I've truly never been this unlucky before.
I swear I'll stop tempting fate from now on.
Ding!
The elevator reached the top floor, and a sense of oppression swept over When Wang Kuan saw the person standing in front of the elevator doors, his heart sank.
It was Wang Qianfeng. Wang Qianfeng's expression was grim as he stood motionlessly outside the elevator, seemingly waiting there specifically for Wang Kuan. That inherent domineering presence of a blood relative instantly made Wang Kuan feel utterly cornered. Oh no, it's Wang Qianfeng again? Already in an unlucky streak, will he get beaten up again? Wang Kuan didn't dare to think further, cursing inwardly at his misfortune. Sure enough, extremely unlucky, his phone had no signal at home, but as soon as he arrived here, the call could go through. He felt like he was being toyed with. At this moment, the entire top floor seemed exceptionally desolate. There was not a single figure in the corridor outside the elevator, as if some unknown secret was hidden here. Wang Qianfeng stood with his hands behind his back, expressionless, his eagle-like eyes fixed sharply on Wang Kuan. He said sternly, "I specifically waited for you here to tell you that your master has come to personally evaluate the martial arts results you've achieved over the past 2 years. I know what you've become now, so you'd better brace yourself." Evaluate martial arts results? Wang Kuan felt incredibly guilty. He couldn't practice martial arts at all and was nothing but a weakling with a combat power of only 800. Last time, he had dared to confront Wang Qianfeng only by relying on the wild martial pill. Now, back to his normal state, any move would surely expose him. Over the past 2 years, not only have your abilities made no progress, but they've actually regressed, truly disappointing. Today, your master has come in person, and this is far beyond mere disappointment. As someone ranked in the top 5 on the Sky list, having trained such an unworthy disciple must fill him with rage. However, I didn't tell him about your situation. Later, you're on your own. Wang Qianfeng nodded slightly, his gaze revealing a trace of coldness, as if hinting at the punishment Wang Kuan was about to face. Martial cultivation. Wang Kuan had no understanding of this whatsoever. The difference between martial cultivation and practicing martial arts seemed like a heavenly book to him, and how his bargain-priced master would test him remained a complete mystery. Helpless, Wang Kuan's heart stirred, and he immediately activated his clairvoyance ability to observe the differences between martial cultivators and ordinary people. His vision instantly became crystal clear. When he stepped out of the elevator and looked directly at Wang Qianfeng, he was astonished to discover that Wang Qianfeng's physical abilities were more than 100 times stronger than those of an average person, with even his internal organs appearing exceptionally robust. At Wang Qianfeng's dantian, the concentrated energy surged like rolling waves, seemingly suppressed by him, waiting to be unleashed and capable of producing incredible destructive power, with the energy coursing through his entire meridians. In contrast, Wang Kuan glanced down at his own dantian, which was completely empty, with no trace of energy at all. Only the lingering smell of alcohol from last night. Wang Kuan frowned and activated his ability to detect combat power again. Immediately, a combat power index visible only to him appeared on Wang Qianfeng's body. Wang Qianfeng, male, height 1.86 meters, appearance score 88 points, comprehensive combat power 1500. Only 1500 combat power? Wang Kuan couldn't believe it. Suwei's combat power had already surpassed 190,000. Wang Qianfeng could not possibly have just 1,500. He had used his ability to probe and found that Suwei's dantian lacked the turbulent aura present in Wang Qianfeng's. Thus, the only explanation is that Suwei and Wang Qianfeng have different martial arts realms. Wang Qianfeng has reached a level where he can suppress his own power and conceal it effortlessly, whereas Suwei has yet to achieve this. He hasn't even trained his qi, which is why his full combat strength could be detected. It seems this ability to detect combat strength struggles when it comes to people with restrained auras. But this is just too exaggerated. Wang Qianfeng is clearly much stronger than Suwei, yet he can suppress his combat strength to a mere 1,500, making it look as if he's no different from an ordinary person. No wonder I couldn't beat him last time even after taking stimulants, Wang Kuan silently mused in his heart. What are you thinking about? Are you planning how to fool your master? I suggest you don't wait until your master comes to verify it himself. Come clean honestly, and perhaps the punishment he gives you will be lighter. Don't harbor any wishful thinking. Now, follow me. Wang Qianfeng interrupted Wang Kuan's contemplation, turned around with his hands behind his back, and walked off. Wang Kuan still had doubts in his heart and decided to follow behind, asking, I won't hold last time against you, but can you tell me, what exactly is martial cultivation? Are you really clueless, or are you just pretending? Wang Qianfeng didn't even turn his head and kept walking forward. Wang Kuan had no response to that and could only follow behind reluctantly,
thinking to himself that this time he was probably doomed. What bad luck! Clearly, he was just a weakling with a combat power of 800, completely ignorant of martial cultivation. After all, the function to improve combat power hadn't been unlocked yet, but now he'd ended up with a cheap master who wanted to personally evaluate his 2 years of martial cultivation results. It was like jumping straight into a pit of fire. That cheap master, on the surface, is one of the top 5 figures on the heavenly rankings, with absolutely extraordinary strength. How could he possibly allow his disciple to be as weak as trash? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if others found out? The most crucial thing is that after Wang Kuan's identity changed, his previous strength, which seemed decent, was nowhere near the same level as his current self. His strength and identity were completely mismatched. The further Wang Kuan walked into the corridor, the more nervous he became. His palms and back started to sweat. This feeling was akin to meeting an elder, fearing that the elder would erupt in anger. Stopping in front of a redwood door, Wang Qianfeng halted, placing his hand on the doorknob. He asked coldly, "Have you thought about how you'll face your master? This won't be easy to get through. You only have one option now. Honestly admit your mistakes and kneel to apologize to your master. You must understand why your master accepted you as a disciple back then." "Why?" Wang Kuan looked puzzled. "You are simply incorrigible. Just wait to reap the bitter consequences yourself, don't expect me to help you." Wang Qianfeng's mouth twitched as he resolutely pushed the door open and stepped inside. As the large door opened, Wang Kuan followed closely behind, his heart anxious. The spacious interior resembled a classical drawing room, with the aroma of fragrant tea filling the air. By the window sat 2 elderly men and a middle-aged attendant. One of them was naturally the white-haired elder Su. The other was an old man dressed in a black robe, holding a smoking pipe, with a scruffy beard, looking like a heavy smoker. Behind him, a middle-aged attendant respectfully poured tea and served him. Within this old man's dantian was a presence even more formidable than Wang Qianfeng's, suppressed for now, but once unleashed, it would surely stir up a storm. Who else could this be but Wang Kuan's master? Noticing Wang Kuan's arrival, old Master Su was the first to stand up. With a beaming smile, he pulled Wang Kuan over and said warmly, "This kid Wang Kuan has been doing well in the Su family. I've already explained the previous misunderstanding to you, and the Jiang family hasn't pursued it further. Old Song, for the sake of our relationship, why not let it go with Wang Kuan?" Old Song held his pipe in his mouth and glared irritably. "This useless brat, I just can't figure out why someone like you, Su Jinan, would take such a liking to him. I feel like kicking him to death myself." Wang Kuan quickly lowered his head, his heart in turmoil, completely unprepared to face this temperamental master. Wang Qianfeng sat to the side, his gaze indifferent. As if anticipating what was about to happen, he closed his eyes to rest, completely unconcerned. Old Master Su hurriedly explained, "I think Wang Kuan is quite remarkable. His recent changes have been significant, and he no longer has the strong murderous intent he once did. Indeed, the changes are so drastic, it's truly surprising." Wang Qianfeng suddenly interjected from the side, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Old Song frowned, stepped forward, and placed his palm on Wang Kuan's shoulder, seemingly probing the energy of his dantian. He quickly froze in shock, exclaiming, "This is impossible. How could the energy in your dantian dissipate entirely? Where did all the skills I taught you go? Went off to eat, drink, and have fun, didn't he?" Wang Qianfeng chimed in again, smiling smugly. A surge of frustration welled up in Wang Kuan's heart, making him want to curse and even slap Wang Qianfeng to death. However, he forcibly restrained himself, unsure of how to explain. After all, he truly didn't know. An unprecedented sense of guilt made Wang Kuan almost want to flee. Sure enough, Old Song's face changed drastically, burning with anger, looking utterly disappointed. Old Master Su reacted swiftly, blocking in front of Wang Kuan and hastily defending him. Wang Kuan's attention has indeed been focused elsewhere recently, but he's definitely not slacking. Wang Kuan risked his life right in front of me and literally dragged me back from the brink of death. That kind of skill isn't too shabby, is it? The entire Su family witnessed it firsthand and can testify on Wang Kuan's behalf. Old Song's expression eased slightly, but his gaze still carried an air of stern authority as he scolded, "Wang Kuan, tell me right now, how exactly did you do it? How did you revive someone who was already dead? I definitely didn't teach you any of this. If you can prove or demonstrate it, abandoning martial arts to pursue medicine wouldn't disgrace the lineage." Prove it? Demonstrate it? Wang Kuan's heart sank bitterly. He wanted to cry, damn it, that was done using special privileges, and it was a one-time opportunity. There's absolutely no way to demonstrate it again. So, Wang Kuan found a clumsy yet reasonable excuse and hurriedly explained, Master, actually, I accidentally learned a miraculous life-saving technique.
Taught by a highly skilled individual.
This skill requires sacrificing my own energy to use it. After using it, my strength will gradually decline.
Until it completely disappears.
The reason my strength has deteriorated so much now is because I exhausted all my power to save Mr. Su's life.
He has been so kind to me, I couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Even if it means my strength regresses, I must bring him back to life. I am willing. As he spoke, Wang Kuan adopted a look of resolute self-sacrifice, deeply moving those around him. You mean you can't use it now? Old Song's expression suddenly revealed his surprise, thinking, which skilled figure taught him something like this? How could I not have known? Yet Wang Kuan's explanation sounded perfectly reasonable, leaving Old Song momentarily unable to determine its authenticity.
This miraculous life-saving technique, Master, forgive my disrespect, but I promised that esteemed individual never to reveal it. One must honor their commitments, and I believe you must have taught me that, Wang Kuan said, quick-wittedly adding. Old Song was left speechless on the spot, his face filled with regret, yet within that regret was a sense of comfort. The intertwining of these two emotions made Old Song appear extremely conflicted.
Old Song, look, Wang Kuan has grown so much now.
He was willing to sacrifice his own strength and use this miraculous technique at all costs to save me.
How is he still the same Wang Kuan as before?
I understand your regret, after all, he is your disciple, and now his strength has regressed to almost nothing.
But this
is an unavoidable situation, and no one can be blamed, Old Master Su said with emotion.
He had been completely unaware of the situation before, but after hearing Wang Kuan's explanation, he suddenly understood.
It turned out that Wang Kuan had paid such a heavy price to save him, without a single word of complaint. Such magnanimity and demeanor are simply incomparable to the former Wang Kuan.
The change can be described as tremendous. If it were any other martial cultivator, who could claim to achieve what Wang Kuan has? For a moment, Old Master Su's fondness for Wang Kuan grew even deeper. Old Song, I don't know why you limit Wang Kuan so much, but the current Wang Kuan has become quite ordinary. He's no longer the Wang Kuan of the past.
Honestly, this might actually be a good thing, sighed Old Master Su. In such a case, I fear it will only become more difficult.
Wang Kuan is my apprentice, and he is blood-related to Wang Qianfeng.
There are many people outside targeting him, and the enemies in the shadows are likely even more
numerous. If we are slightly careless, it may invite deadly danger.
In his current state, if word gets out, the consequences would be unimaginable, said Old Song, with a complex expression as though he harbored worries.
What the heck?
Wang Kuan felt like his heart was breaking. This was simply the height of misfortune. He finally understood that all the restrictions imposed by his chief master were meant to help him quietly enhance his strength for self-preservation. Now that his strength was gone and enemies had been attracted, Wang Kuan finally grasped the seriousness of the situation. Senior Song ranks among the top 5 on the heavenly rankings, renowned far and wide.
Many martial cultivators covet Senior Song's title and token.
If the outside world learns that Wang Kuan, Senior Song's disciple, is now as weak as an ordinary person, it will pose a significant threat.
The middle-aged attendant interjected at an opportune moment.
Old Song nodded in agreement and explained, that's just the surface level, Wang Kuan.
You still don't understand many things. However, given your current state, telling you won't make a difference. From now on, you must be even more cautious in your words and actions. It's best not to tell anyone that I'm your master, including your relationship with Wang Qianfeng. Yes, it's best this way. Don't get involved with me.
Wang Qianfeng opened his eyes, suspecting that Wang Kuan was making excuses, but he couldn't be bothered to expose him. Deep down, he wished it would stay this way.
Wang Kuan didn't argue, feeling relieved in his heart.
He believed he had finally passed this test without getting beaten, and he felt immensely satisfied.
However, Wang Kuan was quite puzzled. What other matters between his chief master and blood relatives could he be unaware of? What exactly was it that made his chief master so troubled? Master, you've kept this from me for so long. I'm not clueless. At this point, you might as well tell me everything, so I can feel a bit better in my heart.
Wang Kuan probed, vaguely suspecting that this had something to do with his own origins. He couldn't believe he became one of the top 5 disciples on the heavenly list without reason. There had to be some unspeakable secret behind it.
Old Song glared fiercely at Wang Kuan, puffing on his pipe like an elderly addict.
Exhaling smoke, he cursed, "You brat, what do you need to know so much for? Earlier, I even thought your abilities didn't measure up, and
now look at yourself. Knowing the truth won't benefit you.
For the time being, stay put at the Su family. Unless one day you recover completely or become even stronger, only then will I reveal all the truths to you.
Why keep me guessing again? Wang Kuan felt stifled as his curiosity was completely piqued.
At this moment, Wang Qianfeng swept his sleeves and slowly stepped closer, picking up a cup of tea from the table.
Mockingly, he said, exactly, what's the point of knowing so much for someone without strength? Besides, you're just someone who spews nonsense left and right.
Today, we're putting it nicely by saying to stay at the Su family, but what it really means is we're cutting ties with you.
After this, you'll never hear from us again, got it? Wang Qianfeng, speak properly. Wang Kuan is your blood-related younger brother. How can you act like this as an elder sibling? Old Son, veins bulging in anger, couldn't help but reprimand him softly.
Wang Qianfeng didn't care at all and responded indifferently, I've never acknowledged this brother.
This situation is just ideal, I don't have to worry about him anymore.
Let him fend for himself in Bailing.
As long as he doesn't mention our relationship, there won't be any issues.
And he wouldn't dare mention it, the moment he does, he'd be the first one to die.
Brother? How could someone as worthless as him ever be my brother? Enough! You're going too far. How can you face your deceased parents with an attitude like this?
Old Song stomped his foot in rage, but he was utterly powerless. If Mom and Dad saw what Wang Kuan has become, they'd probably be even more disappointed than I am and wouldn't want to acknowledge him either.
Someone like Wang Kuan, heartless and
soulless, is completely unworthy of being my brother. Wang Qianfeng shrugged, his eyes filled with cold contempt, and when he glanced at Wang Kuan, there was nothing but scorn. Wang Kuan heard this, and rage churned within him, his chest heaving uncontrollably. He never would have thought that Wang Qianfeng would say such words. Previously, after taking a beating, he learned that Wang Qianfeng was his biological elder brother. He had already decided to forgive him, as
quarrels and scuffles between brothers were normal.
At the very least, he wouldn't be lonely anymore, having an elder brother to accompany him.
But now, this elder brother, Wang Kuan no longer wanted to acknowledge. Fine, from now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Wang Kuan stepped forward deliberately, approaching the person, and reached into his pants pocket.
With a thought, he instantly exchanged for a misfortune talisman through the system.
System, deliver the talisman into my pocket space discreetly. I want to show this bastard something.
Alright, no problem, the talisman has been delivered.
At that moment, Wang Kuan felt something new in his pocket. Holding the talisman, Wang Kuan moved forward naturally.
Wang Qianfeng was unfazed, instead wearing an aggressive expression, advancing rather than retreating. The two stood face to face, just inches apart.
Useless thing, what use are you to me?
Wang Qianfeng sneered coldly, full of confidence, not seeing Wang Kuan as a threat in the slightest, with extreme contempt.
Do you dare to take a punch from me?
Wang Kuan laughed angrily, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward as he clenched a talisman in his right hand inside his pocket, pretending to lift a fist.
Why wouldn't I dare? Wang Qianfeng's expression was scornful, completely indifferent, seemingly brimming with confidence in his own strength. Without hesitation, Wang Kuan abruptly swung a punch straight toward Wang Qianfeng's chest. Just as the fist was about to make contact, he suddenly loosened his fist and transformed it into a palm, striking downward. Immediately, Wang Kuan withdrew his hand, and the talisman had already disappeared without a trace. Wang Qianfeng sneered.
Just now, he hadn't even glanced at it, but at the moment he was about to speak, an inexplicable feeling suddenly enveloped his heart. It was as if he was entangled in an invisible curse, and his inner self was filled with a strong sense of foreboding.
Immediately after, chaos began to erupt in Wang Qianfeng's dantian.
The uncontrollable dantian energy rushed wildly through the meridians of his body, causing bursts of stinging pain, akin to being pierced by thousands of needles.
This is impossible. Why is this happening to me after your palm strike? Wang Qianfeng, with astonishing endurance, still stood firmly in place, though his expression had clearly changed. Wang Kuan took 3 steps back, his clairvoyance allowing him to clearly see the changes inside Wang Qianfeng's body.
He sneered disdainfully, "You're too careless, too confident, and you've
underestimated me. Even with my weakened strength, I still have ways to deal with you. Feeling now like your meridians are being rushed in complete disorder? Extremely uncomfortable? So what? It's nothing more than a petty trick."
Wang Qianfeng endured the pain with great effort, still standing firm, though inwardly alert.
Wang Kuan smiled silently, secretly calculating the time.
This accursed talisman had only just taken effect, and over the next 24 hours, Wang Qianfeng was bound to suffer.
Sure enough,
Just as Wang Qianfeng attempted to take a step the next second, his pants suddenly fell down.
My belt broke.
Wang Qianfeng turned pale with shock, hurriedly reaching to hold up his pants, his face alternating between green and red as the discomfort in his heart grew more intense. Old Song and Elder Su exchanged a glance, staring at each other in astonishment, utterly incredulous.
However, even more absurd events followed in quick succession.
Wang Qianfeng was seen holding up his pants as he entered the restroom, intending to shut the door and figure out a way to tighten them. But, before the door could close, the bathroom's water pipe suddenly burst, the toilet exploded with a loud bang, and dirty water splashed everywhere. A stench accompanied by filth instantly engulfed Wang Qianfeng completely, with the broken toilet lid landing directly on his head.
This sudden feces rain left Wang Qianfeng utterly disoriented.
He stood frozen, his face full of astonishment, unable to believe what had just happened.
Looking at Wang Qianfeng's filthy appearance, Wang Kuan pinched his nose and finally couldn't hold back.
He squatted down, clutching his stomach, and burst into uncontrollable laughter.
Ah, Wang Qianfeng, you're truly something else. What's the taste of poop? Ha ha ha.
Covered in poop, I'll give you 82 points, and I'll gift you the remaining points as 3 sixes.
Old Song's face froze in shock, Elder Su's mouth twitched, and he stood there dumbfounded.
The middle-aged attendant following Old Song couldn't bear the stench, immediately turned around, bent over, and started retching.
Wang Qianfeng stared blankly at his own appearance, feeling immense shame yet having no outlet for it.
Secretly cursing the unfairness of fate, he quickly exited the restroom and shut the door tightly. Turning around, Wang Qianfeng's appearance was downright ridiculous. Old Song's stomach churned as he hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. Don't come closer, it's too disgusting.
I'm going to throw up.
Old Master Su couldn't take it anymore, hastily opened all the windows, and then started vomiting into the trash can. Wang Kuan laughed so hard he could barely breathe, lying on the ground. The more he looked at Wang Qianfeng's resigned expression, the more triumphant he felt. Just moments ago, the high and mighty Wang Qianfeng had now turned into a poop man. All of this was thanks to the magical power of the misfortune talisman.
System, I love you to death. This is even more satisfying than beating up Wang Qianfeng. And this is just the beginning. Wang Qianfeng has already turned into a poop man. What will happen next? Wang Kuan secretly rejoiced in his heart.
The system replied, people hit by the misfortune talisman will randomly experience various unlucky events depending on the location, so the outcome is unpredictable.
Unpredictable misfortune? Ah, this is absolutely satisfying. How can this happen? First, my dantian and meridians got disrupted, then my pants fell off, and after that,
Wang Qianfeng's face was tense. Listening to Wang Kuan's mocking laughter, he felt extremely displeased but had nowhere to vent, and could only silently endure this bitterness.
Wang Kuan, was it your palm strike that caused this?
Wang Qianfeng suddenly figured it out, stepped forward quickly, and pressed Wang Kuan.
Wang Kuan was overwhelmed by the stench and almost vomited.
He endured the churning in his stomach, stood up, and denied, my palm strike only temporarily disrupted the qi in your dantian.
As for your pants falling down and the mess all over your body, that's just your bad luck.
I'm not so powerful that I can control toilets and burst sewage pipes from a distance.
I'm telling you, don't deliberately pick a fight. You. Wang Qianfeng was choked and looked furious. That's enough, Wang Qianfeng. Shui Hai, quickly take Wang Qianfeng somewhere to clean up.
I still have matters to discuss with Wang Kuan.
Old Song sternly stopped him again, pretending to be serious.
In truth, he could barely suppress his laughter and hurriedly pointed at the middle-aged attendant, Shui Hai.
Shui Hai stopped dry heaving and immediately looked troubled, hesitating as he said, can I refuse? Take him out quickly.
Old Master Su urged while vomiting, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. Shui Hai had no choice but to take Wang Qianfeng away from here to another area on the top floor to change clothes and clean up. Only after Wang Qianfeng left did the air slightly improve, yet there was still a lingering stench.
Wang Kuan hurried to the window, stuck his head out, and desperately breathed in the fresh air, feeling like he was about to suffocate. If Old Song and Old Master Su weren't here, he would have run away long ago. Too disgusting. This is definitely the most revolting thing I've ever encountered in my life.
Old Master Su finally finished vomiting, leaning meekly against the window frame, his face pale as if he'd just been through a horrifying ordeal.
Did Wang Qianfeng get cursed today or something? Suddenly becoming so unlucky. Wang Kuan, be honest, was this your doing? Old Song, with veins bulging on his forehead, seemed equally unable to stand it.
He walked to the window and, holding his smoking pipe, wanted to take a puff but didn't dare.
Wang Kuan shook his head. What does this have to do with me?
I already explained earlier. Old Song sighed, then changed his tone and said, "Your strength has regressed. For the sake of your safety, you'd better listen to me as your master. Don't go around making enemies and try to live as an ordinary person."
Master, do you mean what Wang Qianfeng said, that you're planning to abandon me? Wang Kuan asked in return, feeling a faint unease in his heart. Old Master Su stepped in to mediate, explaining, "It's not like that. Wang Kuan, you've misunderstood. How could your master possibly abandon you? I'm not abandoning you. It's just that this is the best solution to ensure you won't suffer any disturbances. Stay here at the Su family. And don't mention that you're my disciple, nor that you're Wang Qianfeng's younger brother. If someone with bad intentions finds out, you'll be the first to die. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so I can't protect you all the time. The reason I've always restricted you is because I was afraid you'd get into trouble if you kept going."
Old Song gazed dimly out the window, as if lost in thought.
Then why is that? At the very least, you have to tell me. Look at me now, and you're still keeping it from me. Even if you can't tell me everything, revealing a little wouldn't be asking too much, right? Wang Kuan was desperate. He was truly eager to know what the problem was, as it involved his secondary main storyline task.
Old Song hesitated for a long time before slowly saying, "The one who annihilated your family is ranked first on the heavenly list."
As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Kuan was instantly stunned, his mind thrown into turmoil.
"The one who annihilated your family is ranked first on the heavenly list." Wang Kuan found it unbelievable. He had been an orphan since childhood and never knew who his parents were.
But the answer now was something he couldn't accept, as if a giant wave had engulfed him.
Old Song stretched out his wrinkled hand and gently patted Wang Kuan's shoulder, offering comfort through his gaze.
Wang Kuan's eyes widened, his emotions particularly conflicted, as he communicated with the system through his thoughts, asking, "System, is this after modification, or was I originally like this?"
The host's entire family, including their parents, were indeed harmed by others, leaving only you and Wang Qianfeng alive.
Modifying your background was merely
intended to bring about some changes, helping you integrate more quickly into this circle, because these facts are true, the system explained tactfully. For some reason, Wang Kuan felt an especially sharp pain in his heart. All along, he had considered himself as someone without parents, but he never expected to hear such a statement today. And the various actions of Wang Qianfeng before this might not be entirely beyond acceptance or understanding. Wang Qianfeng's actions are probably driven by a desperate desire for revenge, and with Wang Kuan being so unaccomplished, he feels that Wang Kuan has disgraced their parents' deaths, which explains his treatment. At this moment, Wang Kuan made a silent resolution in his heart. He could no longer allow himself to be powerless. He had to become stronger, to uncover the truth, and to avenge his parents. This sudden reversal stirred up a storm in Wang Kuan's heart. What followed was a sense of guilt. Yes, if he were Wang Qianfeng, facing such an incompetent younger brother, he probably wouldn't even want to acknowledge him.
However, within this intricate web of relationships, Wang Kuan is not the Wang Kuan perceived by the outside world. Those experiences and hardships were entirely not of his choosing, and this is the root of his conflict with Wang Qianfeng. As your teacher, Wang Qianfeng, and I cannot stay in Bailing forever. In the future, with the Su family protecting you, as long as it's not something major, you won't face any danger. Kid, don't let me down again, understand?
Old Song curled his lips, seemingly hesitant for a long time before finally making up his mind to say these words.
Rest assured, Master. I will definitely act cautiously and never cause you trouble. Even if I do encounter problems, I won't implicate you. I will handle things with discretion. Wang Kuan understood deep down that he must proceed carefully. After all, should he fall into someone else's hands, he would become a tool for threats, implicating Old Song and Wang Qianfeng. Old Song, don't worry. There's absolutely no problem with me taking care of Wang Kuan. Back then, I had my granddaughter Su Lan marry him precisely to keep him in check and make him more sensible, didn't I? Now it seems he's much more mature than before, like a completely different person. Old Master Su nodded approvingly, hooked his arm around Wang Kuan's shoulder, and showed a hint of fondness in his eyes.
Old Song held his pipe, his face showing reluctance, but he quickly masked it and said with feigned seriousness, "This kid caused me quite a bit of trouble in the past. Now that he's not by my side, I
can finally have some peace of mind? Brat, take care of yourself. Since your strength has declined, just live honestly. When the problem is resolved, Wang Qianfeng and I will come back to find you." "Master, where are you and Wang Qianfeng going?" Wang Kuan asked tentatively.
Old Song raised his hand and pointed in a direction outside the window. "A place full of hidden talents, Beijing."
"Who are my parents? I want to know their names and identities." Wang Kuan felt conflicted deep down.
He had always known he was an orphan, but he never knew his family had been killed.
Old Song shook his head and said, I've always refrained from telling you too much for a reason. You just need to remember that your parents were harmed by Tian Bangyi.
Instead of making you uncomfortable with too much knowledge, it's better not to tell you at all.
Wang Kuan didn't continue to press for answers, understanding that it would be pointless to ask further. Half an hour later, Wang Qianfeng changed into clean clothes and walked in together with Shuai.
At this moment, Wang Qianfeng had a frustrated look on his face, and there was still a faint strange smell on him, as if he had just gone through a series of unfortunate events. As soon as he entered and saw Wang Kuan's figure, Wang Qianfeng burned with anger, deliberately averting his gaze to avoid looking at Wang Kuan.
He went straight to Old Song and asked coldly, Senior, should we be leaving now? Staying here and seeing certain people is quite irritating. Old Song hesitated for a moment before saying, Don't you have anything you'd like to say to Wang Kuan?
Wang Qianfeng crossed his arms, turned his back to Wang Kuan, and said coldly, As long as he doesn't involve himself with me, that's fine. Since he refuses to acknowledge me as his elder brother, I won't acknowledge him either. It's as if all my past efforts were wasted. Such an unpromising and heartless younger brother is not worth having. These words left Wang Kuan with no hatred in his heart. Instead, he felt increasingly remorseful. In the end, Wang Qianfeng's actions to discipline him were merely out of frustration at his lack of promise. Wang Qianfeng, Wang Kuan started to speak but hesitated. Wang Qianfeng raised his hand to interrupt. Don't think I will forgive you. Your countless misdeeds disqualify you from being my brother.
This ends today. I won't come looking for you again.
From now on, you're on your own and have absolutely nothing to do with me because you've completely disappointed me. These words hit Wang Kuan's heart like a heavy hammer, making him feel as though his throat were clenched, unable to utter a single word. Thinking about it now, though the misunderstanding has been cleared, it seems the unlucky one is still him.
That cursed bad luck talisman is downright deceitful, it can even wreck its host's life. Since that's the case, let's head out first. Old Song held his pipe between his teeth, sighed, gave Wang Kuan an extra glance filled with regret, and walked straight toward the door. Master Su, farewell. Shuai cupped his hands toward Master Su and followed closely behind Old Song.
Wang Qianfeng, however, hesitated for a few seconds, feeling unwilling, but finally took a step forward. However, just after taking the step, the sole of his shoe suddenly slipped. The meridians in his dantian became disordered once again. His entire body instantly went numb and uncontrollable, and with a loud thud, he fell awkwardly to the ground, utterly losing face. Wang Kuan instinctively ran over and reached out to help Wang Qianfeng. Wang Qianfeng's face darkened, fury rising inside him, and he suddenly shook off Wang Kuan's hand.
The numbness disappeared instantly, and he couldn't help but curse, damn it, what the hell is going on today? Why am I so unlucky? I can't even walk without falling down, how embarrassing. Before the words were out, the numbness struck again. Wang Qianfeng's entire body went weak, his knees buckled, and he unexpectedly knelt powerlessly in front of Wang Kuan.
The surroundings fell silent, so quiet that the awkwardness was palpable.
Wang Qianfeng was stunned, staring at Wang Kuan with a shocked expression. This has nothing to do with me. Wang Kuan was equally bewildered, staring intently at the other person.
I, Wang Qianfeng, have lived my whole life without anyone being able to make me kneel.
Why should I kneel before a useless coward like you?
Wang Qianfeng was furious and embarrassed, yet his body refused to obey, remaining in a kneeling position, numb and unable to stand up.
Wang Kuan was panicking and tried to help him up again. With a desperate tug, he managed to pull Wang Qianfeng upright. But with one careless move, Wang Qianfeng fell again, this time entirely onto the ground, his face pressed against the floor, his whole body sprawled out, utterly humiliating himself. What the heck is going on? Help me up quickly.
Wang Qianfeng felt a burning sensation on his face and wanted nothing more than to find a crack in the
ground to hide himself.
He had never been this embarrassed before, especially in front of the person he disliked the most. It was utterly ridiculous. He was a distinguished master of the Hunyuan martial realm, with countless strong adversaries defeated by him. If this incident were to spread, where would his dignity go? Wang Kuan and old Master Su worked together, one on each side, to lift Wang Qianfeng back up again. Old Master Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry, his heart filled with mixed emotions.
Running into you, Wang Kuan, is the unluckiest thing ever. I never want to see you again. Wang Qianfeng's expression turned strange as the numbness finally faded, and he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden thud echoed in his ears. He looked down and couldn't help but laugh. One for each of us, we're even. Wang Kuan was dumbfounded, his legs kneeling on the ground, completely numb. Damn it, is this a rotation of kneeling now? This cursed talisman is practically the king of pitfalls, having turned Wang Qianfeng and Wang Kuan into a pair of unlucky comrades. Wang Kuan felt irritated and wished he could kill this system. See, brothers are brothers, bones may break but the tendons remain connected. Even kneeling, we'll kneel together, old Master Su laughed heartily, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Wang Kuan's legs went numb, but he still knelt on the ground, unable to stand up. Wang Qianfeng brushed away the gloom, wearing a somewhat satisfied smile, yet he didn't reach out to help Wang Kuan. With his hands in his pockets, he coldly said, "Don't think that kneeling to me means I'll forgive you. Dream on. I'm heading to the capital, and it's got nothing to do with you." After speaking, Wang Qianfeng followed Old Song closely and left the place without looking back. It wasn't until their figures disappeared that Wang Kuan's sense of numbness gradually faded. Slowly propping himself up, Wang Kuan stood in place, dazed for a long time. Wang Qianfeng may seem like he's leaving you to fend for yourself, but in reality, he's telling you to act cautiously. He's just stubborn, but he actually cares about you deeply. After all, you're his only brother, his only family. If something really happened, he would be the first to show up, old Master Su said, stroking his long beard and gazing out the window, a trace of comfort in his smile. Wang Kuan felt an inexplicable emotion rise within him, as he had never experienced the feeling of having an elder brother since he was young. At first, Wang Kuan regarded Wang Qianfeng as a stranger, harboring deep resentment in his heart and wishing he could crush him. But now, it seems that everything is quietly changing. However, upon learning the truth behind his family's tragedy, Wang Kuan's complex emotions surged uncontrollably, and he could no longer hold on to resentment. Old Master Su's explanation was like a warm current, melting the coldness in his heart. Perhaps this was the most comforting thought he had during his reflection on those tragic 20-plus years of growth before obtaining the system. "Old Master, do you know the purpose of Wang Qianfeng and my master going to the capital?" Wang Kuan couldn't help but feel curious, sensing there must be some hidden reason. Old Master Su clicked his tongue. "I just heard your master mention that they are going to visit an old friend. Think about it carefully, and you'll understand. Although your master ranks among the top 5 on the heavenly list, his strength, along with Wang Qianfeng's, is ultimately limited. Meanwhile, the one who holds the top spot on the heavenly list has dominated it for years, unmatched in martial prowess. Do I really need to say more? A great family? Old Master, are there other powers in the capital? Aren't the 9 great families the strongest?" Wang Kuan, having gained a preliminary understanding of these matters, felt his curiosity grow even stronger. The 9 great families are merely second-rate in the capital, but in Bailing, their position is as solid as a rock. The true powers in the capital are led by the General Office and the Li sect, followed by the 5 great clan families, the 3 martial and 6 unified sects, and only then the 9 great families. The rest are just minor families. Decades ago, I once served in the General Office, which is how I came to know your master. The fact that I was able to establish the Su family in Bailing owes something to the General Office's influence. But times have changed. Many things are no longer the same. The older generation has either passed away or is on the verge of it. Who would still care about the affairs of the past? Old Master Su's expression turned nostalgic, as if he were recalling a chapter of the capital's history from many years ago. The General Office with Li Zong at the forefront, followed by the 5 major sect families, then the 3 martial and 6 lineages, and finally the 9 great families. The others are merely minor families. Wang Kuan was stunned. If he hadn't integrated into this circle, he might never have known that such immense forces were hidden within the capital. The companies and groups you see now are actually controlled by these forces behind the scenes. They never show themselves. Take our Su family, for example. We reap the benefits from behind the scenes but never appear casually, so ordinary people simply cannot know. In fact, you should know this better than I do, Elder Su explained. Wang Kuan suddenly understood but grew even more puzzled in his heart, so he asked, "Then who is more powerful, the General Office or Li Zong?" "It's hard to judge. In recent years, the General Mansion and Li Zong have been at odds, even to the point of potential annexation. Ordinary people would have no way of knowing," replied Elder Su. Wang Kuan was filled with countless questions but dared not to continue asking, feeling it inappropriate for his identity and fearing it might seem strange. He took a deep breath and asked in a stern voice, "The one who killed my entire family, known as the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, Elder Su, do you know who it is? This person does not belong to any faction. He has always acted alone, elusive and enigmatic. Even I have never seen his true appearance. Only half of his name is known. Even the heavenly ranking records merely this much.
Elder Su suddenly paused, his expression changing as he clasped his hands behind his back and spoke in a trembling voice. The leader of the heavenly ranking, a martial arts dominator. It is rumored that this man is unfathomable. He once stormed the general mansion, killed their masters, and
left unscathed.
It is said that no force in any country, even beyond China, can match him.
Rumor has it that no one has ever seen his full face, and his name is Xian Kuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan's face changed instantly, overwhelmed by shock. Heaven and earth. Just how heaven-defying is this person, to be able to freely enter and exit the headquarters of one of the two greatest powers in China?
Immediately, Wang Kuan's heart sank, and a strong sense of pressure and crisis surged within him. He couldn't understand why the other party would want to kill his entire family. If it was for revenge, then it was clearly a nearly impossible matter.
As for the remaining matters, you don't need to think too much about them. Your current strength has drastically regressed, and although I don't fully understand the reasons behind it, the rest will be entrusted to your master and Wang Qianfeng to handle. Their actions are out of consideration for your well-being. If it's ever discovered that you have such a connection with them, the consequences would be unpredictable. Unless one day you gain the ability to protect yourself, but as of now, that seems highly unlikely.
Old Mr. Su sighed deeply, his kind face showing a trace of regret, filled with guilt over Wang Kuan's regression in strength. If it weren't for Wang Kuan consuming his own strength to use a mystical technique to save his life, things might not have escalated to this point.
Regardless of what the future holds, Su Jinnan always treats Wang Kuan as his own child.
In his eyes, this child has always been unfortunate, and perhaps such an ending is the best destination for Wang Kuan. Even if Old Song and Wang Qianfeng were to fail and die one day, at least Wang Kuan's bloodline can be preserved.
Sir, rest assured. I understand.
From now on, even if I get into trouble, I won't involve them, nor will I let the Su family fall into danger again. I'll handle anything that comes up myself, Wang Kuan said firmly, then turned and left. Returning to the marketing department, seeing the busy figures around him, Wang Kuan felt a surge of emotion, as if he had descended from a rarely known upper plane back to a lower plane. In front of him were ordinary people, who, no matter how hard they tried, would remain limited in a lifetime, while those so-called powers would always stand above them. Even picking someone at random from among them would still be far superior to an ordinary person. Standing at the door, Wang Kuan stared blankly. In his understanding, he was just an ordinary person and no better than anyone else. People are never divided into hierarchies, it's merely their environments that differ. On the contrary, he preferred this kind of ordinary environment. However, there were some things he had to do, and that was finding the truth and seeking revenge. But before that, he would have to develop discreetly, waiting for his combat power to increase before making a stunning move. System, how much experience do I still need to level up? Wang Kuan thought to himself. The system immediately replied, currently, the experience level is 70%. You still need 30% more experience to upgrade. The remaining pretentious points are 940,000. And there is still plenty of time for the upgrade task. The host's recent performance has been increasingly outstanding, and the upgrade is just around the corner. Only 30% more experience is needed, and there are still 940,000 pretentious points. Wang Kuan didn't feel relaxed, instead, he grew increasingly eager to upgrade. He had a strong premonition that once the upgrade happened, the combat power feature would definitely be unlocked. By then, there would definitely be ways to enhance combat power, and perhaps even other methods to acquire pretentious points. Based on the base experience awarded for star-level bounty tasks, Wang Kuan calculated that he only needs to complete one more 6-star task to max out his experience. Everyone thinks I'm incapable, trying every possible way to protect me. But do you even know? I can truly do it, it's just a matter of time, Wang Kuan said as he opened the system app and entered the task interface. Reward task, currently reset to 1 star, task requirements unknown, rewards unknown, punishments unknown. 1 star isn't enough. I've got plenty of show-off points, hurry up and upgrade so I can unlock more items. Wang Kuan, looking at his show-off points, seemed like a nouveau riche, furiously tapping to upgrade his stars. Standing at the doorway of the marketing department's workspace, Wang Kuan's finger raced to tap furiously. The show-off value is rapidly consumed. Wang Kuan, wealthy and magnanimous, spends without hesitation during star upgrades. 1 star, 3 stars, 4 stars. The star levels fluctuate back and forth, but a 6-star mission still can't be obtained. Meanwhile, the show-off value continues to dwindle. 800,000, 700,000,
500,000. When the show-off points dropped to 300,000, Wang Kuan finally felt fear and dared not recklessly click anymore. Each click was made with extreme caution. Damn it, this thing is simply too costly, it's a total scam. After spending hundreds of thousands of show-off points, I couldn't even trigger a 6-star mission. My luck is just too bad. Damn, if I had known earlier, I would have decisively accepted the 4-star or 5-star missions when I saw them. Now, my reckless clicking has cost me so much. Next time, I can't afford to be so greedy. Wang Kuan's face was filled with pain, his heart wrenched, unable to indulge anymore, further burdened by poverty. Fortunately, after refreshing to the remaining 250,000 pretentious value, a 4-star mission finally appeared. Looking at the meager remaining pretentious value, Wang Kuan felt as if he were being skinned alive and hurriedly clicked to accept the mission. In an instant, the detailed requirements of the reward mission emerged in his mind, followed by the system's voice: 4-star reward mission has been accepted. The mission requires the host to increase their combat power from 800 to 1000 index within 10 days, without relying on any tools or features provided by the system. Basic mission reward, 15% experience points, additional reward, 1 storage ring. Mission failure will result in the host being prohibited from purchasing any items for 1 month. Prohibited from buying items for a month as punishment? Wang Kuan rubbed his eyes, his heart tightening. How could this be possible? The mission requirements were simply too bizarre. Without relying on the system to enhance combat power, increasing from 800 to 1000 was practically a fantasy. It seems there's no other way besides the most basic physical training, right? 10 days, it really seems impossible. Damn, the system can't be this unfair. What kind of bizarre task is this? Are you trying to kill me here? Wang Kuan cursed in his heart, increasingly. Feeling that the system was not only unfair but also extremely stingy. It only unlocked 4 items at the beginner level, it was truly unreasonable. Apologies, this is a test for the host, the system coldly delivered its trademark phrase. Wang Kuan's mouth twitched as he thought about how there was no turning back after accepting the mission. He decided to shut off the system app for now, allowing himself a moment to calm down his suffocating frustration, and then entered the workspace. Just after taking a few steps, Zhao Tong, that scoundrel, emerged from the office as if he had been lying in wait for a long time. With a broad grin, he stepped forward, hooked his arm around Wang Kuan's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Old Wang, the matter at the class reunion was all my fault. I wasn't even supposed to work today, I specifically came here to apologize to you." Wang Kuan shrugged his shoulder, directly shaking off Zhao Tong's arm. With a look of disdain, he said coldly, "There's no need to apologize. I already said last night that, considering the fact you took care of my bag, I wouldn't hold too much against you." Zhao Tong forced a smile, nearly insincere, and dragged Wang Kuan into the office. Once the door closed, his demeanor grew even more enthusiastic. He personally poured tea, lit a cigarette, and treated him with the utmost courtesy, like a lackey humbling himself before a boss. Wang Kuan didn't stand on ceremony. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he asked, "You wouldn't show up here out of the blue without a reason. I bet you have something to discuss. After all, you just said you're off today." Sure enough, Zhao Tong's face immediately revealed his unease, nodding sheepishly, "Old Wang, you really have sharp eyes. The incident at the class reunion has made Jiang Xiaoyun very unhappy with me. Old Wang, can you help me plead with him to not hold a grudge against me? I'm truly scared. Whether it's you or Jiang Xiaoyun, you're both people I can't afford to offend." "Now you're afraid? What were you thinking earlier?" "Sorry, I can't help you. Whatever Jiang Xiaoyun decides to do with you, you deserve it. Who told you to be clever and play tricks behind everyone's back? You can't blame anyone for this." Wang Kuan took a drag on his cigarette, his eyes reflecting a trace of playful mockery. Seeing Zhao Tong in this incredibly nervous state, Wang Kuan felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. As for Zhao Tong's fate, he couldn't care less. Jiang Xiaoyun may not dare to come to Bailing himself, but that doesn't mean he can't send someone to deal with me. Wang Kuan, I'm begging you, for the sake of our old classmates, please help me this one last time. It's just a phone call for you. As long as you're willing to help me, I'll do whatever you ask in the future." Zhao Tong was terrified, so nervous he was almost in tears. Since the class reunion ended, Zhao Tong hadn't closed his eyes. God knows what he was so scared of. Now he was filled with intense regret, even more fear, feeling that all his previous so-called schemes were just petty tricks. Wang Kuan had already dealt with the other side thoroughly. Zhao Tong knew Jiang Xiaoyun's personality very well, and he was certain he wouldn't let him off easily this time. Apart from begging Wang Kuan for help, Zhao Tong had almost no other options. Today, Wang Kuan is Zhao Tong's only savior. The key is, it seems you are of no use to me either.
Talking about being classmates is ridiculously laughable. I would never consider sentimentality with someone like you, unless...
Wang Kuan smacked his lips, pausing mid-sentence. Unless what?
Zhao Tong held his breath, his heart racing uncontrollably. Wang Kuan recalled the 4-star mission he had just accepted and couldn't help but ask, unless you can help me figure out a way to increase my combat strength by a quarter within 10 days.
Ha! I'm not a fitness coach, how am I supposed to help you? Zhao Tong was stunned, secretly sighing that Wang Kuan's request was a bit too bizarre. Wang Kuan extinguished his cigarette and got up, ready to leave. Zhao Tong snapped out of it and quickly grabbed Wang Kuan's hand, his eyes lighting up. I may not be able to help you, but I know the owner of Bailing Martial Arts Hall. I can introduce you to him.
If you train there for 10 days or so, you'll definitely gain something.
Bailing Martial Arts Hall?
Wang Kuan felt a shock in his heart. It seemed like this was a good opportunity to enhance his combat skills. Considering his lack of experience points and inability to level up, Wang Kuan decided, alright, I'll take a day off tomorrow.
Manager Zhao, you need to approve it and take me to have a look.
Zhao Tong was almost in tears, pleading, Old Wang, please call Zhang Xiaoyun.
I'm begging you, I don't even dare to sleep now. Wang Kuan bitterly smiled to himself. This cowardly Zhao Tong finally knew fear, why didn't he realize it sooner?
Alright, use your phone to call Zhang Xiaoyun, put it on speaker, I'll talk to him, Wang Kuan said.
Zhao Tong did not hesitate and immediately dialed Zhang Xiaoyun's number. In less than 10 seconds, the call connected, and Zhang Xiaoyun's furious roar came through. Zhao Tong, you bastard. How dare you call me? Today I'm telling you, don't even think about having a good life. I'll definitely make sure you pay. I know everything about what happened at the class reunion. You and Wu Shang, you two punks, actually tried to create conflict between me and Wang Kuan. This isn't over, and no one gets to move past this. The yelling was deafening, and Wang Kuan's ears could barely stand it. Zhao Tong, utterly wronged by the scolding, held his phone with trembling hands, his entire body shaking, panic filling his heart. Wang Kuan nonchalantly scratched his ear and said calmly, Xiaoyun, why are you so temperamental? Was it your hand I didn't break or your head I didn't smash? Just let go of Zhao Tong, understand? As soon as he finished speaking, the other end of the line instantly fell silent. It seemed. Zhang Xiaoyun recognized Wang Kuan's voice. Half a minute later, Zhang Xiaoyun finally spoke, understood. Whatever you say, I'll do it. At worst, I'll send someone to deal with that bastard Wu Shang. Whatever, I'm just reminding you so you won't forget. Wang Kuan yawned, turned around, and walked out of the office, leaving Zhao Tong feeling a sense of relief. Watching Wang Kuan's leisurely figure, Zhao Tong was almost moved to tears. Indeed, he was an unfathomable master. Bailing Hanwu Martial Arts Hall. This martial arts hall is located near the city center and is renowned in the area. Many wealthy families send their children here to study. On the surface, it seems like a martial arts school, but it is more like an educational institution. Among nearly 1,000 people, most are children, with adults accounting for less than a tenth. Zhao Tong had already sent the address to Wang Kuan and was now waiting at the gates of the school with a middle-aged man with a round belly. Zhao Tong, is this Wang Kuan you mentioned really that impressive? The chubby middle-aged man couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhao Tong quickly nodded and said excitedly, Principal Hong Lei, absolutely. By introducing him to you, you're getting quite the deal. Wang Kuan is a big figure, definitely a top-notch person in Bailing. Don't call me head of the martial arts school, call me principal. What era are we in now, still calling me head? I opened the martial arts school to promote physical fitness. And, well, make some money on the side. Hong Lei cleared his throat forcefully, dressed in a suit, his belly slightly bulging, making him look somewhat incongruous. Ahem, Principal Hong is truly a pioneer of the times, admirable. Zhao Tong looked awkward, silently thanking his luck for being able to blend into this circle. However, an hour passed, and Wang Kuan still hadn't arrived. Hong Lei began to grow impatient, though he knew in his heart that this new student was extraordinary. Even if he was only here to train for 10 days or so, he was certainly a super VIP. Years ago, Wang Kuan had mastered martial arts in the capital, and his decade-plus struggle had made Hong's martial arts school famous. Hong Lei understood well that he couldn't afford to offend someone like Wang Kuan. In this world, who doesn't come for money? Offending others could lead to trouble in the future. Hong Lei thought to himself that Wang Kuan, the super VIP student, would surely be generous and pay him a hefty tuition fee. He might even establish connections with the Su family of Bailing, stirring up success in Bailing and sweeping through the region. Who would dare oppose him?
However, 2 hours had passed. The two stood silently in the cold wind, the anxiety in their hearts as bone-chilling as the frigid breeze. Colin asked to see if he's actually arrived. It's been such a long time already. Hong Lei's lip twitched as he raised his expensive gold Rolex watch, feeling an overwhelming frustration. The dignified principal of Hangwu Academy, having to personally wait for a child to join the academy to learn martial arts, what an absurd joke. He's here. Just as Zhao Tong was about to make the call, a bright red Ferrari LaFerrari roared from around the corner of the road, streaking like lightning straight ahead. The deafening engine sound seemed to announce the extraordinary nature of this car. The car stopped at the martial arts school entrance, and with a click, the scissor doors opened. Wang Kuan, dressed in a blue tracksuit, landed gracefully with an air of confidence. Presumably, this is Mr. Wang Kuan? I'm Hong Lei, the principal of this martial arts school and a friend of Zhao Tong. We've been waiting for you for quite a while now. Hong Lei's heart leaped with joy as he carefully observed Wang Kuan's appearance and attire. Glancing again at the expensive sports car in front of him, he instantly deduced that this man was undoubtedly a wealthy patron and promptly stepped forward to shake his hand. Zhao Tong breathed a sigh of relief and enthusiastically pointed toward the large martial arts school inside the entrance. Introducing, Wang Kuan, this is the place I told you about. With Principal Hong here, I guarantee you'll see results within 10 days. Wang Kuan followed his gaze but couldn't help feeling deeply puzzled. The scene before him was far removed from what he'd imagined. He originally thought that Hong Lei was an expert like Wang Qinfeng or his master, capable of teaching him hands-on. But now that he sees him, it feels more like a place with a false front. Hong Lei claims to be the principal, yet there's no trace of a martial artist about him. He seems more like a businessman. But at the moment, Su family's Hua Ju hasn't fully recovered from his injuries, Su Wei's relationship remains strained, and Wang Kuan is unwilling to lower his head to seek help. He's left with no choice but to make a last-ditch effort since the task is urgent and must be completed swiftly. Principal Hong, Zhao Tong should have told you already. Can you honestly improve my overall ability by a quarter in such a short time? Wang Kuan asked, half-doubting, quickly blinking to activate combat strength detection. The detection results show that Hong Lei does have some skills. Hong Lei, male, 1.75 meters tall, appearance score of 50, comprehensive combat power of 90,000. A combat power of 90,000 may not compare to Su Wei, but Wang Kuan only needs to increase his combat power by 200, which should be an easy task. Hong Lei patted his chest and said excitedly, "Don't call me the owner. Just call me the principal. This is not a problem at all. Leave it to me. I can tell that your physical condition is average, so you'll have to endure a bit more hardship in the coming days." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Thinking about Zhao Tong's description, Wang Kuan would definitely give him a generous tuition fee. However, Wang Kuan didn't even mention the tuition fee. He simply parked the car at the entrance and walked straight in. Hong Lei and Zhao Tong exchanged glances. Having no other choice, they followed behind, calculating their own plans inwardly. The entire martial arts school covered a considerable area, offering all kinds of training programs. Wang Kuan took a look around the facility, and it was full of little kids. If Hong Lei didn't have a combat strength of 90,000, he would definitely suspect this place was a daycare center. Upon reaching a training ground, he finally saw some adult trainees, with the surrounding seats packed with spectators. A tall and graceful woman wearing a white coach's uniform displayed agility as she easily knocked a male trainee down on the ring. Her exceptional looks and striking figure elicited exclamations and applause from many male trainees. "Yu Qi, well done. Truly living up to being the most beautiful here, your skills are absolutely dazzling." "Nonsense, that's Principal Hong's daughter. At just 22, she's already a female coach, so impressive. Do you really think we're here to learn martial arts? Damn, we're here to chase after Principal Hong's daughter. With a figure like that, even if she beats me up, I'd willingly take it." A group of male trainees sat beneath the ring, their eyes fixed on her, like wolves and tigers on the prowl. Hong Yuqi saw Wang Kuan and Hong Lei, then flipped over the ropes, nimbly jumping off the ring. She walked over, couldn't help but glance at Wang Kuan again, and asked, "Dad, is this the person you've been waiting for all morning?" "Yes, I was just thinking of having you train him, and it will be one-on-one training. The other trainees will be assigned to others. You must handle this well, there can be no mistakes," Hong Lei instructed loudly in public. In an instant, the male trainees around the arena all had changes in their expressions, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment, all directed toward Wang Kuan. "Principal Hong, Yuqi is getting more and more beautiful." Zhao Tong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Hong Lei's face showed pride, his large hand resting on Hong Yuqi's shoulder, as he praised, "Of course, look at whose daughter she is. Only the most special trainees can enjoy my daughter's personal guidance."
Mr. Wang, don't you see how sincere I am?
Hong Yuqi blinked her big eyes, sizing up Wang Kuan, and felt that he was frivolous and completely unlike a decent person. She had never seen her father treat a trainee this way.
Well, I wonder how this beautiful coach plans to train me.
I have my requirements, results must show within 10 days. Wang Kuan nodded lightly, smiling with joy at having a beautiful woman personally guiding him.
Hong Yuqi's impression grew even worse. Just as she was about to speak, Hong Lei interrupted her again, stepping forward a few paces and explaining, "Well, first you need to register and pay the tuition fee before you can officially start." Wang Kuan let out a casual "oh" and turned to Zhao Tong, throwing him a look. "Hey, Zhao Tong, you cover the tuition fee for me, will you? Didn't bring any money along."
This.
Zhao Tong's face turned green on the spot. How could this be possible? Hong Lei secretly clenched his hand, wondering what kind of operation this was.
Driving a Ferrari, yet claiming he didn't bring any money, this was completely different from what he imagined. He had been counting on receiving a large sum of money and had activated the highest treatment channel to build a good relationship with Wang Kuan. However, considering Wang Kuan's significant influence, he didn't dare to say much.
"What do you mean this? Hurry up and pay. They have rules here. Miss Coach, let's begin now." Wang Kuan glared at Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong felt extremely frustrated.
If he had known that Hong Lei intended to scam Wang Kuan, and now he himself had to pay, he'd realize Hong Lei would still exploit the situation.
That Hong Lei is simply a businessman, absolutely profit-oriented.
Helplessly, Zhao Tong had no choice but to leave the venue with Hong Lei to pay the fee, his face full of distress.
As for the entire arena, apart from Wang Kuan and the beautiful coach Hong Yuqi in front of him, the male trainees sitting around stared intently, their faces filled with jealousy and anticipation. The most advanced trainee? Usually, Yuqi trains with us together, but now she's going to train someone one-on-one? Then what about us?
Damn it, I came here specifically for Hong Yuqi.
Are you telling me I have to suffer under those male coaches? Who is this guy? Even Principal Hong is showing him such respect. These whispered conversations reached Wang Kuan's ears, making him secretly pleased. This was what high-level treatment felt like.
Hong Yuqi noticed the change on Wang Kuan's face and became inwardly cautious, thinking this guy was probably a rich heir, dressed impressively but utterly lacking any real competence. But constrained by Hong Lei's instructions, Hong Yuqi had no choice but to bite the bullet and step into the ring again. She waved at Wang Kuan and said aloud, "Come on up. Let me first see what you're capable of. Training here requires you to endure hardships. Taking hits and feeling pain is commonplace. If you can't handle it, just leave." "Leave?" Wang Kuan sneered inwardly. The mission had a deadline, someone had paid his tuition, and there was such a beautiful coach to guide him, there was no way he would leave. So, he went up from the other side, easily passed through the ropes, stretched his neck, and took the opportunity to steal a few more glances at Hong Yuqi. She was dressed in a white coach's uniform that perfectly wrapped around her stunning figure. Her slender, jade-like feet appeared especially mesmerizing under the sunlight. Her hair was tied up at the back, and her exquisite, elegant face radiated an air of heroic charm. Wang Kuan blinked, quickly assessing her combat strength. Hong Yuqi, female, height 1.7 meters, beauty score of 95, comprehensive combat power of 54,000. Impressive, she actually has a combat power of 54,000. This beautiful coach is definitely extraordinary. Rather than asking Hong Lei for help, Wang Kuan would much prefer receiving guidance from this beauty. However, Wang Kuan's blinking action caught Hong Yuqi's eye, and she interpreted it as intentionally flirting. She immediately huffed coldly and teased, "Pervert. Let's see how long you can last." Before the words had finished, Hong Yuqi suddenly launched an attack. Her steps were light and quick as she spun around, leaped high, and delivered a fierce whip kick straight to Wang Kuan's face. "I haven't said start yet." Wang Kuan exclaimed in shock, completely caught off guard, and was kicked to the ground. He grimaced in pain, baring his teeth. The male trainees watching from below erupted into applause, cheering enthusiastically. It was as if Wang Kuan had stolen resources from their goddess-like coach, instantly becoming the common enemy of all the men. Hong Yuqi landed steadily, looking extraordinarily satisfied. She coldly said, "With your abilities, achieving results in a short time will be tough. Though you're 1.8 meters tall, your physique is quite thin. You'll need to build up your body first, or everything else will just be empty talk. It's alright, with a beauty like you, go ahead and torment me as much as you want." Wang Kuan rubbed his chin, shakily got up, and thought to himself that this woman was quite impressive. She actually took action just because he had looked at her a few more times. You said it yourself. Go out to the playground and run 10 laps with a 20-pound load. I'll be watching you, and missing even one lap won't do. Hong Yuqi revealed a peculiar smile. Wang Kuen's heart sank, silently cursing himself for bringing this suffering upon himself. 10 minutes later. Run seriously, no slacking off, this is what you asked for, so don't blame me. Hong Yuqi, wearing a baseball cap, dragged over a chair and sat down, crossing her arms as she kept her eyes fixed on Wang Kuen, who was running with weights. She thought to herself that if it weren't for her father's instructions, she wouldn't have wanted to personally train him. Most likely, after a few days of this, he'd be too worn out to come back. Along the edge of the track, quite a number of curious male trainees had gathered. Everyone was watching Wang Kuen's every move. The envy, jealousy, and resentment they previously felt had completely vanished. Even a fool could tell that Hong Yuqi was deliberately tormenting him. It was another form of special treatment. They remembered very clearly that there was absolutely no rule requiring anyone to run 10 weighted laps in a single day. At most, they'd be asked to run 2 laps. Starting with 10 laps was absolutely beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Wang Kuen's steps were heavy but imbued with steadfast determination as he slowly jogged along the track. Deep in his heart, he felt no frustration. Instead, he was filled with anticipation for the challenges that lay ahead. The reason he was willing to endure such torment was not merely to complete the task, but more so to unlock the combat power feature as quickly as possible, level up to earn rewards, and save his sister Wang Xiaoqian's life. Every step he took was a desperate effort for her, never wasted. However, after 2 laps, Wang Kuen finally felt the strain. His legs began to weaken, as if every step was a battle against his own body. As he passed a group of male trainees, mocking voices could be heard. Alright, if you can't run, stop pretending. Ha ha, this special treatment is quite something. I thought it would be great, but it turns out it's not even as good as ours. I can guarantee this guy won't be coming back tomorrow. Wang Kuen, if you can't do it, just say so. No one will laugh at you. At the beginning, very few people can carry the weight and complete more than 5 laps. With your physique, being able to run 2 laps is already pretty impressive. Hong Yuqi frowned slightly, watching Wang Kuen pass by. She unexpectedly felt a bit sympathetic and wondered if it might be going too far to treat someone like this after just getting to know them. However, Wang Kuen blinked, a hint of playfulness in his eyes, seemingly seeing through her thoughts, and said, "It's okay, I have a big motivation." Then run, if you can manage 5 laps today, I'll write my name backward. Hong Yuqi's pretty face turned slightly red, silently cursing Wang Kuen for being so improper. Showing leniency was definitely a mistake. By the 3rd lap, Wang Kuen's legs started visibly shaking. However, when he caught a glimpse of Hong Yuqi from afar, it seemed to rekindle his motivation. Not only did he refuse to stop, but he even sped up and charged forward. By the 4th lap, Wang Kuen's pace slowed down again. As he passed by Hong Yuqi once more, his eyes could not help but fixate on her. And he suddenly took a deep breath, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Yet, he gritted his teeth and resisted stopping. That strange gaze infuriated Hong Yuqi, who muttered angrily under her breath, "How can there be someone like this? It'd be better if he just exhausted himself to death." 5 laps, 6 laps, 7 laps. Whenever everyone thought Wang Kuen was about to give up, he would always glance at Hong Yuqi, as if infused with renewed strength, with an increasingly peculiar expression on his face. By the 8th lap, Wang Kuen stopped, gasping for breath, collapsing weakly in front of Hong Yuqi, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. 8 laps, damn it, who else? If I didn't have this trick, I honestly couldn't have made it. Although it's not 10 laps, 8 laps is pretty impressive, right? Don't underestimate my perseverance, especially with a certain boost. Hong Yuqi stood up and looked down at Wang Kuen, her brows furrowing tighter and tighter. Unable to resist, she asked, "What trick? What boost?" Wang Kuen wiped the sweat from his forehead and raised an eyebrow in response. "Take a guess. You're nothing but a complete scoundrel. We'll stop here for today. I'll give it to you, you've got persistence. You can come back tomorrow." Hong Yuqi's face reddened uncontrollably, seemingly guessing something. "But I don't want to go home. It's more convenient here. I want to stay here." "You're definitely staying here too, right? I want to live next door to you, is that okay? If not, I'll go talk to Principal Hong, little Chi-Chi," Wang Kuen shamelessly said. All the male trainees couldn't help but feel that Wang Kuen was unbelievably shameless, but a faint trace of envy arose within them. "Stop giving random nicknames. You
Fine, fine, consider today my unlucky day.
Hong Yuqi stomped her foot helplessly, but her heart was in turmoil.
At the same time,
Su Lan, alone, had just visited her father Su Wencheng at the Su family home. Holding her phone, she hesitated for a long time, bit her lip, and muttered to herself, "That Wang
Cohen, can't he just make even one phone call to me? Is this really the start of living separate lives? No. Am I crazy? Why am I thinking about this? I clearly never used to."
In the end, Su Lan couldn't resist and, as if compelled by some invisible force, called Wang Kuan.
"Hey, where are you? When are you coming home?"
"Training my body at Hanggu Gym, the beautiful coach is here."
"I won't be going home these days, doing tasks, so I don't have time to bother with you." As soon as the call ended, Su Lan's expression changed instantly.
She bit her lip and felt increasingly regretful, as if a jar of jealousy had been overturned in her heart.
Evening.
Wang Kuan was arranged to stay in the most luxurious accommodation here. Coincidentally, his room was adjacent to Hong Yuqi's.
Before Zhao Tong left, Wang Kuan asked for leave, and Zhao Tong approved it without hesitation.
As for Principal Hong, his eyes were filled with joy, and he even proactively invited Wang Kuan to join him and his daughter for dinner. At the dinner table, Principal Hong was enthusiastic, frequently serving dishes to Wang Kuan and praising him generously.
Hong Yuqi, on the other hand, silently ate her meal, occasionally glancing at Wang Kuan, pondering to herself why her father was so attentive. Was he falling into a money trap? She wished Wang Kuan would leave quickly so she wouldn't have to endure further. However, this training is short-term, and Hong Yuqi is well aware that as long as she endures for a while, Wang Kuan will leave. Besides, she has absolutely no favorable impression of someone like Wang Kuan, an unserious playboy.
She will never forget the scene where Wang Kuan looked at her with that lecherous gaze. In short, Wang Kuan is nothing but a thug wrapped in expensive clothing. However, halfway through the meal, Su Lan suddenly appeared at the door, glaring coldly at Wang Kuan with eyes that seemed ready to devour him. Principal Hong and Hong Yuqi exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. Wang Kuan, however, remained calm, holding his chopsticks with a piece of food and casually asked, "Oh, why are you here?
Want to sit down and eat together? Wang Kuan, do you even have a home? Come back with me right now."
Su Lan deliberately put on a stern face, her nails digging into her palms.
No one knew the
discomfort she felt upon seeing Wang Kuan dining with another woman, a feeling she had never experienced before.
She only wanted to bring Wang Kuan home immediately. "You think I'll just go because you say so? Didn't we already agree on this? Are you going back on your word now? What a pity, you're too late to regret."
"There's no medicine for regret."
Wang Kuan showed no concern, even turning his head as if Su Lan were invisible. Su Lan quickly stepped forward and grabbed Wang Kuan's hand. "I am your wife. Come home with me."
"Sorry,
I never regarded you as my wife."
Wang Kuan flung her hand away and looked at her coldly.
Su Lan suddenly felt an unbearable humiliation.
Words stuck in her throat as she froze on the spot. Her icy expression finally broke, and she bit her lip tightly as her eyes instantly turned red.
Principal Hong and Hong Yuqi finally understood the truth of the matter. "Wang Kuan, you've gone too far. This is your wife." Hong Yuqi stood up in anger, slamming the table. Her impression of Wang Kuan plummeted all at once. So, he actually had a wife, yet he was still behaving recklessly outside. Truly not a good man. "What are you doing?"
Su Lan was stunned, completely unprepared for Hong Yuqi to stand on her side.
"Rest assured, there's nothing between me and Wang Kuan. My dad is even here eating with us. Wang Kuan, you're way out of line. Your wife came all the way to personally ask you to come home, and you're still acting like this here. Don't you have any decency? Can't you show some respect to your wife?"
Hong Yuqi spoke righteously, as if transforming into a defender of justice, ready to give Wang Kuan a proper scolding.
"Yuqi, stop talking. This is a marital quarrel. It's none of your business to intervene. Sit down."
Principal Hong frantically signaled to his daughter, reminding her not to stir up trouble.
This couple was not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, Hong Yuqi paid no attention, becoming even more irate. She grabbed Su Lan's arm and scolded, "Wang Kuan, you're not even a man. Seeing your wife like this, and still not comforting her? I think you shouldn't come. Go home sooner rather than later. If I insist, who can drive me away? Anyway, I'm staying here for the next few days." Wang Kuan put down his chopsticks, no longer had any appetite, and slowly pulled a cigarette from his pocket, holding it in his mouth, yearning increasingly for the solace of tobacco. Hong Yuqi was momentarily speechless. Principal Hong could only worry in silence, and Su Lan lowered her head even further. In the end, it was Su Lan who broke the deadlock. She seemed to abandon her dignity, first thanked Hong Yuchi, and then said, "Since you're adamant about staying here and not going home, Wang Kuan, then I won't go home either." Wang Kuan felt shocked upon hearing this, not expecting Su Lan to say such a thing. Of course, he still didn't like her and got up to leave the dining table. As a result, Su Lan, this woman, followed Wang Kuan like a shadow, refusing to leave no matter where he went, staring at him full of resentment from behind. As soon as Wang Kuan entered the room, Su Lan followed him in. Once the door closed, only the two of them were left in the room. Wang Kuan was really impatient. He turned around and said coldly, "Su Lan, I've already made it clear to you. We are husband and wife in name only. If it weren't for the old man, I would have divorced you a long time ago. Now you're clinging to me again. What is the meaning of this? What do you mean? Can't you see it?" Su Lan was so angry she was about to explode. She had never done such things for any man, yet this damn Wang Kuan still wore such an unwilling expression. In Bailing, Su Lan had many admirers, and a lot of people didn't even know she was married. She had always thought Wang Kuan was incompetent and felt deep disdain for him. But after those incidents, her mindset underwent a dramatic shift, and she completely fell for Wang Kuan. "I don't know what it means, nor do I want to know. At first, I liked you and treated you as my wife, but you didn't cherish it. Now, it's too late to say anything. I think you'd better go home and stop clinging to me." Wang Kuan reopened the door and directly issued an eviction order. "I'm not leaving." "What, are you going to hit me? From now on, I'm going to cling to you." Su Lan was filled with shame and anger, clearly full of hatred, yet unwilling to leave. "I've never seen a woman as shameless as you. Before, it was clearly you who despised me and wanted a divorce. Now, it's you who doesn't want the divorce, and it's you who won't stop clinging to me." Wang Kuan sneered, deeply dissatisfied and feeling like all his previous efforts were in vain. Su Lan stomped her foot, suddenly reached out to hug Wang Kuan, and began to act spoiled. "I don't care, now it's different from before. I'm your wife, why care about saving face with your own husband? Couples arguing is perfectly normal. If you're angry, I'll stick around until you're not angry anymore." "What the heck is this?" Wang Kuan was dumbfounded at that moment. This was a completely different person from the Su Lan he had just met. "Don't you know that I was just pretending all along? I'm not getting divorced anymore. I don't want to divorce." "Wang Kuan, you win. I've never behaved like this for any man, you're the first." Su Lan clung to Wang Kuan, looking up at him like a resentful wife. For some reason, Wang Kuan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of happiness deep down. But soon, he suppressed it and inwardly cursed himself, thinking, "What the hell am I happy about? What's there to be happy about? I'm such a lunatic. Stop with that. I think you and Su Wenchang must have planned this out, hoping to cling to me, huh? Let me tell you, don't play any tricks." Wang Kuan forcefully pushed away. "You're the one playing tricks. I haven't agreed on anything with anyone. I've already told you, things are different now. Have you even understood what I meant?" Su Lan reluctantly took a few steps back, tears welling up in her eyes, silently cursing Wang Kuan for his lack of tenderness. "Don't want to hear it," Wang Kuan said indifferently, pointing to the door. You're bringing this on yourself. As long as I want to, I can be with any other man at any time. Don't regret it." Su Lan felt stifled, her emotions surging like a tide. "Never regret." Wang Kuan closed his eyes, not even looking. Su Lan furrowed her brow in anger, stomped her foot, and left on the spot. The moment she rushed out the door, tears streamed down Su Lan's face, her heart aching terribly, yearning to cry out loud. Yet for some reason, even though she had already shed tears, her heart felt more regretful than ever. Every time Su Lan walked a certain distance away from Wang Kuan's residence, she would stop and turn back, only to see the tightly shut door. "Jerk, don't you know to come out and chase me? How can there be a man like this? I can't even understand myself. Why am I so nervous, so scared because of a guy? Wang Kuan, please come out and chase me. If you chase me, I'll go back right away." Early the next morning, the sky was overcast. Hong Yuchi woke up in her room and noticed someone sitting not far away. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be Wang Kuan's wife, Su Lan. At this moment, Su Lan's eyes were red and swollen, and her frail body was trembling. Hong Yuchi was shocked. Last night she thought Su Lan had already left, but unexpectedly, Su Lan had actually been sitting outside the accommodation all night until dawn. On this chilly night, how much bone-piercing cold did Su Lan endure? That Wang Kuan is so heartless. I've never seen such a shameless person. Hong Yuchi felt a surge of anger and cursed indignantly, then hurried back inside to find a coat, rushed over, and quickly wrapped it around Su Lan. Thank you.
Su Lan pulled the coat closer, feeling a bit warmer, but the bitter wait overnight, during which Wang Kuan never even opened the door once, left her heart thoroughly chilled. Hong Yuqi gently rubbed Su Lan's back, trying her best to provide warmth, and asked, "Why don't you come and rest at my place?"
Wang Kuan is
not a real man, he doesn't understand how to cherish someone.
No matter what, you two are still married, how could he act so excessively?
You actually don't know, there's something I don't want to talk about. Su Lan took a deep breath, wiped her tears, her voice low yet resolute.
I wanted to divorce Wang Kuan before because I lost faith in him.
Although the divorce didn't happen due to certain reasons, his feelings for me are already gone.
I don't blame him.
There was a glimmer of hope in Su Lan's eyes. As long as Wang Kuan smiled at her even just once, she would leave all the past behind. However, that possibility seemed increasingly slim.
No matter how big the problem is, it shouldn't leave you, a woman, waiting here alone all night.
Wang Kuan has no sense of responsibility at all, just this alone is enough for him to be punished.
Hong Yuqi said indignantly.
At that moment, the door of a nearby room slowly opened. Su Lan and Hong Yuqi both turned to look.
Wang Kuan walked out of the room, his whole body aching.
Last night's training had made him sleep deeply, but such effort was clearly worth it.
His combat power had already improved from the initial 800 to 820, bringing him one step closer to completing the task. When Wang Kuan looked outside, he was stunned.
Su Lan sat on the stone bench, her eyes red and swollen, her face pale, as if she had endured endless torment.
You didn't leave? Wang Kuan asked in surprise.
Hong Yuqi stood up from the stone bench and accused, Wang Kuan, how can you even ask that?
She waited here for you all night. What kind of husband does that? Even though I just met you two, I really can't stand your behavior. You don't deserve to be called a man. Waited all night?
On a cold winter night, the early morning temperature was bone-chilling. Su Lan, with her frail body, had actually endured the cold outside all night just to wait for him.
Wang Kuan couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. He stepped forward and touched Su Lan's forehead.
Luckily, Su Lan didn't have a fever, just a slight cold.
Although it wasn't a major issue, Wang Kuan's anger instantly surged. Unable to hold back, he scolded, Su Lan, are you out of your mind? Do you know how cold it is outside? Don't play around with your health. If something happens to you, I can't take responsibility. I've already told you to go home, can't you understand? I really don't know what to do with you. Before, you insisted on breaking away from me, and now you cling on to me like it's life or death. I honestly don't understand how you women think. Wang Kuan roared, his voice booming like thunder. Right now, immediately, go home. Go find a doctor yourself.
Wang Kuan's eyes flared with rage, yet at this critical moment, Su Lan, pale-faced, broke into a delighted smile. That smile, filled with deep emotion, with two little dimples like a fatal attraction, instantly quelled Wang Kuan's fury. Go ahead, scold me. I know you want to scold me. That means you still care about me. I was wrong before, I know how excessive I was. So now, no matter how you scold me, I'll accept it. Su Lan beamed brightly, her heart bursting with joy. After everything that happened, the fact that she personally sought him out last night showed that she had completely let go of her so-called dignity and pride. She was no longer the intentionally indifferent woman she used to be. Moreover, in front of Wang Kuan, she could no longer hide her true self. Wang Kuan, exasperated, roared, how can you be so shameless, woman? Wang Kuan, that's enough. Watch your tone, Hong Yuqi interjected. Su Lan suddenly stopped Hong Yuqi and shook her head. Thank you for speaking up for me. We're friends now, but this is my business. Just take it as me being shameless. As long as Wang Kuan is willing to forgive me, I'll do whatever it takes. You're a woman. How can you be like this? I just can't understand it. What's so great about Wang Kuan that you, such a beautiful woman, would go to such lengths for him? Hong Yuqi was increasingly puzzled and secretly decided to double her efforts to torment Wang Kuan in the coming days. Wang Kuan straightened his collar. Did you hear what Su Lan said? Unrelated people should step aside. This has nothing to do with you. I'll look for you later during training. I've taken leave for the next few days, so I've got plenty of time. You, Wang Kuan, you're unbelievable. Su Lan, I really feel this isn't worth it for you. If it were me, I would rather die than lower myself to such a man. Hong Yuqi huffed, turned her head, and stormed off. Outside the room, only Wang Kuan and Su Lan were left. In this early morning, most people in the martial arts school were still asleep, training time had not yet begun, and the surroundings were exceptionally quiet. Wang Kuan was still angry, tapped Su Lan's forehead with his finger, and softly reprimanded, don't pretend to be pitiful with me.
Don't think you can move me with this, it's impossible. I'm someone who holds grudges and will always get my revenge. You said it yourself, from now on we won't care about each other. But now you're yelling at me, which proves that deep down you still care about me. Sulan couldn't help but laugh, suddenly hugging Wang Kuan's waist. Wang Kuan tried to break free, but Sulan only held him tighter, like a little rascal, refusing to let go no matter what. Do you know? This is the real me. On the surface, I may seem cold, but deep down, I'm just an ordinary woman. Only in front of you do I let down my guard and do such shameless things. Sulan's tone revealed a sense of grievance, filled with both love and resentment. Having a husband like this, she felt she'd truly stumbled this time. During these 2 years of being together, she had always thought she wouldn't develop feelings for him, even believing for a while that Wang Kuan was the type of man she despised the most, feeling extreme disdain in her heart. And now? But she had genuinely fallen for him and couldn't bear to let this man leave her. Her previous attempt at divorce now seemed incredibly foolish. If they had truly divorced, she feared she would regret it so deeply that she'd be beside herself. Perhaps, it was from the moment her pride was crushed by Wang Kuan that her heart was moved. No matter what man, they would all revolve around her, Sulan, except for Wang Kuan, who treated her with indifference. That coldness and arrogance seemed worthless in Wang Kuan's eyes. Why do I feel more and more like you're acting like a child? Could you stop being unreasonable? Wang Kuan said helplessly. Sulan held on tightly and coquettishly said, I won't let go. Liking someone is just like this. Go ahead and scold me. The more you scold me, the happier I'll be, because you only scold me if you care about me. If you didn't care, you wouldn't even bother talking to me. I don't ever want to see you ignore me again. I really couldn't stand it during this time. Go home. I don't want to talk about this with you. I still have things to take care of later, Wang Kuan said, rubbing his temples with a look of extreme helplessness. Sulan shook her head. As long as you don't go home, I won't go home either. From this moment onwards, every minute and second, no matter if you find me annoying or think I'm shameless, I'll stick to you because you're my husband. Sticking to you is only right. I never expected you to be such a reserved flirt. You've hidden it so well, Wang Kuan said, sweating awkwardly. He quietly calculated in his mind his 24-hour streak of bad luck should have long passed, so why did he still feel somewhat unlucky? Could it be the after-effects of bad luck? Sulan waited outside all night, speaking lightly about it, but in reality, she was already exhausted, yet still unwilling to go back. Wang Kuan had no choice left. He could only take Sulan into the room, arranging everything for her to rest. Throughout the entire process, Sulan wore a smile, her heart racing wildly like a deer, overflowing with joy. She even felt that the night's waiting was entirely worth it. She knew this man still cared about her, otherwise, he wouldn't have acted this way, he was just being stubborn. Afterwards, Sulan leaned against the headboard and tentatively asked, Hey, have you forgiven me? Amusing. If I weren't worried about explaining it to the old man, do you really think I'd bother with you? Wang Kuan curled his lips, recalling all the moments of suppressed frustration he'd endured before. How could he be easily swayed? I'm already like this. Can't you just give me some face? Sulan's smile froze, inwardly fuming with anger. Keep dreaming your fantasy. Wang Kuan adjusted his sleeves and then strode out of the house. When training time arrived, Wang Kuan made his way back to the training ground. More people came to watch today than yesterday, and even a male coach was observing. Han Yuchi still sat on the bench with her arms crossed over her chest, her gaze sharp as knives, as if she were about to kill someone. Ha ha ha, Wang Kuan is done for today. I saw it all in the dormitory last night. This Wang Kuan is actually a married man, but I have to admit, his wife is genuinely beautiful, no less attractive than Yuchi. Just now, I saw it from a distance too. Yuchi helped Wang Kuan's wife, but the other party didn't appreciate it. Now Yuchi is fuming, and Wang Kuan is in for it. A wave of schadenfreude-filled chatter quietly spread along the edge of the playground. Wang Kuan heard every word but acted as if he hadn't, walking straight up to Han Yuchi. He straightened his back in a mock-serious manner and greeted, Hello, beautiful coach. Why the long face today? It's like I owe you a few million or something. Cut the nonsense. I really can't figure out what Sulan sees in you. There's not a single good thing about you, yet she's completely smitten. I honestly think she's wasting her time. Today, don't think you'll get off easy. Start with 100 push-ups right here, right now, Han Yuchi said sternly, her demeanor transforming into that of a strict drill instructor. Mocking laughter filled the surroundings, and more people were waiting to see Wang Kuan humiliated and abused. Just as Wang Kuan was about to take action, there was a sudden loud bang. The
The rear door of the training building next to the playground was smashed to pieces, the entire door warped and dented, flying straight out more than 10 meters. Following the flying door was a fat middle-aged man, battered and bruised. It was none other than Hong Lei, Principal Hong. Principal Hong fell to the ground with a thud, his face and back covered in injuries. This sudden scene startled everyone, causing them to rush forward to help President Hong up, each one visibly shocked. Especially Hong Yuchi, who directly ignored Wang Kuan and rushed over to check. "Dad, what's wrong with you? What happened?" Hong Yuchi squeezed through the crowd and immediately supported him. President Hong was severely injured, his whole body consumed with weakness, and he replied feebly, "Something happened, it's the people from Hua Woman." "Hua Woman?" As soon as the words were spoken, most of the students and instructors were completely puzzled. Only Hong Yuchi's face changed drastically, and she exclaimed in shock, "How did Hua Woman find their way here?" "Dad, you're already like this, does that person still have to target you?" This matter was known only to her and her father. In his youth, Principal Hong once stayed at the Huawu Gate in the capital city, competing intensely with a rival from the time they were outer disciples. Principal Hong had always held the advantage, being the most outstanding outer disciple in all of Huawu Gate at the time. However, when it came time to be promoted to the inner sect, there was only one spot available. Principal Hong was poisoned and, though he was saved, his strength not only failed to improve but declined, leaving him in a pitiful, defeated state and missing countless opportunities. Helpless, he could only watch as his rival smoothly rose to power, advanced as an inner sect elite, climbed in status, and used his authority to frame Principal Hong, ultimately driving him out of Huawu Gate. For years, this treacherous individual has harbored a grudge against Principal Hong and has constantly devised schemes to prevent him from making a comeback. Hua Woman, as an authentic ancient martial arts sect, is one of the 3 martial arts and 6 schools, with disciples spread across various regions and wielding significant influence. However, that person has now become part of Hua Woman's high-ranking officials, while Principal Hong has stagnated for years, and the gap between them feels insurmountable. Yet, that person still refuses to let Principal Hong go, deliberately humiliating him. After returning to Bailing, Principal Hong worked diligently, only seeking to earn a living. Unexpectedly, at Hangu Hall's peak, that person began scheming again. Today, our Hangu Hall is probably doomed to destruction. Principal Hong's face was ashen, fully aware that he could not resist. The people arriving today were sent by that person, far beyond what he could contend with. After all these years, what is the reason for all this? It's such a trivial matter, why is it still remembered? Hong Yuchi was utterly perplexed. Principal Hong took a deep breath, looked around, and sighed deeply. "Your mother stayed by my side during my lowest moments, but she tragically passed away after giving birth to you. And that person happens to love the same person I did. Do I need to elaborate? He resents me for being with your mother." Hong Yuchi suddenly realized the truth. Blood trickled from the corner of Principal Hong's mouth as he clutched his chest with one hand and spoke with difficulty. "Hua Wuman is no ordinary place. Even if I die here today, no one can interfere. But I understand that person's nature. He doesn't want me dead, he just wants me to live in misery." Wang Kuan stood on the outskirts of the crowd, faintly overhearing the conversation between the father and daughter. He speculated inwardly that someone had come to challenge the school today, intending to ruin the reputation of Hong Wuguan. Yet, he still couldn't grasp the true origins of Hua Woman. At this moment, a young man approached, tall and slender, his eyes glinting with a playful coldness. He wore a purple martial robe with a gold-edged Hua character embroidered on the chest. His long hair draped over his shoulders, exuding an imposing aura that made him appear exceptionally extraordinary. The young man stopped in his tracks, faced the crowd, and revealed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Feigning humility, he clasped his fists and bowed slightly. "Greeting, I am Gao Yen. By seniority, I should address you as senior. My master has not seen you for many years, so he specifically sent me to pay respects and, incidentally, challenge your school." This demeanor was lofty and arrogant. A few of Principal Hong's trusted aides, seeing this, felt indignant. They rolled up their sleeves in unison and charged straight at Gao Yen, intending to teach the self-proclaimed Gao Yen a lesson. However, Gao Yen advanced instead of retreating, shaking his single arm. In just 2 short breaths, he had knocked these few people to the ground, leaving them unconscious upon landing. "Principal Hong, Senior Hong, the people you have trained are truly useless." "Oh, no, wait, even you, Senior, are one of the useless ones, as you can't even beat me, a mere junior. With a martial arts school like this, how dare you call yourselves the best in Bailing? I think it's only enough to fool ordinary people, Gao Yan casually rotated his wrist, his behavior flippant and utterly disregarding. For a moment, many students and coaches were intimidated by Gao Yan's formidable skills, and none dared make a move. Wang Kuan stood in place, secretly thinking how outrageous Gao Yan was, yet he felt utterly powerless.
You dare to hit my dad?
Hong Yuqi, filled with indignation, anger surging, took off her hat and charged straight ahead. Senior, this daughter is truly stunning, though a bit reckless. Gao Yan's eyes lit up, seemingly surprised by how beautiful Principal Hong's daughter was, like a fiery little pepper. Gao Yan smiled, his steps steady, effortlessly raised his hand to precisely grab Hong Yuqi's hand. With a swift twist, he forcibly subdued her, then slapped his large hand firmly on her hip.
Smack! Beast!
Hong Yuqi, overwhelmed with shame and anger, struggled desperately yet found no way to escape.
Almost everyone gasped in shock.
Only Principal Hong, as if ignited by fury, charged forward recklessly despite his injuries, hysterically shouting, "If you dare touch my daughter, I'll take your life. It's just a lousy martial arts school, hardly worth mentioning."
But this beauty is genuinely stunning, Gao Yan said with a mocking smile, his
wicked right hand gripping Hong Yuqi while his left hand slapped Principal Hong hard across the face just as he lost his reason and rushed forward.
Smack!
With a loud sound, Principal Hong was sent flying like a struck kite, crashing heavily onto the ground, fresh blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Gao Yan tightly strangled Hong Yuqi's neck, leaned close to her ear, and stepped on Principal Hong's face with a cold sneer, saying, "I came here with a mission, and that's to make things
difficult for you. Who told your father to steal my master's most beloved woman back then?
But now it seems I can fulfill a regret for my master, thanks to your father's daughter."
Bastard! Let me go! Hong Yuqi struggled desperately.
Gao Yan tightened his grip even more, his foot still pressing on Principal Hong's face, and shouted, "If today's incident gets out, your martial arts school
won't need to stay open anymore, unless someone here can defeat me.
But it's a pity, even you, senior, have fallen.
Who else would dare to step forward?"
As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd lowered their heads in silence, no one daring to stand out. Opening a martial arts school and having someone challenge it is nothing unusual in the martial arts world, but they never expected to have no chance to fight back. Just as everyone was pale with fear, Wang Kuan slowly walked toward Gao Yan, making himself particularly conspicuous.
You dare to take one move from me?
Principal Hong was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Wang Kuan, don't come over. I don't want to drag you into this, it has nothing to do with you, and you're not his match, I." Before the words were finished, Gao Yan pressed his foot against Principal Hong's mouth, his gaze as sharp as a blade, staring straight at Wang Kuan with an icy tone. "What do you think you are?
I'll ask you one last time, dare to stand still and take on one move from me?" Wang Kuan stopped in his tracks, revealing an innocent smile. Hong Yuqi was choking too hard to speak, but thought to herself, has Wang Kuan completely lost his mind?
She knew Wang Kuan's abilities better than anyone, how could he
possibly rival Gao Yan?
Not even one move, let alone 100, they weren't in the same league at all.
Wang Kuan stepping up was practically asking to be humiliated. "Ah, my beautiful coach, don't look at me like that. I'm saving all of you here."
What can I say? I have a good heart and can't stand to watch people go too far, so I just love to stand up for justice.
Wang Kuan sighed. Gao Yan didn't get angry but laughed instead.
Relying on his extraordinary insight, he instantly discerned that Wang Kuan was not truly a martial arts practitioner. He decisively let go of Hong Yuqi, pushed her aside, and mocked, "Such bold words. I'll let you make one move for free and see how capable you really are to stand up for this father and daughter. Just don't beg me for mercy later."
Acting bravely? Helping others?
A group of people stood frozen in place, afraid to move recklessly, thinking Wang Kuan must have lost his mind. Yesterday, he was nearly dead from exhaustion just carrying weight. He really overestimates himself. We don't dare step forward, so what can Wang Kuan do if he steps in? I think the reputation of our martial arts school is going to be ruined today.
Is Wang Kuan here to make a joke?
Facing numerous objections and doubts, Wang Kuan remained calm and unhurried, with his hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely toward Gao Yan. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, the distance grew closer and closer. Some people had already closed their eyes in silent mourning, imagining Wang Kuan being beaten up like a dead dog.
Wang Kuan, stop right there.
I told you this has nothing to do with you, and even if you tried to help, you'd be useless. Hong Yuqi, after being pushed aside and able to breathe freely again, couldn't help but shout. Gao Yan stood motionless, his hands behind his back, one foot still stomping on Principal Hong's mouth. His eyes swept coldly across the entire scene as he commanded, "Everyone shut up.
This Wang Kuan guy is somewhat interesting, he's caught my attention.
Let me show you what's going to happen to him, so you'll remember the sort of consequences that come with working under this guy with the surname Hong. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire scene fell silent. No one dared to speak anymore, their expressions filled with fear.
5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Until Wang Kuan walked up to Gao Yan, with Principal Hong lying on the ground between them.
Everyone's hearts were almost in their throats, so tense it felt like they might suffocate at any moment.
Yet Wang Kuan's face remained calm to an unbelievable degree. Gao Yan squinted his eyes, deliberately exposing numerous flaws, and mocked, well, quite the pretender, huh? I'll just stand here without moving or fighting back. Let's see what you've got. Ugh.
Principal Hong, his face covered in dust, lay on the ground, signaling Wang Kuan not to make a move. Once a fight breaks out, there will be no room for reconciliation.
Wang Kuan will undoubtedly be severely injured by Gao Yan, becoming a laughingstock in everyone's eyes.
At that point, the ones in the most trouble would be Principal Hong and his daughter.
On one hand, the martial arts school's reputation would be ruined. On the other, the Su family of Bailing might be angered due to Wang Kuan's injuries, leaving them in an impossible situation. Principal Hong, you don't need to worry. This is entirely my own decision. Even if trouble arises, you won't have to take responsibility. Wang Kuan remained
composed, and with a thought, instantly consumed 30,000 pretentiousness points, causing the mysterious misfortune talisman to quietly appear in his hand.
With the talisman in hand, Wang Kuan wasn't entirely confident deep down, but he absolutely couldn't just stand by and watch the martial arts school's reputation be destroyed.
He had to enhance his combat capability here.
Moreover, Gao Yan's malicious actions toward Principal Hong and his daughter were truly excessive. Given Wang Kuan's character, he would never sit idly by. Wang Kuan, is it? Come on, hurry up and don't waste my time. Gao Yan slightly tilted his head, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips, as if Wang Kuan was completely insignificant in his eyes. Wang Kuan's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a smile.
Amid the murmurs of the crowd, his right hand slowly gripped the talisman, his fist advancing forward at an extremely slow pace, seemingly without any force.
Ha, are you an idiot?
Principal Hong, not only does your martial arts school have a lot of useless people, but now you've got idiots too. Gao Yan laughed uncontrollably. The people around were so ashamed that they lowered their heads, not daring to look anymore.
It's over, Wang Kuan, that idiot. Hong Yuqi gritted her teeth.
Just as the fist was about to move to Gao Yan's chest, Wang Kuan suddenly loosened his 5 fingers, clasping a talisman in his palm, and slapped downward at an accelerated speed.
Ah, you fool, you're really adorably foolish, so naive that it's laughable. Gao Yan hadn't noticed Wang Kuan's actions.
When his body was pressed by the slap, he was completely unaffected, only finding it amusing. This was the funniest thing he'd seen all day.
Really? Why do I feel like you're the fool?
Wang Kuan slowly withdrew his hand. The talisman had completely vanished, and he pulled a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it, and took a puff.
The entire scene fell into a dead silence.
More and more people started to think Wang Kuan had lost his mind. Clearly, he was the most foolish person here.
Hong Yuqi shook her head, secretly thinking it was over. Once Gao Yan took action, Wang Kuan would either perish or be left crippled. This person from Huawugate was far beyond ordinary in martial abilities, and a weakling like Wang Kuan could not possibly pose a threat. Alright, no more joking with you.
Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Gao Yan's eyes flashed, his face turned ferocious, and his 5 fingers transformed into claws, striking fiercely toward Wang Kuan's throat. However, just as he was about to touch Wang Kuan, Gao Yan suddenly trembled all over, inexplicably went numb, his legs gave out, and he collapsed directly
to the ground.
Following that, the numbness spread throughout his body, his dantian and meridians became chaotic, leaving him completely immobile.
This sudden collapse left everyone dumbfounded. Clearly, Gao Yan had an absolute advantage, so why did he suddenly collapse?
This is... Principal Hong, who had just escaped trouble, struggled to his feet, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and stared blankly at Gao Yan lying on the ground, his mind in utter chaos.
This is impossible. How could this happen? Gao Yan was in disbelief, a vague and ominous feeling surging in his heart. Wang Kuan smiled deeply, holding a cigarette in his mouth as he stood next to Gao Yan, slightly lowering his head to look at him, and asked, "Now who's the fool? How did you do it?" Gao Yan's eyes widened, but he couldn't get up at all.
Wang Kuan gave a slight smile, casually adjusted his collar, and said calmly, "Softness can overcome hardness. That palm strike I delivered just now seemed gentle and weak, but in reality, it contained immense power. If I weren't trying to avoid a massacre, your bones would have shattered, and you'd already be dead." I truly want to know where you get the courage to challenge me. Let me tell you, it's not just you. Even if your so-called master came, they'd fall under my palm without exception.
Gao Yan was bewildered.
This man, Wang Kuan, who was not a martial artist, was somehow capable of delivering such an extraordinary strike. It was almost unbelievable.
He firmly believed Wang Kuan had simply gotten lucky and was bluffing.
In his mind, he thought, this guy is nothing but fortunate, and he really doesn't have any true skill. However, at that moment, the numbness suddenly disappeared, and the meridians in the dantian returned to normal.
Gao Yan felt a surge of delight in his heart, just as he had expected. He sprang up angrily, and amidst a chorus of shocked cries, his 2 fingers fiercely thrust toward Wang Kuan's eyes.
I told you, you don't have what it takes, Gao Yan sneered.
This is nothing but a cheap trick. How long do you think you can keep fooling people?
A mocking smile rose at the corner of his mouth.
Blind your dog eyes and see who I, Gao Yan, really am.
His fingers shot forward like sharp arrows.
But unexpectedly, the numbness struck again. Gao Yan's expression shifted in an instant.
His uncontrollable hands grew weak and limp, his knees involuntarily bent, and to everyone's astonishment, he knelt before Wang Kuan. The entire audience fell silent, everyone staring in stunned disbelief, unable to accept what was happening before their eyes.
Why is it like this again?
Gao Yan looked up, his face filled with utter incredulity. Han Yuqi covered her mouth in shock, her mind overwhelmed with countless questions.
This situation was simply too bizarre. Someone like Gao Yan, after just one move from Wang Kuan, experienced such strange events consecutively, without even being able to injure Wang Kuan. Previously, she had tried desperately to dissuade Wang Kuan, but the outcome now was entirely the opposite. Wang Kuan really beat Gao Yan with just one move?
Gao Yan's hands hung down as he remained in a kneeling position, his face filled with intense disbelief.
Wang Kuan leisurely held a cigarette between his lips,
his foot pressing down on Gao Yan's shoulder. He bent slightly forward, his posture becoming even more arrogant, and raised his hand to deliver a sharp slap.
Asterisk smack. Asterisk. You dare hit me? Gao Yan's eyes bulged in fury.
As a disciple of the Huawu sect, he had never suffered such humiliation, especially not such a bizarre form of it.
I, Wang Kuan, have lived my life without ever needing to explain myself to anyone. You want to act tough with me?
When I get arrogant, even I scare
myself.
Wang Kuan swung his hand and delivered another slap, then pressed the cigarette directly against Gao Yan's forehead, extinguishing it forcefully.
Son of a bitch, you're dead.
You must have used some kind of sorcery on me. I didn't think that the Hong family found someone like you to back them up.
But as soon as I get back to Huawuman and tell my master, none of you will be able to escape.
Gao Yan, scorched and flung onto his back, fell to the ground, a comical burn mark left on his forehead where the cigarette had touched it.
So, you think it's fine for you to walk in here, kick people around, and no one else is allowed to touch you? You're so high and mighty.
Even if your master came, he'd have to kneel obediently
before me. Now, shut your mouth. You probably have no idea what true arrogance really looks like.
Wang Kuan lifted his foot and stomped hard on Gao Yan's mouth, grinding the sole as he twisted. With a cigarette in his mouth and Gao Yan, a member of Huawumen, stomped underfoot, everyone around was left speechless in shock. Wang Kuan stood there, radiating an air of arrogance, as if no matter how strong the opponent was, they would still end up humiliatingly defeated under his overwhelming arrogance.
Wodot. Gao Yan's limbs went numb, his mouth full of dirt.
Having grown up in Huawumen since childhood, he had never encountered such a peculiar person. Earlier, he thought it was his own inadequacy causing this, but now, seeing Wang Kuan's confident expression, he finally understood it must be because of Wang Kuan. This strange technique was truly unheard of.
With just one palm strike, he rendered Gao Yan incapable of countering.
It should be noted that Gao Yan's strength has always been among the top ranks among the younger generation of Huawu Gate. Unwilling to be humiliated like this, Gao Yan silently memorized Wang Kuan's name, vowing that once he returned to Huawu Gate, he would tell his master and make sure this bastard met his end.
What are you sobbing for? Like a dog.
Wang Kuan stomped forcefully, causing Gao Yan's face to deform under the sole of his shoe, instantly creating a tense atmosphere at the scene. Gao Yan's face turned red with anger, and the surrounding gazes pierced at him like knives. He felt immense humiliation but was completely unable to get up and fight back. His heart burned with rage, yet he had nowhere to vent it. This scene appeared like a miracle to everyone, almost no one wasn't deeply shaken.
Did Wang Kuan really achieve it?
How on earth did he do it? An audience member exclaimed.
Is this some kind of joke? Another person said, utterly incredulous. None of us can beat Gao Yan, yet Wang Kuan, who was panting heavily, actually took him down effortlessly.
The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with astonishment. Hong Yuchi's face had turned pale, and a strong sense of shock flashed through her heart. She murmured, Wang Kuan is clearly so weak, yet he came to me for training.
Could all of this? What exactly is the reason?
She couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard she tried, her heart filled with doubts, but she never found an answer.
Principal Hong was utterly stunned.
He had personally witnessed Gao Yan's strength a moment ago and had been completely unable to resist.
Now, however, he couldn't help but laugh out loud as he staggered to the side and fiercely stomped on the back of Gao Yan's right hand.
It was as if he were venting the anger in his heart, gritting
his teeth and cursing, trying to touch my daughter, huh? Scared now, aren't you?
Our Hong Martial Arts Hall truly is a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Tell your master to watch himself and not seek trouble here.
We've got many skilled fighters here. Even though I'm the principal, I wouldn't dare declare myself the top here. Wang Kuan deliberately loosened his foot. Gao Yan took a deep breath and immediately snapped back furiously. Stop pretending here. I don't care who you people are. As soon as I return to the capital, my master will definitely stand up for me, and none of you will escape.
Hua Wu sect isn't a petty martial arts hall you people can provoke.
It's me who beats you, never the other way around.
Sorry, I really did hit him.
Your master or whatever, feel free to come.
I, Wang Kuan, have never been afraid of anyone.
If one person does
something, one person takes responsibility.
Bring the trouble straight to me. Wang Kuan yawned leisurely, then casually kicked Gao Yan's shoulder.
You said it yourself, don't regret it. Gao Yan's face twisted into a grimace, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. At that moment, the numbness in his limbs slightly subsided, and he took the chance to flip to his feet, swinging a punch directly at Wang Kuan. But just at that instant, something strange happened amidst the clear blue sky. A clap of thunder boomed.
Boom!
The lightning struck directly between Gao Yan and Wang Kuan, not only stopping Gao Yan's actions but also sending currents surging into his body like
a tide.
Although it wasn't fatal, it made his whole body convulse, his hair stand on end, and he collapsed onto the ground trembling uncontrollably. Principal Hong was dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene before him. Being so close, he logically should have been struck as well.
Why then did the lightning only hit Gao Yan? But seeing Gao Yan's pathetic state, Principal Hong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, even the heavens are on Wang Kuan's side. You want to touch him? Better ask the heavens for permission first. I'm not dreaming, am I? How could it be such a coincidence?
Hong Yuchi rubbed her eyes, her heart surging with waves of astonishment, faintly sensing that Wang Kuan might not be as simple as he seemed. But no matter how Hong Yuchi observed, she still couldn't see anything special about Wang Kuan. He remained the same cocky and casual figure. Wang Kuan lifted his gaze, meeting Hong Yuchi's eyes, and smiled. Beautiful coach, I played the hero this time, saving you.
How are you planning to thank me? Thank you, my foot. I won't thank you for anything. Hong Yuchi pouted and turned away with a haughty expression. Wang Kuan smiled faintly and lowered his head again to look.
By now, Gao Yan had finished convulsing, his hair scorched black, barely clinging to life, and almost out of strength.
Wang Kuan crouched down, patted Gao Yan's face, and coldly asked, which sect? The Hua Wu sect. You're doomed.
Gao Yan struggled to squeeze out the words, his eyes blazing with hatred, silently vowing to make Wang Kuan pay for what had happened today. The sudden sound of thunder left him even more puzzled as everything felt too bizarre. Young man, it's fine to show off in front of others, but if you try that in front of me, you're in danger.
Someone, come and throw Gao Yan outside. He dared to provoke us, and yet he can't even defeat a mere beginner like me. What a waste.
I think this Hua Wu sect only produces trash and fools.
Wang Kuan sneered as he stood up, dusting off his sleeves, his eyes radiating intense confidence.
Soon, a group of people swarmed over, united in anger, carrying Gao Yan out and mercilessly throwing him outside the martial arts hall. However, after the impulsive act, everyone gradually regained their composure and began whispering among themselves. This Hua Wu man sounds like no ordinary place.
Although our martial arts hall's reputation is temporarily preserved, we've made enemies because of this. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll be in even bigger trouble.
That Gao Yan's master seems very capable, and he's still in the capital. Principal Hong began to panic, but he didn't seem to blame Wang Kuan. Approaching unsteadily, he politely clasped his hands to express gratitude, his tone tinged with melancholy. Wang Kuan, you should step aside from this matter. Although today's crisis has been temporarily resolved, tomorrow might bring even greater trouble. It seems the good days for this martial arts school are numbered. This time, we're truly finished.
Hong Yuqi's face turned pale.
Hua Woman is one of the 3 martial and 6 unified ancient martial arts sects, filled with experts, far beyond what a local martial arts school can compare to. If they hadn't acted before and had been willing to endure the challenge, at least their lives wouldn't be in danger. At worst, they could simply start over in a different place. However, now that Gao Yan has been injured, the prestige of Hua Wuman is on the line, and they definitely won't tolerate being humiliated like this by a local martial arts school.
If we don't fight back, they'll only escalate their bullying. Rather than endure oppression, it's better to strike back. One can't live like this forever. Wang Kuan's pupils subtly contracted as he resolved himself. Since he had intervened, he wouldn't abandon Principal Hong and his daughter. He just hoped Old Song and Wang Qianfeng wouldn't get involved. Anyway, in all of China, only a few people knew about his connection to them. Old Song and Wang Qianfeng seemed to have more important matters to attend to and had no time to pay attention to Wang Kuan. Even if he would end up being scolded again, Wang Kuan still decided to help to the very end. You make it sound so easy. Hua Wu Gate is not as simple as you think.
If it weren't for your good luck today and the sudden thunderstorm, the one who's half crippled now would have been you, Hong Yuqi sneered coldly. Alright then, I'll take responsibility for whatever happens, Wang Kuan said with a faint smile, secretly calculating in his heart that he must upgrade quickly, unlock more tools, and be better prepared for the challenges ahead. Especially, the combat power function. This thing must be unlocked. Wang Kuan absolutely does not want to be a weakling with low combat power. The situation today is mainly because Gao Yan was too complacent.
Wang Kuan knows that the troubles ahead won't be so easily resolved.
But he has never been afraid.
At this point, Wang Kuan has already taken action, tying himself to the same ship as the entire martial arts school. What are you taking on? Wang Kuan, stop joking around. I know you have some influence in Bailing, but Hua Woman is based in the capital. With something like this happening, there's no way they won't intervene, Hong Yuqi said puzzled, silently cursing Wang Kuan's ignorance. There's no way this matter could be handled by Wang Kuan alone. Gao Yan's master, currently within Hua Woman, holds an extremely high status and is one of the top figures in the sect. And the strength of Hua Woman far surpasses the 9 major families of the capital. There's simply no comparison. Yuqi, stop talking. If it weren't for Wang Kuan stepping in to help, I can't even imagine what today would have been like for us, especially for you, considering what Gao Yan might have done. Since the situation has already unfolded, all we can do is wait and see.
If serious trouble does arise, no one will escape unscathed. Even the reputation and brand name I've painstakingly built over the years might not survive, Principal Hong said with a face full of anxiety, his trembling voice reflecting his overwhelming worry. No sooner had the words been spoken than the people present looked at each other in terror, their panic unmistakable, as if they were afraid the matter would implicate them. Within less than 5 minutes, the originally lively scene suddenly became desolate, with nearly everyone fleeing like scattered birds and beasts, fearing impending disaster. Even Principal Hong's trusted aides stepped forward to resign, trembling as they spoke. I'm truly sorry, I have elders above and children below.
I can't stay here and serve you any longer, Principal Hong. Principal, the same goes for me.
I don't want this month's salary anymore. Another person followed closely behind, his expression uneasy. Principal, take care of yourself.
We don't want to cause trouble. It's fine to work somewhere else, but you must settle my wages. One after another, they all chose to leave.
The surroundings gradually became deserted. Principal Hong seemed to have aged several years in an instant.
Enduring the pain all over his body, he slowly sat on the ground, shaking his head and sighing, all my people have left. It seems the martial arts school really can't be saved. Without anyone to train the students, I reckon a large crowd will come blocking the door tomorrow morning, demanding tuition refunds. I just wanted to make some money to get by, but I didn't expect that person to still be so relentless, even targeting me. Dad, don't lose heart. At worst, just refund their money. Whatever happens next, let fate decide. At least I'm still here with you. Hong Yuqi squatted down and softly comforted him. However, Principal Hong's chubby face twitched, and tears almost burst from his eyes.
Where would I get the money? All the money I earned has been invested into the martial arts school.
I can't even come up with 100,000 yuan.
With hundreds, nearly 1,000 students, I won't even need Hua Wumen to come after me. These students will each kick me to death first.
No money? This problem is truly cruel and realistic.
Hong Yuqi's throat seemed to be stuck, helpless in the face of this problem. Even though she had saved up 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, it was far from enough to refund so many students.
The situation hasn't completely spread yet.
By tomorrow, once it breaks out, it will definitely cause even bigger trouble.
If refunds can't be made, the problems faced won't be minor.
The more she thought about it, the more hopeless she felt, and her mood grew increasingly heavy.
At this moment, Wang Kuan walked over again, took a deep drag of his cigarette like an addict, exhaled the smoke, patted his chest, and boldly said, "Money? That's a minor issue. Leave it to me. 5 million, is that enough? 5 million? Principal Hong looked up in shock, his face full of disbelief. Wang Kuan confidently raised a finger and smiled. Not enough? Then how about 10 million? You must be joking. 10 million isn't a small amount. Where would you get the idea of just handing it over? Are you that generous? Do you think money grows on trees like cabbages on the street?"
Hong Yuqi was so stunned she started coughing repeatedly. Wang Kuan's face exuded confidence as he flicked the ash off his cigarette and said calmly, "Don't think I'm giving this 10 million to you for nothing. I have conditions, that is, you must intensively train me in the short term,
and improve my physical fitness. As long as my goals are met, I'll be satisfied.
Oh, and by the way, let me just say, I, Wang Kuan, may not have much else, but I have plenty of money, and it's money other people gave me for free." Principal Hong and Hong Yuqi exchanged a glance, feeling conflicted and unsure whether to laugh or cry.
Wang Kuan made the 10 million sound so casual, it was almost unbelievable.
"By tomorrow morning at the earliest, I'll have someone bring over 10 million in cash. Don't doubt my capabilities, just look at the kind of car I drive, and you'll know I'm really not short of money."
Wang Kuan took a drag on his
cigarette, silently thinking to himself, after so many days, the money I swindled from the Zhang family should finally be arriving. As for the exact amount, several tens of millions, that'll depend on how sincere the Zhang family is.
In the end, Hong Yuqi still couldn't believe it.
She angrily stood up to retort, "Wang Kuan, stop spouting nonsense at a time like this.
How long have we even known each other? I've never seen anyone so generous unless he's really just a rich idiot with money to burn." Wang Kuan merely smiled faintly, secretly thinking that he indeed had money to burn.
Since she didn't believe him, he'd just wait for tomorrow's outcome. That day, news of Hua Woman being challenged by Gao Yan spread rapidly. All the trainers packed up and fled, leaving the entire martial arts school in chaos. In the afternoon, a group of students rushed in demanding a refund of their tuition fees. Principal Hong, with a face full of pain, spent a long time earnestly persuading them before finally managing to send them away.
By evening, the martial arts school was completely deserted.
Principal Hong locked the main door, feeling uneasy and worried that someone might come looking for trouble in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, Hong Yuqi sat under the residential building, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze heavy as she stared at the martial arts school. She seemed to have an emotional attachment to the place. Her face full of sorrow as she muttered to herself, "What should we do?
There's simply not enough money. How could Wang Kuan really give us 10 million for free?
There's no such thing as a free lunch."
The atmosphere was so oppressive it suffocated people. Wang Kuan, however, seemed indifferent.
He walked into his room and found that Su Lan had slept on the bed for an entire day. The long wait the previous night had left her utterly exhausted. Wang Kuan sat on the edge of the bed and dialed Old Master Su's number. Old Master Su appeared unaware of what had happened. Upon answering the call, he cheerfully said, "Wang Kuan, thinking about coming over for a
meal? It's just the right time.
By the way, let me tell you, the Zhang family's money has been transferred."
Guess how much the Zhangs gave? How much? Wang Kuan held his breath, feeling a strong premonition that this number would be astonishing.
After all, the Zhang family was one of the 9 major families in the capital, and money was certainly not lacking.
99,999,000. Grandpa Su announced the number. What?
Wang Kuan was stunned upon hearing this, his body trembling as his phone almost slipped from his hand, doubting whether he had misheard. Old Master Su laughed heartily, extremely excited on the other end of the phone, "All nines, just 100,000 short of 100
million.
The Zhang family is truly sincere this time, they must have been frightened by you."
Impressive, Wang Kuan. I've seen people who can scheme, but never someone who can scheme as well as you. This apology fee, I'm deeply satisfied. No wonder they're one of the
9 great families of the capital.
Such generosity, far beyond our Bilingsu family. Honestly, I can hardly bear to part with it. Wang Kuan was overjoyed, never having seen so much money in his life. Almost a whole 100 million, and even better, it came for free.
This could be considered the highest apology fee in history, bar none.
With so much money, what was there to worry about in the future? A mountain of cash, spend it however you like.
Thinking about it, before obtaining the system, his monthly salary was only a few thousand yuan. But now, after gaining the system, his life feels like it's on cheat mode, progressing at lightning speed. Suppressing the overwhelming joy in his heart, Wang Kuan said excitedly, "Old master, please prepare 10 million in cash for me and have it sent
to Hanwu Hall tomorrow morning. I need it. As for any excess, I'll let you know when the time comes. For now, you can use it as you see fit." "Hanwu Hall? What's it for?" Old Master Su couldn't help but ask. Wang Kuan hesitated for a moment and didn't reveal the truth. Instead, he made up an excuse, let's just say, robbing the rich to aid the poor. After hanging up the phone, Wang Kuan sat on the edge of the bed, feeling extremely excited. An unprecedented thrill coursed through his entire body. Nearly 100 million in funds, something he had never dared to imagine even in his dreams. Without the help of the system, he would probably never acquire such immense wealth in his lifetime. Wang Kuan secretly rejoiced that, during the lowest point of his life, he encountered the system. It was as if he had unlocked a cheat mode, not only altering his background but also reaping endless benefits one after another. As for Principal Hong and his daughter's issue, Wang Kuan was not in a hurry. He only needed to wait until tomorrow for the 10 million in cash to arrive. Ha, this time it's another big win. Wang Kuan laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Perhaps he was laughing too loudly, as it woke up Su Lan. Su Lan rubbed her sleepy eyes, climbed out of bed, and suddenly hugged Wang Kuan's waist from behind, a true hypocritical rogue and female scoundrel. "What are you doing again?" Wang Kuan was suddenly startled, his whole body trembling violently. He thought to himself, this woman is truly shameless. "I just want to hold you," Su Lan said, pressing her head against Wang Kuan's back, her voice soft like a spring breeze as she acted coquettishly. However, Wang Kuan felt a wave of unease. Wang Kuan's entire body broke out in goosebumps. This Su Lan, who usually wore a cold expression, was completely pretending. She was, in fact, a classic example of a repressed, flirtatious rogue. Wang Kuan hurriedly pried Su Lan's hands off, forcing himself to stand up despite his panic. Turning around with a look of disdain, he said, "Don't think that clinging to me so shamelessly will make me forgive you easily. It's not that simple. Stop dreaming. All the goodwill I had for you, you completely ruined yourself." "Ah, goodwill can always be rebuilt, can't it?" Su Lan said as she leaned closer, a proper female rascal, making Wang Kuan curse inwardly. What a troublesome character. "Get lost." Wang Kuan jumped back in fright, but his right foot got caught, causing his whole body to crash to the ground. He was filled with frustration, thinking what an unlucky moment it was. "I'm not getting lost. Bite me if you dare. Anyway, I've decided to cling on to you. From now on, I won't divorce you no matter what. I want the whole world to know that I'm your wife." Su Lan advanced effortlessly, her hands gripping the ground. She suddenly tilted her head downward. Her tender lips moved in for a kiss, and Wang Kuan was shocked, his expression changing dramatically. Wang Kuan's entire body stiffened, his heart pounding violently, his mouth completely blocked. His mind went blank as he thought, "Damn it, I just got forcibly kissed by a woman? This is truly outrageous." Sure enough, it's true that you can know someone by appearance but not their heart. It turns out Su Lan is this kind of person, truly beyond expectation. Su Lan lifted her head again, then promptly stood up, wearing a smug expression as she looked at Wang Kuan. She smiled and said, "That's it for today. I didn't bring clothes with me, so I need to go back and change. I'll also handle a few things, then bring some stuff over tomorrow morning. For the next few days, wherever you are, that's where I'll stay. I'll sleep in your bed and use your blankets." What the heck is this? Being stuck with such a two-faced wife, Wang Kuan was completely speechless, feeling a sudden wave of nervousness in his heart. Afterward, Su Lan left alone, and only then did Wang Kuan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Yet, he felt an inexplicable joy in his heart, as if this feeling was giving him something to look forward to. Wang Kuan couldn't help but give himself a light slap and cursed, "What kind of lunatic am I? Why am I so happy for no reason? I can't be so disgraceful. I need to stay composed and absolutely refuse to give in easily to Su Lan's persistent pestering. This woman has done so many bad things to me before. A real man must have some backbone and cannot bow before beauty." Despite his firm words, Wang Kuan's mind was in turmoil. Feeling restless, he opened the system app. Swagger value, remaining points, 220,000. Task rewards, 4-star task currently in progress. Experience points, currently 70%. Looking at the dwindling amount of pretentious points left, Wang Kuan felt a deep pang of regret. If he hadn't gone on a spree upgrading task star levels earlier, he would never have ended up with only 220,000 points left.
System, this bounty task of yours is such a scam. I barely have any pretentious points left, and now it's burning through my funds.
Can you lower the star upgrade costs? One upgrade costs 10,000 points.
I can only earn pretentious points by completing tasks. It's not easy at all, Wang Kuan said weakly, increasingly dissatisfied with the system deep down.
This is a test for the host. The system responded in a serious tone, as if telling Wang Kuan, to achieve success, sacrifices must be made.
Wang Kuan raised his middle finger, thinking, test your uncle, this stupid system.
Insulting the system, the host's attitude is improper. Punishment, electric shock therapy. The system suddenly issued a punishment. Wang Kuan's heart tightened, not expecting things to escalate to this point.
One moment Wang Kuan was perfectly fine, and the next, a surge of electricity coursed through his entire body, sweeping across his limbs.
It wasn't
lethal, nor did it cause his hair to explode, but it sent his body into violent convulsions, shaking on the ground like epilepsy, overwhelmed by pain.
ZZZZZ. Your sister. How can you do this? What kind of lousy system is this? I think you might as well rename yourself to Ultimate Host Trapping System. Wang Kuan stammered angrily while trembling, feeling utterly helpless, yet understanding that he had to endure. In the very next moment, Wang Kuan was rendered speechless, incapacitated by the electric shock. The internal struggle within his heart grew even fiercer. This state lasted for 2 minutes before it finally ended. Wang Kuan sighed inwardly, this system is truly an absolute demon.
Sweating profusely, Wang Kuan managed to crawl up with shaky legs, his upper body collapsing onto the edge of the bed.
Gasping weakly,
he muttered through trembling lips, your sister. You punish when you say punish, I'm the host.
Don't I deserve some dignity?
To express the system's apologies, here's an earth-shattering upgrade reveal. The host has directly advanced from the primitive level to the inferior level, and the star refreshing fee for the reward function will skyrocket from 10,000 per use to 100,000 per use. The system's tone carried a merciless sarcasm, as if delivering a finishing blow to Wang Kuan.
After upgrading, the star refreshing fee increases to 100,000 per use? That's outrageous.
Bro, I was wrong, the comment earlier
was just a joke. Don't take it seriously, please take back what you said. Wang Kuan was completely flustered, on the verge of tears.
He could barely accumulate enough bragging points at the moment, and now, with the upgrade to an inferior level host, the star refreshing cost had soared to the skies, practically pushing him towards bankruptcy. Host need not worry, this system can reveal one more detail.
Starting from the inferior level host, you can unlock the function of converting money into bragging points.
However, please note, money can only be converted
into bragging points, and bragging points cannot be converted back into money.
The conversion rate will not be disclosed to the host for now, it will naturally become clear after upgrading.
The system responded calmly. Money can be exchanged for show-off points. This is practically Wang Kuan's lifeline. System, I knew you loved me. Even though I know you're still messing with me. Wang Kuan instantly perked up. The money swindled from the Zhang family finally seems to have a purpose. From now on, as long as he has money, he can have show-off points. As for the exchange rate, he'll have to wait until the upgrade is complete to find out, which fills him with anticipation. 10 to 1? 100 to 1? Or 1 to 10?
System, your tactics are too deep, first you slap me, then you feed me sugar, and it turns out to be nothing but an empty promise.
I surrender. Wang Kuan thought to himself.
It wouldn't be too much of a scam, and his mood instantly improved. Please continue to work hard, host. Revealing these details to you ahead of time is meant to motivate you, the system said earnestly.
Feeling weak and exhausted, Wang Kuan climbed into bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, far away at the gates of Huawu in the capital city, Gao Yan's hair stood on end as he finally returned after countless hardships from Biling. One misfortune after another occurred on this journey, almost costing him his life several times along the way. This could almost be called Gao Yan's unluckiest day, like a nightmare. He staggered into Huawu Gate, utterly exhausted, and collapsed onto the ground with a thud, like a dead dog. A few disciples guarding the gate saw this and hurriedly reached out to help him up.
Quick, take me to see Master, Gao Yan urged weakly. A few disciples dared not neglect his words, as Gao Yan held an extraordinary status within Huawu sect due to his relationship with the Master, far surpassing the outer disciples.
Soon, Gao Yan was carried inside.
In the vast Huawu sect, it took a full 10 minutes before they entered a courtyard filled with the fragrance of herbs. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Gao Yan caught his breath, struggled to stand up, and then burst forth with a series of wails and howls.
Master, I'm back, something happened.
I'm so miserable. That guy with the last name Hong found some kind of support, and his methods are extremely strange. I was no match for him at all. Moreover, he even declared that even if you, master, came, you would have to kneel before him. This guy is so arrogant, he doesn't take our Hua Wu sect seriously at all. A middle-aged figure walked out from the main house in the courtyard. The middle-aged man noticed Gao Yan's change and his eyes flashed instantly. He asked, that guy with the surname Hong found himself a backer? Even you couldn't beat him? What's the background of his backer? I don't know him, never seen him before. His name is Wang Kuan. Gao Yan gritted his teeth as he uttered Wang Kuan's name, his eyes full of hatred and his heart filled with the thrill of imminent revenge. Once my master knows this name, Wang Kuan, you're doomed. With Gao Yan's master around, there's nothing that can't be settled. No matter how capable Wang Kuan might be, he won't have a chance to escape. The next morning, Wang Kuan was awakened by the sound of arguing outside. It seemed there were many people out there. Wang Kuan climbed out of bed, his whole body feeling limp. He blinked and casually activated his combat power detection. Through the mirror, he suddenly noticed that his combat power had risen to 850. Compared to yesterday, his combat power had increased by another 30 points. Wang Kuan was utterly baffled, thinking to himself that there was clearly no training yesterday. After pondering for a moment, Wang Kuan suddenly had an epiphany. Damn, could it be electroshock therapy? According to standard theory, as long as the electric shock doesn't exceed a certain threshold and is sustained on the human body, it can indeed slightly enhance combat power. But the effect is limited. Moreover, at higher combat power levels, the enhancement becomes negligible or even useless, the system explained coldly. What does it matter if the effect is limited? Wang Kuan is currently in a low combat power phase, so even a modest improvement is something he wants. System, just give me a few more electric shocks. It'll be quicker this way, or I'll start cursing at you. Wang Kuan had a sudden idea and thought to himself, this is an opportunity to get stronger. The system immediately poured cold water on his idea. The host may curse as much as he likes, but this system will not let the host succeed so easily again. Oh, come on, this system even knows how to use the word succeed. Wang Kuan had no choice but to give up. After all, his combat power had increased to 850, so he had still gained an advantage. At this moment, the sound of an argument outside the residence grew louder. Wang Kuan pushed the door open and stepped out. Sure enough, he saw a large crowd gathered outside, making the scene completely packed. Refund the money. Your martial arts school doesn't even have any coaches left. How can you not refund the money? You aren't planning to skip town, are you? Luckily, we came in time, or you and your daughter would have scammed us out of all our money. Hurry up and hand over the money, not a single cent less. The tuition costs are several thousand. Principal Hong and Hong Yuchi were surrounded in the middle, being berated harshly. Fortunately, Principal Hong kept his cool and continuously apologized to everyone, otherwise, who knows, they might have been beaten up by the angry crowd. The saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Although Principal Hong had a combat strength of 90,000, there were more than 300 people at the scene demanding their money back. He simply couldn't handle it alone. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible to fend off thousands. Please, everyone, wait a little longer. Give me a few more days, and I will try my best to find a way to refund all the money. How does that sound? Principal Hong didn't dare make any rash moves, attempting to show an apologetic expression amidst the crowded mob. He hadn't taken Wang Kuan's words yesterday seriously at all. Yes, everyone, please trust us. We absolutely won't run away. If it comes to it, we'll sell the entire martial arts academy, and once we find the money, we'll reimburse you all. Would that work? Hong Yuchi quickly chimed in, thinking Wang Kuan was simply spouting nonsense. It was impossible for him to hand over 10 million just like that. After all, they were mere acquaintances who had only just met. No one in the world could be that kind-hearted. The crowd was enraged, and Principal Hong and his daughter, Hong Yuchi, were almost in despair. Even if they want to sell the martial arts school, it can't be completed in just a day or two, and others may not agree. Just as the father and daughter were sinking into an emotional slump, Wang Kuan's loud shout suddenly echoed all around. Debts have their origins in owners. Just come to me. Isn't it just about that bit of money? It's a small matter. Line up properly, and when my people arrive, you'll get your money in order. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The crowd visibly shifted toward Wang Kuan, each person eagerly staring at him, bombarding him with questions from all directions.
Wang Kuan remained unfazed, not only responding calmly and soothingly but also organizing the people into queues.
He then brought over a stool, crossed his legs, and sat at the entrance, exuding the demeanor of a big shot. Principal Hong and Hong Yuchi exchanged glances, their hearts filled with unease.
Can he really bring over 10 million? Principal Hong couldn't believe it and found it even harder to trust. 10 million. That's no small amount. How many families could live off that for a lifetime? It's not something you can just casually give away. Even the wealthiest people wouldn't squander money like that, giving it away for nothing. That bastard Wang Kuan is stirring up trouble again.
If he can't come up with the money, it'll only cause even bigger problems.
Hong
Yuchi questioned angrily, her previously suppressed emotions instantly ignited. She stormed over to Wang Kuan and gave him a hard shove.
Wang Kuan nearly fell off his chair. After steadying himself, he frowned and asked, Hong Yuchi, what do you mean by this? I'm willing to pay to help you settle this matter, and yet you still feel the need to push me? Stop talking nonsense. How long have we even known each other?
If you can really come up with the money, I'll write my name backward and owe you for the rest of my life.
Hong Yuchi
was so furious she was about to explode, silently cursing Wang Kuan.
At a time like this, how could he still be messing around? Couldn't he be a bit more mindful of the situation? Wang Kuan, however, smiled instead of getting angry and asked again, owe me for a lifetime? That's what you said yourself. So, how do you plan to repay me? I'll wait until you show the money, then we'll talk about it.
Anyway, I don't believe there's such a good thing in this world. Hong Yuchi crossed her arms, her face full of arrogance, seemingly using her pride to mask her inner unease.
Wang Kuan calmly stood up, raised his hand to signal the crowd to stay calm, and then said loudly in front of everyone, you see, people always don't believe there are many good-hearted folks in this world.
I, Wang Kuan, am just such a good person.
Money really isn't an issue for me. I've said it repeatedly, yet some people still won't listen. Since that's the case, I'll prove it to you all. Let's wait another half an hour. If my money doesn't arrive by then, everyone can do as they please.
As soon as he finished speaking, almost everyone expressed their willingness to wait. After all, besides waiting, they didn't have any other options.
After
all, Principal Hong and his daughter had no money, so as long as someone was willing to repay the debt, they'd be more than happy to avoid causing trouble.
However, Hong Yuchi still didn't believe it.
She snorted and said, don't make it sound so certain.
If you can't find a way out later, it'll be embarrassing. Besides, someone like you, would you really do something good?
Helping others has always been the principle by which I, Wang Kuan, conduct myself. Wang Kuan patted his chest, his expression still calm, as if everything was under control. Principal Hong reluctantly walked over, leaned close to Wang Kuan's ear, and whispered, Wang Kuan, you're not joking, are you?
After half an hour, if the money doesn't arrive, the three of us will be done for. Look at how many people there are now. Don't worry, I, Wang Kuan, always keep my word. There won't be any mistakes. Wang Kuan glanced around, though he felt slightly uneasy inside.
He had indeed promised it would take half an hour, but the key point was, that old Master Su hadn't specified what time in the morning someone would deliver the money. Moreover, transporting such a large sum of cash, 10 million, would require full security and probably take quite some time.
Wang Kuan, if you can really do it, it would be like helping me out in a big way again.
I, Hong Lei, would be willing to work like an ox or a horse for you in the future. Principal Hong was so excited that he almost jumped up. Hong Yuchi heard this clearly and couldn't help rolling her eyes.
Dad, don't trust him. I think it would be better to take advantage of the time now and quickly think about how to handle it. Instead of trusting Wang Kuan, trust yourself.
Unfortunately, even as Hong Yuchi said this, she lacked confidence herself.
She was secretly anxious, realizing it was no use trusting herself anymore. Time ticked by, second by second. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
The half-hour appointment drew closer and closer. A large group of people grew impatient and kept asking Wang Kuan if the money had arrived. At the 28th minute, Hong Yuchi, desperate and outraged, stomped her foot sharply and said, Wang Kuan, I just knew you were talking nonsense.
It's almost time. Where's your money? Is it supposed to fall down from the sky?
Wang Kuan looked relaxed as he leisurely took a cigarette out of his pocket, placed it in his mouth, lit it with satisfaction, gazed into the distant sky, raised his hand to point, and said with a smile, sorry, but it really did fall from the sky.
Don't believe me, look?
Everyone followed the direction Wang Kuan was pointing, and when they saw two helicopters approaching from afar, their shocked expressions were almost impossible to hide. With a collective gasp, the entire crowd was moved.
Helicopters, and two of them. Awesome, who is this Wang Kuan? He can even bring helicopters. Delivering money by helicopter, this display is way cooler than any convoy, absolutely stunning. Buzzing.
The massive rotor blades spun, sending out loud noises and strong winds, beginning to descend as they approached the martial arts school. As 2 helicopters landed, 10 men in black stepped out, each carrying a briefcase, bowing respectfully to Wang Kuan in greeting.
Good day, Mr. Wang.
10 million in cash has been delivered as per your instructions.
Shall we open the box? Wang Kuan waved his wide sleeve forcefully and commanded in an imposing tone, open the box.
10 men dressed in black nodded in unison, acting swiftly and decisively. They placed the secure case on the ground and unlocked it.
Instantly.
Inside lay 10 million in cash, vividly red, almost blinding, as if proclaiming the sheer power of wealth to the world.
Wang Kuan puffed on his cigarette, a faint smile curving his lips. He turned to glance at Hong Yuchi, who was already utterly stunned, and said softly, so, what do you think? Shall we check next whether this delivered money is counterfeit?
10 million in cash, right in front of her, left Hong Yuchi dumbfounded, as if she had turned into a human statue. Her eyes were fixed intently on the cash and the 2 helicopters behind it. Earlier, she had adamantly refused to believe it, convinced that Wang Kuan could never pull off something like this and thinking he was just a fraud. But now, against all expectations, 10 million in cash had been escorted by helicopters, arriving on time to resolve the martial arts school's urgent crisis.
Verify the cash? Hong Yuchi lowered her head, a wave of shame and regret surging in her heart. It turned out that there really were good people in this world, and Wang Kuan was one of them. It wasn't just Hong Yuchi, even Principal Hong was deeply moved. He took a few deep breaths, slapped his big belly hard, and laughed excitedly. We're saved. Wang Kuan really didn't lie to me. 10 million, delivered as promised, what a true tycoon. This is a real golden benefactor. Wang Kuan, earlier Ichi and I wrongly accused you. You are truly so wealthy.
Principal Hong's face was streaked with tears, full of emotion, almost ready to throw himself onto Wang Kuan's legs, overwhelmed with gratitude. Everyone present, including the debt-seekers who had arrived one after another, stared in horror at the open safe on the ground. 10 million in cash, what a stunning sight. Stacked together, it could almost be called a mountain of money.
Countless eyes focused intently on Wang Kuan. Everyone, line up properly, don't cut in line.
If the money isn't enough, I can have someone deliver more with the machine, so don't worry.
I love helping others and caring. For the people.
Wang Kuan, with a cheap cigarette dangling from his mouth, stood there, forming a sharp contrast to the scene before him, yet inspiring undeniable admiration.
The atmosphere began to change.
People started lining up in an orderly manner, forming 10 queues.
Following the martial arts school.
Registration fees, 10 individuals dressed in black distributed them respectively.
The entire process ran smoothly without the slightest chaos. Standing in the back, Wang Kuan felt utterly satisfied.
A smile spread across his face as he watched the scene, a sense of accomplishment filling his heart, leaving him completely at ease. 10 minutes later, Hong Yuchi finally snapped out of her shock, her face full of disbelief as she looked at Wang Kuan, as if he had achieved something utterly impossible, even more incredible than when he defeated Gao Yan with a single move.